Hello everyone, I hope you love my video and like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part and give me super chat if you like this novel. Chapter 110, The Coercion from the Pale Emperor's Regiment. I'm afraid you misunderstood. The point is not who we are. It's, what do you want to do? Albedo has gradually lost her patience, and as long as Clare shows even the slightest bit of hostility, she will not hesitate. Show mercy. My name is Clare. I'm here this time to discuss something with your captain, Kearns. Clare explained. It turned out to be for Lord Kearns, Captain. Until it's not looking for trouble. Their attitude returned to normal. Do you want to take her to see Lord Kearns? Pava asked Albedo and Tornado for their opinions. Tornado pondered for a while. Although I don't really want to take her there, but in case Kearns cares, wouldn't she delay the matter? But if something can make Kearns angry, wouldn't he be an accomplice too? Guys, there is no solution to this situation. It's up to you to decide. Longwan said flatly. What do you think? Albedo. Pavel looked at Albedo again. Dragonwan doesn't care about these trifles, whether he takes it or not, it doesn't affect him at all. Then let him meet Lord Kearns. Albedo said. Thanks. Kral bowed, and the progress of the matter was much smoother than what he had expected. Don't be in a hurry and thank you, if you dare to do anything out of line, I will make you regret coming to this world. Albedo reminded. Clare smiled awkwardly, the things I want to discuss will only be difficult for you. It's better that way. Back on board, Clars waited for hours for Kearns to return. There is no need for Clare to introduce himself. As a traveler, although his memory is a little fuzzy, he recognized her at a glance the moment he saw Clare. What are the revolutionary soldiers looking for me for? Kearns held a bottle of wine in his hand, leaned his back against the railing of the boat, and asked lightly. Heard the words. Clars was a little surprised, but he never expected that Kearns recognized him as a member of the Revolutionary Army at a glance. I thought that our Revolutionary Army's ability to grasp intelligence is one of the best, but I didn't expect that the people of the Pale Emperor Pirates are not only powerful, but also have admirable intelligence capabilities. Grrrr. Kearns took a few sips of his wine, his tone still flat. I don't like to hear flattery, about your, BHCJ, purpose for coming. Kral nodded, without continuing to talk nonsense, she said slowly, to be honest, I am here to cooperate with you on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Cooperate? Kearns looked at Kral, I really want to know, we can't fight each other, what can we cooperate with? I know. You have enmity with the Knights of God, right? Then what? The main goal of our Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the rule of the world government. In other words, our goals are the same. I believe that with your help, our progress will be smoother, and with the help of the Revolutionary Army, you will naturally get a lot of help. Well, that's the reason. Kearns couldn't deny it. So? Mr. Kearns, what do you think? Kral asked, listening to Kearns' words. He thought that the probability of cooperation between the two parties had increased a lot. I reject. Ha. Clars paused slightly, she didn't expect Kearns to refuse so decisively. Mr. Kearns, may I know the reason? It is said that the intelligence capabilities of your Revolutionary Army are top-notch, but in my eyes, they can only collect some trifles. If only you knew better, you wouldn't say something so stupid. What makes you feel, let your Revolutionary Army feel, that we need foreign aid? Just as Kearns was speaking, Obito, Ulquioricifer, Demiurge, and others came out from the corridor on the second floor of the ship, and their eyes undoubtedly all fell on Clare. For a moment, Kral felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, being watched by several pairs of suffocating pupils. Hoo-hoo. Unknowingly, Kral's breathing began to become rapid. But Kearns was right. I don't need foreign aid at all. If you think about it, the Knights of God had already been disintegrated in Marineford. But, for the others, Kearns felt that it didn't matter if they were handed over to his own crew, but those who had personal grievances with him, he had to do it himself. Otherwise, what I have done has no meaning, and death at the hands of others is not much different from the end of life for Kearns. I was being rude, Mr. Kearns. Where did you come from, where do you go back to? Goodbye, Mr. Kearns. Kral bowed in his respect, and jumped off the ship in a lifetime leap. After leaving Kearns' sight, Clars only felt the coolness on her back. She stretched out her hand to touch it, only to realize that her back had already been soaked in sweat. Blue, brew. Blue, brew. Coincidentally, at this time, the phone bug rang. Clare didn't hesitate, picked it up and connected it. How are things going? Seeing that the simulated appearance of the phone bug belonged to Sabo, Kral was inexplicably relieved. It failed, and even the procedure that long asked for him to speak did not go through. Don't take it to heart, failure is expected. After all, it is too difficult to cooperate with people of this level. Sabo comforted. The people of the Pale Emperor Pirates are too scary. What? You wouldn't fight them, would you? Sabo's face suddenly became serious. Kral laughed. It turns out that in your mind, I am so strong. I can still leave unharmed when I fight against a guy of this level. Sabo, to be honest, the members of the Pale Emperor Pirates gave me a very special feeling. When I saw them, my body unexpectedly felt fear. Even, just now, I don't know when my back got wet. Chapter 111. Kral, take it easy, it's okay, maybe it's just because you're too nervous. Certainly. Naturally, Sabo knew that Kral was frightened. Saying so himself, he was just trying to let Clare relax his tense nerves. Now, hurry up, and leave Sabayati Archipelago. Sabo ordered again. Kral just smiled and said, don't worry, Sabo, I'm safe. If Kearns is really hostile to me, I won't be able to leave at all. Okay, let's do this first. I have to report to Long about the failure of the mission progress. Well, no matter what, be careful. Okay, I know. Kearns over there. He already has a plan. Planning to go to New World the day after tomorrow. I am taking a day off today, and tomorrow I will start collecting materials. After a leisurely moment, Kearns sat on the rail of the boat and started fishing. It's time to wait for the fish to take the bait. Kearns found that his influence value had reached more than 8,000. Taking a closer look, the target for recruiting special crew members has been reached. Huh? Although the fish didn't take the bait, but the system gave me a surprise. Whispering, Kearns began to tinker. Host, Kearns. Influence value 80-20. Total crew, 256. Affiliated pirates, Sea Snake Pirates, Vibrous Pirates, and Bonnie Pirates. Special crew, Demiurge, Obito Yuta, Ulquiorra Cipher, Uchiha Obito, Nagato, Pava, Albedo, Tornado. Senior crew 50. Medium crew, 100. Elementary crew, 100. Item, Eternal Breaker Medium. Entrance to prize pool. And this time the requirement for recruiting special crew members is: recruit special crew *1 8000. Recruit senior crew *5-7300. Recruitment of medium crew *10-7300. Recruit junior crew members *10, 7300. Kearns didn't hesitate too much, and soon began recruiting senior, middle, and junior crew members. After these ordinary crew members were recruited, Kearns began to recruit special crew members. Special crew members are being recruited. Along with the sound of the system, there is a prompt to recruit special crew members. Christine Host has recruited a special crew member from The 7 Deadly Sins, Ace Kano. The 7 Deadly Sins. Ace Kano. Kearns' eyes lit up. Although I didn't finish watching the anime of The 7 Deadly Sins. However, for the role of Ace Kano, his cognition is very comprehensive. How should I put it? Ace Kano's ability is quite special. At night, no one can beat him. In the daytime, no one can beat him. Even Kearns still remembers the teasing of him from netizens. Night, being human, I'm sorry. During the day, in the sky and in the world, I am the only one. Also, we have recruited an interesting character. Kearns squinted and laughed. Now, not in the mood to fish, Kearns tinkered with the system. In addition to recruiting special crew members, there is also a special surprise. That is, Kearns inherited Ace Kano's sun power. He is a little curious now, what will happen if the ability of sun is combined with the ability of Sage of Six Paths? The sun provides energy continuously during the day. Kearns feels that it should be easy to meet the consumption of Sage of Six Paths. Master Kearns, the fish is here. Beside, Albedo reminded. Kearns stepped out of his contemplation and quickly lifted the lever. It seems that there are a lot of surprises today. Leisure time always passes quickly. At this time, The bright moon is already hanging above the sky. Marine, the intelligence agent sent back the latest news. Ask for flowers. 0. Marine 3 Admiral and Kaido meet with Big Mom. The process does not know what happened, but the Marine 3 Admiral is currently sailing back to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Upon receiving this news, Sengoku did not take any drastic action. On the contrary, 5 elders immediately launched an emergency meeting. Sure enough, it is exactly the same as one of our guesses. Kaido and Big Mom are indeed going to find Kearns, but, not to join him, but to kill him. However, according to the information we have, even if Kaido joins forces with Big Mom, the probability of killing Kearns is extremely low. 0. In their war, no matter who wins, the winner is our world government. But in this way, New World will lose the 3 emperors in a short period of time, and the balance will easily be broken. It doesn't matter, someone from those stupid pirates will always take the position. Blue, 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 brew. Suddenly, the phone in the hall rang. 5 elders looked over at almost the same time, followed by a slight sinking of the eyes. Then, one of the 5 elders closest to the phone bug got through to the phone bug. Please instruct, Lord I'm. At #yen at yen% at. Okay, I see. Hang up the phone bug. The 5 elders who answered the phone bug said, let the marine stationed in the Sabaody archipelago evacuate first. It was daylight. On the horizon not too far from the Sabaody archipelago, one after another huge pirate ships emerged. I was a little lazy for a day today. Although I wrote 2 chapters, the number of words is relatively small. Tomorrow will start to explode. The grievances between the deputy captain and the cotters will be resolved. Readers, give me some monthly tickets to support it. Chapter 112. It's morning. The Pale Emperor pirates began to get busy. Yuguyutai and Pava collected food and wine with most of the ordinary crew. Albedo and Tornado were in charge of gathering necessities for life. Demiurge, Obito, and Nagato stayed to watch the ship. As for Ulquioricifer, Kearns didn't have him, the free-roaming kind. As for the Captain Kearns, he is naturally taking a break. On a certain street, 2 plainly dressed women with cameras in their hands were walking slowly, looking left and right. Sabaody archipelago has too much material and too much competition. It is not a smart decision to come here to find headlines. Among them, a woman with big golden waves spoke lightly. The May 10th usually has a lot of trivia about Sabaody archipelago, and it's all news that doesn't make it to the table, but... Another woman with long black hair gave a charming smile and continued, I bought a piece of information from an intelligence agent at a large price, and it is said that 4 emperors Kaido and 4 emperors Big Mom will come here. And, in the morning, we also sneaked a look at the Marines stationed here. They are evacuating. The news is very likely to be true. As long as we get news about 4 emperors, no matter what, the headlines of the news will definitely be stable. The blonde wavy woman said again, that's true, but, the Marines have all evacuated. If they don't do something here, then it's still meaningless. Wouldn't it be better to shoot the Pale Emperor pirates than to shoot them? The woman with long black hair didn't think so. Believe me, my intuition is usually very accurate. There must be big news. An open-air tavern. It used to be a very lively tavern. But when Kearns came, no matter if they were civilians or pirates, they all hid away. Drinking quietly, it also helped Kearns. Boss. When Kearns called out boss, the hair on the man on the bar stood on end, and he hurriedly trembling in front of Kearns. Master Kearns, is there anything that makes you dissatisfied? The boss asked in horror. Kearns took a look at him and said with a smile, relax, I don't have the habit of killing people when I disagree. The boss laughed awkwardly. Although Kearns said so, the fear deep in his heart has not diminished at all. After all, at any time, the power rests with these strong men. What can I do for you? The boss asked cautiously. No big deal, it's just that this wine makes me nostalgic. Move all the inventory in your store to my boat. Hearing this, the boss breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, Lord Kearns, don't worry, I'll have someone move it for you. Kearns nodded, lost in thought as he looked at the drink in his hand. It has been many years since the last time I drank this kind of wine. He vaguely remembered that it was not long after he joined the Rocks pirate, and the Rocks rewarded him with this wine for his meritorious service. I really miss it. Kearns sighed and continued to drink. It probably went on like this for tens of minutes. Until a shout of "Run" sounded. The surrounding tranquility was completely broken. Follow closely. All Kearns could see was a group of civilians walking hurriedly with their children on their backs and the elderly holding hands. Kearns looked away. It was normal for something like this to happen in the Sabayati archipelago. Probably there was a conflict between the pirates again, and there was a fight, or it might be that the bounty hunter was arresting the pirates. But the thought didn't live in Kearns' mind for a minute before it was killed. These familiar breaths. Could it be? The next second, Kearns couldn't help laughing. I'm really anxious, but I like this result. As Kearns expected. After just 5 minutes, he saw two familiar figures. Big Mom and Kaido. Kaido is carrying a huge mace, followed by his beasts pirates. The ant held Napoleon in her hand, followed by her many children. When the distance was less than 100 meters, Yinma and Kaido stopped one after another. Boss, please bring 2 larger bowls. I have 2 friends here. Yes, Lord Kearns. The words fell. Within 10 seconds, the boss took out 2 large bowls. But when he saw Kaido and Big Mom not far away, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn, if he knew this kind of thing would happen today, he would not be open today. When the large bowl was placed on the table, Kearns poured fine wine into it with the barrel in hand. Linlin, Kaido, time flies so fast. We haven't seen each other since the last time we said goodbye in the Valley of the Gods. Big Mom looked at Kaido, then walked towards Kearns. Finally, they sat on the left and right sides of the table. Grrrr. Kaido was not too polite. After putting down the mace in his hand, the big guy who picked it up drank it in a big gulp. Thinking back then, we Rock's pirate were invincible, and no one could stop us. Back then, we celebrated together, we worked together, we fought marine together. It's really 5.1 I miss the old days. Whispering, Kearns picked up the wine and drank it. The ant frowned slightly, and said, Kearns, what do you want to do? Boom. Clang. The wine jug shattered instantly when it hit the table, and the wine was all over the table. What do I want to do? Heh, I should be the one asking you this question. What? Bring a group of people here, do you want to kill your former deputy captain? Chapter 113. With such a roar, the surrounding atmosphere froze instantly. Big Mom and Kaido are ready to fight at the same time. If you didn't mess yourselves up, we still have an extremely high probability of winning. Kearns said to himself. He reached for another bottle of fine wine on the table, and continued to drink. Whitebeard you killed? Kaido asked at this time. He has already run out of fuel, and I just sent him on the road ahead of time. Well, Kearns, so is your next target me? The ant asked with a smile. That's right, Linlin, your awareness is much higher than before. As soon as Kearns' words came out, the faces of Big Mom and Kaido suddenly became extremely gloomy. I was planning to go to New World to find you, but unexpectedly, you came here by yourself. It's the same as before, with clear rewards and punishments. Having said that, Kearns' tone became indifferent. The reward is to let you die more happily. In a split second, Big Mom and Kaido stood up almost at the same time. Napoleon. With the call of the ant. Mom, I'm here. Napoleon instantly changed from a hat to a long knife. As soon as Big Mom grasped it, the conqueror's haki entangled instantly. As for Kaido, his actions are almost exactly the same as Big Mom. Kearns, this isn't what it was decades ago. Shua. After saying that, Big Mom and Kaido took a step at the same time, holding the weapons in their hands and slamming them towards Kearns. Swish. The explosion in the air reverberates. The 2 weapons were in front of Kearns in the blink of an eye. But Kearns was not surprised by this, and even chuckled, yeah. It's really not decades ago. It was also at the same time that Kearns' voice sounded, and at the same time, there was the crisp sound of the blade being unsheathed from the evergreen on Kearns' waist. Clang. Conqueror's haki wins in a split second. Dark red arcs flickered from the bodies of the 3 of them at the same time. What followed was the attack and hedging, and there was a huge roar. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. The ground under the 3 people's feet also collapsed layer by layer because they couldn't bear this terrifying force. Boom. Boom boom. At this moment, although the weapons of the 2 sides did not collide in a real sense, but it burst out a spark no less than that produced by the collision of refined iron. Boom. The powerful aftermath of the impact turned into bursts of air waves visible to the naked eye, rippling like ripples. Surrounding them were the branches and leaves of huge mangrove trees, which were also shaking violently at this moment because of the bursts of air waves. After struggling for a while, they bent down directly. "Are we going to help Mom?" Suddenly. "Stand not far away," the son of one of the ants asked. Katakuri looked back, and said in a calm tone, "We can't participate in this kind of battle. Going up, it's no different from dying." Beast's pirates sighed. "It turns out that we can't interfere here, so let's go and wipe out the remnants of the Pale Emperor pirates," Yin said suddenly. "Go on your own," Yin responded indifferently. Quinn also said angrily, "Idiot, I didn't tell you." "Brother Quinn, I'll go with you." "Okay, let's go." "See Beast's pirates in action here?" Big Mom pirates asked again. "Should we take part in clearing out the remnants of the Pale Emperor pirates?" "Go ahead, we have already cooperated with the guys from Beast's pirates, so we should also contribute a little bit," Pero said slowly. As soon as these words came out, many people took action immediately, and of course a small number of people had their own little thoughts. In their eyes, the risk of dealing with some little Karami is very low, but it is different here, after all. What they have to face is their mother's former deputy captain. I'm going to. At this time, among the ants' many children, a tall and thin girl with long dark hair and a ponytail that curled outward came out happily. And she is Charlotte Flamp, the 36th daughter of the Charlotte family, the little girl who secretly shot the needle when Katakuri was fighting Luffy in the original book. "Master Katakuri, do I need to keep them alive?" Flamp walked to Katakuri's side and asked happily. Although they are brothers and sisters by blood, Katakuri does not have much affection for this younger sister. "It's up to you, but how can the crew of this kind of guy be a soft persimmon? It's better to have less daydreams, otherwise, you don't know how to die." Facing Katakuri's persuasion, Flamp pursed her lips with an unhappy expression on her face. She pouted and did not reply. She turned around and quickened her pace to keep up with the team. Same time. The coast. Kearns boat. Rarely, Obito, Ulquioricifer, Six Paths Pain, and the new member Ace Kano stand side by side in a row of 600. Powerful people from different worlds stand together. This is also a world-famous painting. Explain a topic that has been controversial in the comment area, that is, after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the protagonist suffered serious internal injuries. Why didn't he go to find devil fruit or find a way to make a devil fruit with healing, etc.? First of all, from the perspective of the author, the protagonist is considered a half-killed person. Secondly, there are not so many devil fruits that you can find them as long as you go to sea. It is even more difficult to find the designated ones. If you show up, if you encounter Garp and the others, you will basically be unable to fly. Therefore, in a situation where a person has suffered serious internal injuries and his strength has declined, I feel that going to sea is no different from sending him to death. Therefore, I think there is no problem with logic. The summary is, first, the protagonist has serious internal injuries, basically recovering his old life, and his strength must have declined seriously. Second, devil fruit is not so bad, it doesn't mean that you can encounter it when you go out to sea. Unless you are lucky, it will be more difficult to find the designated one. There is another factor here, even if you encounter it, you must have the ability to win it. Okay. Chapter 114. This is, the Captain's Breath. Watching the changes in the sky above the Sabayati archipelago, Ulquioricifer calmly spoke. Is the enemy attacking? The pitiful weak, how dare you provoke me? Ace Kano's figure has become burly at this moment. In addition to the change in figure, his personality has also changed from low self-esteem at night to arrogance. Obito would sit cross-legged on the railing of the boat, propping his head on one hand, looking ahead with great interest. It seems that we have to do something. Let me go. As soon as Ace Kano stretched out his hand, Rita, the divine axe in the ship, flew out instantly, and landed on Ace Kano's servant without fail. You stay here, I am more familiar with this world. Ulquioricifer said calmly. Next second. His figure has appeared in the void. It seems that your movements are a step slower? Ace Kano. Obito said with a smile. For people from all over the world, Obito is actually very interested, Especially Ace Kano, who was obviously a skinny person last night, with a submissive personality. Even ordinary crew members dare not look directly at them. When I woke up and looked at him, I seemed to be a different person. I looked at everyone with a kind of disdain, looked at me directly, and scolded me. It doesn't matter whoever goes, as long as the goal is achieved. Ace Kano said lightly. Same time. Holy Land rejoice. There's news from Marine, it's already started. It's faster than expected. Sengoku, then it's up to you to keep an eye on their actions. Well, if there is any change in their actions, I will let you know immediately. Don't blame yourself, these people are the moths of this era, as long as they can be cleaned up smoothly, it will benefit ordinary people indirectly. Yeah, behind that justice, are there not thousands of corpses piled up? That war did not shed blood? Although they are unknown, they are all heroes who have created a new era. Of course I understand the truth. Sengoku said in a deep voice. This time, you Marines don't need to take action, and our world government will handle the follow-up work. Well, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. After Sengoku left, 5 elders stared at the huge wooden door. The plan begins. Bang bang bang. Every time the weapons collide, a black arc will be generated. Rough air waves washed over the surroundings again and again. Although Kearns' battle with Big Mom and Kaido hadn't been long before. But, the surroundings are already riddled with holes. Drink. Kaido swung his mace down from the sky, pouring most of his strength into this blow here. The third generation, Yin Naraku. At the same time. The ant on the side also attacked at the same time. Although they have not cooperated for decades, the tacit understanding between the two is still very outrageous. Wagyu. As Big Mom swung Napoleon to strike. The sound of a sword sound seemed to tear apart the space. The giant sword air shock wave is like a very terrifying beast. It flew to Kearns at breakneck speed. Looking around, it is facing the coordinated attack of Kaido and Big Mom. Kearns really has no way to hide, the only thing he can do is to take the blow from Big Mom and Kaido. Well. So, Kearns, what are you going to do next? After swinging this blow, the ant smiled and said. Who knows? There was no emotion on Kearns' face at all. His extremely calm eyes watched Kaido fall quietly. Boom. As soon as Kaido's attack fell, it immediately caused a violent explosion. At the same time as the ground collapsed, it began to tremble violently. The thick smoke and dust rushed straight into the sky, and then rushed towards the ground like a flood. Hoo. Hit. A solid hit. This time, that guy Kearns will have to shed a layer of skin if he doesn't die. Idiot, if things are really that simple, how could Mom agree to cooperate with Kaido? However, in the face of the joint blow of Mom and Kaido, I think Ken can leave some traces on him. Not far away, the ant's children began to discuss. Katakuri heard all of these. Immediately, he activates his very powerful observation haki. I thought I could see some pictures of the future. But as a result, nothing can be seen. 2. Not even a little bit of Kearns to be seen. But, although nothing was foreseen. But the uneasiness in Katakuri's heart has never been eliminated. Really? Right at the center of the explosion. A cold voice rang in their ears. Kaido, I haven't seen you in decades. It seems that you are only getting older. In terms of strength, you are still as inferior as before. The voice fell. Kaido's figure jumped up from the smoke and dust, pulling away a distance from Kearns. Call. A light wind blows past the Buddha. Smoke and dust became looming. In that huge pit, the shadow of Kearns holding the long sword is clearly reflected in the pupils of Big Mom and Kaido. What happened? You missed him. The ant frowned slightly and asked a question. That guy seems to have used a similar elemental attack, causing me to penetrate his body. Kaido said calmly. Elementalization. The ant paused. UBD, do you want to listen to what you're talking about? Kinlogia's elementalized ability work on you. Old woman, didn't you hear what I'm talking about? Similar, I said similar. In terms of momentum, Kaido naturally responded directly. Chapter 115. Now, this is not the time to argue about this kind of issue, here comes the Kearns guy. Listening to Big Mom's words, Kaido looked towards the deep pit. At this time, Kearns was approaching them step by step. Hey, Kaido, that Kearns guy says you've only grown older over the years. Kaido was furious when he heard this. A whole Linlin, why do you have to say such things? It's useless to talk too much, the only thing that can be refuted is to prove it with your own strength. Shua. Suddenly, Kaido burst out with a terrifying breath. Linlin, you are as annoying as that guy Kearns. Really? If it weren't for the current enemy, Kaido probably would have directly confronted Big Mom a few times. Shua. Similarly, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Big Mom's body. It turned out to be the case. Then when it's over, let's make a score. Snort. Kaido snorted coldly, followed closely, and they moved in unison, waving their weapons forward. Overlord. In an instant, a giant energy shock wave was released. The ground trembled violently, and the strong wind tore through the air and made roaring noises. Wherever he went, there was no exception, and all of them were wiped out. Looking at the giant Type 457 energy shock wave flying over, Kearns still did not dodge. He stretched out his hand and began to use the sun power inherited from Ace Kano's side. Shua. In an instant, a golden light flashed in the Sabayati archipelago, and an incomparably huge fireball had condensed into one. Boom. With a snap of Kearns' fingers, the giant fireball shot out. Boom. The moment when the giant energy shock wave collided with the fireball, an extremely dazzling light bloomed. The world seems to have entered the end. The explosion sounded almost throughout the Sabayati archipelago. A huge mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. The shockwave produced by the explosion rushed in all directions like a tsunami. Whether it's the Big Mom pirates or Kaido's Beasts pirates, some of the weaker ones were swept away by this powerful shockwave. Boom, boom. Quinn, who was going to wipe out the remnants of the Pale Emperor pirates, frowned involuntarily in the face of the sudden oncoming shockwave. What the hell happened over there? It seems that Governor Kaido and that guy named Kearns had a fierce battle. Quinn looked solemn. According to this style of play, Sabayati archipelago can't stand such a toss. Tisk tisk tisk. At this time, the person on the ant's side curled her lips and shook her head. Worrying on the mother's side is completely unnecessary. What we have to do is to find the remnants of the Pale Emperor pirates as soon as possible, and kill them before the Sabayati archipelago is destroyed. Die. Idiot. Quinn gave him a blank look and cursed. Who are you talking about? What? Do you want the same result as the remnants of the Pale Emperor pirates? Quinn asked. At this time, Charlotte Owen, who is stronger in the Big Mom pirates, spoke. Let's say a few words less. Our common goal now is the Pale Emperor pirates. When the aftermath of the explosion passed, the battlefield was already surrounded by billowing smoke and dust. At this moment, whether it was the Beasts pirates or the Big Mom pirates, they were eager to know who won the power struggle just now. In the smoke, Kearns felt some incredible changes in himself. After he used the power of the sun, he only felt that his own power continued to grow larger due to the passage of time. He raised his head slightly. Although the smoke and dust were lingering, he could still see the sun hanging in the sky. It's still increasing. Once it's noon, that's the incarnation of invincibility. Shua. Suddenly. CBCD. The smoke and dust above the Kearns dispersed in an instant. What followed was a huge mace. Boom. It was clear that it was about to hit, but at that critical moment, Kearns' figure disappeared instantly. Boom. A dull voice resounded. Kaido flew upside down in an instant. After using the sun power, whether it is speed, strength, or defense, Kearns has been greatly improved. Shua. In the front and back, Kaido and Big Mom came galloping. Kearns took the initiative to attack this time. Under the boost of sun ability, his figure disappeared instantly, reappeared, and had already arrived above Kaido. Although Kaido felt it and reacted, but the movement was still a little slower. Swipe. Raised the knife in his hand and dropped it, splitting Kaido to the ground in an instant. Boom. Kearns didn't stop the movement in his hands. He charged up and struck out instantly. God Strike. The terrifying shock wave of sword energy was released instantly. The oncoming ant did not show any weakness, and directly took it head-on. Waigyo. The power of the Divine Strike obviously caught Big Mom by surprise. The moment his prestige collided with the Divine Strike, it was split apart instantly. In desperation, she insisted on relying on her own to resist. Whew. Bang. It fell into the ground and was directly carried away by the shock wave for a long distance before stopping. And when they set out to clean up the Pale Emperor pirates, Their luck was good or bad. If it was bad, they successfully found the people from the Pale Emperor Pirates. Well, they found them smoothly. The Pale Emperor Pirates. It seems that God is still very kind to us, and we found the boat of these guys so easily. Do you want to kill the pirates of the other 3 ships next to you? Idiot, that's for sure. To be able to get close to the Pale Emperor Pirates, there is a high probability that they are affiliated groups. Even if not, it can only be considered their bad luck. Facing the crowd of Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates approaching below, Obito, Ace Kano, and the others just watched quietly. Hey, these stupid guys seem to be targeting us. Obito spoke first with a playful smile. Hee, a bunch of pathetic weaklings. Chapter 116. Then you want to go up and show your hands. Obito's eyes fell on Ace Kano, and he asked this question. Ace Kano did not answer, but explained everything with his own actions. Holding the magic axe Rita in his hand, he jumped and landed on the coast. Shua. Because of the departure of Ace Kano with Rita the axe, the ship's downward pressure was instantly relieved, and it floated up quite a bit. How heavy is this guy's weapon? Obito looked at Ace Kano's back and smiled. Turn around. Obito shouted into the boat again, Nagato, don't you have a few miscellaneous soldiers? Why don't you take them out for a walk dash? There was no response from Nagato, but at this moment, 5 people wearing black auspicious cloud patterns came out from the inside. They all had terrifying black nails stuck into their bodies, and their eyes all looked like Rinnegan. Yes. Their pain at 6 paths in the original Hoage ninja. They are the way of heaven, the way of Azura, the way of the human world, the way of animals, the way of hungry Kido, and the way of hell. Don't worry, I will never let them get close to the boat. Tiendeo Pain said suddenly, but anyone who knows it knows that the words are said by Tiendeo Pain, but they are actually the words of Thick Nagato. It doesn't matter whether you get close or not, because... Obito looked at Ace Kano's burly back and continued, because, I think, with Ace Kano alone, these stupid guys can't get close. Hey guys, what do you and I do? Nagato was speechless. If Obito hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have let the other 5 pain appear on the stage. But it has all appeared, and it is a bit unreasonable to take it back. As Tiendeo Pain took the lead in flashing his figure, other pains followed. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye. 6 paths pain has all landed on Ace Kano's side. Ace Kano just glanced at it, and didn't react too much. Big Mom Pirates over there. Charlotte Owen gave a loud shout, and the many brothers and sisters behind him, as well as some miscellaneous music, quickly ran towards Ace Kano with weapons in their hands. Don't look at the Beast's Pirates, as long as you kill one, there will be a big reward. Quinn shouted. Hula hula. The morale of the Beast's Pirates rose instantly, and everyone mustered up their strength and rushed forward. See. 6 paths pain was just about ready for the fight. Unexpectedly, Ace Kano reached out to stop them. I'm really sorry, if you go up, you will have to experience the power of the sun with these guys who need mercy. Hearing this, Tiendeo Pain just glanced at Ace Kano, and then took a step back. Ace Kano slowly raised a hand, and a huge fireball condensed out, and the heat emitted by Li had already caused the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. He tossed it lightly, and the fireball grew bigger again while heading towards the Beasts and Big Mom Pirates. Sun without mercy. In an instant. Seeing the flying fireball, the one who ran in the front was immediately stunned. Hastily slammed on the brakes, and then tried to dodge to the side while rolling and crawling. When the huge fireball came to the sky above everyone, Ace Kano clenched his fist and shouted softly, the arrogance of the explosion. As soon as the words fell, the huge fireball was detonated instantly. Boom. With a loud noise, the surrounding creatures were instantly wiped out. Whirring whirring. When the smoke gradually dissipated, there was already a huge deep pit in front of them, and sea water was constantly emerging from the deep pit. Zila zila zila. When the seawater hits the deep pit with extremely high temperature, the seawater is evaporated instantly, and thick white mist continuously emerges from the deep pit. Ace Kano's simple blow made the Beasts and the Big Mom Pirates dare not act rashly. This guy is Demon Fruit Power. Who is he? According to the information we have, the Cotters of the Pale Emperor Pirates don't have him. A new member? Or, just an ordinary crew member? Ordinary member? Judging from this guy's strength, he doesn't look like an ordinary member. That's not clear, because there is no reward order for him in the reward list. Ace Kano's blow instantly defeated the aura of Big Mom and Beast's pirates. Charlotte Owen frowned slightly, and continued to speak, "Continue to attack, leave that man to me." The voice fell. Charlotte Owen ran wildly, then jumped high and jumped over the big pit. At the same time, her hands turned red instantly. Obviously, this was because she activated her devil fruit ability. And Charlotte Owen is a hyper-pyretic person who ate the hot fruit. He can transfer heat to any object he touches, making the object instantly heated, and can also heat himself up to burn anyone who comes into contact with him. It can even transfer heat to most areas of the sea, causing the sea to boil, so that a large number of marine life is cooked in the sea. Most ships are damaged due to overheating, and it can also heat the target to destroy the enemy. Burn. To put it simply, Charlotte Owen's ability is somewhat similar to Ace Kano's, but that's it. Seeing Charlotte Owen coming over with a punch, Ace Kano was so arrogant that he didn't even want to hide. Boom. The red fist hit Ace Kano's body steadily, and the huge impact caused the ground under Ace Kano's feet to collapse instantly. With a sound of sizzling, hot steam rushed out. What? Looking at the unresponsive Ace Kano, Charlotte Owen looked a little surprised, and moved her eyes slightly up, only to find that Ace Kano was looking down at herself. "Are you tickling?" When Charlotte Owen heard this, he was instantly furious. Drink. With the increase of power, the released temperature increases instantly. But the result is unsatisfactory. Even if the temperature is high, it will not hurt Ace Kano at all. Boom. Ace Kano grabbed Charlotte Owen's head with his free hand. Immediately, he threw it into the air, and Rita, the divine axe held in his right hand, went straight over. "Stop looking down on people." Charlotte Owen armament haki instantly covers the whole body. Boom. Puff. Under a huge impact. Charlotte Owen vomited blood instantly, and was brought to the ground by the huge impact. Boom. Damn it. See. Everyone didn't watch, and the Ant and the Beast's pirates all dispatched. On Kearns' side, the fighting was also intense. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, hovered in the sky, constantly spitting out hot breath attacks towards Kearns, asking for flowers. As for Big Mom, she rode Thundercloud and used Hoage to attack with the power of electricity and fire. However, it seems that the lethality is quite high, but in fact, it can't pose any threat to Kearns at all. Shua. In midair, Kaido was suddenly attacked by a huge force, and then fell directly to the ground. Boom. Faced with this sudden move, Big Mom also stopped attacking, glanced at the direction where Kaido fell to the ground, and looked at the figure floating in midair. Big Mom's pupils narrowed slightly, and she recognized Ulquiorra, the second bounty of the Pale Emperor pirates. "Sorry, Captain, I'm late." Ulquiorra slowly landed next to Kearns, with the calm look on his face. Kearns shook his head slightly, and said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you come or not, I have to deal with the two of them myself." "What about them?" Ulquiorra looked at the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates not far away. "Them." Kearns followed Ulquiorra's gaze as well. "They do whatever they want. If they are interested, you will be destroyed." For Big Mom and the rest of the Beast's pirates, Kearns didn't care too much about life or death. Certainly. If Kearns wants, he can also solve Kaido and Big Mom in the shortest time. Simply enter the state of Sage of Six Paths. But he wants to try the absolute power of Ace Kano. He slightly raised his head to look at the sky, and the time he had to wait would not be too long. Ulquiorra reappeared in midair after learning that Kearns was going to settle the fight himself. Obviously. His mentality is somewhat similar to Kearns, not interested in the life and death of Big Mom or the rest of the Beast's pirates. Did Da. In the big pit, hot blood dripped on the ground. At this time, Kaido has changed from the beast form to the human beast form. In this form, Kaido has both the dexterity and speed of the human form, and also has the various attacks of the animal form. It is a calm liver state that is very suitable for fighting. Kaido frowned slightly, looked at the new painful wound on his abdomen, and then looked up at Ulquiorra floating in midair. "Old woman? Help me hold Kearns, I'm going to kill that BD." Kaido said in a deep voice. Now, in addition to the one cut by Ulquiorra, there are 3 other cuts in his abdomen that were cut by Kearns in front of him. But he couldn't dodge the 4th knife sent by his crew, so his anger rose to the extreme in an instant. "Kaido, I advise you not to act rashly, Maybe you and Linlin can deal with me, and you can live longer. Kearns advised. Certainly. He insisted on going to Ulquioricifer to fight. Then I won't stop it, at most I can let Ulquioricifer beat him half to death. Chapter 117. Although the ant is very dissatisfied with Kaido's idea, it is useless to know more about him. Kaido, don't be too naive, that guy can leave marks on your body, obviously he is not an easy guy to deal with. Ant reminded. Kaido tightly held the mace in his hand, and said as he walked, you don't need to remind me, do you think it's my first time fighting? Sudden. Kaido speeds up sharply. In the human beast form, his speed is much faster than before. Facing the fast-running Kaido, Ulquioricifer looked at Kearns. Then you can play with him. With Kearns' permission, Ulquioricifer is not hesitating. Block it, Blackwing Demon. With the release of the sword, in an instant, Black Riotsu raindrops crashed down. Cautious Kaido stopped suddenly, and even took a few steps back, wanting to see what Ulquioricifer was going to do. After returning to the blade, Ulquioricifer was wearing a white one-piece robe, a two-horned helmet on his head, black nails turned into long claws, and a pair of huge black wings grew out of his back. 97-0 is booming. Ulquioricifer stretched out his hand to grab the air, and in an instant a long spear made by spirits was in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he threw it directly towards Kaido without hesitation. Call out. The spear cut through the void, driving a strong air current. Kaido was right, he just swung the mace in his hand to fight back. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. The air wave rushes away. Suddenly, Kaido seemed to have sensed something, and struck back with the mace in his hand. Boom. The billowing smoke and dust were instantly dispersed. In sight, it was Ulquioricifer who grabbed his mace with one hand. Kaido's pupils shrunk, but he acted without hesitation. Shenlong Flame 8 trigrams. Conqueror's haki wrapped around the head, and Kaido slammed into Ulquioricifer hard. Ulquioricifer's gaze obviously fluctuated a little, but it was not because of Kaido's strength, but because of his style of play. Bang! Instantly caused a violent explosion. The huge impact sent Ulquioricifer flying backwards. Kaido didn't give Ulquioricifer time to breathe, and used his fastest speed to catch up to him. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Conqueror's haki wraps around the mace again, and swings out hard. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ulquioricifer is hard to avoid. But, even so, Ulquioricifer didn't have any waves on his face. False bomb. SHHHHHH. Although Kaido's mace had been swung out, the false bullets hit Kaido's body without even a moment's notice. Boom, boom. Kaido plunged headfirst into the ground and rolled dozens of times. Crack. Ulquioricifer spread his wings behind him, and the impact on his body was instantly dispelled, and in the next second, he was floating in midair. At the same time, Kaido below had also stood up, looking at Ulquioricifer with a serious face. You seem confident in your own power. These were the first words Ulquioricifer said to Kaido. Before Kaido could respond, a terrifying aura erupted from Ulquioricifer's body. A green mixed black energy body was released from his body, and the airflow driven by it swept away all the smoke and dust on the ground. At the same time, the appearance of Ulquioricifer changed again. The clothes on his upper body disappeared, black liquid flowed from his eyes, and the lower part of the tears was divided into two. The whites of the eyes turn green, and the pupils resemble those of Masquerade Hollow. The abdomen to the legs, arms and back are covered with black feathers, the lower part of the robe is divided into two halves, and the wings are fully opened, revealing bat-like claws. The long tail on the top becomes longer and sharper, and can be freely manipulated. There is a bony object like a knife at the tip of the tail, sharp claws on the feet, the hollow hole becomes larger, and a black pattern appears from the hollow hole to the abdomen. Repressed. It was the first time Kaido felt the extremely strong sense of oppression after living for so long. Conqueror's haki? No. It's not Conqueror's haki at all? What the hell did this guy do? The breath from his body is far more oppressive than Conqueror's haki. Kaido stared at Ulquioricifer after the second stage of return. There was a strong uneasiness in my heart. Your perception of power is too small, now. Let me show you what a gesture of despair is. It was obviously just a simple sentence, but it made Kaido's back unknowingly shudder. UBD, where are you putting on airs? Kaido let out a roar, and just took a step while holding the mace tightly in his hand. Moment. He only felt that his center of gravity was unstable, and then he was pressed to the ground by a huge star of force. Boom. Accompanied by a huge explosion sounded. Ulquiorra was already on his back. Kaido's pupils constricted violently, completely, not aware of it at all, not even his own observation haki. Ulquiorra's gaze was still calm and scary, and the claws under his feet exerted a little force, and a huge impact was transmitted down. Kaido exploded instantly while lying on the ground. Zilla. Hot blood gushed out instantly. A hole. Kaido tried all his strength to stand up, and suddenly felt that his back was empty, but what followed was that his abdomen was hit. Boom. With a kick from Ulquiorra, Kaido flew upside down in an instant. Boom. Boom. A huge gully appeared. Puff. As soon as the heavy impact was removed, Kaido's throat felt sweet, and he spit out a big mouthful of blood instantly. Pain. Behind. Abdomen. Compared with the previous knife wound, it is completely insignificant. This guy. Unprecedented, it was the first time that Kaido had such a helpless feeling, and it was also the first time in these years that he felt the feeling of death. You should be thankful. Calm words came from behind Kaido, his hairs stood on end immediately, and he pulled away a distance at an extremely fast speed. This BD, when did he appear behind me again? Kaido looked at Ulquiorra intently. You should be lucky, if it weren't for the captain, I wouldn't be so scruples. Kaido felt greatly insulted for the first time. A majestic 4 emperors, unexpectedly let people say such words. What's even more shameful is that even so, he has no power to fight back. A hole. Kaido roared. Waving the mace in his hand, he just wanted to burst away. Suddenly, a calm voice came to my ears. What you do is in vain. Drink. Kaido swung the mace directly and knocked back. Boom. A huge air wave spread out. Same ending as before. The huge mace was caught straight away by Ulquiorra. Next second. I saw Ulquiorra exert a little force. Clang. Sounded. The huge mace was crushed with a sound. Unconvinced, Kaido wrapped his fists around Conqueror's haki and punched out. The tailbone flicked behind Ulquiorra. Crack. Tailbone twitched on Kaido's body. Puff. Blood spurted from his mouth again. Immediately following, it flew towards the side at an extremely fast speed. $4.70. Big Mom, who was still fighting Kearns, quickly blocked Kaido flying towards her. Boom. With the help of Big Mom, Kaido finally stopped. Puff. Blood gushed from his mouth again. A bloody scar formed on the part of the body where the tailbone was pulled, and blood gushed out. What are you doing? Kaido. Looking at the disheveled Kaido, the ant's eyes were slightly lowered. She was concentrating on fighting Kearns just now. I didn't notice what happened to Kaido at all. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a serious and calm face, Old woman, let's change one, you go to deal with that kid, Kearns leave it to me. Chapter 118. The ant first glanced at Kaido, who was covered in blood, and then looked at Ulquiorra not far away, and then seemed to understand something. Well, well. Kaido, you are really in a mess. The ant laughed and teased. Embarrassed? Kaido wanted to retaliate, but after thinking about it, he was really embarrassed. Even, as one of the 4 emperors, he doesn't even have the ability to counterattack. This is not only embarrassing, but if it gets out, I will lose all face. You can try it, maybe you are even more embarrassed than me. Kaido said in a deep voice, already thinking about whether to find a chance to escape. After all, before they came, they thought that only Kearns was the troublemaker, but they never expected that his crew was not easy. Linlin. Suddenly, Kaido said these 2 words very seriously. The ant paused slightly, and looked at Kaido in surprise. There's no chance, it's because our thinking is too simple. 22. What do you mean? Big Mom was still confused. Kaido suddenly transformed into a dragon form, without any sloppiness in his movements, and at the same time he yelled at Yin, who was not far away. Walk. This cry, not to mention Yin, even Big Mom and Kearns were stunned. For a moment, the ant suddenly realized what Kaido said just now. A hole, Kaido. Ant suddenly scolded, isn't this troublesome? You took the initiative to look for it, and you also proposed to join forces. Now it's a good thing, and you were the first to run. However, before Big Mom could react, a huge figure suddenly fell to the ground. Boom. And took a look. Good guy, isn't this Kaido? Are you performing a trick, Kaido? Puff. Kaido spit out a mouthful of blood again, and changed from dragon form to human beast form again. He staggered to stand up from the ground. Old woman, are you an idiot? You're the idiot, Kaido, what do you mean? Kaido was so angry that his face was a little hideous. He originally thought that Big Mom would understand in seconds, but he didn't expect that this idiot would stand there in a daze. Tisk tisk tisk. Not far away, Kearns pouted and shook his head. Kaido, it seems that you want to reproduce the scene of the Valley of the Gods, but, do you think there is a chance to reproduce it? Indeed. A Ulquioricifer with a double return is guarding in midair, who can leave as long as Kearns doesn't nod his head. Boom. A huge shock came from not far away. Everyone's eyes looked at him one after another. Destination, exactly where Kearns' ship docked. At this time, this place has also become devastated. Quinn and Jack were lying on the ground, their blood stained the ground red, and there were 7 or 8 black sticks stuck in their backs. As for the other members of the Beast's pirates, the ending was not much better. Those who followed Quinn and Jack were almost wiped out. Similarly, almost all of the Big Mom pirates were killed in battle, and there were only 2 or 3 guys who were still standing. And a shivering Flampy hiding in a big pit. Of course, besides Flanpei, there was a blonde woman lying on her stomach in another pit. She was holding a camera in both hands, and the phone bug was beside her. It's so good. The Pale Emperor pirates are really too strong. Currently, Quinn, one of the 3 plagues of the Beast's pirates, and Jack have all been defeated. They are lying on the ground with many black sticks stuck in them. Their life and death are unknown. As for the Big Mom pirates, almost all the people who came were killed, and only a few were still dying. There is also a funny little girl who was so frightened that she hid in the big pit like me. What about you? What do you gain there? The blonde woman asked softly towards the phone bug. I have gained a lot here, as long as I bring it back, it must be the headline. Tell me about the content. I can't see the specific process. I took a lot of photos, but they still need to be screened. Anyway, for Emperor's Kaido, who was beaten by Ulquioricifer of the Pale Emperor pirates, has no strength to fight back. Really? It's so explosive. The blonde woman was surprised. Why did you lie to you? Just now Kaido turned into a dragon and seemed to want to escape, but he was shot down immediately. It's a pity, I didn't dare to get too close, I don't know what they are talking about. Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. As long as our information comes out, it will definitely shock the world. By the way, where is Kearns? Since Ulquioricifer came out, Kearns seems to have been waiting for something. The battle is not as tight as before. However, he also has a lot to watch. There is no pressure at all. Great, this kind of news, no matter when it is released, it will definitely shock the existence of 037 all over the world. This trip to the Sabayati archipelago has really gained a lot. Let's not talk about it, I have to take a few photos secretly. By the way, you must be careful, don't be affected by them. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Aboard the pirates affiliated with the Pale Emperor pirates. %*Z%. The 3 captains glanced at each other, originally thinking that it was their turn to act, but they never expected that just 1 new member and 5 old members almost broke the wings of the 2 Emperor's pirate groups. Yes. Does anyone know what the man with the axe was up to? One of the captains asked. Bonnie shook her head. If she hadn't appeared in the Pale Emperor pirates, she would never have known that there was such a terrifying guy in the world. Chapter 119. I don't know either. The other captain also shook his head. When I saw him for the first time last night, he looked very weak. When I heard that he was a cadre of the Pale Emperor pirates, I thought it was a joke. Bonnie agrees with this statement. Last night, she also dealt with Ace Kano. At that time, Bonnie accidentally bumped into Ace Kano, and Ace Kano sat on the ground with his A. Most importantly, Bonnie hadn't had time to apologize. Ace Kano has always apologized humbly, and even said that he is too useless, and he is very sorry for being a human being. This wave of operations by Ace Kano directly confused Bonnie, and it took a few seconds before she recovered. Died. At the same time, Bonnie is also somewhat thankful that he does not have his own way, after all. Not many members of the Pale Emperor pirates are normal. Well. One of the captains leaned on the railing of the ship and said slowly, I wonder if I saved the world in my previous life, but in this life I can become a vassal of this level of pirates. Me too. Bonnie paused, and recalled that he somehow became a subsidiary group of the Pale Emperor pirates, and somehow had a godlike backer. This MR. It's like a dream. Holy Land Marie Joyce. 5 elders paid close attention to every move of Sabaody Archipelago. In the Grand Hall, apart from the 5 elders, the commander of the Knights of God, Fiegel and Garen, is also here. Sengoku has just reported the latest news about the Sabaody Archipelago. The 4 emperors teamed up and they are also at a disadvantage. Moreover, the speed of progress has exceeded our expectations. It is estimated that the winner will be decided soon. How are the preparations for Lord Im? One of the 5 elders said, looking at Garland Garen. Everything is ready, just wait for them to decide the winner. Fiegel and Garen said lightly. Kearns' power is beyond common sense, can that kind of power really kill him? And, if it doesn't kill him, we will waste that kind of power once. Fiegel and Garen was silent. In fact, he was not sure. After all, the Kearns today are no longer the Kearns who were in the Valley of Gods back then. After the first battle a few days ago, he knew that there was a big gap between himself and Kearns. I don't know, but this is the only thing we can do at the moment. After the end, even if Kearns really survived, it will be the end of the battle, and we will be responsible for the liquidation in the end. Hope the plan goes well, Kearns is the biggest threat to us in years. Clatter. Clatter. Under the fierce battle, the Sabaody Archipelago has been severely damaged, and most of the surrounding seawater has surged up. The Desert 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates, and Yin of the Beasts Pirates have also joined the battlefield. But, for their power, it's nothing in Kearns' eyes. Finally come. As time comes. Kearns' entire body was engulfed in flames. The ground he stepped on instantly melted. Infinite power, that's how it feels. He looked at Big Mom and Kaido, and bought a serious look. It's time to put an end to our grievances. The voice fell. Kearns steps forward. Zila. With each step, a puff of smoke rises from Kearns' feet, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Up. For a moment. The Desert 3 generals, and Yin rushed forward quickly. Drink. Yin held the long knife, wrapped it around armament haki, and chopped it down from the sky. As for Kearns, facing the falling long knife, he grabbed it with one hand. Immediately afterwards, under Jin's surprised gaze, the blade melted directly. At the same time, Katakuri and their attacks followed, but they weren't even close to Kearns. They were instantly sent flying by an invisible force, and without exception, they were all burned. Go away, Yin! Kaido yelled angrily. The combined skill of him and Big Mom was activated again. The huge energy ball was launched instantly, and the aftermath generated around the energy ball was countless times stronger than the previous BA high. However, it was the combination skill that Kaido and Big Mom were so proud of. When they were about to meet Kearns, he whipped the combination skill into the sky with a flick of his hand. What? All of a sudden, the pupils of Kaido and Big Mom contracted violently. Did they think that Kearns would dodge the blow and so on? But he didn't expect that he would be able to change the trajectory of the energy shock wave with such a light wave of his hand. It seems, you still think that as long as the two of you work together, you have a chance to kill me. Kings, Kearns. Big Mom and Kaido shouted at the same time. Kearns didn't speak, but he slowly raised his hand. The karmic fire of the end. As soon as the voice fell, a sun expands rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 120. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The earth was red. The scorching air waves seemed to squeeze out all the moisture in the surrounding area. As far as the eye can see, white mist rises from the ground. Kaido, Linlin, it's over. Shua. As Kearns' voice fell, he threw the raised sun in the direction of Kaido and Linlin. Kearns. Big Mom and Kaido shouted these 3 words again almost at the same time. Immediately, Big Mom and Kaido launched a combo again. An extremely powerful shock wave was released. Boom. When the shock wave collided with the sun, with the generation of a stream of air, the shock wave was instantly swallowed. Kaido. The ant yelled at this time. I can't hide, Linlin, I can only fight to the death. The ant's eyes dimmed slightly. Drink. As Big Mom and Kaido exhausted all their strength, the size of the shock wave instantly expanded several times. But, even so, it still cannot stop the progress of the sun. I never thought it would be such a crystallization. Looking at the coming sun, the ant suddenly gave up resistance. 970. After fighting for decades, in the end, neither you nor I can become the One Piece. At this moment, Kaido also gave up struggling. He knew that there was no chance, and the outcome had already been decided. Kearns, you won. The last thing Kearns heard was the latter sentence. With the setting of the sun. In an instant, the entire Sabaody archipelago trembled violently. An extremely dazzling light suddenly appeared. Immediately following, it was an earth-shattering bang. Boom. The extremely powerful storm set off everything in Sabaody archipelago. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Boom. Boom. Billowing smoke and dust enveloped the pro-Sabaody archipelago. After a while, the Sabaody archipelago is unprecedentedly quiet. Crash. Clatter. The sea is now slowly swallowing the Sabaody archipelago. Duh. Kearns took a step, the depth of the water was already under his feet. Let's go back. Kearns opened his mouth and said to Ulki, CFFE, Lucifer, who was still floating in midair. Lucifer also landed on the ground. Not far away. Yin, who was standing on a piece of driftwood, was staring blankly. He looked at the calming sea. I can't feel Kaido's breath now. Governor Kaido. Slap. This moment. Yin knelt down. This moment. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, was declared dead. The Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates disbanded. It's just a matter of time. Ace Kano over there. Their progress is also very smooth. Charlotte Owen and others were already lying on the ground. Blood stained the ground, affected by Kearns' side. The ground here also cracked. The sea water also spread up, but the speed was not fast. There are two guys here, do you want to kill them together? Six Paths Pen over there. Flamp, who was hiding in the pit, and the blonde woman had already been arrested. Flamp was already scared to pee. It's the first time I've been deflated after growing up so big. Let me go, let me go. Do you know who my mother is? She is the Four Emperors. If you touch me, my mother will not let you go. At that time, not only you, but your entire pirate group will perish. Ace Kano walked over at an unhurried pace, and asked at the same time. What are the Four Emperors? Tiendeo Pain spoke aside. It seems to be a pirate group with some strength, but the specifics are not clear, because I haven't studied it specifically. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly at this moment, the blonde woman beside him burst out laughing. Flame, what a pity that just now, your mother has been sanctified by Kearns. Flamp paused slightly, clearly not believing the words of the blonde woman. After all, in her eyes, her mother is an invincible existence. Who are you? How dare you curse my mother? I will kill you. Stop dreaming, at this moment, your Big Mom pirates have declared defeat. Smelly woman, I'm going to kill you. Flamp kept struggling, wanting to get rid of Six Paths Pain's control. But Six Paths Pain was carrying her like a chick, unable to move at all. Kill it, it's useless to keep it. Ace Kano said lightly. Upon hearing this, Huang Lanpai was completely convinced. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my mother won't let you go, and my brother won't let you go. The same goes for my sister. When the time comes, you will be hunted down by us. Bump. Six Paths Pain was not relentless, he directly conjured a black stick and pierced her heart. Ah! The blonde woman on the side screamed in fright when she saw this scene. And what about the other woman? Ace Kano, what do you think? She doesn't seem to be with them. Yes yes yes. I'm just a news agency guy. The blonde woman spoke hastily. Have you met Kearns? Tiendeo Pain asked from the side. My partner is responsible for collecting news over there, and it is said that the battle over there is over. The two Four Emperors have fallen, Lord Kearns is walking towards you. One of Six Paths Pain let go and put the blonde woman on the ground. Get out of our sight before we change our minds. Okay, okay. The blonde woman nodded, picked up the camera in the pit, and ran away without looking back. Just then, above the sky, there are dark clouds and thunder. Ace Kano and Six Paths Pain looked up at the same time. It's not right, this is not a normal phenomenon. Tiendao Pain spoke first. It looks like some kind of massive attack. Same. Kearns and Ulquiera Cipher, who were walking back, naturally also found it. Captain. Well, I found out. Same time. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Panga City, between 4. In the back garden. The master behind the scenes of the world government. The owner of the Void Throne. I'm staring at the map in front of him. Chapter 121. I saw her slowly raise her right hand. The Sabayadi archipelago is crossed out on the map. At the same time, over the Sabayadi archipelago, 16 huge beams of light descended from the sky. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. Sabayadi archipelago ushered in a huge explosion. For a moment, almost everything was reduced to ashes. The waves caused by the explosion were hundreds of meters high. Clatter la la la. Cla la la. Wait for the surroundings to calm down again. The Sabayadi archipelago no longer exists. There is a vast ocean below. Now, above the original Sabayadi archipelago, Kearns has entered Sage of Six Paths status. Float in midair with Ulquiera Cipher. Damn it. Kearns growled. This situation. It is exactly the same as the Valley of the Gods back then. Walk. Kearns flew quickly in the direction of the docked ship. Wait until you get back to the boat. Tornado and the others also returned. Fine. The situation is much better than Kearns expected. The main ship and subsidiary ships did not suffer any damage. Hey, what happened? The captain of one of the affiliated regiments had his heart in his throat. If it weren't for Ace Kano, Obito, and Six Paths Pain just now. Estimate. They have already been reduced to ashes. Who knows, all of a sudden there's a lot of light falling on it from above. Bonnie was also in shock at this moment. It was so dangerous that she didn't even react. At the same time, she also had lingering fears, if they weren't there. In the face of this blow, she probably has nothing left. What happened? Tornado asked Kearns curiously. They were happily transporting supplies into the ship before. Unexpectedly, a vision descended from the sky, and light suddenly fell. What else can happen? Kearns murmured, looking up at the sky, who else but the world government guys? As he spoke, Kearns smiled again, if only those guys knew we were unscathed. What kind of expressions will they have? I really want to know. Immediately, Kearns landed on board. But suddenly, he found a blonde woman cowering under the ship's guardrail. Who is she? I heard from her that she is from the news agency. I don't know if she is useful to us. I just saved her by the way. Ace Kano said calmly. Certainly. The reason why Ace Kano shot was entirely because the blonde woman mentioned the word Kearns in front of him. How are the preparations going? Kearns asked again, not interested in the blonde woman. It's not very optimistic. Many things were destroyed before they could be brought back. Demiurge said. Kearns nodded slightly, you are very lucky to allow you to ride to the next stop. Thank you, the blonde woman said in a daze. Tut tisk tisk, Captain, we seem to be in trouble again. Suddenly, at the top of the pole, Obito sat cross-legged, propped his head on one hand and said, hear the sound. Everyone's attention is also looking towards the sea. Not far away. Kearns saw 5 marine warships sailing towards him quickly. And the one in the middle. Kearns also saw acquaintances. A member of the Knights of God. Back and back. Kearns rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Today is really a good day. All the enemies have come to the door. Good, very good. All members of the Pale Emperor pirates are ready for battle. Borrow the boat, them. Yes, Captain. What happened? Fiegel and Garen's eyes sank slightly. Kearns spotted them. Of course they also discovered Kearns. It seems completely different from what we expected. At first, the members of the Knights of God, including the 5 elders, felt that they were under this blow. Kearns' Pale Emperor pirates lost a large layer of skin, if not dead. Now it seems that they have nothing to do with it. Did the Kearns guy just happen to be out of range of the Sabayadi archipelago? Fiegel and Garen was puzzled. Commander, do you want to stop the plan? Fiegel and Garen did not immediately answer the question. Instead, he asked the scout. What's going on with the Pale Emperor pirates? Report, it appears that no one was injured. What? No one was hurt. Chapter 122. Fiegel and Garen fell silent. As he said before, he happened to avoid the attack. Or, even with that force, it couldn't hurt him at all. When Fiegel and Garen was still thinking, the scout spoke again. Report, Commander, the Pale Emperor pirates are advancing towards us quickly. These guys. Fiegel and Garen whispered. Since the last fight, Fiegel and Garen no longer had the confidence he had back then. He wondered if he had a chance against an unscathed Kearns. Overtime. 600. Kearns' ship was less than 100 meters away from the marine battleship. Kearns' entire regiment cotters stand in front of the boat. Always ready for battle. Today is really a good day. Linlin and Kaido first, followed by you. Tisk tisk tisk. You guys really save me time. Listen to Kearns. Fiegel and Garen gritted his teeth angrily. Regret. Endless regrets breed from the depths of his heart. If he was 100% sure that he would leave after death when he was in the Valley of Gods, everything would not be what it is today. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Justice always prevails. Fiegel and Garen drew out the long sword at his waist and said coldly. Puff. As soon as he said that, Kearns couldn't help but laugh out loud. Justice? He smiled. On the surface, Marine is indeed on the side of justice. But, in private, the actions of Marine and world government are not as clean as pirates. Certainly. Everyone's definition of justice is different. According to an ordinary person, their justice is nothing more than eliminating evil and promoting good. And what is beneficial to oneself is justice. If you are going to kill him, then you are evil. The so-called justice. They are all self-centered. Focus on your own group. Kill them, leave no one behind. Kearns didn't continue to talk nonsense, and gave the order directly. Call out. The tornado took the lead, and she was floating in the air. With her wave. All marine warships are covered with a layer of green light. After waving, all the marine warships floated up. Lion fruit? No, not lion fruit. Fiegel and Garling paused. Nor is he sitting still. The body pressed down slightly, followed by an instant jump. The long knife in his hand slashed vertically, and a sharp sword energy was released. Shua! The sound of the sonic boom resounded around, and the sea was cut open like tofu. Kamui! Following Obito's light drink, he activated his own pupil technique. The sword energy flying towards the tornado disappeared instantly. What? This wave of operations by Obito directly confused Fiegel and Garen, who had just landed on the deck of the ship. Suddenly, the space above began to become distorted. Follow closely. The previous sword energy was released instantly. How did this guy do it? There was no time for Fiegel and Garen's hesitation. He just wanted to continue to attack, so as to offset this sword energy. Unexpectedly, all marine warships have been massively squeezed. Immediately, all stood up, and then inserted into the sea like steel needles. The last sword energy swept across. Boom. The sea exploded instantly. Clatter. The rising waves hit the sea again heavily. Shhhhhhh. Dozens of figures rushed up from the sea. Landed on the wreck. Leave the middle one to me, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. After Kearns left a sentence, the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Same time. Holy Land rejoice. The Knights of God lost contact, and the 5 elders immediately received the news. The 5 old men sat on the sofa with heavy thoughts, their faces even solemn. What's going on? There was no passing back from Fiegel and Garen's side. Damn, this kind of thing shouldn't happen. That's right. It stands to reason that under that kind of attack, Fiegel and Garen only needs to clean up the remnants. Could it be, 1.5 under the attack of that kind of force, can't pose a useful threat to Kearns and his gang? Although I really don't want to admit it, it seems that there is no other more reasonable explanation except this. In this case, does the Knights of God still have a chance of winning? The 5 elders were silent. Is there any chance? Of course not. Because Fiegel and Garen had said it frankly before. Do you want to ask Lord Im for instructions? It seems that there is no better way than this. Chapter 123. Panga City. Between flowers. The deepest back garden. I'm still didn't leave here half a step. Her eyes still lingered on an unfolded map. Blue, 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 blue. With the phone bug breaking this tranquility, M's pupils shrank slightly. She walked slowly. Take the phone bug not far away in your hand. After she heard what 5 elders reported. Duh. The pen in the other hand fell to the ground in an instant. I see. Hang up the phone bug. M's gaze moved slightly down. He looked at the pen that fell on the ground. After shrinking his pupils slightly, he fell into deep thought. At the same time, Kearns over there. As the 5 elders feared. Facing the entire Pale Emperor pirate group. The Knights of the Gods had absolutely no power to fight back. Did Da. Blood kept falling on the wreck along the fingertips. Fiegel and Garen stared at Kearns floating in midair. Are you going to dominate the world like the rocks? Kearns' eyes darkened slightly. Dominate the world. Maybe I really had this thought back then. But for now, the idea of world domination is low on Kearns' mind. Fighting and killing all day is better than eating, drinking, and having fun. Don't worry, even if I don't dominate the world, I like to do it once and for all. Before that, I will crush your world government. Speaking of which, Fiegel and Garen's eyes obviously fluctuated greatly. You won't succeed. Fiegel and Garen finished speaking. Conqueror's haki wrapped around the blade again. A 2. He hadn't had time to attack yet. Kearns in Sage of 6 Paths was already behind him. Fiegel and Garen's reaction was also quick. He quickly turned around and launched an attack. Pity. Kearns grabbed his head and slammed it down against the wreckage. Boom. The wreck broke again. Fiegel and Garen was thrown directly into the sea by Kearns. Originally, Fiegel and Garen thought this would be an opportunity. After all, demon fruit power, sea stone, and sea water are their nemesis. Grrrr. Fiegel and Garen spit out several bubbles. He reached out and grabbed Kearns' arm. Victory is often in a detail. This time, I won't be like last time. So say Fiegel and Garen. The long knife in his hand slashed towards Kearns in an instant. But the result. But it didn't hit Kearns as he expected. Instead, 327 was firmly grabbed by Kearns. Idiot, don't you think I'm a demon fruit power? Obviously. After Fiegel and Garen heard Kearns' words, the expression on his face changed instantly. Boom. Kearns stopped talking nonsense. It kicked him directly in the stomach. Bang. Under the huge impact, the sea surface exploded instantly. Puff. Grrr. Under the huge impact, Rand Garland vomited blood and kept flying upside down in the sea. Update sent. Chapter 124. Fiegel and Garen's luck was not bad. When I took my head to breathe, there was a shipwreck just beside me. He quickly climbed up. Did Da. The sea water dripped onto the wreck. At this time, Fiegel and Garen's thoughts were a little messy. Because, in Kearns, he saw the existence that refreshed his cognition. Tap tat tat. Watching Kearns step on the sea is like walking on land. Fiegel and Garen's pupils shrank violently again. Yes. He is very curious. Really curious how Kearns did it. He is a demon fruit power in every way. But why is it not afraid of the sea? He even said the thought-provoking words, you don't think I'm a demon fruit power, do you? But if he is not demon fruit power, so, how did he get these powers on his body? How did he even get the power to restore his youthful appearance? Deceive yourself? But Fiegel and Garen felt nothing like it. Because, when he was at the bottom of the sea just now, Yanxi's power was not weakened at all. How the hell did you do it? Kearns. Fiegel and Garen looked at Kearns, who was approaching him at a moderate speed, and asked. Kearns didn't speak, let alone answer Farrand Garen's question. Did you know? One of the things I regret the most in my life is that I didn't make up for you when I was in the Valley of the Gods. Kearns stopped abruptly for a second, then moved on. I'm different, even if I don't make up the knife today. Next time I see you, it won't take much effort to kill you. But, I don't want you to live this long. Do you know why you're still standing and talking to me now? Fiegel and Garen's eyes sank slightly. Are you trying to say, are you pitying me? He. Kearns looked up to the sky and laughed. You are such an idiot. The reason why you can still stand and talk to me is because I don't want to take advantage of you and let you die so happily. Kearns, aren't you a bit arrogant when you say that? You mean, you can kill me instantly if you want. The voice just fell. Boom. A huge chasm instantly appeared on the sea surface. Fiegel and Garen's pupils shrank violently. While looking back from the corner of the eye, his left arm had been separated from his body. Quick. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. The broken arm has not yet fallen to the ground. The long knife held in Fiegel and Garen's right hand had already launched an attack. But before he could swing out, his abdomen was kicked away again. Boom. Fiegel and Garen's body flew backwards in the direction of many shipwrecks. This time, he didn't fall into the sea, but landed on another even bigger ship. Moment. Under the premonition of observation Haki, he seemed to have noticed something. His eyes quickly looked around. At this time, on the same wreck, Ulquiera Cipher, Obito, Ace Kano, Tornado, and Six Paths Pain are watching him. Beside them, the Knights of God led by him were all destroyed. At this moment, his back felt cold. These guys. What kind of monsters are they? To use such a short period of time to destroy the Knights of God that he was proud of. We will move a little faster. Tornado muttered while floating in midair. Who would have thought that these guys would be so vulnerable? Ace Kano said with a look of disdain, "Hello Wang. If this guy attacks us, should we think about it?" Daikai asked. Although the captain said to hand over this guy to him, our self-defense captain shouldn't blame us. Tornado added. Huh? Excuse me. Ace Kano nodded in agreement. Fiegel and Garen's hairs stood on end. He has no chance of winning a fight. Group fights are even more impossible. And none of these guys are fuel-efficient lamps. He to himself, how can he dare to attack them? Yin. Chapter 125. Da-da-da-da. Blood gushed out of the severed arm. At this moment, Fiegel and Garen's face became very pale. Enduring the pain, he couldn't help frowning as he watched the floating Kearns approach. Kearns himself was doomed to have no chance of killing. He glanced at Long Wan and his party from the corner of his eye. Pick one at random? Can walk away with a big profit. You can earn even if you can seriously injure one. After secretly making up my mind. Fiegel and Garen has no sloppiness. Ulquiera Cipher, Obito, etc., who have offered bounties, are not considered by Fiegel and Garen. Tornado's previous ability has also been shown, and it seems that Ping's ability is very similar to Lion Fruit's. So, Tornado is not in his choice either. That's right, 210 Fiegel and Garen's goal this time is Ace Kano. Fiegel and Garen suddenly launched an attack on Ace Kano. To be honest, both Kearns and others are quite surprised. The Conqueror's haki is wrapped around the long knife, and Fiegel and Garen descends from the sky. With a loud shout, the long knife fell heavily. Ace Kano didn't react too much, and counterattacked directly with the magic axe Rita in his hand. Boom. This time, what is different from usual is that there is no space between the weapons, but they are firmly connected together. Moment. Huge waves rose into the sky. Crack. The shipwreck fell apart because it couldn't bear this force. What? After Ace Kano took this trick so easily. Fiegel and Garen was obviously taken aback. Ace Kano, do you need me to help you? Long Wan and his party didn't do anything, they just watched quietly from the side. Ace Kano glanced at Fiegel and Garen with disdain, and then said with a smile. If I can't handle this kind of ants, I will embarrass the captain. The voice fell. Ace Kano raised his other hand, and with a swish sound, a huge sun appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing this, Fiegel and Garen's pupils shrank rapidly, and then he drew his knife and jumped back. Ace Kano didn't hesitate at all and threw the sun in his hand directly. Drink. Seeing can't dodge. Fiegel and Garen simply swung his knife. A strong sword energy was released instantly. Directly split the oncoming sun in two. Just about to breathe a sigh of relief, Observation Haki instantly sensed something. Before he could react, Ace Kano directly, brandished the magic axe Rita and slashed over. Shua. On the nick of time. Fiegel and Garen subconsciously blocked it with his long knife. Dang sound. In an instant, there was a gust of air current. Fiegel and Garen's face changed suddenly. His eyes slowly moved down to the long knife in his hand. With the sound of Zi Law, the blade fell to the ground in an instant. Follow closely. Fiegel and Gallen's only arm also fell off. Puff. Bright red blood shot out like a fountain. Kearns was already getting close now, and couldn't help shaking his head seeing Fiegel and Garen in such a mess. Want to trade one for another? Indeed, this is the only way you can do at present. And, you chose the right person. The only thing you can do wrong is you pick the wrong time. Thump. Fiegel and Garen knelt on the crumbling wreckage. Kearns. I'm not interested in playing anymore, but don't worry, I will send the Holy Land guy down to accompany you soon. You won't succeed. It doesn't matter what you say. Saying this will work. Kearns had walked up to Fiegel and Garen. He slowly extended his hand. A hole suddenly opened in the palm of his hand. The truth-seeking ball floating behind came to the back of the hand. Immediately, while penetrating the hole made in Kearns' palm, the truth-seeking ball becomes a handful of spikes. Who? Sound. Shoot with the truth-seeking ball. Blood was sprayed all over the surroundings in an instant. At this moment, the Knights of God were declared destroyed. Chapter 126. After half a sound, the sea returned to calm. The shipwreck and corpses just floated quietly on the sea surface. Kearns et al. Have already left. At this time, another marine warship approached this way. See this shocking sight in front of you. Many marines gritted their teeth. After a while, Holy Land rejoice. Inside the hall, the 5 elders sat together on the sofa. They have not spoken for a long time. Blue, blue, blue brew. Until the sound of the phone bug broke the tranquility. 5 elders looked at the phone bug in unison. The nearest one reached out to connect the phone bug. It's me, please say. Soon. The phone bug takes the form of Sengoku. The Knights of God are destroyed. According to the news from the scene, their bodies have all been salvaged. As for Fiegel and Garen's body, only half of it remains. These words. Undoubtedly, it was a huge blow to 5 elders, and even the entire world government. 5 elders just stood there in a daze, without saying a word for a long time. The trump card of the world government, plus the mysterious power, it is still unable to annihilate the Pale Emperor pirates. The world government is under unprecedented threat. I see. After a long time, one of the 5 elders sighed heavily before opening his mouth slowly. Where's the Pale Emperor pirates? He asked again. Sengoku shook his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, there is no news about the Pale Emperor pirates. They saw Scattered Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. Shua. One of the 5 elders stood up quickly. He expresses his opinion. Impossible, that's the Knights of God. I admit that the Pale Emperor pirates are the most threatening existence to us in history. But, you have to say that they are unscathed in the face of our world government's trump card, which I will not believe. Sengoku was silent for a few seconds, and then said, it seems that the Pale Emperor pirates really dealt a big blow to you, and even made you lose your sense of control. Whether there are casualties or not, I don't know, but, the only thing I can know is that even if there are deaths, Kearns should take them away. 0 for flowers. Facing Sengoku's sharp words, 5 elders didn't care. Okay, I see, let's do this first. With the phone bug hanging up, the hall fell silent again. 5 elders, you look at me and I look at you. But always silent. 0, 0. In this way, another 4 or 5 minutes passed. With a voice sounded. Finally the silence was broken. What do you guys think? How can I look at it? I definitely can't sit still. What can we do if we don't just sit and wait? Yeah, this time, the Pale Emperor pirates broke the wings of our world government. If we don't find a way to deal with this trouble quickly, the foundation of our world government will be broken by these guys. Let Master Im decide on this kind of thing. Chapter 127. P.S. The Revenge chapter has been completed, the World Domination chapter will be a little later, and there will be a vote chapter next, to fulfill the wish for the summoned crew members, which roughly means that the system helps the protagonist fulfill his wish, and the price is that the protagonist must also to fulfill the wishes of the crew you summoned, it will be automatically triggered by the system. The first half of the Grand Line. In a sea area. ##. Bonnie and his party were terrified. What's going on? What the hell happened? Bonnie and the other 2 Pale Emperor pirate crew affiliated captains 813 stared at the blonde woman below. Don't worry about what happened, save that woman first. After a while, the blonde woman who fell into the sea was rescued on Bonnie's boat. What's going on? Where's the ship of the Pale Emperor pirates? Yeah, why is it so good, it suddenly disappeared? Bonnie asked impatiently. The blonde woman sat slumped on the deck of the ship, panting greedily. I don't know either. The blonde woman swallowed her saliva and continued, I just know that Master Kearns asked you to take me to the island. And he also said that you don't have to look for him. When the time comes, they will come back. During this period of time, you are free to drive whatever you want. Certainly. What the blonde woman said was true and false. When Kearns was about to leave, all he had to say was that the three affiliated pirates did not need to look for him, and that they would come back when the time came. Do you know where they went? Bonnie asked again. The blonde woman shook her head anyway. No. Don't know, he didn't tell me. Bonnie stopped talking and nodded thoughtfully. The next day. A piece of news is like a cannonball exploding in the world at a moment. One of the four emperors beasts pirates, one of the four emperors, the Big Mom pirate group was destroyed. Even the hidden information about the destruction of the Knights of God, the trump card of the world government, was revealed. Then there was the blonde woman who secretly exaggerated in the news in order to repay Kearns' care. New world. On an island. Redhead Shanks, the only remaining four emperors, is sitting on a rock. What he was holding in his hand was the newspaper he had just received. I really didn't expect, the 4 emperors have been wiped out in such a short period of time. Beckman sat beside the redhead, smoking a cigarette. It seems that we have to pay attention to it. Now that the 3 have stepped down, that guy Kearns is likely to target us next. Yasop said solemnly. What's even more frightening is that those guys, even took the world government's whole card, Knights of God. Lagila's expression was not much better. When everyone speaks to you, I speak to each other. The red-haired man put away the newspaper, he looked at the listless Ace, and said calmly. See? Ace. This is the enemy you've been clamoring for. Their strength is already at the top of the world. Kaido, Big Mom, and me, who can you beat? And him? Even if the 3 of us team up, we may not be able to win. 0. What's the point of Whitebeard wreaking summit war if you're just going to die? Ace's eyes were red, he stood up, then turned and left. Of course he understood all these principles. Okay, we still have to plan, what are we going to do next? Although it is reasonable to say that Kearns should not attack us, but, who can guarantee it? Beckman spoke again from the sidelines. The redhead nodded in agreement, and then sighed softly, if we fight against them, will we still survive? Their strength and ours are completely disconnected. Holy Land rejoice. After 5 elders saw the newspaper with Sengoku, he immediately lost his temper. What are you doing? These damn news agencies, how did they know about the Knights of God? Do you still need to ask? It must have been revealed to them by the gang of the Pale Emperor pirates. These bastards. The world is going to panic. Sengoku, let's not talk about 4.3 Pale Emperor pirates, you Marines should be able to handle these messy reports, right? Sengoku sat on the sofa on the other side, and said slowly, their intelligence network is all over the world. As long as we make any movement, they run faster than rabbits. It is not easy to clean them up. Damn. Chapter 128. You can't just let these guys do what they want. Dare to truthfully report on the world government today. Tomorrow I dare to button my hat indiscriminately. Although this kind of organization has no substantial threat. But, it can turn the world upside down. So, in the eyes of the world government, this kind of guy wants to use it for himself. Or you can't stay. Then what can I do? Another 5 elders said helplessly. In terms of negotiations, the world government has been negotiating. But the people in the news agency just don't want to cooperate properly. Their intelligence network is much better than that of the world government. Basically, world government is dispatched. As soon as they got wind of it, they walked decisively. Almost every time the world government is present. All that could be seen was the messy basement. And a lot of waste paper. Even 03, whose equipment can be moved away, will definitely not stay. It's true, we are not afraid of opponents who are upright, but we are afraid of this kind of villain who hides and can't get rid of his roots. Another 5 elders spoke slowly. Not afraid of above-board opponents? How to say? This is a bit imprecise. After all, the Pale Emperor pirates are a good fight. Just ask if you are afraid. Sengoku wanted to make a sound, but after thinking about it carefully, it was better to forget it, so as to save himself unnecessary trouble. Beasts pirates, Big Mom pirates, Whitebeard pirates. In a short time, New World lost 3 sea emperors. At this time, New World is naturally messed up. All kinds of ghosts and ghosts jumped out. Their purpose is also very clear. That is to divide the former 4 emperors' territory. Even make yourself 4 emperors. This period of time. In New World, the battles between pirates have increased significantly. As for all of the above, Kearns was unconcerned. From the system, he received the first person who fulfilled his wish. Stop me. From Nagato. Location, Hoage World. Content, stop 6 paths pain sent by Nagato from attacking Konoha. The general content is relatively familiar to Kearns. It is probably Nagato's idea after being brainwashed that such a wish can appear. But when it comes to content, Kearns doesn't care. Whether it is to prevent the attack on Konoha, or to destroy Konoha together. He has always regarded this trip as a tourist. Certainly. He also learned about it from the system. It doesn't matter if you don't finish it. At most, the requirements for recruiting new crew members next time will be improved to a certain extent. Hoage World. Konoha Village. Relying on the awesome ability of the system. When Kearns and his group came here, Konoha Village didn't notice it at all. Is this the world where Nagato lives? In the alley, Yiguyutai looked out, and opened his mouth curiously. 1xf. In his eyes, it wasn't too different from the world Kearns lived in. However, it was precisely this that caused their appearance to cause no waves. Hey, these are irrelevant, I just want to know when it will start. Pava said excitedly from the side. Kearns gave her a blank look, and said earnestly, before it starts, I don't want to cause a commotion, so you should be quiet. Really? Once there is a commotion. As a result, the plot of the original work was affected by the butterfly effect. So, this task of lying down may be about to change. Pava nodded with a grin, and made an okay gesture to Kearns. No, the captain. Everyone is the same, try to be an ordinary person here, but expose yourself in advance. Obito, you and Ulquioricifer take refuge for now. Without him, Ulquioricifer is first of all because of its appearance. As long as he walks out of 340 like this, he will definitely become the focus of the audience. When the time comes, it will naturally attract the attention of others in Konoha. As for Obito, this is forced to wear a mask. And he himself is also a person of this world. There are other origins with this world, and it is not suitable to follow me. That's what I mean too. Obito is quite calm, Konoha is very familiar to him, but also very strange. Call me again if necessary. Ulquioricifer responded. Kearns nodded. Immediately. Under the operation of Obito, Ulquioricifer and himself quickly disappeared into the alley. Chapter 129. Nah. Captain, where are we going? The tornado opened its mouth slowly. As for the tornado question, Kearns really didn't think about it for a while. After pondering for a few seconds, he spoke. No main goal. Let's go shopping. Not everyone has this opportunity. Whether it is a pirate or not. No matter Hoage, they are all anime that Kearns liked. Now, with such an opportunity, Kearns wants to have a good time hanging out. See the style of Konoha. You don't need to follow me as long as you stay safe. You can take a stroll by yourself. No, the captain. Albedo, Tornado, let's go shopping by ourselves. Pava said excitedly from the side. Albedo smiled and shook her head lightly. You guys go, this special opportunity, I just want to be with Lord Kearns. Pava was puzzled, and looked at Albedo seriously. What's so fun about following the captain? Pava, not everyone thinks the same as you. Yiguyutai interjected. Pava curled his lips. Well, I really can't figure out your thoughts. What about you, Tornado? I mean. Tornado said nonchalantly. As far as she's concerned, Kearns is fine too. It's also good to go shopping with Pava. In fact, they are almost the same. Hey, let's go shopping together. Pava said excitedly again. Kearns frowned slightly, and said lightly, Albedo, you'd better go along, I'm a little worried about these two guys being together. Okay. Albedo smiled softly. Captain, you're hurting a little bit by saying that. Yeah, we two are also very good, okay? Okay, let's go, don't disturb the Kearns balance. Under Albedo's evasion, Tornado and Pava walked out of the alley. What about you? Kearns looked at the rest of Otoko Yuta, Ace Kano, waiting for the world. Let me also walk alone and see the world for myself. Yigia said calmly. Kearns didn't say anything more. Yiguyutai felt relieved and didn't need to ask anything more. Finally, the only one left with Kearns was Demiurge. Ichiraku Ramen. On the street. Kearns looked at the sign thoughtfully. A picture flashed through his mind. The captain seems to know quite a bit about this. Kearns smiled and shook his head. Not to mention. Do you want to go in and have a bowl? Feel the smell of this place. You decide. Demiurge said calmly. Kearns smiled slightly. Then he walked over and opened the curtain. What came into view were two men and a woman in white clothes. The man's face is a bit vicissitudes, and his name is Uncle Ichiraku. The woman is Ichiraku's daughter, named Iris. Hello. Kearns said hello aloud. The two turned around at the sound. Seeing the guests coming, he said enthusiastically. Welcome, what do you two want to eat? Ichiraku ramen, let's go. Kearns looked at the sign and said so. He wanted to try the kind of ramen that Naruto used to eat. But, forget the name. Ichiraku ramen. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. The voice fell. Calamus started to get busy. As the boss, Uncle Ichiraku sneakily smiled at Kearns. ## the two look a little strange, it seems that they are not from Konoha. Kearns paused, then chuckled. The boss has a good eye. Ha ha ha. Uncle Ichiraku laughed heartily. Actually. He also said it casually. Unexpectedly, I guessed it right. Where did you two come from? There were no customers in the shop at this time, so Uncle Ichiraku started chatting. A place far, far, far away. Traveler. That's cool, I've grown up so much, I haven't left Konoha many times, ha 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 ha. It seems that Calamus is also quite interested in this topic, and while busy, he also added a sentence. The outside world should be beautiful. This kind of life is amazing. Resolved, yeah. Kearns nodded. Although the world is beautiful, the worst thing is that it is difficult to eat what you like anytime and anywhere. That's true. Calamus nodded in agreement. Yoxi, it's difficult to come here, this meal, I invite you. Uncle Ichiraku smiled. Thanks. Kearns was slightly surprised, but not polite. I really didn't think of it before, he has no money. Force. Chapter 130. Please enjoy. Iris placed 2 bowls of hot ramen in front of Kearns and Demiurge. Kearns was not polite, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. In terms of taste, it is not as delicious as expected, but it is not bad. Demiurge hadn't said a word since the moment he entered the door. When the ramen came, he just lowered his head and ate silently. Is this your friend? Uncle Ichiraku smiled and said something that seemed to be nonsense. Kearns nodded as he ate. It's really cold. Uncle Ichiraku continued with a smile. He's been like that since he was a kid, especially when he's in a new place, Kearns continued. Hula la. It was at this time. The curtain was lifted again. A man with silver white hair and a woman with short pink hair walked in. Welcome, what do you two want to eat? Uncle Ichiraku and Iris greeted them warmly. As for Kearns, he didn't do anything extra, and started to concentrate on eating noodles. And these two newcomers are not passers-by. The man is Kakashi, elite jonin of Konohagakure, the land of fire. Former member of 297 Konoha Umbu, disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, leader of Konoha Class 7, instructor of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura. The woman is Harano Sakura, a new generation of medical ninjas, a disciple of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, who belongs to the 7th class led by Hatake Kakashi with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Yo, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you. Seeing that he was an acquaintance, Uncle Ichiraku chatted about the daily life. Kakashi looked at Kearns and Demiurge. After the light in his eyes sank slightly, he also withdrew his gaze. I've been so busy recently that I don't have time for it. Don't be tired. Calamus said with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, it's still the same, the two copies are the same. Please wait a moment. Calamus nodded and turned around. After a few minutes of leisure, he started to get busy again. Kakashi sat down next to Kearns. As for little Sakura, she sat next to Kakashi. Suddenly, only a shua sound was heard. A handful of kunao rests on Kearns' neck. And Kearns put his hand, a fee, on Demi-Urge's arm. With the other hand, he picked up the noodles and sent them to his mouth. Ms. Kakashi. What are you doing? Obviously. Kakashi's sudden move made little Sakura startled. Same. Iris and Uncle Ichiraku were also surprised. Kakashi, you are? Kakashi didn't answer them. Instead, toward Kearns. From the moment I came in, I found the two of you very suspicious. Your performance doesn't look like an ordinary person. During these tense days, I have to be extra careful. Who are you? Don't tell me that you are ordinary people. Ordinary people are not as calm as you. So abrupt, Kakashi also has his own ideas. In case it is really an enemy, he must control it immediately. Even if you make a mistake, it's not a big problem, because you can't apologize later. However, the probability of the latter is very low. Kakashi, could there be a mistake? This young man looks very kind. Uncle Ichiraku said from the side. Certainly. He was referring to Kearns. As for Demi-Urge, huh? This guy is definitely a bit of a bad guy. Grrrr. Kearns picked up the large bowl and took a few sips of soup. You bother me so much. A little helpless, Ines kept a low profile as much as possible. Unexpectedly, Kakashi is too observant. He is also very smart, and he discovered abnormalities by relying on clues. But the so-called soldiers will block the water and cover them with soil. Introduce yourself, Kearns, a friend of Jiraiya, come this time to help a friend do something. Also, get this thing off of you, you're bothering this friend next to me. Jiraiya. Kakashi's eyes flashed, obviously, he didn't quite believe what Kearns said. Jiraiya. The little Sakura on the side seemed to think of something after hearing these three words, and her expression changed. How to prove it? Kakashi continued to ask. Kearns laughed at this point. What do I need to prove to you? As long as I have a trace of hostility. You should be lying on the ground by now. So I advise you to be honest, I don't want to mess up the things my friends asked me to do. Certainly. Friends here, Kearns is talking about Nagato. Not Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya, it's just a casual talk. While speaking, Kearns slowly put his hands on Ku Wushang. But Kakashi watched quietly, without much action. Crack. A dull voice sounded. Kunao was crushed by Kearns like this. Kakashi frowned and shouted. Little Sakura. It's Teacher Kakashi. The two of them just jumped out of the ramen restaurant in the blink of an eye. Kearns stood up and said to Uncle Ichiraku with a smile on his face. Thanks for treatment. No. You're welcome. Grrrr. Uncle Ichiraku and Ayam were obviously frightened, and their speech faltered a bit. Kearns walked out with Demi-Urge. At this moment, only Kakashi was left outside the door. As for the little Sakura. I guess I went to find support. Kakashi, don't do unnecessary things. Sorry, for the safety of the village, even if you are Jiraiya's friend, please forgive me for being rude. Kearns sighed softly, I wanted to finish it in a low-key way and leave, it seems. Now I have to talk to Tsunade. So, may I ask you to lead the way, or let me find it myself? Facing Kearns' words. Kakashi's mind was racing. While remaining vigilant, he said, please follow me. Chapter 131. Friends of Jiraiya. Kearns. Demi-Urge. Inside Hoage's office. Behind a desk full of papers. Tsunade poked his head out to look at Kearns and Demi-Urge. These two faces were nothing but strangers. I have never heard Jiraiya say that he still has such two friends. And outside Hoage's office. Most of the elite personnel of Konoha village have been gathered. Just a little bit wrong. Then they will immediately take sanctions. Tsunade sat back on the stool, leaning back against the chair and talking. So. Jiraiya friend, why did you come to Konoha village? Kearns wasn't sure if Jiraiya got a box lunch. After all. The system also did not explain the timeline clearly. He is waiting. Waiting for a word he wanted to hear. Help him with something. What is it? Tsunade asked after him. No comment. Tsunade hesitated for a second, although doubting the identity of Kearns and Demiurge. But I'm afraid they are really Jiraiya's friends. However, there is one thing you don't need to worry about. What I am going to do will not harm you, Konoha. Tsunade stood up, stretched, and looked like he didn't care. It doesn't matter, Kakashi, it turned out that Jiraiya asked him to do something, you can call Jiraiya over and see. Okay, I'll go right away. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave. Kearns' eyes darkened slightly, and he knew that he had to choose at this time. Or choose to gamble, win, and everything is easy to talk about. Losing is nothing more than the consequence of not choosing. I don't like using a dead person to identify myself. As soon as this word came out, Kakashi, who had just walked a few steps, suddenly stopped. Tsunade's pupils also shrank slightly. Watching their subtle movements, Kearns knew it. He won. This bet is his. Certainly. He knew, even having said so. Still couldn't dispel Tsunade's doubts about himself. Only one word can turn things around. Originally, this sentence is waiting for the right time to say. Unexpectedly, I created this opportunity myself. Before Jiraiya died, I asked me to pass on a message to you. Tsunade looked at Kearns blankly. What words? He asked me to tell you, you won the bet, take good care of yourself, I'm leaving first. As soon as Kearns' words came out, Tsunade's heart suddenly touched. After the pupils shrank slightly, the tears couldn't stop flowing out. Even in a trance, she was precarious, holding on to the table beside her. Master Tsunade. Kakashi whispered worriedly. Quickly walked over. I'm fine, Kakashi. This moment, Tsunade's suspicions of Kearns dissipated. Because these words were what Jiraiya said to herself before leaving. I know, only these two people. Jiraiya trusted him so much. Presumably, he really came to complete what Jiraiya told him. 0. Seeking flowers. Did he tell you anything else? Tsunade wiped away tears and looked at Kearns, said. Kearns shook his head. Could you tell me something about you and Jiraiya? Tsunade followed up and asked. There's nothing to say, I'm a tourist and when I'm done with his stuff, I'm leaving. Okay, you can leave now. By the way, besides me and him, I have several other partners who are also in your Konoha village. 0. Tsunade paused slightly. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, let me tell you first. I see, except for the important places related to Konoha village, you can move freely in Konoha village. Let's go, Demiurge. Demiurge nodded. Follow Kearns. After Kearns is gone, Kakashi on the side spoke. His words. It's true. Tsunade was sure. Do you need to send someone to monitor? Tsunade shook his head. The person Jiraiya believes so much, how can I doubt it? I see. And can sneak in quietly, even without us noticing. It's too easy for this kind of person to do something to Konoha village. Chapter 132. Kakashi paused and didn't speak, which was acquiescence to Tsunade's words. Looking at that distant figure, Kakashi frowned slightly. A mysterious man who is so powerful and claims to be Jiraiya's friend, what is he going to do? After leaving the Hoage office, Kearns wandered around the village with Demiurge. Soon, they walked around the famous Hoage rock. Whether Tsunade trusts it or Kakashi doubts it, Kearns doesn't care about his aura. He came here with the mentality of traveling. As for whether to complete the system task, it depends on his mood. Konoha village lives or dies. July 17th is not important to him. Is this the Hoage rock with the Hoage sculpture? It's very ordinary. Kearns squats on a boulder. Feel free to comment. The time he traveled through was too long, so long that he almost forgot the memory of his previous life. Having spent most of his life wandering and fighting at sea, it is no longer possible for Kearns to be amazed by these famous, sightseeing spots and characters like the two stinging apes in his previous life. Watching Kearns' broad back, a look of reverence appeared on Demiurge's face. The years have not left any traces on the captain's body, but it has added thickness to the captain's life. Hoage? They are just ordinary human beings. It's really too modest for the captain to use the evaluation of average. Such a small character has erected such a large statue and is admired by others, but such a strong man like the captain does not. The captain brought me here, didn't you? I understand. Demiurge, who seemed to have seen the true thoughts in Kearns' mind, pushed his glasses and showed a knowing smile on his face. Sure enough, I am the captain's most capable and caring subordinate. This kind of thing depends on me. Demiurge seemed to have foreseen how Kearns would praise himself when things were done. The smile on his face grew stronger. As for this, Kearns who appreciates the scenery with a tourist mentality, does not know. After a while, Kearns stood up slowly. The expression was a little emotional. Hoage? It's really not as good as the previous generation. At this moment, a girl with short pink hair walked out of the shadows. It was Haruno Sakura. She fixed her eyes on Kearns and frowned slightly. Even though you are Lord Jiraiya's friend, saying such things in front of Hoage Rock is too much, isn't it? Kearns only smiled slightly when he heard the words, but did not respond. He has already experienced vicissitudes and ups and downs. I am too lazy to argue with this little girl. And he had already discovered Haruno Sakura's stalking, but he just didn't bother to take care of it. As for my evaluation of the Hokages is a bit too much? Kearns doesn't think so. Among Konoha's later generations of Hokage, apart from 4th generation Namikaze Minato, who barely looks good, and the strongest mouth-to-mouth, who else can be on the stage? Sarutobi Hiruzen killed by Orochimaru? Tsunade who isn't even a cage-level goalie? Or hey, take 50% off. Do not make jokes. These people may barely be considered masters, but compared with those legendary Hokages, the gap is too far. If only the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was still alive. One of these people is not enough for him to beat with one hand. And it is impossible for Kearns to receive the task of the system at all. If Nagato dares to violate Senju Hashirama Konoha village, will definitely be hanged and beaten. You. Seeing that Kearns didn't reply, Haruno still wanted to argue. Yet she hadn't said a word yet. The figure of Kearns disappeared in place. The giant dragon doesn't bother arguing with ants, this is the captain. Hey, me too. A bewildered smile appeared on Demiurge's face. Then it disappeared in front of Haruno Sakura, who looked astonished in an instant. After a few days. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Boss, your craftsmanship is very good. Kearns put down the bowl, took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and dropped a stack of banknotes casually. In the past few days, he has been visiting this Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant frequently. Well, travel, how can you miss the gourmet punch card? Moreover, this ramen, which is loved by many characters in the original book, tastes really good. As long as the customer likes it, you don't need so much money. Uncle Ichiraku smiled warmly, but he only pulled out one bill from the pile of banknotes, and pushed the rest back. He is a very principled man. Kearns doesn't push himself too hard. He waved his hand casually, then let's have a few more bowls. Anyway, the money was snatched by Demiurge from some unknown big name, so it doesn't feel bad at all in comparison. Uncle Ichiraku didn't refuse. Busy again 5.4 alive. In no time, steaming bowls of ramen were wheeled in front of Kearns and Demiurge. However, after taking a few mouthfuls, Kearns slowly put down his chopsticks. He looked up at the sky and sighed, really, eating noodles is not safe for people. At the same time. Konoha Barrier Department. It's an intruder. The target is a person, Zymen Point B. Chapter 133. Has it started yet? Kearns raised an eyebrow. Now his observation haki has reached an unbelievable level. The moment Pain Six Paths and Konan entered Konoha, he has already noticed it. Even Kearns found out faster than Konoha's ninja who was in charge of guarding the barrier, and the news was more specific. Among them, Shuradeo, Animal Deo, and Hungry Kido are the enemy looting group. Heaven, Earth, Hell, and Konan are the investigation teams. Of course, observation haki cannot obtain these messages. This is the advantage that Kearns' past life memory brings. As these people broke in, Konoha village exploded. It quickly descended into chaos. Many ninjas were attacked by Pain, either to steal their memories, or to directly interrogate them. These normal ninjas are in front of Pain Six Paths and Konan. All 29 have no resistance. As for those poor civilians, they were frightened by the centipedes summoned by the animal way and fled everywhere, and some unlucky ones even died tragically among them. In response, Kearns has no mood swings. Now he is just a traveler. Until a certain summoned centipede rushed to the street of the Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant because it was chasing and killing a little girl. Listen to the little girl screaming in panic. Many people on the street covered their eyes in pain. In this situation, there is nothing they can do. They are not ninjas, but ordinary civilians. Facing such a big guy, it is already very good to be able to protect themselves. Seeing that the little girl was about to be pierced by the huge centipede fangs, a charming voice sounded, "Don't hurt her." This voice made everyone on the scene startled. I don't know when, the hand-beating daughter Changpye, who was still helping in the noodle shop, had already walked on the street and stood in front of the little girl. Uncle Ichiraku was also stunned. "Iris, you." He is simple by nature and usually does some good deeds. But he never thought about saving people. After all, as an ordinary person, it is not easy to be alone, let alone save others. I didn't expect to hit it by hand. His daughter Calamus would be so impulsive. The point is, she doesn't know any ninjutsu. Besides, she is just a little girl herself. The summoning centipede in the beast realm is not very intelligent. I was taken aback by Calamus. But soon, the summoning centipede regained its viciousness, its sharp legs swayed, and its huge body directly pressed towards Calamus and the little girl. Calamus. For the first time, fear and pain appeared on the hand-slapped face. Alas. 1. At this moment, Kenguo's sigh sounded. It's not loud. But it is exceptionally clear. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard the sound of breaking through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the summoning centipede, which was more than 10 meters long, turned into debris all over the sky. At this moment, the scene fell into a dead silence. Needle drop can be heard. Their eyes fell on the man in the Ichiraku noodle shop in unison. Kearns paused with his chopsticks, chewing the piece of meat lightly. Your ramen is not bad, but you can't break the inheritance because of it. Uncle Ichiraku froze in place. Then the smile returned to his face. Really? Haha, thank you for the compliment. But this time, thank you so much. Uncle. At this moment, Calamus had already returned to the ramen restaurant with the little girl in his arms. There was a look of reverence on his face. Looking at Kearns, the eyes are full of little stars. Although Kearns's face has regained his youth, the vicissitudes of life exuded from his body, which is a lure for women of any age. Any idiot who disturbs the captain's meal should be torn to pieces. I didn't react, it's really damn it. The captain didn't blame me for this, how magnanimous. A touch of emotion appeared on Demi-Urge's face, and he immediately looked angrily at the summoning centipede that had been broken into several pieces, as if he wished to revive it and kill it again. At the same time, Hoage office. Tsunade stood in front of the window watching the flames of war ignited outside. Her eyebrows were tightly knit together, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Whoosh. 2 ninjas appear in the room. Report from the enchantment class. The intruders invaded from the sky above Konoha, and the enchantment responded that it was only a single rider assault, but after responding to 027, it was confirmed that they were attacked by multiple units. Immediately afterwards, the shadow wearing the Umbu mask continued to add. According to the report of the analysis team, the enemy's combat history is about 3 days. Tsunade heard the report. The frown deepened. The enemy who has such a powerful combat power and can sneak in secretly, is it really you? In Tsunade's mind, a group of figures in black robes with red cloud patterns gradually emerged. As if to support her judgment. Shadow spoke again. Report, there are sightings of intruders, wearing black clothes with red cloud patterns on them. Tsunade took a deep breath. Words that the great Toad Sage once said came to mind. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the man who was covered in mist but exuded special charm a few days ago. Chapter 134. Jiraiya trusts you so much. What did he ask you to come to Konoha? Are you also his hope? Tsunade shook his head, temporarily driving away these distracting thoughts, and began to give orders. Issuing emergency alert, recall Naruto. Also, keep an eye on that Kearns. At this moment, Konoha village is in chaos, countless civilians are running around, and many people have been transferred to underground shelters. But after Konoha's ninjas reacted, soon all the summoning centipedes in the animal path were eliminated. Konoha's new generation of ninjas gradually appeared and played their roles. The operation of the whole village became orderly. However, only Tsunade and other high-level officials know that the real attack is far from beginning, and all these are just foreplay. Somewhere in the ruins, Irika, who refuses to reveal Naruto's whereabouts, is at stake. Just when Tiendao Pain was about to solve this small role casually, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of the two. He reached out and grabbed Tendo Pain's chakra receiver. Sharinan, who took off his blindfold, was abnormally cold. Want to create a riot to attract attention, and then secretly search. Tell me the whereabouts of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Wishful thinking. Then you go to die. Tiendao Pain and Kakashi scuffled directly. However, Kakashi under normal circumstances cannot be the opponent of Tiendao Pain, and Kakashi was embarrassed with a shot of Shenluo Tianzhang and Universal Pull. Then Shuradao Pain came to support again. If it weren't for Kakashi's Thunder Avatar, will die on the spot. Fortunately, Koji and his son appeared in time, which relieved Kakashi's embarrassment, and the three immediately started a big battle with Pain. And not far away at this moment, the roof of an abandoned building. Kearns and Demi-Urge were watching all this with interest. Tours and performances are really good. Captain, do I want to make a move? Demi-Urge was eager to try. He had seen Nagato's ability in private, so his butt naturally swayed to Pain's side. Kearns waved his hand. No, we'll just watch. Originally, Kakashi was already at a disadvantage. If Demi-Urge made another move, Uni might lose several high-level combat power in an instant. Although Kearns didn't take the system's votive mission to heart. But there is no evil taste deliberately reversed. Pain, Kakashi, and others at the scene also noticed Kearns and Dietsha on the roof. It's just that they can't spare their hands now. I can only pretend to turn a blind eye after keeping a close eye on it. No one wants to disturb the two to break the balance. Based on absolute strength alone, Kakashi is far behind Heavenly Dao Pain. Rinnegan's strength is too strong, and they are simply not able to deal with them at this stage. But Kakashi's brain is quite enough. After seeing through the 5-second interval between Tiendao Pain's release of Shenluo Tianzhang and Universal Pull, he immediately formulated a tactic. And this tactic is surprisingly easy to use. Kakashi pretends to surprise Tiendao Pain from the ground. Tendo Pain was forced to bounce Kakashi away again with Shinra Tensei. At this time, Koji and his son launched a double meat bomb chariot to attack Tiendao Pain, and bounced them away with the ability of Tiendao Pain. Tiendao Pain thought this time was just a simple attack. Unexpectedly, Kakashi laid the chains underground before launching the ground attack. Tiendao Pain was hit on the spot. If Shuradao Pain hadn't sacrificed his life to save him, even if Tiendao Pain hadn't been destroyed on the spot, it wouldn't have been much better. After eating this loss, Tiendao Pain also put away his arrogance. A tinge of fear rose towards Kakashi. He decided to keep a certain distance from Kakashi, and then sent Kakashi away, who was stuck in the ruins and could not move with a nail. Kakashi is not sitting still. Launch Kamui to transfer successfully. At this time, the severely damaged Shuradao Pain stood up again, and a tracking missile condensed from his body aimed at Koji. Kakashi's claws went numb immediately. There is very little chakra left in him now. If I use Kamui to divert this attack, I am afraid that Chakra's body will be exhausted on the spot. But let him watch Koji get killed. Kakashi couldn't do it again. In a dilemma, Kakashi seemed to suddenly think of something, and turned his head to look at Kearns and Diogos on the roof not far away. Didn't you claim to be Jiraiya-sama's friend? Although I don't know what Jiraiya-sama's, Dinyo's, dying order is. But this is Lord Jiraiya's village after all. Also please forgive my faux pas yesterday. Help! Kakashi screamed loudly. He bowed to Kearns. In fact, he is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, but in the current situation, if he has a choice, he still wants to keep his useful body and do something for the village. Even though he was wary of Kearns yesterday. But now Gan. He also has nothing to do. This man is trusted by both Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama, so I can only choose to trust him. Kakashi clenched his fists. Chapter 135. Looking at Kearns not far away. Kakashi's mood can be described as extremely complicated. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want this mysterious man to intervene in Konoha's affairs. He didn't care about his own face, but he cared about the safety of the village. Will he make a move? If I don't make a move, I can only use that move. Cold sweat dripped from Kakashi's forehead. All he cares about now is Kearns' attitude. As for the opponent's strength, a person who can be trusted by Jiraiya and Tsunade at the same time, and who can sneak into the village without anyone noticing is absolutely extraordinary. Kakashi's brains are brilliant. Judgment is very strong. Most importantly, he is very knowledgeable. Seeing that the tracking missile in Shurido Pain's hand was about to launch, the man on the roof didn't respond, and Kakashi was ready to launch Kamui again. He is not afraid of death. I only worry about the safety of the village. 983 Information about Pain needs to be passed on. However, in the blink of an eye, Kearns, who was still on the roof, suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the field in an instant. In the next second, Shuridope, who raised his arms high, widened his eyes. The body instantly broke into several pieces. The tracking missile in his hand was also aborted. Kearns stands with hands behind his back. The expression on his face didn't change at all. Sure enough, even if it's just a casual lie, it's really troublesome to fill in countless lies afterwards. However, Konoha Village is a good tourist attraction, and the ramen is also very good. It's a pity that it was ruined like this. I've had a lot of fun traveling these days, and I have to do something. A small smile played on Kearns' lips. If you can't make a shot, you can't complete the task of the system. It all depends on his own mood. But today, he is in a pretty good mood. In the ruins, while Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, he also had a huge wave in his heart. Compared to Koji, who didn't see Kearns' action at all. Him who turned on the Sharingan. But he witnessed the whole process of Kearns' shot. The opponent first descended slightly from the roof, then picked up the kunai on the ground, and launched a slash at Shurido Pain. As for the number of slashes, even he didn't see clearly. Kakashi's breathing became a little short. The opponent's movements are completely different from the Flying Thunder God technique of my teacher Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God is special ninjutsu. And the latter is pure speed. Just like my friend Might Guy's physical skills, only much faster. At this speed, Kakashi even felt that he would be killed on the spot before he could even use the body replacement technique. This speed. Is it really achievable by humans? This friend of Lord Jiraiya, what kind of monster is this? Kakashi murmured absently. Kearns just took a small shot, and it has already exceeded the limit of his cognition, and the three views are about to be subverted. And, Tiendeo Pain looked at all this with the help of Shurideo's eyes. It was hard to hide the shock on his face. He, who had already walked halfway, saw that Kakashi and Koji were still alive, so he bit the bullet and turned back. Friends of Jiraiya. That guy actually has a friend like you. However, you are such a nosy fellow. God Pain stares at Kearns. A strong fear flashed in his eyes. Before Kearns could speak, Demiurge couldn't sit still. Bold, you dare to talk to the captain like this, Nagato, you have no sense of superiority or inferiority. Nagato? Isn't this man's name Pain? Captain? High and low? Were these invaders once served by this Kearns? They betrayed him? Kakashi brainstormed for a while. And Tiendeo Pain on the opposite side, or Nagato, who didn't know where he was hiding, his heart tightened suddenly. He never dreamed that the person in front of him knew his identity. Since that's the case, it's a big deal to keep the two of you. A killing intent flashed in the Rinnegan of Tiendeo Pain. Demiurge, who was beside Kearns, was already very angry. He was ready to teach Tiendeo Pain a good lesson on the spot. Teach each other the code of conduct for subordinates. Kearns put his hand on Demiurge's shoulder and shook his head. Stand back. Demiurge was slightly taken aback. But immediately obediently took a few steps back. When he raised his head, tears welled up in his eyes. Nagato was so rude, the captain forgave him. How magnanimous. If I accidentally make a mistake one day, the captain will surely forgive me like this. No, I will not make such a low-level mistake like this guy. 1. I am the captain's most capable assistant. However, the captain is really kind. Kearns didn't know what Demiurge had imagined. He quietly looked at Tiendeo Pain on the opposite side, and quickly analyzed the situation. Stop it and get out of here. Otherwise, you will regret it. Chapter 136. Kearns has already understood that the Nagato he recruited does not exist at this time node. Otherwise, he would not make a wish to stop himself from destroying Konoha. In other words, the current Nagato doesn't know these people. Regarding this matter, Kearns is actually a little speechless. In the original plot, after Nagato destroyed Konoha, he was influenced by Naruto's mouth, and spontaneously used the Outlaw Rain Tensei technique to revive Pain during the battle against Konoha dead person. and he died on the spot because of the cost of performing the spell. A long-cherished wish for many years, if you say give up, you will give up, and you will be influenced to sacrifice yourself. Even now, he made a wish to let himself stop his invasion. This mouth escape is too strong. Kearns also didn't bother to think about the reason. As long as Nagato took back all these pens, then even if the task of the system was completed this time, he didn't have to pretend to be Jiraiya's friend anymore. At that time, whether to travel here for a few more days, or go back directly, there is no burden. However, Kearns obviously didn't expect that he has been in a high position for a long time. Even if he understands the ins and outs of the matter, he still subconsciously regards Nagato as a crew member. In addition, Nagato at this time has no memory of the future. The phrase, "otherwise, you will regret it," was not taken as exhortation. Instead, it was treated as a threat. Kakashi thought to himself, what a domineering man. After seeing Pain's ability, he can still say such a thing, which shows that he is extremely confident in his own strength. Tiandeo Pain, not far away, narrowed his eyes. There was a chill in the voice. If you dare to say such a thing, I want to see what you are capable of. Wang Xiangtian. Instantly, an inexplicable gravitational force emerged from the scene. This gravitational force tore everyone's bodies, and the scene suddenly flew away. Here it is again, it's this strange ability, I can't resist at all. Kakashi's face was serious. You actually dared to attack the captain, it's unforgivable. Demiurge was furious. Originally, he was still standing leisurely behind Kearns, quietly waiting for Nagato to manipulate Tiandeo Pain to admit his mistake. In Demiurge's view, even if the captain is magnanimous and forgives the other party's rude behavior, the other party should obey the order and leave, or take the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake. But this guy is far from grateful. He dared to attack the captain. You guys are simply unforgivable. A pair of wings grew out of Demiurge's back, and with the help of universal pole's gravity, his figure flew across the sky like lightning, and rushed to the front of Tiandeo Pain in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fists. According to the heavenly way, Pain's head was blasted over. Shenluo Tianzheng. Tiandeo Pain is not as fast as Demiurge, but he has the powerful ability that Rinnegan brings. Demiurge was instantly bounced away. And take advantage of this gap, Kakashi has broken free from the rubble. Leaning his body against the burly Koji, he yelled, his ability deflects all attacks, but it takes about 5 seconds between spells. 5 seconds? Hee. Demiurge stood still in the air. The corner of the mouth curled up a little. Hellfire. Terrifying flames emerged from the sky, and the temperature of the scene rose accordingly. Immediately, the flames seemed to have spirituality, and directly devoured towards the heavenly Deo Pain. But at this time, the interval between Shenluo Tianzheng has passed. 0, ask for flowers. With the roar of Tiandeo Pain, the monstrous flames were all bounced away. And at this moment, Demiurge had already arrived in front of Heaven Pain. The interval time needs 5 seconds? This is too long. Demiurge stepped forward, his sharp claws almost brushing against Tiandeo Pain's scalp, and his hair immediately scattered all over the ground. If it weren't for Heavenly Pain's evasion in time. Now the head is on the ground. But although Tiandeo Pain's physical skills are not bad, how can he compare to Demichel Goss? Kneel down. Demiurge's fangs gleamed coldly, followed by a stern shout. The dominating spell he activated once caused the 4 knights to kneel down and embarrass themselves. Caught off guard, Tiandeo Pain was also hit. Plop. Tiandeo Pain knelt far away in the direction of Kearns, his eyes widened. He could feel his body completely out of control. This is an experience he has never had before. Then there was another puff sound, Demiurge's sharp claws slashed across, and Tiandeo Pain's right arm was raised high. This is your punishment for disrespecting the captain. Demiurge looked down at Tiandeo Pain. The smile on the corner of his mouth was slightly ferocious. When Kakashi and Koji not far away saw this scene, they were completely stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. They never dreamed of it. The heavenly Deo Pain, who beat them to the brink of destruction, was so powerful that he would lose so quickly and so thoroughly. Just got a little hint from me, and quickly formulated an effective counter-attack plan and succeeded. This guy with wings on his back is also scary. Spoon. Chapter 137. Kakashi was quick to make his own analysis. Although his speed is slower than that mysterious man named Kearns, he is also incredibly fast. His sharp claws and wings are terrifying. Even the teacher and Lord Third Hoage probably can't deal with such a difficult existence. The most important thing is that such a terrifying existence would bow down to that mysterious man, and even be in awe. Master Jiraiya, what kind of monster is this friend of yours? I hope you let him do it. It's good for Konoha. At this moment, 247, Cassie was in an extremely complicated mood. On the one hand, he was very grateful to Kearns for taking the shot, saving himself and Koji, and defeating the mighty Tendo Pain. But on the other hand, he was very apprehensive. Because the strength of Kearns has completely exceeded his cognition, if such a man wants to be unfavorable to Konoha, Konoha can't stop it at all. Tendo Pain fell to his knees. Demiurge reached out and grabbed at his neck. For this kind of guy who dares to offend the majesty of the captain, he must personally arrest him and make the captain punish him. I knew that I was the captain's most powerful man, and I was no different from Ge Tian's subordinate. Will the captain praise me? Now no one can shake my position. With a faint smile on Demiurge's face, he thought happily. When you are proud, you will inevitably forget your form. He instinctively overlooked one important thing. At the moment when Demiurge's 5 fingers were about to clasp Tendo Pain's cold voice sounded, Shenluo Tianzheng. An astonishing repulsion burst out. Demiurge, who bore the brunt, was hit on the spot. Fortunately, Demiurge responded in time. Although his body was sent flying, his hands were firmly in front of him, and he didn't suffer too much damage. Damn it, you actually made me lose face in front of the captain. Simply inexcusable. Demiurge, who had stabilized his figure, was very angry, but his mind was extremely clear and calm. In his mind, in an instant, several sets of plans to capture Tendo Pain flashed through. Clatter. Demiurge directly activated the second form. His head changed from a human face to a frog's, the wings on his back became more ferocious, and all aspects of his body's quality had been astonishingly improved. Severe gangsters raged at the scene. The smoke and dust were quickly blown away. However, in the ruins at this moment, the figure of Tendo Pain can no longer be found. The other party did not know when to escape. Even took away the broken arm. This winged man looks stronger. Did Pain get scared and ran away? Kakashi was secretly startled. And Demiurge also instantly recovered. His figure flitted across the sky. Came in front of Kearns. The subordinates did not work well and failed to take down the traitor Nagato. The captain punished him. Don't worry about these little things. Also, you don't have to treat him as a traitor when you see him. As for the reason, you will know later. Kearns looks normal. Demiurge showed reverence on his face. Sure enough, the captain has a big heart and didn't punish me. But why does the captain treat the traitor so leniently? Could it be that the captain wants to use this matter to highlight the mind of a master of courtesy? The captain is far-sighted and must have great ambitions. When I go back, I must train the crew well and try my best to help the captain realize his ambition. Captain, I already know your ambition, and I will definitely do my best. Demiurge said frantically. After Kearns heard this, his expression was obviously taken aback. Wait, no. What do you know? What are you trying to do? I just told you not to mess around. Where on earth did you think? Are our 2 brain circuits really on the same channel? Kearns has a headache. Demiurge is loyal, and easy to use, but his brain is too developed. Forget it, do whatever you like. Kearns was tired. Sure enough, the captain acquiesced to my actions. It seems that I am the most caring subordinate of the captain. The smile on Demiurge's face grew wider. See this situation? Kearns can only turn a blind eye. He knew that if he said a few more words, Demiurge's brainstorming would start again, and he might think of something by then. At this time, Kakashi came over with the help of Koji 5.6. Mr. Kearns. Mr. Demiurge. Thank you both very much for this shot. I apologize to you again for my rude behavior some time ago, sorry. Demiurge ignored it. Still brainstorming on its own. To him, Kakashi's thanks are not important, all he cares about is Kearns' attitude. Kakashi didn't care about Demiurge's attitude either. In fact, even if he cared, he didn't dare to show it. The shock that Demiurge left on him was not small. Chapter 138. Kakashi turned to look at Kearns. Consider your wording. Mr. Kearns, I still have important things to do, please forgive me for leaving first. Are you going to return to Tsunade? Yes, Mr. Kearns, I have to report the situation here to Master Hoage. It happens that I have nothing to do, so let's go together. That's even better. Kakashi nodded, pulled himself up and walked ahead with Koji. Kearns is willing to take the initiative to communicate with them. This is good news for him. The fog surrounding the opponent's body was too thick, and his strength was too strong. Even if the opponent reached out to help and severely injured Pain, he still felt a little uneasy. A few minutes later. The roof of the Hoage building. At this moment, Tsunade has summoned Katsuya with summoning technique, and divided into countless small 02 Katsuya sent to various parts of the village to heal the wounded ninjas. After Kakashi and Koji arrive. Immediately, he informed Tsunade of the information he had. While Tsunade treated Kakashi, he listened to the report of the two. After hearing the description about Tiendeo Pain, she frowned suddenly. Can you use techniques like gravity and repulsion? Can you attract the top target to yourself, and bounce off all ninjutsu attacks? Can it all be popped? Yes. But after using that technique, it takes 5 seconds to use it again. With such a powerful technique, the gap is only 5 seconds. The Umbu ninjas at the scene were a little restless. At this time, Kakashi opened his eyes and added, "That pen is very strong. The Koji father and son and I almost wiped out the entire army together. Fortunately, Mr. Kearns and Mr. Demi-Urge made a move. They killed one pen and the other escaped." Oh. Tsunade frowned. It seems that Jiraiya did not believe in the wrong person, and this person's strength should not be underestimated. Tsunade's emphasis on Kearns has increased a lot. In fact, if she had seen the confrontation with her own eyes, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as paying attention to it. But horror. Tsunade turned to look at Kearns, solemnly said, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Kearns waved his hand casually, not paying attention. It's something for him. It's like when ordinary people are bored, they stretch out their hands and crush an ant to death. It's a bit of an exaggeration to describe it with a little effort. Tsunade seemed to see that Kearns was losing interest. Forced a smile. "No matter what, thank you for your righteousness, which saved the village a lot of sacrifices." "It's only just getting started," Kearns said casually. He sat casually by the railing, leaning on his chin with his right hand, and watched everything that happened in Konoha village indifferently with his deep eyes. Traveling, Kearns doesn't mind watching a show. Tsunade saw that Kearns had no desire to talk. "Start calling the shots. Quickly pass this news on to everyone through Katsuyu." "Clear. Master Tsunade." The burly Koji stood up with a sad face. Ding Ziyuaban fought 2 enemies in order to cover Kakashi-sensei. "Except for me, the entire army should have been wiped out. Go to Zoding." Tsunade suppressed his emotions and said, "Hurry up and take him to the hospital, there is still time to save him." Koji was taken aback for a moment. Immediately fell into ecstasy. Kearns by the railing has already lazily closed one eye, and the other eye seems to be closing as well. Tiendeo Pain temporarily ran away. This scene seems to have lost its role. The rest of Pain are low strength and stupid, but they are majestic when dealing with ordinary ninjas, and they are numb when they encounter tough stubble. The most outrageous is the Hellway. It can even be seriously injured by Kano Amaru's sneak attack. Kearns looked really boring. As for Demi-Urge, he still had that grinning expression on his lips, and his whole body was nailed in place like a stake, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. And at this time, in a hidden building, Tiendeo Pain has repaired his arm. Inside the room, countless 690 pieces of paper are flying. Conan's figure slowly took shape. There is someone who can beat you and hurt you like this. There is such a master in today's Konoha village. No, they shouldn't be from Konoha village. If that mysterious man belongs to Konoha, the entire ninja world will be subverted, and I can't possibly come back. It's a terrible monster. Tiendeo Pain was expressionless. But the words were full of fear and shock. And the abilities they display are beyond all the arts I know. If it's physical arts, it's unbelievably powerful. Even the legendary 8 inner gates may not be able to achieve it. This level. Actually, God Pain doesn't know Kearns. Don't know about 8 inner gates either. If the real 8 inner gates were fully opened, even if the 6 Pain were tied together, they would be hung up and beaten, and there would not even be a single ashes left. Even the caster will also die. and only 6 corpses were spelled out. Chapter 139. However, Pain can be resurrected and remade, which is a huge advantage, but if only in terms of pure combat power, Pain really has no chance of winning in front of 8 inner gates. As for playing against Kearns, as far as the current strength of 6 paths Pain is concerned, unless Nagato can get those 6 pens infinitely remastered and revived, the odds may be worse than Kearns choking himself to death. The gap between them, it's not even a star and a half. Conan looked at Heaven Pain. His complexion gradually became serious. I still don't understand how strong that mysterious man named Kearns is. If you use that trick, can you kill him? Tiendeo Pain knew what the trick Conan was referring to. God's paper technique. It was a disguise that even the Sherinon couldn't detect. It can even ambush 600 billion detonating symbols. Tiendeo Pain shook his head. I don't know if he can see through it, but I suspect that with his speed, he can escape even if he gets hit. Tiendeo Pain's idea is right. Kearns' escape was easy. He didn't need to escape. No matter how powerful the detonating talisman was, it would be difficult to break through his armament Haki's defense. Let alone other things. So tricky. Conan frowned, then as he determined to stand by Konoha. Tiendeo Pain thought for a while. Made his own judgment. I don't know what he's thinking, but I think he won't let Konoha dictate. Such a man won't be ordered by anyone. But now that he is in Konoha village, he is a hidden danger after all. This is a sudden change in the plan. What Conan hates most is the change. With that man's strength, if he doesn't have any special needs, he won't care about the tailed beast anymore. And he is not from Konoha's village, so he shot me, but it was a coincidence. Tiendeo Pain's expression froze. There has never been a born enemy in this world. As long as the goals don't conflict, there is a possibility of cooperation. Do you want to talk to him? Conan's brows furrowed deeper. To be honest, I'm not optimistic about this plan. According to what you said to this man, what you're doing is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. Our plan will be considered successful. If he turns against him, how can you restrain him? Of course I have a way to convince him. There is no strong man without ambition. Tiendeo Pain is very confident. Conan didn't agree with it. She always felt that there were too many variables in this plan, and she couldn't tell right from wrong in many things. The top priority now is to determine the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki key. We don't need to fight so many strong players. It's enough to catch him. Continue to investigate. Good. The roof of the Hoage building. Kakashi, who was exhausted, has recovered a lot under the treatment of Tsunade. Tsunade began to continue to control other Katsuyu actions. And at the moment on the roof, Demiurge no longer knew where he had gone. Kearns was lying on the rocking chair and fell asleep, and the slight snoring under the raging fire seemed unusually abrupt. In this regard, the ninjas of Kakashi and Umbu can only complain in their hearts. He didn't dare to say anything in his mouth. Konoha village is in dire straits. Don't dare to set up such a powerful enemy again. And at this moment, a man wearing a black moire gown descended from the sky. He stood on the rooftop, staring at Kearns, who was already sound asleep, and ignored Tsunade and Kakashi as nothing. This man is no one else. It is Heaven Pain. Seeing that Kearns did not make any movements, and that Kakashi and others did not call out to Kearns, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He felt he had made the right bet. This mysterious man has no enmity with him, nor will he be driven by Konoha. In other words, this mysterious man is an independent third party. It's just that no one dares to provoke him. Tiendeo Pain has no expression on his face, and his voice is indifferent. Kakashi, we meet again, and you. Tsunade. Kakashi's expression froze. He has personally fought against Tiendeo Pain. Aware of each other's difficulties, Kakashi's eyes turned involuntarily to Kearns in the rocking chair. Seeing that the other party is still sleeping soundly, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He is very clear that this kind of strong man cannot be driven by just being a friend of Jiraiya. The opponent did not take the initiative to make a move. I have nothing to say on my own side, good promise. Moreover, the current situation is no better than before. The Hoage building is full of masters. Even if they are facing this pain, they are not without the power to fight. Kakashi squinted his eyes. Countermeasures are already being considered in my mind. But Tiendeo Pain saw that the situation was similar to what he expected. I also have a little more confidence in my heart. He stepped forward, and the pair of corkscrewed Renegans stared at Tsunade. New Hoage-sama, shall we talk? You are indeed the brat at that time. Back. Tsunade looked at Tendo Pain in front of him. Several figures appeared in my mind. It seems that you still remember. Tendo Pain looked cold. Chapter 140. However, Tsunade is only slightly impressed. Did not see the true identity of Tendo Pain. Not to mention that behind Tendo Pain, there is another Nagato whose mind has been deformed. Tsunade took a deep breath. Looking at Heaven Pain. Who the hell are you? I am the god of order. When the Umbu ninjas on the rooftop heard this answer, they suddenly looked a little strange. It seems that this is not a normal person. Kearns agrees with this. Normal people? Can a normal person say something like that? In fact, Kearns thinks that the thinking of people in this world is a little abnormal. They either think that the whole world is wrong and only their own ideas are the most correct, or they think that persistence and belief can overcome everything. The key is, they also have to put ideas into action. Even if these behaviors seem extremely outrageous. This kind of person, to put it mildly, is called paranoid, stubborn, and confident, dare to think and dare to do. To put it mildly. Isn't it just a bunch of stubborn donkeys? Revenge if you have a grudge, revenge if you have a grievance. How can there be so many nonsense things? Everyone wants to change the world, but how many can really do it? Even as strong as Kearns. He also only has the idea of dominating the world, and never thought of changing the way the entire world operates. He doesn't bother to impose his ideas on others. His way of doing things is very simple. If you have a grudge, just come to your door to avenge it. After a brief silence, Tendo Pain spoke first. Speak, Naruto the Whirlpool. Where are the Nine Tails? Tsunade sneered, who knows? She didn't feel that the combination of herself and these people was no match for a little pain. What's more, you can't beat it. She will not tell the other party Naruto's whereabouts. X. Here's the bottom line. When Tendo Pain heard the words, his mood did not fluctuate at all, and his voice was as indifferent as ever. The Jinchuriki have basically been captured, and the balance of power between the ninja villages maintained by the tailed beasts can no longer be maintained. Now even if we protect Nine Tails, it's pointless too. Tendo Pain's words are very hacky. Captured as many tail beasts as possible. It was his flashing fist. At this time, Kearns has released Observation Haki, and important characters have appeared on the stage, and this scene is a bit worth seeing. Travel. F. This is a leisure time that he has not enjoyed for a long time. But after hearing Tendo Pain's slightly smug words, knowing the plot well, he still wanted to laugh in his heart. Captured the tailed beasts in various villages. That's not a great achievement, is it? After all, these tailed beasts were nothing more than pets that Senju Hashirama entrusted to each ninja village. Your most desired Nine-Tails fox. In the eyes of others, they are just little chickens. Konoha is now in decline, and you ran to show off your power in front of his granddaughter. You are really not afraid of that big guy jumping out of the coffin and beating you. Think of Senju Hashirama. Kearns regretted it again. It's a pity that I didn't see this biggest star in this trip. But then again, if that person is still there, I'm afraid this scene is going to be one-sided, and it's nothing to watch. Kearns shifted into a comfortable position. Various hypotheses and imaginations began. In the field, Tsunade's expression was extremely serious. As expected, the target of your operation this time is Naruto. Tendo Pain is still calm and indifferent. But the words in the words. But he always puts himself in a high position of righteousness. There will be disputes everywhere, and the fire of war will spread everywhere, and then we will control these wars. If you are willing to help us, we can't let you go. In this situation, you should be very aware of our strength. In the rocking chair, Kearns can't help but chuckle. He had never seen such a secondary side to Nagato. This is definitely the dark history of youth. So, the real purpose of his wish is to let me come back to prevent him from making mistakes, or to erase these dark histories. In such a tense atmosphere, only Kearns' thinking is a bit off. But there is no way around it. Kearns watching this scene is really watching it as a live-action movie. Moviegoers will not run away in panic because of the explosion on the screen. Because they all know it. Those flat, two-dimensional creatures can't hurt themselves. If the movie viewers are not happy watching, they can directly turn off the power or unplug the film, which can cause the legendary dimensionality reduction blow to the movie world. The same is true for Kearns today. As long as he wants. Dimensionality reduction strikes can be made to the world at any time. Being pretended by Tiandao Pain. Tsunade was also angry. UBD, don't underestimate Wookage. If you want to completely destroy the stable life that our ancestors pursued for generations, and at the same time strive to maintain it, you are dreaming. What you say is useless. Don't be so arrogant. Tiandao Pain immediately counterattacked in the second. At the same time, a strong aura erupted from his body. Chapter 141. See this scene. Kearns smiled slightly. Although the person in front of him is Tiandao Pain, the actual manipulator behind him is Nagato. Kearns hadn't really seen this side of Nagato. Perhaps, this is what is said in the legend. It seems that you put on a mask, but you actually took off the mask and showed your true self without any scruples? In the field at the moment, Heavenly Dao Pain is unscrupulously releasing coercion. The Umbu ninjas at the scene were all shocked. What a mighty chakra! Is this the power of Rinnegan? It's completely different from anything I've encountered before. I really have an ominous feeling. And at this moment, Tiandao Pain's eyes widened. His expression was so angry that it made people a little frightened. Your peace is violence against us. Is this what you call persistence? Your so-called stable life? Questions about Heaven Pain. Tsunade doesn't deny it. It is true that what Konoha has done may not be correct, but I absolutely cannot forgive you for this behavior. Rocking chair. Kearns flicked his ears. After all, this is nothing more than the hero of the other, and the enemy of the enemy. In the end, it depends on whose fist is bigger. Whoever has the biggest fist is right. The world has always been like this. If it weren't for Kearns not wanting to spoil this very delicate atmosphere, and still holding the idea of watching Nagato's black history live in high definition, he even wanted to urge him. You captain me so many enemies. After coming to the door, he did it without saying a word. Look good, study hard. In the field, Tiandao Pain reproduced the vocabulary of the second class. Pay attention to your wording, this is an ultimatum from God to you. Tell me where Naruto is. Kearns watched with gusto. He felt that this was a rare joy in his long career. The only pity is, he didn't take the video phone bug with him on this trip. Otherwise, these images can be recorded. Leave it on board for everyone to enjoy. Also rich amateur life. I just don't know if Nagato himself will die because of this. However, Tsunade didn't seem to think there was anything strange about Tiandao Pain's words. Instead, he regarded him as a big boss very cooperatively, with a dignified expression. Now, we will unite all forces to defeat you, that's all. Also, you got one important thing wrong. What you want, you can't get. Tiandao Pain heard the words. His expression suddenly turned cold. If you think Konoha's ninjas can protect Naruto to the end, then try it. No, Naruto himself is also very strong. People on both sides confronted each other on the rooftop. At this moment, Demiurge is wandering around Konoha village. Wind-style wind-cut technique. Lightning-style four-pillar bondage. Earth-style clay from the sky. Fire-style sukiyaki technique. Two Umbu ninjas are handling summoning beasts summoned by the Beast Road. However, their operation was as fierce as a tiger. The summoning beast didn't suffer too much damage. This made them a little frightened. However, at this moment, a man with a pair of wings behind him flew across the sky. After seeing the summoning beast, it hovered in the air. The sharp claws in his hands gleamed coldly. Instantly cut through the sky. Stabbing. The huge summoning beast that was devastated but still standing was cut into dozens of pieces at this moment, and the blood was soaring. This man is no one else. It was Demiurge. 0, ask for flowers. After solving the summoning beast, Demiurge turned his head to look at the two Umbu ninjas. Thank you. Although they didn't know the identity of the man, the two Umbu ninjas thanked him quickly. Not young. Talent is average. Not even eligible to board the boat. What a waste of my time. Demiurge observed the two of them carefully, and made a very pertinent evaluation. Immediately, with a flick of his wings, he disappeared into the sky in an instant. And below, the two Umbu ninjas looked at each other. 0. He froze in place on the spot. Was he talking about the two of us? Seems like it. BD. Even if he helped us get rid of this summoning beast, he shouldn't have said such exaggerated words, it's too hurtful. They can be elected into the umbu in the village. Talent and temperament are enough to be called excellent. But now that man made such an evaluation of them, which really made them unacceptable. But to him, we are indeed pitifully weak. It seems to be. Demiurge naturally didn't care about the reactions of these two people. He has rushed to the next battle location. I see, I conquer. I already understand the intention of the captain to bring us here. His ambition is destined to conquer every world he sees. What a great ambition! To realize such an ambition, we must not have enough talents. Captain, I will definitely recruit useful people for you. Sure enough, I am the captain's most capable and caring assistant. Duh. Chapter 142. The screen changed. In the surprised eyes of Kano Amaru and his teacher, Hellroad Pain has fallen under the claws of Demiurge. Demiurge's strength. Tiendeo Pain is not an opponent at all. Not to mention these Pain. Perhaps only the full-body Nagato summoned by Kearns could barely fight against Demiurge. Such a powerful Pain. Is that the solution? Kano Amaru was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that the brother Naruto whom he had always admired was probably like that. Kano Amaru's teacher, Ebisu, reacted a little faster. He quickly thanked Demi 667, Yugos. My lord, thank you so much. If you hadn't appeared in time, I really don't know what to do. Ebisu was a little embarrassed. Although Hellroad Pain is in the hands of the man in front of him, he is as fragile as a chicken. But he is not an opponent at all. Not even a minute. Maybe I will be killed directly. However, Demiurge didn't intend to speak, he only glanced at Ebisu, then turned his head away in disgust. This strength is too bad. So bad that he is not qualified to make an evaluation. Immediately, he looked at the young Kano Amaru. Seeing this, Demiurge's heart became active again. Although this kid's strength is still very weak, his talent is very good, and he has the potential to become a strong man. Boy, do you want to come on board with me? Get on board? What do you mean? Kano Amaru was a little confused. To put it simply, just join our team, and I will train you to be a real strong man. Staying in this kind of place will only bury your talent. The real, strong man. Like you. Kano Amaru's eyes gradually widened, and there was a flash of emotion in his heart. The strength of Demiurge. He could see it. Pain, who can easily kill the ninjas in his own village, can't even survive even a second in the opponent's hands. The young man Mu Qiang. It's nature. Kano Amaru. Ebisu's mood was a bit complicated. He knows. Kano Amaru may not be able to withstand this temptation. This man in front of me is really too strong. Come with me. Demiurge continued, staying in this village will do you no good. I will take you to various worlds, and the captain will take you on a journey of conquest trip. We will become the captain's capable men. Of course, I am the strongest. How about it? After seeing more magnificent scenery, very few people can still maintain their original intentions. Kano Amaru's body trembled a little, and his heart was struggling. But when he raised his head, his eyes were full of firmness. My lord, thank you for your kindness, but I have to wait here for big brother Naruto to come back. This is what I agreed with him. I want to go with him guard this village. Ebisu heard the words. Very excited. But Demiurge frowned. Brother Naruto? Who is he? Is he stronger than me? Although this is a question. But Demiurge felt a little disdainful in his heart. This world is apart from the captain. Is there anyone stronger than him? How can it be? Kano Amaru looked serious. Brother Naruto is very strong, he is the goal I have been chasing after. Demiurge was a little curious. Oh? Then I want to see it. Are you sure you don't want to go with me? It's a great journey to conquer the world. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Kano Amaru shook his head. Compared to conquering, I want to protect more. The purpose of my efforts to become stronger is not to conquer the so-called world. I just want to better protect my village. Well, that's a stupid and short-sighted idea. I really don't know what a small village has to protect. Demiurge said angrily. I finally found a little guy who was barely considered a talent. But the other party actually rejected him. This made him a little unhappy. I have to say, you made a wrong decision. When you grow up, you may regret it. Oh no, you will definitely regret it. I will never regret it. Kano Amuro looked determined. Seeing this situation, Demiurge suddenly lost interest, his wings flicked, and he disappeared in place in an instant. After a while, he found refuge through his powerful perception. Looking at Uncle Ichiraku and his daughter Ayam snuggled up in the corner, Demiurge ignored the ninja guarding the shelter. Both, we meet again on 4.3. Oh, it's you, Demiurge-san. Uncle Ichiraku forced a smile. This is what the village looks like now. Even if he is optimistic, he can't help but feel sad at this moment. If it weren't for Demiurge and Kearns, who have been in the ramen restaurant frequently these days, the two are already very familiar, and he wouldn't even have any interest in chatting. And the guardian ninjas of the refuge. Meet Uncle Ichiraku and know the man in front of you. He didn't say much, but he still had the vigilance he should have. 2. Are you interested in joining our team? We still need an excellent ramen chef on board. Chapter 143. At the same time, the roof of the Hoage building. The conversation between Tsunade and others and Tiendeo Pain has come to an end. After reading the memory of Shizuka, pain from the world was immediately transmitted to pain from heaven. After receiving the memory, Tiendeo Pain suddenly opened his eyes. Mount Miyaboku. I remember that was the hidden village of Toad, right? It seems that there is no point in staying here anymore. As he said that, Tiendeo Pain looked at Kearns on the rocking chair rather apprehensively. In his eyes, Tsunade and the others in front of him are nothing. Only the man on the rocking chair who seemed to be watching a play to get his attention. And the ninja on Konoha's side was shocked after hearing Tiendeo Pain's words. How could he know? 02 BD. Tsunade gritted his silver teeth. Master Tsunade, let them retreat for now. We can take this opportunity to strengthen the defense of the village during this period. Umbu Ninja next to Tsunade suggested. But obviously, Tsunade didn't want to make such a decision. Don't wait for their discussion to come up with any results. Tiendeo Pain has turned around. Is it okay to ask you one last question? Did you call Chakra to deal with my technique? It seems that you already know my ability. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all of this is meaningless. This has been proved by you big countries. You think you are the protagonist of this world, and you also think that the protagonist will be far away from death. It is too superficial to indulge in peace like this. Killing people will be killed. Seng Tui will closely connect the two. The so-called battle means that there will be death, scars, and pain on both sides. Kearns watched Tendo Pain fill the glass with interest. In my heart, I was secretly commenting. Whether this cup is round or not. If it is not round enough, then Nagato's social life on the ship will be much more serious. However, this time Tiendeo Pain pretended a little too much. Tsunade couldn't bear it anymore. You self-righteous guy, you only know how to say stupid things. These big countries are also suffering, don't just make excuses to make things difficult for us. However, this sentence is like a fuse. Completely ignited the anger of Tiendeo Pain. His eyes are full of anger, which has accumulated in his heart for more than 10 years. His homeland has been turned into ruins, his parents have fallen in front of him, and his friend Yahiko was forced to die in his own hands. He does not. People like Tsunade are entitled to talk about pain in front of themselves. Tiendeo Pain completely lost his mind. Ridiculous. Feel the pain. Think about the pain. Accept the pain. Know the pain. Seeing that Tiendeo Pain came directly to the classic, a bag of rice, Cillian, Kearns, who was lying on the rocking chair, quickly adjusted his sleeping position. This is the, how many floors to hit a bag of rice, that was played badly in the previous life. Now Kearns has seen the real version. He wants to appreciate this classic scene of all infamy. As the figure of Tiendeo Pain continues to rise into the sky, Tsunade and others gradually realized that something was wrong. Wait, this guy, what else is he trying to do? Kakashi was also puzzled by this. He turned to look at Kearns, trying to see some clues from the latter. At this moment, Kearns is holding his hands behind his head, crossing his legs, and looking at the audience in an extremely comfortable posture, only missing the popcorn in his hand. Kakashi involuntarily drew 3 black lines across his forehead. Could this be the bad taste of the so-called strong? This is too unorthodox. Tiendeo Pain has risen to the sky. Those who do not understand pain will not understand true peace. Match his current posture. The tense atmosphere at the scene was instantly filled. And Kearns also made the only positive comment today: the composition is good, which is barely a bit of style, not as blunt as before. At the moment, in the jungle outside Konoha village, Beast Deo Pain has summoned all the other pains except Tiendeo, and Konan back with the summoning technique 067. Look at the almost completely scrapped Hell Road Pain. Konan frowned. This kind of cut, such a sharp method. There is still such a master in the village? Could it be that mysterious man he said made the move? No, it's the man with wings. Beast Road Pain Kaido. Between the 6 of them views are fully shared. So they knew very well what kind of attack Hell Deo Pain suffered, and the speed and moves were terrifying. Konan didn't delve too deeply into the issue, either. She looked at the beast and said to Pain, succinctly, "What's going on?" The animal Deo Pain raised his head, but his tone was full of the attitude of the heavenly Deo Pain. "I will use that trick." Konan was shocked when he heard this. She looked serious and frowned. "No, using that technique will shorten your lifespan." However, Konan was not finished yet. Several pain fell one after another. Chapter 144. Seeing this situation, Konan suddenly turned his head to look up at the sky, with complicated emotions. The strength of the 6 people has been. "Do you want to do this anyway?" Nagato. At this moment, Tiendeo Pain, or Nagato at this time, has been completely overwhelmed by the negative emotions in his heart, and even Konan's dissuasion will not help. In his heart, there is nothing but destruction. At this moment, Tiendeo Pain has risen to the highest point. The entire Konoha village is already at his feet. As for Tsunade and others on the Hoage rooftop, their anxiety became more and more intense. What's going on? Are they just retreating? Tsunade looked at Tiendeo Pain, who had only one black spot left in the distance. His brows were furrowed. Those guys, what are they still planning? What is it? I haven't figured it out yet, but I think the scale will be quite large. Yes, you guessed it right. At this moment, Kearns, who was sleeping on the rocking chair in Geu's lying position, slowly sat up straight, and this was the first time he spoke. After hearing Kearns' voice, all eyes on the scene gathered. They heard about the strength of this man from Kakashi, and from Hoage Tsunade that this man is a friend of Master Jiraiya. But other news, nothing is known. Very mysterious. Moreover, since this man appeared, he has been sitting in the corner as a spectator, neither speaking, nor making a move, as if he is detached from the world. Why did you suddenly speak now? Kakashi reacted the most. Straight up to Kearns. The others had only heard the dictation and had not seen Kearns make a move with their own eyes, but he knew very well the strength of the man in front of him. That powerful. It has even exceeded his cognition. Kakashi felt that only the legendary first Hokage Senju Hashirama was revived, and he might be able to compare with the man in front of him. Mr. Kearns, what you just said? What means? Literally. Kearns shook his already stiff neck, and said calmly, your Master Hokage guessed right, Chang. That guy in the sky is going to make a big move, you better have prepared. This. Kakashi only felt his scalp go numb. Even the man in front of him called it a big move, so how big is it? Everyone who was already a little uneasy. The tension grew after Kearns' words. Kakashi looked at the calm and relaxed Kearns in front of him, and he really wanted to ask him to help the village. Can be the relationship between the two parties. It made him not know how to speak. He is not related to me, nor is he from the village. He only has the identity of a so-called friend of Jiraiya. But the other party has already rescued himself once. What else do you want? Tsunade saw what Kakashi was thinking, and she didn't understand why Kakashi cared so much about the man in front of her. It is true that the other party is Jiraiya's friend, and gained the great trust of Jiraiya. I am afraid that the strength will not be low. Possibly even better than Jiraiya. But even so, so what? After pondering for a moment, Tsunade looked at Kearns. Your Excellency Kearns, I remember you said a few days ago that you were entrusted by Jiraiya to come to the village to do something. I wonder what exactly Jiraiya entrusted you to do. Tsunade didn't ask Tiendeo Pain directly. Instead, they turned to Jiraiya. This is the only similarity between oneself and the other party. Kearns was helpless about this. After telling the first lie, he has to fill in countless lies. He has now deeply understood this sentence. I just want to watch a show well. Why does everyone have to drag themselves to be a character in the play? Asterisk what Jiraiya entrusted to me, you will naturally know when you should know. Then, can your excellency tell me, what exactly is this pain going to do? Tsunade reveals his true purpose. On this day, Pain suddenly lifted into the sky, and said those strange words again. It made her very uneasy. Kearns glanced up. I think I shouldn't have to say this anymore. In the sky, the sun, Tiandeo Pain, and Konoha village have formed a three-point line. At this moment, Tiandeo Pain, Nagato to be precise, has completely lost his mind. I can't forget Yahiko's pain. From now on, let the world feel the pain. The sound of the words, El Niño Zhao, fell. A chime sounded. Dazzling white light burst from the sky, directly submerging all the people in the entire Konoha village. Countless ninjas looked up at the sky. There was also a look of horror and disbelief on Tsunade's face. Tiandeo Pain's voice was cold. Super Shenluo Tianzhang slave. At this moment, the terrifying energy was completely released, and everyone seemed to smell the aura of the end of the world. Chang Kong controlled Tiandeo Pain's blow. Enough to level the entire Konoha village. At this moment, a sigh of vicissitudes of life sounded and spread to everyone's ears. I have seen the famous scene of the source of all evil, and it is time for me to be active. Chapter 145. At high altitude, the energy burst out from Tiandeo Pain is extremely terrifying. Tsunade understood at this moment. What exactly is the big move that Kearns is talking about? There was panic in everyone's eyes. This feeling, is that technique? But the power is too exaggerated. Kakashi had a look of despair on his face, so amazing but without a physical energy impact. Even if he wanted to use Kamui to transfer with his life, he couldn't do it. In Konoha village, Demigos, who has been recruited several times to no avail, is wandering in disappointment. After seeing that dazzling light and terrifying energy, he could not help frowning. How can such an exaggerated technique be used in such a small place? It's really messed up. If this tourist spot is erased, the captain will be angry, right? The angry captain. That's really scary. Be the first to board a special crew member. Demiurge and Kearns had been together the longest. He knows what kind of person his captain is. He is easygoing and steady in normal times, and has rich experience and vicissitudes of life, which made him develop a calm and breezy temperament. But once it gets annoyed, no matter how powerful the opponent is, everyone will know what Thunder Fury is. Moreover, Demiurge has never seen Kearns' true strength, because he always feels that his own captain can bring out something new every time he fights, as if the opponent's arsenal is bottomless. I hope that the captain will not be completely enraged. Otherwise, terrible things will happen. How can there be such a terrible move in this world? This kind of technique is fake. Are you kidding me? If this continues, the village will be destroyed. On the roof of the Hoage building, Umbu's ninjas were terrified. With their strength, they might not die in the aftermath of this Super Shenluo Tianzhang. But it is not difficult to see with their eyesight. The whole village may be directly razed to the ground by this technique. That's for some ninjas. It was worse than killing them. They are totally unacceptable. But in this situation, they don't know what to do at all. A strong sense of powerlessness envelops their hearts, and despair begins to spread. Well. Kearns sighed heavily. He just wanted to watch Nagato's Black History quietly and watch a few scenes by the way. Think of it as a little adjustment in travel. He has no intention of interfering with the course of the world. Because Kearns felt that he had already shown his strength before, so even if he was just sitting motionless in the rocking chair, Nagato should not dare to launch this Super Shenluo Tianzhang. This is of no benefit to it. Their purpose is to catch Naruto and get 9 tails. Destroying Konoha was not in the plan at all. To affect someone as strong as himself just to vent his anger, no matter how you look at it, it is an extremely uneconomical house. Can lie down and watch a play. Then complete the task leisurely. Why not do it? Anyway, Naruto will be coming from Mount Myaboku soon, and then there will be no need to fight himself, and there will be another scene to watch. But, Kearns didn't expect that. The obsession and anger in Nagato's heart can be so deep. In other words, Tsunade's previous words, as well as the Konoha village where he lived and worked in peace and contentment, touched the most sensitive string in Nagato's heart. Your desire can be strong enough to be known by the system. It seems that the obsession is still quite deep. Forget it, after seeing so much dark history about you, I will help you fulfill this wish anyway, lest you say that I, the captain, don't take pity on my subordinates. But I really didn't see it. You are so bold at this stage. The scope of the technique dared to affect me, the captain. It's really lawless. Kearns' figure instantly disappeared on the spot, and a white sphere quickly opened up. Immediately afterwards, the white sphere suddenly shattered. Pieces the size of feathers fell one after another. Next moment, the new look of Kearns came into view. His skin was pale without any trace of blood, his eyes were blood red, and the lines in his pupils were the same as pains. The three scales behind it. Braving the six paths celestial fire chakra. Floating behind the truth-seeking ball, democracy reveals the six paths wand. Since we are in this world, we should use the means of this world to solve it. The breath emanating from Kearns at the moment. Let the shock waves emitted by Chao Shenluo Tianzhang be a little disordered. And the people below saw this scene. His expression was even more horrified than before. This is the legendary. This chakra. What the hell is this? It's horrible. Kakashi and Tsunade looked at each other, their eyes widened. It wasn't until this moment that they intuitively felt the power of Kearns. Chakra is energy, they understand. But to be so powerful is far beyond their cognition. The chakra of Tendo Pain is amazing. But now chakra on Kearns. But it is enough to be called heaven-defying. Chapter 146. Endless repulsion came from all directions. Head straight down to the center of Konoha village. If it is allowed to erupt there, it may only take a few seconds, and the entire village will be directly razed to the ground. And now, Kearns with a special image is standing there. He looked at heavenly Deo Pain in the sky. Your wish, the sleepy captain helped you realize it. But you are so arrogant at this stage, but you need to pay a small price. The way of heaven Shenluo Tianzheng. With Kearns' voice down. The repulsive force that is more powerful and has a wider range surges out. If this energy can be seen by the naked eye, then everyone can see that the energy emanating from Kearns has completely wrapped the energy emanating from Tian Deo Pain. This. What exactly is this? This chakra, this ability, these eyes. Why? This is impossible. Nagato was completely shocked. He couldn't understand Kearns' image and ability, he couldn't understand this chakra who didn't belong to the mortal world, he couldn't understand what happened now. Kearns' Shenluo Tianzhang is in the shape of a package. Completely shrouded Tiandeo Pain's Super Shenluo Tianzhang. The two powerful repulsive forces collided together, and there was an earth-shattering muffled sound in an instant, and the whole world seemed to vibrate accordingly. A frightening wave of air visible to the naked eye spewed out, sweeping the world. The white clouds in the sky were instantly shattered. The higher peaks were shaken to the point of collapse. After several collisions and agitations, the Super Shenluo Tianzhang issued by Tiandeo Pain dissipated into nothingness, and his whole body was like a kite with a broken string, and he flew upside down, and he didn't know where he landed. And Kearns' repulsion didn't stop. The overflowing energy was buckled from the sky like a light shield. The entire Konoha village is the central point. All the surrounding jungles and mountain peaks have been pushed down, and the exposed yellow sand stretches for dozens of miles. As far as the eye can see, it is all barren. After releasing Shenluo Tianzhang, Kearns was back to normal again. The sky fell, and he returned to the rocking chair as if nothing had happened. His face was as calm as if he just got up and drank a cup of tea. And the entire Hoage building rooftop. Or the entire Konoha village. At this moment, everyone fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere was as weird as a mass grave at midnight. It would not be an exaggeration to say that needles could be heard. The entire village was bulldozed. There is quite a feeling of changing the world and changing the world. But they have witnessed this change firsthand. Just for a moment. If this kind of power falls on the entire village, they can't even imagine the consequences. But the problem is this really a human ability? The fairy in the legend is nothing more than this. In the village, Demiurge looked up at the sky, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the captain showed his other side, humming, who told that guy to be so messy? However, the more they are like this, the more commendable my ability and caring will be. I won't do such a stupid thing. I am the captain's best subordinate. At the same time, The special crew members who have experienced the local conditions and customs in various places in the Land of Fire raised their heads and looked in the direction of Konoha village. Has the captain used that trick again? It's terrible. 0. Ask for flowers. Until now, I didn't understand how ridiculous my thoughts and vision were. Uchiha Madara? What is it in front of the captain? The captain is angry. Let's go back quickly. Albedo, I still want to continue shopping. The captain is so strong. There will be no accident at all. Let's walk all the way back, there must be a lot of fun on the way. All right. Konoha village was silent for a long time before the ninjas slowly emerged. As for the civilians, the old and the young, they continued to stay in the refuge, and they didn't know what happened outside for the time being. 0. It's unbelievably powerful. Is that Lord here to help the village? That's great. It's really hard to imagine what it would be like if such a technique fell into the village. The whole village would be destroyed, right? I've never seen such a powerful ninja. Even Master Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas, may not be so powerful. The ninjas of Konoha village have both the joy of surviving and the shock of powerful magic. Out of danger. They couldn't wait to chat and discuss. Who is stronger, Senju Hashirama or Kearns? It is actually difficult for people at their level to tell, because both of them belong to existences beyond their cognition. But Senju Hashirama has been dead for many years after all. No matter how powerful it is just history. But the strength of Kearns was truly presented in front of their eyes. The roof of the Hoage building. Tsunade's face was full of lingering fear. Are you really Jiraiya's friend with? Chapter 147. Tsunade stood in front of Kearns. The face must be as weird as it is. It's not that she looks down on Jiraiya, it's mainly that the strength Kearns showed is too exaggerated and outrageous. It's not a good thing to say. The two sides are not in the same world at all. Jiraiya's strength is beyond words, that is, an elite-level master, there is still a distance from the top group of people. And the man in front of him. It can no longer be called a human being. Just like my grandfather Senju Hashirama did. That special chakra. Tsunade is also familiar. Kearns turned his head, just about to tell a 153 lie to cover up the first lie, but because of his sitting posture, what caught his eye was a different kind of scenery. All the mountains around Konoha have been leveled. But the two peaks in front of him are more majestic than any other peaks. Although don't look at evil. But Kearns couldn't take his eyes off it. He suddenly felt. This is the real scenery of Konoha village. After a while, Tsunade obviously also noticed Kearns' strangeness. She looked down at Kearns' gaze, and two red clouds appeared on her face. I now know how you and Jiraiya became friends. Both of you are of the same trade. Saying that, Tsunade tightened his collar. Kearns said nothing, coughed to ease the embarrassment. However, the atmosphere at the scene became a little lively because of this episode. Previously, Kearns had been in a state of silence watching the show quietly. His aura was too strong, and no one dared to speak up. Just now, the strength shown by Kearns was too strong. All of them were shocked for a moment. No one knows what kind of temper this fairy-like monster is. In case I say something wrong. What can I do then? They didn't worry much about themselves, the main reason was that if the other party destroyed the village at a glance, they would have no place to cry. And now Kearns' move. It feels like falling from the sky to the mortal world. To put it bluntly, it is grounded. This made everyone smile knowingly. It turns out that this guy who is so powerful that he can be called a pervert is also a normal person. Even, Kakashi is serious on the surface. The boring man who actually likes to read Jiraiya's novels is already thinking about it. This Kearns' self-proclaimed friend of Jiraiya should be about the same age as Master Tsunade, will the two of them. In fact, Kakashi was wrong. Strictly speaking, Kearns is much older than Tsunade, at least in his 20s and 30s. As for Kearns' physiognomy, the ninjas at the scene didn't think it was anything special. In the world of Hoage, there are not a few people who are old but still maintain their youthful appearance. The Tsunade in front of us is a living example. Moreover, they can also see the traces of the vicissitudes of time from Kearns' deep eyes and steady temperament. Although Kakashi's thoughts have drifted to Java. But the surface is still very serious. Thank you Mr. Kearns for your help. Yes, without Mr. Kearns, the village would be destroyed today. I've never seen such a powerful technique. What an eye-opener today. Mr. Kearns is not only a friend of Master Jiraiya, but also a benefactor of our village. From now on, Mr. Kearns will be the most honored guest of our Konoha village. I agree. Knowing that Kearns is also a normal person. The ninjas at the scene suddenly became active. At this moment, Tsunade also regained her composure, but she still tightened her collar before walking in front of Kearns with a proud look. Kearns. If you hadn't acted, the village would have been destroyed. Thank you this time. Tsunade said. The style of painting suddenly changed. She clenched her fists and said viciously, however, those things in your mind should disappear as soon as possible. If you dare to imitate Jiraiya, I. Speaking of which. Tsunade was suddenly deflated. She originally wanted to threaten Kearns just like threatening Jiraiya, but she suddenly remembered that compared with Kearns, her own strength is simply a heaven and an earth. If the other party really wants to do something, I can't resist at all. This can't beat it. You are Konoha's hero, don't be like Jiraiya, otherwise, I will look down on you. Force does not work. 4.5. Tsunade directly came to a moral kidnapping. But the more she said that, the more strange pictures appeared in her mind. The man in front of him had deep eyes and a cold demeanor. The young face is also quite handsome. The strength is also extremely strong. Such a person, if he does such wretched things as Jiraiya, it will be a disgrace. No. Why does it suddenly feel like it is a bit cute in contrast? Seems to be more grounded. This, damn it. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat suddenly, and his face, which had just recovered from its original calm, was instantly covered with 2 red clouds. Chapter 148. Kearns didn't pay that much attention. He is sitting on a recliner, leisurely enjoying the tea handed over by the female ninja. Don't get too excited, Nagato, that pen isn't dead yet. What? Tsunade ETAL heard the news. His expression suddenly changed. Pain didn't die? With such a powerful technique, he can still survive? This is a joke. It's not dead, then Pain is simply a monster. What to do? No one in the village is his match. What's the rush? Isn't Lord Kearns still here? If Lord Kearns made the move, then Pain is nothing. Now, all eyes were on Kearns once again. After seeing the power of the super-large Shenluo Tianzheng, they are really scared. Konoha Village's 03 really can't stand the devastation. But they also know that no matter how many people like themselves regard Kearns as a savior and benefactor, the other party has no obligation to deal with powerful enemies for their village. So they didn't take the initiative to speak. He just looks at Kearns with a serious look on his face. They can only hope that Kearns is willing to strike again for their village. However, Kearns' very first sentence directly made their hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. My business is done. I won't do it again. These words are like a basin of cold water, directly extinguishing the hope of these ninjas. Tsunade pursed his lips. I feel quite lost in my heart. Finished things? Do you mean Jiraiya's dying order? But, if he doesn't make a move, who else in the village can deal with Pain? What conditions do I have? Can I ask this man to make a move? Think about it. Tsunade suddenly thought of something. His face turned red again. The safety of the village is more important than anything else, and personal gains and losses are nothing, not to mention that this man is excellent in all aspects. Just when Tsunade mustered up the courage to say something, Kearns spoke again, but you don't have to worry too much, someone will deal with Pain, he is no longer a threat to Konoha village. He said. His eyes suddenly turned to a certain direction. Look. Here comes the man. That person is coming? Who is coming? Just when everyone was wondering, 3 huge toads of different colors with weapons on their backs suddenly appeared in Konoha village. On top of these toads, there are also 2 little toads who show their old age. Looking up from the old toad, a boy with blonde hair, a Konoha forehead protector, a red and black cloak, and a scroll behind his back stood proudly. Everyone in the village is familiar with this boy. Kearns is also familiar. It is the reincarnation of Chakra, the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the second son of Sage of 6 Paths Ashura, 9 Tails Jinchuriki, a passionate young man who is inspired to be Hokage, and has the ninja known as the world's strongest mouth, Uzumaki Naruto. To be honest, I saw this son of destiny. Kearns was a little emotional. Strictly speaking, this is not the first time he and Naruto have met, but in the past, he saw each other's figure from the screen, and now he has seen the real person. And, decades have passed. After Naruto appeared, the village suddenly became noisy. Tsunade looked at Kearns, slightly stunned. You know Naruto? And you are so optimistic that you seem to know him well. Kearns heard the words. I slandered endlessly in my heart. What does it mean to know? What does it mean to seem to know him well? But the whole episode, man. Watch him grow from a hairless child to the 7th Hoage, and become a husband, to the West. Of you guys here, one counts as one. Who the hell knows Naruto like I do? What hobbies does he have? How many times has he changed Jiraiya's beauty? I'm better than you all. But these words, Kearns naturally had no way to talk to Tsunade and the others. He thought for a while, and said casually, Jiraiya once mentioned him to me, and regarded this little guy as hope. I also think that he will be a very good successor for Konoha 743. Tsunade heard the words. Obviously a little surprised. She also believes in Naruto. The energy, perseverance, and intelligence of this young man are really shocking. These are the necessary potentials of the strong. But Tsunade was really unexpected. The man in front of him actually paid more attention to Naruto than himself. You know, this guy is so powerful that he can be called heaven-defying. In her impression, the only person who can be connected with this man is her grandfather Senju Hashirama. Even, she couldn't judge who was strong and who was weak. Such existence. So optimistic about Naruto? Can Naruto really fight that pen? After seeing the power of Tiendeo Pain, Tsunade was still worried about Naruto's safety, but now she heard what Kearns said, and she suddenly became more confident about Naruto out of thin air. And in Konoha village, Naruto standing on the toad's head is full of spirits. Konoha village. I'm back. Chapter 149. Naruto climbed up and overlooked. Look around. A hint of doubt rose in his eyebrows. This is a village, yes. But around here, is the village planning to expand? What a big hand ratio. But such a big move, because no one told me anything. Todichi at Naruto's feet squinted his eyes. The voice is low. Where is the enemy? At this moment, Toad Sage Shima, the wife of Toad Sage Fukazaku, jumped up. Seeing this, Fukazaku Sento quickly asked, what the hell is going on, Mr., do you know what happened in Konoha village recently? Immortal's Hymal looked solemn. Shensheng said. This matter will not be clear for a while. I can only make a long story short. 6 Pain organized by Akatsuki invaded Konoha village and injured many ninjas. Pain vainly tried to use a powerful technique to raise Konoha to the ground. Mr. repulsed. As for the situation outside the village, that's the aftermath of Mr. Kearns' spell. No fuss. It is true to say so, but in fact, when Immortal's Hyma saw Kearns' heavenly Dao Shenluo Tianzheng, his cognition was almost subverted. She wasn't surprised at the time. Just completely terrified. Huh. Naruto's eyes gradually widened, and he asked in surprise, you just said that the entire desert outside the village was caused by the aftermath of a powerful spell. This is too exaggerated. Also, who is that Mr. Kearns you speak of? During my absence. Is it a matter that so many things happened in the village? Naruto expressed some shock. It hasn't been long since I left the village, why did such a big change suddenly happen? Akatsuki and Pen he knew. But who is that Kearns? Why did the other party help the village to deal with pain? And, to be able to release such a powerful technique, Naruto felt that the destructive power of Nine Tails might not be so strong. Mr. Kearns is a friend of the Jiraiya kid. Immortal Shima answered Naruto's question. Ah, it turned out to be a friend of Pervy Sage. To be able to cast such a powerful technique, sounds like a formidable senior. Unexpectedly, Pervy Sage is quite reliable in making friends. Thinking of Jiraiya's death. Even Naruto, the representative of the optimists, was a little sad. But he quickly adjusted his state. So, is Pen dead now or has he escaped? The danger to the village is lifted. It seems like this at the moment. With that kind of powerful technique, even Pain should have a hard time surviving, right? Immortal's Hyma speculated. I hope so. Almost, really almost died. At the same time. In a certain underground cave, the image of the huge Hell King stands silently. I don't know how long it has passed. Jail Hades' mouth slowly opened. The figures of 6 Pain and Konan were spit out directly. This time, if the beast doesn't get us summoning away in time, it will be really dangerous. Konan whispered. The whole person is slightly weak. The expressions on the faces of several pains did not change much because they were corpses. But anyone knows. How dangerous is the situation? Recall the horrible repulsion from before. Conan is now terrified. What makes people even more desperate is that it is even just the aftermath of the collision of spells, and the real force has been completely released in the sky. B. The impact force is also strong to an unbelievable level. Let's go. With that man here, we will definitely not be able to get 9 tails, and it will be futile to continue. Even if all the power of Akatsuki is assembled. We may not be his opponent. No, we have worked hard for so long, how can we give up so easily? Tiendao Pain was expressionless. Nagato manipulating him from behind. It's insane right now. I never believed that Konoha can drive such a strong man. If they could really do it, the world would have been at peace long ago, and no one can resist their Konoha attack. I was too impulsive before. Shenluo Tianzhang has affected him, so he will fight back. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him. I don't believe he will do things for Konoha, it's absolutely impossible. Actually, Nagato's guess is not wrong at all. Good luck to the king. If he didn't launch Super Shenluo Tianzhang, but chose to fight Tsunade and others normally, then Kearns might really choose not to intervene because he hasn't seen this episode. Conan frowned. Suddenly, I felt that Nagato's words made a little sense. If Konoha village can really drive such a powerful force, will it still be frustrated again and again? If that man really knew how to fight for Konoha, then when Pain's 6 people first appeared, they would have been completely destroyed. Well, the plan can go ahead. But we don't have to stay in Konoha village. Isn't that Vortex Naruto on Mount Miyaboku? Just go straight there. Chapter 150. If given a choice. Conan never wants to run into Kearns in his life. That man. It has already left quite a shadow in her heart. Anyway, our goal is only 9 tails, there is no need to confront that man. Nagato naturally did not refuse. As someone who has personally experienced Kearns' terrifying power through pain, he knows Kearns' horror better than Conan. That sense of dread. Meeting those ninjas was even more desperate than when he was young and had no fighting power. At that moment, he didn't even have the heart to resist. Of course, I don't want to confront him either. That man is horrible. But I've seen that Uzumaki Naruto is back in Konoha village, we have to go back to get the 9 tails, I have to make a break with Konoha village too. Nagato's heart is still determined. Conan glanced at Pain. His expression was extremely dignified. Back to Konoha village? If that's the case, I think it's better to give up this operation for now. After that man leaves Konoha, we will restart the plan to plunder the 9 tails. He can't live in Konoha village for a long time. 867. That man knows you well, so he may not be able to kill you. He has the same eyes as you, and can perform the same spells as you, Nagato shook his head upon hearing that. Interrupt directly. It's not the same, his eyes and skills are far better than mine. That's why we should be more cautious. Conan added. No, as I said, that man will never be driven by Konoha. I was too impulsive to cause such a result before, but this time, I will not take the initiative to provoke him. He has no reason to shot. Tiendao Pain was expressionless. Also, even if I make a mistake in my judgment this time, the loss is only a few Pain clones, but if I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to wait for the next time. Besides, death may not mean pain to me, it may be relief. 9 tails, AGI, this time must be caught. Conan looked at Pain in front of him. I don't speak for a long time. She knew that at this time, it was useless to say what she said, and Nagato's current thinking had reached a dead end. Otherwise, it would not have done so many crazy things before. The only difference these days is, this time things were crazier. Trying to figure out the thoughts of the strong, this is the most stupid act. Nagato, this is what you said. These words, the cottage is still in my heart after all. Did not say it. Konoha village, Hoage building rooftop. Naruto didn't bring those oversized Toad brothers, and came to Tsunade with Fukazaku Senjin and Shima Senjin on his shoulders. Grandma Tsunade. Ms. Kakashi. I'm back. After Naruto greeted everyone at the scene, his eyes fell on Kearns on the rocking chair. Is this what the friends of Pervy Sage call Mr. Kearns? Obviously it looks normal. But why do I always have a special feeling in my heart? At this moment, Kearns also turned his head to look at Naruto, the figure of the destined son of the Hoage world, which he had seen countless times in his previous life. But until now, he just saw the real person. The Naruto in front of him gave Kearns an extremely familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar feeling. Naruto exchanged short greetings with everyone present. Almost understood what happened in the village. Hearing that many ninjas in the village were injured in order to keep their whereabouts secret, and even died at the hands of pain, Naruto was both moved and indignant. Doing this kind of thing for your own selfishness. Such a guy. Simply inexcusable. Naruto's affection for the village is still very deep. Although there are some people in the village who hurt him when he was young, he is not a person who likes to care. After all, everything is in the past. Shima Senjin patted Naruto on the shoulder. Words of comfort. That guy Pain got what he deserved. Under the power of Mr. Kearns' spell. He's going to have a hard time surviving. No, he's still alive. Just then, Kakashi stepped forward. He looked serious. Mr. Kearns has already said that Pain is not dead yet, maybe he will make a comeback. Speaking of which, Kakashi didn't continue talking. He didn't tell Naruto that the person Kearns said could deal with Pain was Naruto himself, and he knew Naruto's temperament very well. Once the other party knows the news, it is bound to end with that Pain. And Kakashi, who has personally fought Pain, knows how powerful the opponent is. Although Pain has been defeated and fled. But that's only because his opponent is Kearns. That man who is so powerful that he can be called heaven-defying. Kakashi believes in Naruto, but he doesn't think that Naruto today has the qualifications to be compared with Kearns. If Naruto is on Pain, he was really worried about his safety. But Naruto still looks fearless, he is ready to fight. Mr. Kakashi, if that guy dares to come to the village again, I will definitely beat him. Chapter 151. Kakashi looked at Naruto in front of him. Did not speak. The nervous Naruto didn't feel anything strange at all. He strode directly towards Kearns on the rocking chair with a serious look on his face. You're what everyone calls Mr. Kearns, aren't you? Hi Kearns senpai, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you for everything you do for the village. Thank you so much. Kearns waved his hand casually upon hearing this. Signal Naruto not to care. There are many reasons why he chose to shoot this time. Protecting Konoha village from being destroyed by Tiendao Pain is just one of the trivial reasons. Maybe that's important to the ninjas of Konoha village. Available for Kearns. It's really not worth mentioning. When Naruto introduced himself, he didn't bring the declaration of becoming a Hokage, which made Kearns a little surprised. Could it be that Naruto felt that such a dream was in front of him? A bit hard to say. You are Naruto, aren't you? I heard Jiraiya mention you. What a fine young man. Kearns snapped a few words. In fact, he has never even met Jiraiya. As for Naruto, he has nothing to do with Jiraiya. Complimented by Kearns. Naruto scratched his head a little aggressively. He also pretended to be modest. But soon, Naruto returned to normal. Senior said, that guy Pain is not dead? Is it true? That's right. When Pain was in the sky, he was already transferred away by other Pain's techniques. He was not attacked by the shock wave, but suffered a little backlash. Kearns briefly explained it to Naruto. But Naruto obviously didn't care much about Pain. Always be that confident look. No matter what method that Pain used to escape, as long as he dares to come to the village to make trouble again, I will definitely beat him up. But senior, what is the spell you released? Just the aftermath can cause such a great power, it's really too powerful. This technique is called Shenluo Tianzheng. Kearns didn't hide. Said lightly. This technique will explode with extremely strong repulsive force, which can deflect all attacks and objects, including people. Heavenly Pain released this technique as well. It's just that my technique is more powerful than his. In the original plot, Tiendao Pain used Shenluo Tianzheng to raze Konoha village to the ground in an instant. Naruto, who grew up in Konoha village, could not recognize the village. Had it not been for Tsunade's timely use of ninja art, mitotic regeneration technique. The ninjas in the village don't know how many casualties they will have. This power is strong enough. But Kearns is also right. In 6 Paths Sage mode, he releases Heavenly Deo Shinra Tensei, and his power increases exponentially, which is stronger than the Shinra Tensei released by Pain. Listen to Kearns' description. Naruto had a very interested look on his face. Shenluo Tianzheng. Sounds like a very powerful technique. However, that's what Naruto said. There is no intention of pestering Kearns to learn this technique. After all, no matter how strong Naruto's nerves are, he also knows that this kind of ninjutsu with strong privacy can be said to be a secret for ninjas. Make such a request rashly. It's a very rude behavior. Kearns looked at Naruto's face, and he didn't know what the other person was thinking, because it was easy to guess what the young man was thinking. Not to mention as a former Hoage fan. 0. Ask for flowers. He knows Naruto's character too well. Kearns smiled and said, "What? You want to learn this technique?" As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, learning any technique is more beneficial than harmful, unfortunately. This technique is a type of blood succession boundary. Even if I am willing to teach you, you can't use it either. When hearing the first half of what Kearns said earlier, Naruto's eyes couldn't help but light up. It sounded like the other party was willing to teach him this technique. You can hear the blood succession boundary behind. Naruto's eyes dimmed instantly. The name of blood successor limitation is very famous in the entire ninja world, and most ninjas have a deep understanding of it, and all major countries and ninja villages also attach great importance to it. Konoha village also has this kind of family with blood succession limit, such as the Sharinan of the Uchiha family, the eyes of the Hyuga family. They all belong to a kind of blood inheritance limit. The users of blood successor limits have special abilities, and some blood successor limits will greatly enhance the ninja's strength. But the problem is that the technique of blood inheritance and boundary can only be inherited by blood relationship and through genes. Usually. Except people of the same blood can inherit. Others cannot learn. It cannot be replicated even with Sharinan. So, even if Kearns is willing to teach, he can't learn, which makes Naruto a little frustrated. No ninja can refuse to learn a powerful jutsu. He is no exception. But soon, many ninjas at the scene, including Naruto, thought of a very frightening question. Since that powerful technique is blood succession boundary, then why both Kearns and Pain in front of me can use it? That's blood succession boundary. Chapter 152. Think here. The ninjas gathered on the roof of the Hoage building all shuddered. It's not because of fear. Instead, he thought of something that was terribly frightening. They can't help but think back. The scene when Kearns took off. That state where the whole person has changed, those eyes that are almost the same as Pain. They can be sure that it is the legendary Rinnegan. The man in front of me can also use the technique that Pain can use, and it is even more powerful. That Pain has Rinnegan, and the man in front of him also has Rinnegan, and it seems to have evolved more perfectly. And this is the 297 realm of blood succession. We seem to have discovered something amazing. All of a sudden, the expressions of all the ninjas on the entire rooftop seemed to become a little strange. They looked at Kearns with extremely complicated eyes. Blood inheritance limit. Only genes can pass on. No wonder this senior Kearns had been sitting on the sidelines until the last moment. No wonder senior Kearns possessed such a powerful technique, but still failed to kill Pain. No wonder senior Kearns said he would not make another shot. So it is. Have to say. When people sometimes inadvertently perceive something mysterious, the association ability and brain supplement ability in the mind are extremely developed. This moment. Almost all the ninjas at the scene turned into demiurges. Just a few seconds. They have completed a very bloody plot brain supplement. The scene where the son is ignorant and disobedient, and then the father and son turn against each other. The scene where the old father wipes his everywhere in order to make up for the mistakes made by his son. The scene where the old father is helpless and unable to kill the killer. The scene where the old father treats Konoha village felt guilty, and finally chose to stop his son's drama. And so on and so forth. Totally brainstorming. Master Kearns is so powerful but so low-key, it turns out that there are such difficulties. It is really not easy for Mr. Kearns. This situation is the most frustrating. No matter what decision Lord Kearns makes, I will understand him, so please don't have any thoughts about Lord Kearns. How could it be? Lord Kearns, he has carried so much, but still has a kind heart, what a man he is. The ninjas of Konoha village suddenly became sentimental. One by one, they were crazy about the image of Kearns. It may be as short as 10 seconds. Kearns, who was originally very mysterious to them. In their minds, they have been perfected into a flesh and blood character, even one with countless bloody plots. Kearns was dumbfounded. This is the first time he was so puzzled. The guys in front of them. Did someone lower his head? At this moment, Tsunade came over. She patted Kearns on the shoulder lightly. Don't worry, I can understand you. Don't worry, we are not those decaying old villages. It doesn't matter what Pen does. You will always be our most valued guest at Konoha village. Hear Tsunade say that. The other ninjas on the rooftop also expressed their views immediately. Yes, Lord Kearns, you are always welcome. This is not your fault. In fact, if things only develop here, that's enough for Kearns to live with. The straight man who knew Naruto's outspoken heart rushed up. Senior Kearns. Pain, is he really your son? What a pity that such a powerful technique was passed on to such a guy. As soon as Naruto said this, the ninjas at the scene immediately cast blame. This kind of thing. It is enough for everyone to be clear. How can you say that to your face? How does Lord Kearns deal with this? Looking at Naruto and Tsunade in front of him, and looking at the Konoha village ninjas on the rooftop, Kearns almost collapsed because of his perennial energy-raising skills. He really wants to go straight to Six Paths Sage mode. Facing these people, come 10 or 8 Shenluo Tianzheng. It's so numb. Destroy it directly. Nagato's Rinnegan was transplanted by Uchiha Madara, and his own Rinnegan was given by the system. Although this is the limit of blood inheritance, the two of us have no relationship, okay? Even if it matters. That's just the relationship between the captain and the crew. And also the Nagato of later generations. The current Nagato doesn't even know who he is. 0.7 UFG ninjas. It's not a screenwriter for a bloody plot. Do you want to have more brain power than Demiurge? Hey. But the problem is that Kearns can't say anything about Nagato Rinnegan, because when it comes to Uchiha Madara, there are too many problems to explain. And the problem with Rinnegan himself. And completely inexplicable. Even if he is willing to tell the system, these people will never understand what a system is. Even, maybe he said so more. These people will think that this is an excuse they made up. It will be even more outrageous. Chapter 153. Kearns glanced around blankly, forcibly suppressing the urge to destroy everything in his heart. Immediately, he looked at Naruto coldly. He's not my son. Don't think about it. Kearns couldn't bear it anymore. Before he came to the world of Hoage, I have thought about countless emergencies. Even when the system suddenly changed its mind and arranged some difficult tasks for him, he had deduced it in his mind. But he never dreamed of it. He will be regarded as Pain's father in the Hoage world. Oh no, it's Nagato's father. This is outrageous. The most important thing is that this group of people seems to be still in their minds, making up a very bloody scene of suffering. Kearns really wants to pry the lid off these people now. See what's inside their heads. Why is the brain circuit so strange? This doesn't follow the rules at all. Are they really geniuses? There was a demiurge in 06, Kearns felt that he was tired enough, and suddenly the whole team started to die. Who can bear it? Looking at Naruto's big eyes full of curiosity, Kearns almost fell apart. Fortunately at this time, the rest of the ninjas reacted. But they didn't solve the misunderstanding, but they became more and more convinced of what they had made up. Naruto, how can you beat Kearns like this? Come back, Naruto. Don't be so rude. Tsunade even stepped forward quickly, with a serious expression. Kearns, I'm really sorry, Naruto has been a bit reckless since he was a child, he's still young, please don't be offended. Terribly sorry. Kearns was out of luck. He turned his head directly. Not a word. Reckless? Can I not know how reckless this kid is? The question is this the point now? I'm not even Nagato's father. The kid asked. I answered. Do you believe it or not? Say hello to me. What's going on? I seem to have done something shameful. Nagato's parents are very loving, okay? Although they have been dead for many years now, don't make up ground out of nothing to sow discord. Really? See what Kearns looks like. Not only did Konoha's ninjas not understand. On the contrary, they became more and more certain about their inner guesses, and even some female ninjas were overwhelmed with maternal love. Fortunately, they did not say these words out. Otherwise, Kearns will have to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Come on a trip to the world of Hoage. Is it okay to just like to be a father? The point is, if I really made a mistake that any man would make, that's all. I didn't eat this mutton, Oh no, I didn't even see it, and I was somehow smeared. Who can stand this? Kearns couldn't be happier at the moment. Demiurge and the others were not by their side. Otherwise, this incident must be passed on as an anecdote on board. Before Nagato's Black History's melon was eaten, the crew ate the captain's melon. What does it look like? Is this still a serious pirate group? Absolutely not. Kearns doesn't want to take it at all. However, in any world, the legendary Murphy's Law is at work. The main thing is to be afraid of anything. Demiurge, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly fell from the sky and appeared on the roof of the Hoage tower. Kearns was keenly aware of the traces of Obito and Yugiota. Fortunately, the two behind stopped after meeting. I don't know why. Didn't come to Konoha village. However, after Demiurge appeared, he didn't notice any abnormality in the atmosphere of the scene, and he went straight to Kearns. Be respectful. Bow down. My Lord Captain, my subordinates have had a bad start, and I have been unable to recruit suitable talents after traveling all over the world. This is really. Please punish the captain. In the rocking chair, 3 question marks popped out of Kearns' forehead. Not recruiting talent? Demiurge, are you sick? When did I give you such an order? 777. What the hell have you figured out? But Kearns also knows. Demiurge's brain tonic is already at an advanced stage. The ones that are hopeless. He didn't have any good ideas either. Moreover, Demiurge has never made any serious mistakes except that he likes to make up his mind, and it is impossible for Kearns to really punish him for this kind of thing. He gave Demiurge a disgusted look. He waved his hand. Don't worry about such small things. Yes. Demiurge's body trembled fiercely, his face flushed. Sure enough, I knew that the captain was the most tolerant of me, and he couldn't bear to blame me for not doing a good job in this matter. Fortunately, I still claim to be the captain's most capable subordinate. It's really heartbreaking. Master Captain must be encouraging me not to be discouraged. I will continue to work hard, and I will definitely not disappoint the captain's expectations. Demiurge's face lit up with fighting spirit again. Chapter 154. See this scene. Kearns couldn't help rubbing the space between his brows. Looking at Demiurge's expression, he knew that this guy probably didn't know what he was thinking. Talent recruitment? What kind of fairy brain circuit is this? This is the world of Hoage. The Hoage special crew I recruited already has Obito and Nagato. What ninja do you want to bring back? What the hell are you recruiting here? Is it the son of the world here, Uzumaki Naruto, you also want to cheat on board? Hi, blonde boy. I think your potential is very good. How about it, do you want to be a companion on our Pale Emperor? You are still young, and your strength seems to be very good. If you are carefully trained by me and the captain, you will definitely become a real strong man in the future. Demiurge looked Naruto up and down. The expression on his face looked appreciative. Kearns was dumbfounded. I was just complaining in my heart, did Dimikos really take action on this? Really wanted to trick Naruto onto the boat. It's outrageous. But Demiurge's move. It happened to divert the attention of everyone on the scene. Especially Naruto's attention. Otherwise, with Naruto's temperament, he might pester Kearns to find out the relationship between him and Nagato. It also made Kearns feel better. He is the melon of the captain of the Emperor's pirate ship, imposingly pale. Can't let the crew eat it first. Loss of majesty. Interrupted by Demiurge. Naruto turned his head immediately. He also looked up and down at Demiurge. Uncle, why are your ears pointed? Also, why do you have such a strange tail? Are you a monkey? Naruto speaks without restraint. Demiurge didn't care. In fact, in most cases, he can maintain an elegant and gentlemanly demeanor, and his thinking is also very calm. Demiurge pushed his glasses. Smiling. Blonde boy, your focus seems to be a bit off. I'm asking you, do you want to be our companion on board? I can tell you very clearly, this is a ticket to the strong and the top of the world. With your talent, it is entirely possible to surpass me in the future. Demiurge's combat power is not weak. Especially after performing a demonic voice changer. But strictly speaking, he is not actually a pure combat member. To him, his own combat power is not important. The important thing is how to plan the blueprint. Realize your ambition for the boss you are loyal to. The stronger the people on board, the happier Demiurge would be, because it meant that his boss had more chips to realize his ambitions, and he would never feel any so-called jealousy because of this. Naruto looked at Demiurge. His expression also became serious. Being the companion of Uncle and Senior Kearns. Not bad. Moreover, there are many strong people on our ship. You are still young and can learn a lot. Blonde boy, this is a rare opportunity. Demiurge was persuasive. He felt that he was about to succeed. This will be the first talent he has successfully recruited, and it is also the first step he has taken to realize the great ambition of the captain, and it is also the most important step. Naruto is still very serious after returning to normal. He looked up. With a straight face. Uncle, my name is not Blonde, I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. I know, Uncle, you and Senior Kearns are very strong. If you can practice together with you, you will really improve quickly. But you said get on board. I remember that our country of fire does not have a sea. Aren't we going far away? Yes. Demiurge didn't lie to Naruto, and said bluntly, that place is far away, and you may not have a chance to come back. That's right. Forget it then. Naruto glanced at the ninjas present. Immediately overlooking the entire Konoha village. This is my village, and the people in the village are all my companions. I will not leave Konoha and leave the village alone. After all, I'm going to be Hoage's man. Heard this familiar declaration. Kearns adjusted his position slightly. Once, there were two sentences that ran through his entire youth, and this sentence was the third of them. Hoage? What's that? Demiurge, Liao Wanghao, was puzzled. Naruto said, Hoage is the leader of Konoha, the leader who leads the village forward, and the towering tree that protects the village. That's right, that's it. Well said, little Naruto. The ninjas at the scene couldn't help but applaud Naruto. The atmosphere is extremely enthusiastic. However, Demiurge didn't understand it. To put it bluntly, isn't this a village chief? What kind of ideal is this? The real ideal of a man should be to conquer the worlds and become the king of the world. Rule the world and submit to all worlds. Come with us. You'll know when the time comes. The little village chief is nothing. Chapter 155. Demiurge didn't understand Naruto's thoughts at all. Hoage? Isn't he the village chief? The number of islands and countries they have conquered by the Pale Emperor pirates, and the number of villages are innumerable. What is a village chief? The king will kill you too. However, Naruto remained unmoved. I have a reason to be a Hoage, and there are also companions in the village that I can't part with, this uncle, I'm sorry. It's all said and done. Demiurge also knew that he couldn't persuade him anymore. He pushed up his glasses. Stepped aside. Right now, he only feels that his life is a complete failure, and his plan to recruit talents can be said to have ended in a complete failure today. This made him a little depressed. Demiurge turned his head. Saw Kearns in the rocking chair. In his eyes, an unspeakable fighting spirit burst out suddenly and inexplicably. The captain loves me so much, how can I be discouraged casually? You know, the beginning of any grand plan and career will not be too easy. As the captain's most capable subordinate. How can I give up easily? Captain, don't worry, I will definitely recruit real talents for you. Demiurge's eyes blazed with flames. Rocking chair. Looking at Demiurge with fiery eyes. Kearns was baffled. I obviously didn't say anything just now, what on earth is this guy thinking? This kind of look. He must have reached puberty. By the way, do demons have this thing? After a moment of silence. The topic is finally on the right track. Tsunade, who was the fifth Hoage at the time, waved his hand and said, now, there are many wounded in the village, and the hospital lacks a lot of manpower. If you have nothing to do, please go to the hospital to help. Yes. The ninjas nodded. Also, Katsuya feels that there are still many wounded in the village today. Kakashi, you are responsible for this matter, and immediately arrange personnel to rescue. Yes. Kakashi nods. All the remaining Umbu ninjas, as well as Naruto, you are responsible for strictly controlling the surrounding movement, in case pain strikes again. Yes, mother-in-law Tsunade. Naruto looked serious. He hurried back from Mount Miyaboka this time. Just received a call for help from the village. If pain dares to appear again, he must make a break with the other party, whether it is for the village, or for the pervy sage who taught him so carefully. The ninjas follow Tsunade's orders. They are all busy. And Naruto also exchanged information with several Umbu ninjas, and planned to divide into several groups to patrol and investigate outside the village. Just when Naruto was about to leave the roof of the Hoage building, lying on the rocking chair with eyes closed and mind resting, Kearns suddenly opened his eyes. No need to go, he is here. What? He came. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were on Kearns. They had vaguely guessed who that person was. Odd, only in their perception. No abnormality was ever noticed. A few breaths passed quickly, and Demi-Urge also said indifferently, yes, he is here, and he will be here soon. With his words fell. 6 black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the 6 black dots continued to enlarge, and soon landed in the center of Konoha village, and their figures also caught the eyes of everyone in Konoha village. Pen, it's Pen. Run away. Pen is here again. The civilians and ninjas who had just calmed down suddenly panicked and scattered in all directions with horror on their faces. Previous 6 paths Pen's havoc in the village. These people have been completely scared out of their wits. Especially the Shenluo Tianzhang released at the end. If it hadn't been blocked by Kearns, these villagers would not dare to think about what would happen next. Now saw pain once. They directly trigger the stress response. Hoage on the rooftop. Naruto rushed to the railing quickly. He looked intently towards the field. There were 6 ninjas in different shapes, all wearing red noir costumes on a black background. There were black sticks used as chakra receivers all over their bodies. Is this Pen? The one who killed Pervy Sage? Pain swept again. Kakashi, Tsunade, who had experienced an incident, and the Umbu ninja at the scene all set their sights on Kearns on the rocking chair. They are very clear. As long as this man is willing to make a move. Pain wasn't a threat at all. No matter how powerful the technique called Shenluo Tianzhang is, the man in front of him can easily solve it. The mood of everyone in Konoha at this moment. It was not as heavy as Pain's last attack on the village. After all, this crisis has already been resolved once. They even have the mood to brainstorm. Will Kearns make a shot this time? What is the reason for the shot, and what is the reason for not making the shot? But all in all, it's all bullshit drama. Chapter 156. Kearns watched the expressions on the men's faces. You can almost understand what they are thinking. Out of sight, out of mind. He turned his back directly. I don't know, his move has another interpretation in the eyes of everyone in Konoha. But that's for Kearns. It doesn't matter anymore. The drama of 6 Paths Pain versus Naruto has already begun, which can almost be called the famous battle of Naruto stepping into the top powerhouse. Despite this battle, Kearns had seen it on screen in previous lives. But now there's a live-action version. Kearns doesn't mind rewatching it, either. Tsunade and Kakashi looked at each other and sighed, Kearns, forget it, everyone, let's deal with this pain this time. Kakashi and the Umbu ninjas nodded. There was no sign of dissatisfaction. We fully understand Mr. Kearns. This time, it's up to us to defeat Pain and stop his ridiculous behavior. I hope that Pain can find his way back in time. Kearns watched 6 Paths Pain in silence. No one paid any attention to these ninjas. What are you doing? Pain came here as soon as he came, why does he always criticize things on my head? I really have nothing to do with this guy. Fortunately, however, these Konoha shinobi people are very caring. They presumed to take Kearns' sentiment into account. They didn't say the content of their brain supplement very straightforwardly. Although Demi-Urge next to him felt that something was wrong with the conversation, he didn't think too deeply about it. He thought it was these ninjas who wanted to ask their captain to help. He even laughed fiercely in his heart. Poor weaklings, I can only pray for the mercy of those in the wrist. If that little blonde Naruto is willing to join our Pale Emperor pirates, then I might help you teach that guy a lesson. But now, seek good fortune for yourselves. No matter how kind the captain is, he will never show mercy to the weak over and over again. Demi-Urge's brain circuit was very strange. But this also happens to avoid the risk of Kearns' melon being eaten. In general, Kearns is still acceptable. In the middle of the field, Tendo Pain's gaze has already landed on the roof of the Hoage building, Uzumaki Naruto. I've seen you, this time, you don't want to escape. Talking. He also took a special look at Kearns. Seeing that Kearns really didn't have any intention of making a move, Tendo Pain breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Bet on yourself. Tsunade looked down at Tiendao Pain, and shouted coldly, "You self-righteous and boastful lunatic, don't try to blame us with your crappy wars and comments. Now, you are the one who destroys the peace of the village. Please stop your ridiculous behavior immediately. Otherwise, even if you're Kearns, we won't be polite to you either." Fortunately, Tsunade stopped when talking about Kearns. If she dared to tell the relationship she made up, she would let Demiurge eat Kearns' melon. Then Kearns will definitely make a move. But he won't take a shot against Pain. Instead, beat up this old woman with majestic capital first. However, just as Tsunade and Tiendao Pain were talking there, Naruto had already jumped directly from the roof of the Hoage building. 0, ask for flowers. He bowed his head. Take a step. Step by step, they walked towards Pain's group of 6. Birdman. Tsunade and Kakashi let out an exclamation. He rushed directly to Naruto's side. Seeing this, the remaining Umbu ninjas also dodged to follow. On the entire rooftop, only Demiurge and Kearns were left. Captain, tell me, can these people defeat Nagato? Demiurge asked. Kearns didn't answer. Just said lightly. You'll know it when you read it. This battle, while not the most exciting matchup in the Hoage world, is a classic one. Especially Naruto's strongest mouth escape. It can be said that he became famous in this battle. Spoilers are pointless. When Demiurge heard what Kearns said, he didn't say much, and just stood quietly watching the battle. Perhaps, at this moment, he has already started a brainstorm. Crazy brain supplements and associations. But he won't say it. This is Demiurge's strength. Tsunade, Kakashi, and others around Naruto looked serious and said in a deep voice, Naruto, Pain. However, Tsunade's words were not finished yet. Naruto stepped forward suddenly. At this moment, his immature back is actually a bit majestic. Grandma Tsunade, Teacher Kakashi, please move to a safe place. Leave the rest to me. By the way, tell everyone in the village for me, please don't interfere. It's more troublesome to protect everyone while fighting. This time, I'm going to make a break with this Pain. For the village, and for the pervy sage. Chapter 157. And, to deal with this kind of guy, we don't need Konoha's Hoage shot at all. Grandma Tsunade. Ms. Kakashi. Go and drink some tea and rest. Naruto's voice was resounding. At the moment Tsunade and Kakashi et al. They all saw Naruto's firmness. At this moment, Tsunade even saw the appearance of the 4th Hoage Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, from Naruto's back. Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances. All of them agreed to Naruto's request. The main reason is that they had the experience of defeating Pain once, coupled with the bloody brain supplements they believed in. 063 felt full of security in their hearts. Moreover, Tsunade's combat power itself is not particularly strong, and it is not appropriate to join the battle at this moment when he is distracted by controlling Katsuyu to take care of other wounded in Konoha village. And the other Umbu ninjas. Their strength is not weak. But it's not enough to be involved in this kind of battle. As for Kakashi, his strength is enough for this level of fighting. But at most, he can only play support. Face to face. His chakra is totally inadequate. In particular, the protagonists of this battle are Naruto and Pain. The chakra volume of these two people can be called heaven-defying. If Kakashi has so much chakra to use, then his strength must definitely be raised to a higher level. Pair that with his battle IQ and main Jikyoshari Non. It's not difficult to tough Pain. But for now, it's better to wait and see. Tsunade looked at the straight Naruto in front of him, took a deep breath and said, Okay, I understand, if that's the case, then you should bring Katsuyu, it should be helpful, it has information about the other party. At this stage, the battle between ninjas is still an information war. After knowing the opponent's abilities and methods, it is naturally much easier to deal with them. Sometimes one of the loopholes is caught. Maybe he can defeat the enemy with one move. Although for ninjas like Naruto and Pain with a high fault tolerance rate, the significance of information warfare is not as great as other ninjas, but in the end, it is better than nothing. Naturally, it will not refuse. Sensei Fukazaku put little Katsuyu into Naruto's arms. Since learning of Jiraiya's death. In fact, Naruto has been trying his best to control his emotions. because he knows that only by maintaining a positive and progressive attitude can he live up to everyone's trust and the teachings and expectations of his elders. Death is not the end of a person. As long as the will is passed on, the spirit is immortal. This is also the true meaning of the saying in Konoha village that, where the leaves dance, the fire will never stop. Weeping and shouting, in pain. Indulging in pain for a long time. This is something ordinary people do. It was never Naruto's way of ninja. What he wants to do is to carry everyone's beliefs, spirits, and expectations, and move forward all the way, eventually becoming the real Hoage. Red and black robes and ninja belts fluttered in the wind. Naruto's gaze gradually became firm. But at the same time, there is also an unspeakable gloom. Not wallowing in grief, that doesn't mean Naruto won't be angry. If Kearns hadn't made 2 shots, not only saved Kakashi and many villagers, but also protected Konoha village from being destroyed. Naruto at the moment. The level of anger is going to rise by several orders of magnitude. Tiendeo Pain didn't care about Naruto's anger at all. The pain of the death of a loved one. He has already experienced it. In his eyes, Naruto's so-called setbacks are not even at the level of playing games. It can even be said that the other party is a child who grew up in a greenhouse. He looks at Naruto. What I saw was not a young ninja who was already powerful, but 9 tails. In his eyes, there are only 9 tails. Tiendeo Pain was expressionless, and said slowly, since you are willing to come out, it would be great, so I won't have to spend any more effort to find you. Following the words of Tiendeo Pain, it fell. Standing on his left side, Shuradou Payment directly launched a sawtooth surprise attack. The figure of Shuradou Pain pierced the sky. Appeared in front of Naruto almost instantly. At the moment when the attack was about to come, Naruto's figure remained as motionless as a mountain. However, the next second, Shuradou Pain was hit hard. Naruto knocked his head straight to the ground with one punch. There was a deep hole in the ground. And Naruto's anger also erupted at this 5.7 moment. I should have said that, Pain. I find you. For a long time. Tiendeo Pain obviously didn't expect it. A ninja of Naruto's age has such amazing explosive power. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. But I didn't care too much. It's 9 tails Jinchuriki after all, and it's normal to be stronger than ninjas of the same age. At this time, the Beast Deo Pain also made a move. She snorted, summoning technique. Immediately afterwards, a burst of smoke erupted, and a huge rhinoceros emerged from the sun. Chapter 158. Have to say. Pen and 6 paths are pretty strong. The eyes of this summoning rhinoceros are also Rinnegan, but I'm afraid they don't have many special abilities, at most they are just a shared field of vision. The giant summoning rhino is running at full speed. There were bursts of yellow sand on the ground. The huge rhino horn headed straight for Naruto. Naruto didn't have the slightest fear of this, he didn't dodge or dodge, he directly held the rhinoceros horn, raised his hand and threw the summoning rhinoceros out. The brute Deo Pain was expressionless. Use the summoning technique again. The pit bull and split dogs were also summoned. Attacked Naruto again. Seeing this, Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage, who stood on both sides of the scroll behind Naruto, went straight into the air, Senjutsu, Frog Cry. The 2 summoning beasts, Pitbull and Fenla Equine, were instantly hit. Immediately afterwards, Naruto launches Shadow Clone directly. 2 big ball raise nuns in a 10. Afterwards, the trio of Toad Guang, Toad Jian, and Toad Wenta came to a classic cooperation, and directly gave the 2 summoning beasts a send-off set meal. However, these are just appetizers before the war. Take advantage of these summoning beasts fighting. Naruto rushed directly towards the remaining 5 pain. In the beginning, Naruto made several useless attacks because he didn't understand the intelligence. But under the reminder of Katsuyu, Naruto quickly adjusted his strategy. He used the frog Kumite that converted natural energy into his own use, and blasted the hungry Kido out with a single punch. Successive defeat of the 2 major pain. This surprised Tiendeo Pain a little. But Naruto still thinks it's not enough. He raised his head, with a resolute expression, I don't have time to fight with them one by one, use Zintian to decide the winner. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 identical Narutos emerged. And at this moment, Hoage on the rooftop. Demiurge was a little impatient. A battle of this level is really not interesting. It's muddled, and it's not clean at all. Kearns doesn't think so. A character from the world of Hoage. Or the current role. They are basically in the stage of high attack and low defense. Unlike Pirate World, everyone is thick-skinned and thick-skinned, especially a thick-skinned pig like Kaido, whose usual methods are not immune to death at all. Kaido has been attacked in this life. The ninjas of the Hoage world eat whatever they want. I'm afraid I'll have to burp on the spot. Therefore, before the battle enters the fierce stage of life and death fighting, it is necessary to use some small means to continuously explore the opponent's whole cards. Now he's young. In the future, he will burst out with enough energy to shock you. Kearns spoke softly. See my captain say so. Demi-Urge didn't continue to comment, and said with emotion, sure enough, even the captain, do you like this blonde boy named Uzumaki Naruto? His potential is really great. It's just a pity he turned down my offer. Hear this. Kearns rolled his eyes at Demi-Urge directly in his mind. Good guy. You really want to coax Hoage's son of the world aboard. If only he could be taken away so easily by you. Then he can't be a child of this world. What's more, even if Demi-Urge succeeds in recruiting, Kearns wouldn't necessarily agree to Naruto being on board, either. I obviously just came to the Hoage world to complete a system votive task, and I came here purely with the mentality of traveling. Is it okay to coax and trick the child of the world away? There was such a big commotion. Who knows if something will happen to this ghost system? Moreover, Kearns didn't know if he could bring the people here to Pirate World except for the special recruitment of the system. Kearns isn't one for extravagance. And in the field at this time. After watching Naruto put on this posture, Tiendeo Pain faced up to the existence of Naruto for the first time. So that's the case. I said, where did you get the confidence? It turns out that you became a fairy and learned the same skills as teacher Jiraiya. And after Naruto heard the words of Tiendeo Pain, my head went blank. You actually called Jiraiya .967 teacher. Tiendeo Pain didn't shy away from this at all. Bluntly. I also learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya. Jiraiya was my former teacher. For you, I am your senior brother. I think that disciples who admire and agree with their teacher should be able to understand each other. Teacher yearns to see peace. Tsunade and Kakashi, who had retreated not far away, looked at each other strangely when they heard the words, and then their eyes drifted to Kearns on the Hoage rooftop. Kearns is a friend of Jiraiya. Pain is Jiraiya's disciple. Good guy, isn't it just put on? The ninjas at the scene also looked at each other in dismay, talking a lot, and seemed to be starting to brainstorm new bloody dramas. What taught a friend's son, but in the end he was attacked by a traitor. What an old father felt guilty and went after his rebellious son himself. In short, this discovery allowed these ninjas to improve their previous brain supplements a lot. It has reached the point of being convinced directly. Chapter 159. Even these Konoha Shinobi fans can rely on these brain supplements. Write several autobiographies and novels in minutes. And the content is very detailed. After many years, this incident actually became a reality, and even these novels were widely circulated in the entire ninja world, and all kinds of unofficial news about ninja legend Kearns became the ninjas' gossip after dinner. Important chat. After Kearns learned of the incident, almost out of anger, all the distinguished heavenly gods came on the spot. Get ready to brainwash these people. Of course, this is all for later. Not for now. Compared to the Konoha Shinobi fans who crazily eat melons and supplement their brains, Naruto obviously cannot accept this fact. He scowled. Raise your arms high. With the help of Shadow Clone, Neptune's chakra keeps gathering and spinning in his palm. Do not make jokes. All the evils you have committed. There's no such thing as peace. As chakra continued to gather, everyone watching the battle also expressed their amazement. Immortal's Haima turned his head and asked in doubt, what a powerful chakra, did you teach him, the child's father? Sento Fukazaku directly denied, no, this is the first time I saw it too. I never saw Naruto once when he was practicing. Little Naruto. What exactly do you want to do? Tsunade et al. Were also surprised by this. Haruno Sakura also had a look of concern on her face. Naruto once used this technique to destroy Kakuzu's two hearts with only 50% of its power, but Naruto himself was injured because of this, and his right hand almost lost the ability to move. Because of this, this technique has been listed as a forbidden offering. She used the reason that this technique possesses power that ordinary people cannot bear. Any further use of Naruto is prohibited. But now, Naruto has used this technique again. This can't help but make them a little worried. But I have to say, these people in the Hoage world are still very good. They won't be like some little fairies, who always make heaven-defying remarks when others are doing big things, and even hold back. Ninjas trust someone. It can be said to be almost 100% trustworthy. Before the results come out, they wouldn't even say a word of frustration, at most they just prayed silently in their hearts. This is why many characters in the Hoage world are brilliant. Skypain owns Rinnegan. Naturally, it is not difficult to see the power of this technique. But he didn't take it to heart. In terms of the strength of his skills, he didn't pay attention to anyone except Kearns, who defeated him head-on. You only see one tree, but you can't see the whole forest. It's just because you haven't understood the meaning of peace. However, these things are destined to be incomprehensible to you, the flowers in the greenhouse, so obediently grab them. Your death can promote peace. This is the greatest contribution you can make to the world. Tiendeo Pain has not finished speaking. Naruto couldn't bear it anymore. He roared angrily, "Didn't I tell you to stop joking?" The voice fell. The Sage Art Wind-style spiral shuriken in his hand flew out directly. "Throw it out." "How come?" Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage looked shocked. And Tsunade and Haruno Sakura looked at each other. There was a hint of joy in all of them. When Naruto used this wind-style spiral shuriken, the main reason why he had such serious side effects and suffered such severe injuries was that the wind-style spiral shuriken could not be thrown out in a semi-finished state. The user suffers a storm of energy from melee attacks. Damage its own meridians and bones. Now Naruto has achieved 100% completion of the technique. Throw it out directly. Then there will be no side effects like before. Tsunade's and Haruno Sakura's faces suddenly showed a look of majesty. The wind-style spiral shuriken is very powerful, they are very aware of this. Now that it is perfected by Naruto, maybe it can really make a difference. If that is the case, no need for Kearns. The original Haruno Sakura didn't have a good impression of Kearns because of Kearns' evaluation of Hoage. But after a lot of brainstorming, she also inexplicably changed her impression of Kearns. In the eyes of today's Haruno Sakura, put Kearns on pain. This is an extremely cruel thing. So, if Naruto can solve all this by himself, then, Zhao Li's, is of course the best situation. The wind-style shuriken rushed to the middle of the 5 pain in an instant. After repelling several people. Expand rapidly. The Chakra shuriken, which was originally only about 2 meters in diameter, swelled into a vortex of more than 10 meters almost instantly, and amazing energy flew in all directions. Smoke suddenly rose in all directions. Deo Pain, who was caught off guard, was directly involved. Instantly vanished. The rest of Pen, however, did not stand still. The beast said Pain got up immediately. Use the summoning technique again. All of a sudden, a black rod with a chakra receiver stuck in one of its body, carrying Rinnegan, flew out of the smoke and rushed directly towards Naruto. Chapter 160. Naruto didn't look much at all. Just dodged and dodged. Demiurge saw this kind of battle with little interest. Because he can't understand. At this moment, Naruto's combat strength is obviously already very good, at least surpassing the beast Deo Pain by a large margin. But why? Can the beast, Pain, still affect the battle situation? Whether it is the world he used to be or the world of pirates, if the difference in strength is several levels, then there is no qualification to intervene at all. Like the battle that took down Kaido and Big Mom. Senior cadres of the Imperial Regiment. Even the existence of the level of Desert 3 generals. It is also impossible to intervene in battles of Kearns level, because their influence is very limited, basically nothing is better than nothing. But now, although the combat power of those pens is not as good as Naruto, but it can still cause a lot of containment effect on Naruto. This made Demiurge very puzzled. Kearns, who is familiar with the plot of the original Hoage, was not too surprised by this. 307 The current stage of the Hoage world. Still at the level of high offense and low defense. To put it bluntly, even if it is a cage-level powerhouse, if it is attacked by someone without any precautions, it is still possible to die on the spot. But One Piece world is completely different. If a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of normal strength meets an admiral-level master, even if the opponent just stood there and let him chop, He didn't even have the slightest chance of killing the other party. Most powerhouses in the pirate world, defense and endurance are amazing. When Zoro was a fledgling, he was seriously injured by Hawkeye and survived. Even if there was a reason for the latter to keep his hand, it seemed a bit outrageous. This is to be placed in the Hoage world. I'm afraid I have hated the Northwest for a long time. Not to mention that the real powerhouses of One Piece world all possess observation haki and armament haki, two magical skills that can be called cheating levels. The gap is slightly, larger. The weak can't even get close to the strong. Even if you get there, basically can't break the defense. Moreover, in the Hoage world in the early and mid-term, there is still a big limitation on the ninja's personal strength, that is, chakra is very limited. So the ninjas will be quite cautious in their shots. There is quite a feeling of good steel being used on the blade. Even if some ninjas have mastered a very powerful technique, they still can't use it freely, which leads to a decrease in the intensity of the battle. Just like Kakashi. He, if not for the lack of chakra, strength definitely has to go up a notch. In the original book, when fighting against Tiendeo Pain, he will not die because chakra is exhausted. This way of dying, actually quite aggrieved. Because compared to Pirate World, this way of death basically does not exist. Most of the people there are physical monsters, and various weird moves emerge endlessly, and the key is very long-lasting. However, these two fighting methods also have their own interests. Kearns himself prefers the fighting game in the current Hoage world. After all, he is now in Pirate World. There are almost no opponents. The crushing game has been played for a long time. It is inevitable that you will feel a little tedious and tired. This kind of battle in the Hoage world seems a bit interesting. At this moment, Naruto in the arena has wrestled with the beast Pain, and they are fighting with Kunao and Chakra receivers respectively. If you follow the style of Pirate World, Naruto should be able to easily deal with the beast at this moment. Because his celestial art wind-style spiral shuriken is extremely destructive, and it can destroy the beast Pain in minutes. Just a few wind-style spiral shurikens. These pains couldn't bear it. But obviously, in the current Hoage world, there are restrictions on using skills. At this moment, Naruto can no longer use the wind-style spiral shuriken. Tiendeo Pain observed the situation in the field. It was obvious in an instant. The movement has become sluggish. It seems that the power of the magic has begun to weaken. Has the magic chakra been used up just now? And opposite Naruto, he was also slightly out of breath at the moment. His expression also became a little dignified. Oops, almost out of sage mode. At least get rid of this guy before getting out of sage mode. Nowadays, 6 paths pen has 4 left. If the first sage mode didn't even deal with 3 pens, that would be a bit of a hassle to deal with. Especially, the most powerful Tiendeo Pain hasn't made a move yet. But Naruto wanted a quick end to the fight. It must be taken by surprise. But in the current situation, several pains all have the ability to share vision. Under such conditions, it is almost impossible to catch the opponent off guard. Sento Fukazaku and Sento Shima looked at each other. They are aware of Naruto's current predicament. Mom, you get it, go cut Rinnegan off. Understood, the child's father. The couple have a very good understanding. Immortal's Hime quickly soared into the air. Fukazaku Immortal came to Toad Bunte's side. Immediately afterwards, Immortal's Hime clasped his hands together and whispered, Sage Art Wind Style Sand Dust. Chapter 161. Next second, Immortal Shima's cheeks puffed up. A violent astral wind spewed out from the mouth. In an instant, the yellow sand on the ground was swept up by the strong wind, and several pain raised their hands to cover it, but the situation in the field could no longer be seen clearly. And Toad Bunta was also held high by the immortal Fukazaku. It was thrown directly into the yellow sand all over the sky. Not long after, the yellow sand gradually dispersed. Heavenly Deo Pain looked left and right, but did not find any trace of Naruto, and the one who disappeared with him was Animal Deo Pain. What happened? Where the hell is that guy? And the beast at the moment said Pain. Because there was no vision sharing, but lost his own vision, he was directly beaten by Naruto crazily. Such a great opportunity. Naruto naturally refused to miss it. He condensed the chakra with both hands, and 2 Raisnon were formed in an instant. Spiral balls. As his voice fell, the 2 Raisnon directly blasted the beast Pain. and in Toad Bunta's big mouth. Instantly a puff of smoke burst out. It wasn't until this moment that Tiandao Pain finally realized, so it's in this toad's mouth. But now it is clearly too late. Toad Wenta opened his mouth. Naruto vomited out together with the beast Do Pain. The summoning beast outside also turned into smoke and dissipated in an instant. Obviously, the beast Deo Pain has been destroyed by Naruto. Have to say, this wave of operations by Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage helped Naruto a lot. Kearns looked at this scene on the field, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The fighting IQ of the early and mid-term Hoage world seems really interesting. This is on full display for all. What is strong strength, but also a flexible and easy-to-use brain? From the moment Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage looked at each other, they had already made up their minds. First, use Sage Art Wind style dust to disturb the sight of these pain, and then throw the Toad Bunta into the field, and swallow Naruto and the animal Deo Pain together, while forcibly creating a one-on-one battlefield. It also made it impossible for the other party to react in the first place. This gave Naruto a chance to deal with the beast Da Pain. If Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage hadn't made a move, even if they just slowed down their brains, and when Naruto couldn't continue to stick to Sage mode, then the situation would be completely different. It can be said, it is their combat IQ successfully turned the situation around. Using flexible brains and strength to cooperate is very common in the early and mid-term battles of the Hoage world, and it can even be said to be the key to victory for most ninjas. This kind of fighting, there is another sense of beauty and appreciation. That's something Kearns doesn't see in One Piece. Even Demiurge, who was not interested in the fighting methods of the Hoage world, could not help but light up after seeing this scene. Use your own advantages to shield the opponent's advantages. Use your long board to fight your short board. The brain is very flexible. In fact, Demiurge is also a person who likes to use his brain. It's Madara and his brain power that scares even Kearns. But his brain power, most of it was spent on brain supplementation and planning blueprints. It is rarely used in battle. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he has participated in few battles and the opponents are not strong enough. Why use his brains when he can directly cover the crushing opponents with fire power? However, if the strength of the two sides is evenly matched, then the combat IQ and the flexibility of the brain are very important. Demiurge discovered this. Zero seeking flowers. This battle gave him some inspiration. On the field, although Naruto had already dealt with the BD Deo Pain, sweat was dripping from his face, and the successive shots exhausted him a lot. Six Paths pen has gone to its third. But Tiandao Pain didn't care at all. He looked at Naruto coldly. Hey, the fairy art is used up. To be honest, Tiandao Pain actually doesn't think highly of Naruto, even with Sage mode. If he hadn't been hit hard by Kearns before, Naruto would not be able to attack so recklessly even with Sage mode turned on. 0. Naruto, who exited Sage mode, was slightly out of breath. He was thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that even in Sage mode, the spiral shuriken can only be used twice at most. The only time to do it is now. Tiandao Pain will naturally not miss this opportunity. He put his hands behind his back. He rushed towards Naruto at a high speed. Even if Toad Bunta helps, it can only barely interfere with the speed of Tiandao Pain. Naruto took this opportunity to remove the scroll on his back. Quick transfer. Yet he hadn't gotten very far. Tiandao Pain rolled and jumped. Blocked his way. Fortunately, at this moment, Fukazaku-sensei rushed over in time. Leave this to me, little Naruto, let me do it. Naruto heard the words. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly threw the scroll in his hand to immortal Fukazaku. At this time, Tiandao Pain had already rushed forward, and the two scuffled together in an instant. After a short confrontation, Naruto was slightly downwind. At this time, he was also thinking secretly in his heart, the fairy chakra can be replenished twice, but even so, the spiral shuriken can only be used 4 times. Chapter 162. Before that, there must be a break. Now, Sage Mode is his biggest whole card. If this whole card is used up and fails to deal with pain, it will be really dangerous. And at this very moment, Fukazaku Sage also opened the scroll. He made Madras with his hands. It's time to go, Xiao Ming. Reverse summoning technique. Immediately, One of Naruto's 2 shadow clones on Mount Myaboku disappeared instantly, and was directly summoned to the scroll. Called. Little Naruto, undo the spell. Naruto immediately understood. He closed his eyes tightly. 653 At the moment when Tiendeo Pain rushed over, he swung a palm directly, smashing the black rod of the chakra receiver to pieces. When he opened his eyes again, Sage mode is already on. After turning on the Sage mode, Naruto's speed and strength increased greatly, and Tiendeo Pain, who was caught off guard, was at a loss for a while, and was kicked out without paying attention. What? Tiendeo Pain showed a surprised expression for the first time. He had thought that Naruto's magic chakra had been exhausted. I can easily defeat it. Then capture 9 tails. But now, the other party turned on Sage mode again, which really shocked him. In fact, let alone Pain. Even Immortal's Haima was a little confused at the moment. Father, what's going on here? It's very simple. Immortal Shenzo explained. Little Naruto used Shadow Clone in advance, let Shadow Clone condense the magic chakra to stay on standby, and then just pass the scroll. You can summon Shadow Clone from Mount Myaboku at any time. After summoning, cancel Shadow Clone, you can get the fairy the chakra has been restored to the body. I see. There is still such a way. Sophisticated as Haima fairy. At the moment, I also feel that this whimsical idea is quite subtle. In the field, Naruto, who had restored the magic of chakra, raised his hands again, and countless energy condensed and rotated in his palm. Zyanja wind-style spiral shuriken takes shape again. Next second, Naruto didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand. The wind-style spiral shuriken was thrown out of his hand, and directly blasted towards Tiendeo Pain not far away, and the hunting wind swept the audience. Seeing that the wind-style spiral shuriken was about to hit Tiendeo Pain, Naruto couldn't help being a little excited. Very good, got it. How powerful this technique is, as the caster, he is very clear, no matter how strong Tiendeo Pain is, as long as he is hit by this technique, even if he does not die, he will have to get rid of his skin. But at this moment, Hungry Kido Pain rushed over. He directly stood in front of Tiendeo Pain. Then, Hungry Kido Pain opened his hands, standing in front of him like a shield, and the moment he touched the wind-style spiral shuriken, the huge attraction burst out, constantly tearing at the energy of the spiral shuriken. It took only a moment. Naruto's mighty wind-style spiral shuriken was swallowed up and dissipated into nothingness. Naruto obviously did not expect this result. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on his face. This guy is. In fact, Hungry Kido Pain has shown this trick many times. He has absorbed Jiraiya's Sage Art Gomen, Massive Raise Non, Fire Style Dayandan and Konoha Jonin with this move. Ninjutsu. It can be said. This trick has a wide range of applications. But soon, Naruto adjusted his mood. By the way, I remembered, this Pain is the guy who can absorb ninjutsu, but didn't I defeat him just now? Is talking. Naruto turned his head to look at Hell Road Pain. At this time, the Hell King summoned by the other party was opening his mouth wide open. What is that? Naruto asked subconsciously. The little Katsuya replied, you must know that Mr. Kearns used such a powerful technique before, but he failed to destroy these pens. It seems that Pen is the key person. Naruto reacted instantly. Grandpa Immortal said. A guy who can bring people back from the dead. I'm afraid that Pain has the ability to resurrect, so when the enemy forms a formation, he will retreat to the back of the line. The most troublesome thing is Pain on the left. He can use all spells and attacks bounce away, and it can also suck objects in. But right now, we haven't seen him use his ability. There must be a reason for that. He couldn't use his abilities, maybe 4.5 was severely injured by Lord Kearns before. Oh, I see. Naruto's expression softened slightly. It seems that I really have to thank Senior Kearns, it will be much easier to deal with. Although Naruto has never seen Shenluo Tianzhang and Universal Pole. But just listen to the descriptions of these people. Just know how powerful these two techniques are. Now Tiendeo Pain can't use these two abilities because of his injury, which is definitely a big plus for him. Lord Kearns has no other choice. Otherwise Pain would have been wiped out long ago. I hope you understand him. I understand. Chapter 163. Kearns was still enjoying the show in the rocking chair. Little did they know that these people began to orchestrate his relationship with Nagato again. Fortunately, the voices of the two were not loud. The distance is a bit far away. Otherwise, if these words were heard by Kearns, he would definitely run away on the spot. Do something. You are not finished, are you? In the field, Naruto confronted the remaining 3 pain. The thinking is very clear. Anyway, we have to kill that guy in the back, Tuan Seen. Talking. With the help of shadow clone on both sides of Naruto's body, 2 rays non are formed in its palm. Use it with smoke bombs. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, a huge red smoke rose up, drowning Naruto and his shadow clone in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Zyanja wind-style spiral shuriken quickly flew out of the smoke 12 times, flying close to the ground. Hungry Kido Pain thinks he has seen through all the plans. He raised his hands expressionlessly. The shield imprinted by the sealing technique took shape instantly. It's useless. However, the moment the shield touched the wind-style spiral shuriken, Kido Pain immediately sensed something was wrong. But before he could react, the wind-style spiral shuriken in front of him turned into a puff of white smoke. Naruto's figure emerged from it. What you have absorbed is nothing but the transformation technique. As he said that, Naruto rushed directly towards Kido Pain, and the real wind-style spiral shuriken also burst out from the red smoke. You can't hide from it like this. This time, I must succeed. Obviously, Naruto's strategy has been very successful. He restricted the actions of hungry Kido Pain, and the opponent would not be able to absorb the power of the wind-style spiral shuriken for Tiendeo Pain. With this blow, no one can help Heaven Pain. But what everyone didn't expect was, when the wind-style spiral shuriken is about to fall on Tendo Pain, the invisible repulsive force burst out suddenly. The spiral shuriken was directly thrown out. The power is finally back. Tiendeo Pain remained expressionless. But anyone can see that he is obviously more confident. Seeing this scene, the 3 Toad brothers, Gamma Bunta, Gamma Hiroshi, and Gamma Jian, suddenly turned pale with shock. That guy actually bounced the spiral shuriken away. But face this situation. Naruto in the field was not discouraged at all. Now he is no longer the foolish boy he used to be. It's not over yet. Immortal Art, Spiral Ball. Before the words were finished, a Naruto also appeared in the sky, holding 2 rays nons in his hands and descended from the sky, and ruthlessly bombarded Helldio Pain's back. Previously, all attention was focused on how Naruto used smoke bombs, transformation technique, and various means to limit the hungry Kido Pain. Everyone thought that his purpose was to attack Tiendeo Pain. Nobody knows. Naruto also has a backhand like this. Prepare with both hands, strike east and west, and solve the most important Helldio Pain. This move is not to say it is a stroke of genius, but it is also wonderful. It can be said. Today's Naruto is fighting IQ. Even if his strength is average. Enough to be an elite jonin. Not to mention that Naruto's hard power is now comparable to Cage level. What? This time, even Tiendeo Pain was shocked. He turned his head sharply. What catches the eye is the hands printed on the back of Hell Road. His expression was so determined that he even had a somewhat ferocious face. And Fukazaku Immortal and Toad Buntat at the scene were also inexplicably excited at the moment. Well done, little Naruto. Nice job, brat. As for Tsunade, Kakashi, and others, their faces showed joyful expressions. Naruto has grown to this point without knowing it, and their teachers and elders are also very pleased. As for the former Konoha Xiaoqiang, at this moment, he was completely shocked. They vaguely remember that a few years ago, Naruto was just the tail of Konoha's crane. Although they also know, Naruto's progress over the past few years is amazing. But they never dreamed that Naruto was so strong to 860 degrees, not to mention far surpassing them, even far surpassing everyone in the village. Between them, it is no longer an order of magnitude. Until now, Tiendeo Pain reacted belatedly. After analyzing Naruto's offensive thinking, for the first time, he faced his opponent Naruto squarely. After Naruto destroyed Helldio Pain, his confidence increased greatly, and he rushed towards Tiendeo Pain with his fists squeezed. Another shadow clone is also preparing to attack the hungry Kido Pain directly. He's ready to bang. Kill all pain directly. It's a pity that the ideal is very full, but the reality is very backbone. Tiendeo Pain, who has recovered his strength, is serious, and his strength is indeed very domineering. Shenluo Tianzheng. The resolute words fell. A spherical light curtain formed around Tiandao Pain. In the next second, a huge repulsive force spewed out. This irresistible force instantly sent Naruto and Shadow Clone flying, rolling on the ground for more than 10 meters before they stopped. Chapter 164. Shadow Clone instantly turned into a white mist. Naruto also frowned in pain. Damn it, what happened to that technique just now? The repulsive force was simply irresistible. Even the spiral shuriken was thrown away. Little Katsuya lay on Naruto's shoulder. Said his own judgment. It seems that Pain, who is the center, has regained his strength. This is what I mentioned to you earlier, the jutsu that can bounce ninjutsu and human bodies. This technique is very powerful. If Lord Kearns hadn't acted before, the entire village would have been destroyed by this technique. Naruto heard the words. Suddenly remembered something. He took a deep breath and looked serious. Oh? Is it the technique that Senior Kearns also knows? The technique that can bulldoze the forests and mountains outside the village is really powerful. Little Katsuya thought about it. A new judgment was made. However, the greater the power used in this technique, the greater the gap between the next use of the technique. I see. Naruto's eyes light up slightly. It seems that Pain didn't use this technique before, not only because he was seriously injured by Senior Kearns. This pen is so powerful. Senior Kearns can knock him down with one blow. Senior Kearns is really amazing. But what should I do now? Naruto also had some headaches when he saw Pain walking around among the three brothers Gamma Bunta, Gamma Ken, and Gamma Hiroshi like playing with a pet. Nihutsu and Taijutsu don't work. What a tricky fellow. Master Kakashi said that there is basically a 5-second gap between Pen's spells. If you want to defeat Pen, you can only aim at that gap. Otherwise, you can only fight like Kearns. Like my lord, use the same technique to defeat him head-on. Little Katsuya analyzed the situation for Naruto. Actually, there is not much problem with this wave of analysis by Katsuya. But strictly speaking, defeating this heavenly Pain is not as troublesome as it says. At least for Kearns. There is no need to use the same technique to defeat it at all. Kearns wants to destroy Heaven Pain. There are at least 100 different ways. The 5-second interval between Tiandao Pain's release of Shenluo Tianzhang was enough for Kearns to kill him 10 times. Not to mention, Shenluo Tianzhang is not a causal ability. Its repulsion is not unstoppable. At least, it is basically impossible for Tiandao Pain's Shenluo Tianzhang to shake Kearns away. Now Naruto and others feel that this technique is very tricky. It is purely because their strength is not enough. Say no to Kearns. Even Demiurge, who wasn't particularly good at fighting. It is also very simple to solve Tiandao Pain. And actually, Demiurge had indeed beaten Tiandao Pain once before. Only, in the eyes of Kearns, the interval between procedures is extremely long. In the eyes of Naruto and others. But it seems so short. There's only a 5-second interval, and this time is too short, there's no good way to defeat him at all. Naruto frowned tightly. Looks like I can only use illusion. Sento Fukazaku looked serious. But what should I do? I don't know illusion at all. Naruto was also a little helpless at the moment. On the power of ninjutsu. Today, he can be said to be the best in the entire Konoha village. The gymnastics aren't too bad either. Especially after turning on Sage mode. It is also comparable to a full-time jutsu ninja. But illusion, he really didn't dabble in this stuff. At this moment, he was extremely envious of the Uchiha family with its own illusion system. Immortal Fukazaku directly took over the important task. Leave it to us. Just the same as before. Naruto was obviously taken aback when he heard that. Immortal Shima explained, when little Jiraiya fought Pain, he relied on that to find a way out. But at this moment, Tiandao Pain in the arena had no interest in continuing to fight with Gamma Wenta and the other three brothers. After the three toads surrounded him, his figure suddenly lifted into the air. Immediately, his face was expressionless, and his lips parted slightly. Shenluo Tianzhang. As the voice fell, a huge repulsive force surged out, and the three toads, Qian Qinhao, hardly made any effective resistance, and were instantly blown away by hundreds of meters. Their huge stature knocked down many houses. More than this, Toad Guang was directly blasted into the big river outside the village. Toad Bunta barely stopped after rolling continuously on the ground. Smoke and dust suddenly rose up. Boss Toad. Damn uncle. Even Boss Toad and the others were easily sent flying so far. The power of this technique is really outrageous. Naruto let out a worried exclamation. Immediately gritted his teeth and looked at Tiandao Pain. Shenziu Oxian saw it. Hastily urged. Don't delay any longer, it's time to cast the illusion. Chapter 165. After hearing the words of Fukazaku Sage, Immortal Shima was a little shy. It's really embarrassing to have to sing a duet in front of everyone. Stop babbling and do it. I got it. To perform this illusion, you need a lot of magic chakra, that is to say, it will take some time to activate this magic. Fukazaku-sensei expressed his request. Naruto heard the words. Without the slightest hesitation. I will aim at the gap of 5 seconds. After you gather the fairy magic chakra, please cast the illusion immediately. See Naruto being so decisive. Immortal Fukazaku was both relieved and worried. However, there is only one shadow clone left that can condense the fairy art chakra for little Naruto. If you use up even that one, it will be the same as I said, and you will not be able to create the fairy art that needs to be created by standing still in battle. Chakra, this could be very dangerous. And, your current sage mode can't last 5 minutes. Immortal's Hima heard the words. He frowned slightly. It's a nice 500 idea to keep the shadow clone still to complete the condensation of the immortal chakra, but why not increase the number of shadow clone? Shenzo Sage listened. Out of words to explain. It's like looking at the right while looking at the left. Although the task is assigned, it is also very difficult to gather the celestial chakra. The current little Naruto 2 shadow clone is already the limit. In addition, the shadow clone fighting here can only maintain a maximum of 3. If there are too many people here, it will disrupt the shadow clone on the side of the condensation immortal chakra. Naruto added. I see. Immortal's Hima suddenly realized. But his expression became more serious. Anyway, it's dangerous to delay too long. Naruto also nodded. For him now, under normal conditions, there is almost no way to defeat Tiandao Pain, if Sage Mode cannot be maintained. Then he wants to defeat Heaven Pain. It is not an easy task. But today's Konoha village's ninja configuration is fairly complete, and everyone feels that Kearns is behind this matter. The pressure in Naruto's heart was not that great either. Many methods can be used to your heart's content. Naruto's eyes flashed from the destroyed Pain on the ground, and finally focused on the undestroyed Heaven Pain and hungry Kido Pain. Of these two, one can absorb ninjutsu and chakra. The other has the ability to deflect all attacks. It can almost be said that they are the two guys with the strongest combat effectiveness and the most difficult to deal with in the entire Pain team. And at this time, Tiandao Pain also turned his gaze. You are indeed very powerful. It is the first time Pain has been beaten like this, but everything has changed. If these words of Tiandao Pain are heard by Kearns or Demiurge, there are definitely question marks on the head. The first time you got hit like this? How many dishes are there for you to drink like this batch? Before you dared to dance a little more. I will give you 6 pens in minutes, and all of them will be destroyed. At this time, Tiandao Pain had finished filling the cup. He pointed at Naruto with 5 fingers, and whispered, Universal pull. Naruto's eyes widened. I just felt a huge attraction tearing my body. The whole person is completely out of control. Flew out directly. In the next second, Naruto was pulled in front of the 2 Pain. Kido Pain put his hands over Naruto's armpits, and clasped them firmly on the back of his neck. Naruto looked completely immobile. Tiandao Pain also pronounced the sentence expressionlessly. That's it. It's over. At this time, Immortal Fukazaku and Immortal Shima not far away had clasped their hands together and closed their eyes. Go on. Little Naruto. Tendo Pain looked at Naruto in front of him. Show disdain. Don't worry, I won't kill you, because you are important Jinchuriki. Naruto didn't care at all. Retort directly. Heh, it doesn't hurt at all. Don't underestimate Sage Mode. Your Sage Mode is really tricky, but that's all. There is a big gap between your strength and that man's. Do you want to defeat me like him? Idiots. Tiandao Pain snorted coldly. Next second. Naruto's complexion changed accordingly. What's going on? The power is gradually losing. I see, this guy is absorbing the magic chakra from me. But a moment's work. Naruto exits Sage Mode directly. The whole person also seemed to be out of strength. standing loosely in place. It seemed that he was about to fall straight away. At this time, Tiandao Pain also let out a long sigh of relief. His face regained his previous confident expression. Ninetales, the capture is complete. And at this time, Immortal Fukazaku and Immortal Shima frowned. It's a little bit closer to launching the illusion. Be sure to hold on. Little Naruto. It's not over yet. Naruto opened his eyes with difficulty. Oh, it's really difficult. Tiandao Pain mocked with disdain. Hungry Kido Pain immediately stepped up his efforts. Chapter 166. However, Hungry Kido Pain stepped up the pace later. Instead, Naruto realized something. So that's it, since I can't move now, then I can just do this. Naruto's biggest problem these days. It is impossible to obtain the fairy art that can only be condensed when standing still chakra. But if you can't move now anyway. His mind became active. Under Naruto's full operation, the magic chakra gathered on his body, and the Hungry Kido Pain's skin suddenly began to agitate. And Naruto suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Manipulating natural energy is quite difficult. With his words fell. Kido Pain, who was controlling him from behind, swelled instantly, his limbs, body, and face all turned into a toad-like appearance, and his whole body also turned gray-black, unable to move. See this scene. Immortal Fukazaku's eyes lit up. It turns out that Pain has absorbed too much magic chakra from little Naruto, and now he has been petrified. Tiandao Pain saw this. He couldn't help but look cold. It seems that the fairy art chakra is quite risky. I really didn't expect that you can have such a high combat IQ at your age. It's really not easy. That's what it says. But Tiandao Pain still didn't care too much. After breaking free from the arms of the petrified Hungry Kido Pain, Naruto put his hands on the ground, panting heavily. Now, you are the only one. Tiandao Pain was expressionless. He snorted softly. That's not quite right. What's the meaning? Before Tiandao Pain could reply, the little Katsuyu on Naruto's shoulder explained, these pens are just puppets. Behind them, there seems to be a mastermind manipulating these pens. This is what Master Kearns said about defeating Pen, the reason why grace has little effect. And at this time, Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage have chakra surging all over their bodies. Finally, Sento Fukazaku opened his eyes. Okay. It's ready. Come on, FK the child. Okay. But at this moment, Tiandao Pain raised his arm without warning, aimed at Immortal Fuzuo and released 10,000 elephants. The child's father. Grandpa Immortal. Naruto was shocked when he saw this. The whole person desperately rushed towards Tiandao Pain. But even so, Naruto still couldn't save Fukazaku Sage. He was right in front of Tiandao Pain, watching Fukazaku Immortal being pierced through the body by the black stick in Tiandao Pain's hand, blood spattering. A hole. At this moment, Naruto was furious beside Tien. This sense of powerlessness of relatives and friends dying in front of him drove him crazy in Pain. What's more, the incidents these few times were only between Pain and Konoha village, or even between Pain and his Naruto. Senjin Fukazaku practiced well at Mount Miyaboku. There was no need to get involved in these things at all. But the other party helped without hesitation. No complaints. Such a person died in front of him, how could Naruto not feel sad? At this time, Konoha's ninjas were not idle, and they also knew very well that Pain was just a puppet, and finding out the mastermind behind it was the key. Shizune is dead. But we must not let her die in vain. Until we figure out the mystery of Pen that she wants to solve and find out who is behind the scenes, we are not qualified to cry yet. That's right, what we can do is to find out where Pain's body is as soon as possible. Ask for flowers. Hi Yi, someone as powerful as you, can you detect the enemy's chuk and carry out reverse tracking? I've tried it, but the enemy often changes the frequency of chakra, and I can't perform reverse tracking. The enemy is very difficult to deal with. Action on both sides. All in full swing. Before Naruto could break free from his sadness, Tiandao Pain activated Universal Pull again without hesitation. As the saying goes, long nights and many dreams. He doesn't want to wait any longer. 0. Naruto suddenly felt a huge attraction tearing at his body, and he flew towards Tiandao Pain completely uncontrollably. Click. Tiandao Pain stretched out his hand. Straight away grabbed Naruto's throat. Immediately, he pressed hard, smashing Naruto's body to the ground, and then, Tiendeo pain overlapped Naruto's hands. The black stick in his hand fell down impressively. Puff. The black stick instantly pierced Naruto's two palms. Nailed firmly to the ground. Severe pain hit Naruto's forehead, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. At this time, Nagato also used the ability of Rinnegan with the help of Tiendeo pain. So, you can settle down a bit, Five Tails. Who are you? Who are you? Why do you do such a thing? Naruto, who was nailed to the ground, let out a hysterical roar. Immortal Shima is not far away. At this moment, tears are streaming down my face. The three brothers Hamo Wenta, Hamagwang, and Hamajian were shaken out of the village, and their life and death were unknown, and their partner died in the hands of Tiendeo pain. Naruto is now captured again. Hope seems to have been shattered. Chapter 167. Everyone who saw this scene was silent. Desperation began to spread in their hearts. They also don't know why the situation, which was good before, suddenly turned into what it is now. Tsunade couldn't hold back anymore. Want to rush directly into the arena. She can't just watch Naruto fall under Pain's hands, let alone let Pain take away the Nine Tails. This is the hope of the village. At this time, Kakashi reached out and stopped her. Tsunade was obviously taken aback, and immediately followed Kakashi's gaze. It was a rocking chair, and a man with a stern face was sitting on the rocking chair. Kearns. 243 yeah, and Kearns. As long as Kearns is willing to make a move, it will all work out. But Lord Kearns is, after all. Konoha's ninjas showed embarrassment. In their brains. Kearns is the father behind the scenes. Now, the mastermind behind the scenes is about to capture Nine Tails. If Kearns destroys his plan at this time, it will be considered a father-son relationship, and they will directly turn against each other, right? The other party will really go to Konoha village for them. And become life and death enemies with his own son? Have to say. These Konoha village ninjas are way off the mark. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, I believe, Kearns is not that kind of person. Jiraiya trusts him so much, he will never be fettered by these worldly concepts. Then us. Go. Let's go talk to him. After Tsunade made a decision, Kakashi and the ninjas of Konoha village followed her to the roof of the Hoage building. But look at the man in the rocking chair in front of him. These ninjas didn't know how to speak again. In their mind-filling facts. This kind of request. It's really too much. After a long while of silence, Tsunade finally plucked up the courage to go forward. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was weak and murmured, Kearns. Kearns has long been aware of the movements of these ninjas. Just didn't care. Until Tsunade came to the front. He turned his head slowly. Tsunade? What's your business? However, before Kearns finished speaking, his voice stopped, and his mouth became parched instantly. No way. The real scenery of Konoha village is reproduced. He didn't think about it either. Tsunade is so rich and generous. Her usual dressing habits can't block the scenery of the two mountains at all. Tsunade stopped in the middle of what Kearns was saying. The brow is also slightly frowned. However, when she looked down Kearns' eyes, suddenly, two red clouds appeared on his face. A hole. It's this time, and I still have the mood to pay attention to these things. Well. The ninjas of Konoha village also turned their heads away quickly. She was very sensible and did not look at the embarrassment of her own Hoage. Kearns was also a little speechless. Goodness see you. How can you blame yourself for this? Don't you know what kind of scale you are? Use this to test the cotters, which cotter can stand this kind of test. My own tribute is pretty strong, okay? If you change to Jiraiya. It is estimated that the nosebleed has soared 3 feet high. Tsunade put his hand on the collar, tightened it tightly, and then looked at Kearns viciously. It's really like a group of people, UBD like Jiraiya. Kearns knew he was wrong. He could only cough hard to hide his embarrassment. Although don't look at evil. But Tsunade's level of challenge is too high. Who in Kearns' position can completely control his body? He can control his emotions and prevent himself from making a fool of himself in public. This is already very remarkable. However, Tsunade is not the kind of shy little girl. She adjusted her mood quickly. Look very serious. Kearns, what's going on the field right now, have you seen it? Well, I see it. So. I want to ask you to take action. Kearns shook his head, and directly refused, sorry, I have no intention of intervening. What's more, this pain in the arena is just a puppet, and the manipulator behind him is someone else. I will solve this puppet now. It won't be long before he will make a comeback. If not necessary. Kearns didn't want to meddle in the development of the original book. Does anyone know if this will have some sort of butterfly effect? 4.1. Not to mention, according to the development of the original plot, Naruto not only dealt with the pain incident, but also successfully cured Nagato's late secondary illness, making him willing to sacrifice his life and resurrecting everyone who died in this battle. This ending is perfect. This, even Kearns can't do it. Killing, he was good at. But the mouth is open, it is obviously Naruto is better. He didn't want to overwhelm the host. But Tsunade couldn't understand Kearns' thoughts at all, and she broke down a bit. Why? Kearns, I know you are not that kind of person, you will make a move, right? Chapter 168. Tsunade spoke to the back. There was already a hint of pleading in his expression. She rarely showed the attitude of a little girl in front of people. This is the first time. She didn't even notice it herself. There is no way, the current Tsunade really doesn't know what to do. As far as the combat power displayed by the current Heavenly Deo Pain is concerned, unless the top combat power of Konoha Village swarms up, there will be no benefit at all. Even together. Whether you can win or not is another matter. However, Konoha Village is very likely to lose a lot of good players because of this, so that they will not be able to pick up their talents, and they will not recover after a setback. This is something Tsunade cannot accept. Kearns silently watched Tsunade in front of him. His expression didn't change at all. Trust me, Naruto is fine, he can handle this, you guys should trust him. Kearns' words. Purely telling the truth. As the son of the world of this Hoage world, Naruto's strength is already very good, not to mention that he still has the strongest mouth at 15, which is useless. If even Naruto can't handle this pain, it means that Konoha Village should perish. That's not much to say. However, according to the development of the original plot, this situation will not exist. Kearns didn't want to interfere with the process. In case I intervene. Instead, Naruto couldn't handle the situation. There will be many things to wipe Yura by then. Kearns didn't want to make trouble for himself. However, his words fell into Tsunade's eyes, but it became a different scene. Tsunade took a deep breath, and the mountains on his chest continued to rise and fall. I know, it's very difficult for you to do this kind of thing, but in the current situation, I have nothing to do, if you don't take action. Naruto, he will die. He won't die. Kearns replied firmly. Will Naruto die? What a joke. This is the world of Hoage, Naruto is the son of the world, even if all of you in Konoha Village die, this man will not die. Si slandered in his heart. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard that. You really trust Naruto that much? Still. If you are willing to make a move, I can promise you anything. In the end. Tsunade's voice was murmured weakly. The red cloud on his face even spread to the base of his neck. In fact, she regretted it after saying this. She is Hoage, how could she say such a thing? Will it leave a bad impression on people? What if the other party agrees? Do you really want to? But the man in front of him is powerful and handsome, it seems that he is not. How do you think about this? At this moment, Tsunade was distraught. Kearns was also slightly taken aback. He didn't think about it either. Tsunade actually said such words. However, although he is not a gentleman and a good person, he is definitely not a villain who takes advantage of others. Kearns, if any thoughts? Definitely not hiding it. Not to mention being upright, at least not hiding. I'm not kidding you, I believe Naruto can solve all this, don't you believe him instead? However, he has now. It's only temporary, he's not that easily knocked down. Really? Then if he really can't do it, then I'll do it. Is this answer satisfactory to you? Kearns said, looking at Tsunade with a half smile, you just said that if I make a move, you can agree to any conditions. What do you mean by that? Facing Kearns' teasing. Tsunade, who had just recovered, blushed again. The mountains on her chest heaved again with anger. UBD. Tsunade still couldn't see that Kearns was teasing himself, and he was also very angry. However, the tense atmosphere was adjusted in this way. Immediately better. And after getting Kearns' guarantee, Tsunade also felt confident. She just left Kearns. 387. Konoha's ninjas surrounded her with a roar. Master Tsunade, what did Master Kearns say? Did he agree to make a move? He said yes. But he trusted Naruto. Tsunade organized his words, and said, if Naruto can't carry it, he will shoot. But Naruto can't take it anymore. Konoha's ninjas were a little anxious. There was nothing Tsunade could do about it. He could only continue admonishing him. Kearns feels that Naruto's potential has not fully exploded, so don't worry, you should have seen his strength. Tsunade just moved Kearns out. Konoha's ninjas had nothing to say. Since Lord Kearns meant it, then we can rest assured. Yeah, if Master Kearns makes a move, that pain is no match at all. But isn't that too cruel to Lord Kearns? But Master Kearns is still willing to shoot, he is really too great, this is a real man. Chapter 169. With Kearns' guarantee. The ninjas were reluctantly at ease. Although they still don't believe that Naruto can fight back, Kearns has already said so, and they can't continue to persuade them. After all, in their brains, it would be somewhat unethical to ask Kearns this way. Have to say. This may be the only benefit of their brain tonic. Otherwise, Kearns really doesn't know how he should deal with this woman, Tsunade, and maybe the other party will come up with some tiger and wolf words, who can bear it. And in the field, Tiendeo Pain has already felt that he has the chance to win. He crouched down. Look happy. You are too young. In this world, things will always happen suddenly. As for the reason, most of them will not be discovered until later. In this case. All right. Just chat with you for a while. From the moment Tiendeo Pain leaned over, Kearns pushed observation haki with all his might. Now the conversation between the two. He can also detect a thing or two. Kearns knew that Nagato was going to be hit when he heard Tiendeo Pain say these words. Since ancient times, villains have died of talking too much. This has already triggered the plot. At this time, the ninjas assembled in Konoha village, under the leadership of Hai, have gradually deduced the location of Pain's body. That is, Pain's body is at the closest and highest place to Konoha. That's right, next, let's do our best to search for high places. And Tiendeo Pain in the field. Still unaware of it. Most people who do great things always have to put a big cup in front of their enemies to show their intelligence and wisdom before they accomplish it. In fact, Kearns can understand this too. Because most successful people do that too. But only if things work out. Then the cupping becomes a declaration of victory. It's the justice's verdict on the villain. Nobody cares at all. And the loser will be remembered because of too much coincidence, and will be labeled as the villain who died of talking too much. But he is about to win, but he doesn't put a cup in front of his opponent. This is tantamount to traveling at night in Jinyi. This is against human nature. Few people can bear it at all. Why do you ask me to do this? Heh, if I tell you the reason, it won't change anything, but what if we have a good chat? I have nothing to say between you and me. Naruto looked extremely arrogant. But the more he is like this, the more it can arouse Nagato's inner rebellious psychology. Tiendeo Pain slowly stood up. My purpose is to accomplish what Mr. Jiraiya has not accomplished, which I have just said, to create peace and achieve justice. Peace. Justice. Stop joking. Are you kidding me? Naruto broke out completely, shouting hysterically, turn my master, my teacher, my companion, into this kind of you. What right do you have to say these things, presumptuous words? Listen to Naruto's accusation. Kearns flicked his ears. I have to say that what Nagato did was a bit out of character. He has a paranoid and arrogant personality, and the key is that he also has a set of heaven-defying middle school theories, just like a young man delusional to change the world. There is this ideal. No problem. Without this passion, those earth-shattering achievements throughout the ages would have been impossible to accomplish. But in this world, it is never a teenager who can change the world, but a mature Chengchu. Want to make an earth-shattering feat? It is not enough to rely on a momentary fever. It also requires exceptionally meticulous planning. Enforcement of orders and prohibitions. Force is only an auxiliary means, and in the end it depends on thought. Someone in Kearns' previous life has achieved this, but the current Nagato is still far behind. These abilities. He has none. Of course, the most important thing is to have firm determination. Being in a desperate situation without changing his mind. Adding an axe to one's body is also difficult to break one's ambition. It takes a lot of perseverance to do it. At least you can't just wake up because of someone else's talk. Then why did you work hard for so long before? What is the painstaking efforts of so many people? Isn't that a joke? Fight to the death for ideals. Even if this ideal is wrong. Is not possible. That can also be somewhat romantic, becoming a legend of the brave, and achieving a good story that knows what can't be done. Hoage. Since ancient times. There are not a few people who want to go heaven-defying. Only a few succeed. But the losers are not useless in the eyes of future generations, and the brave who dare to go to the Tiger Mountain are also praised by others. This world. Never judge a hero by success or failure. And Nagato does not have such qualities. If the ideal of changing the world can be swayed by the words of others, that just means it's a joke. Of course, if Nagato really had such determination, he would not be able to board the ship through Situkula. No matter how shocking the power of the world, it will never shake the human spirit. But sadly Nagato didn't. Chapter 170. And at this moment Kearns saw this behind the scene. I also secretly took it as a warning in my heart. Those who achieve great things must not be swayed by anything, even if they are about to die, they must sprint towards their goals. Only in this way Fang has a chance. Otherwise, he would be laughed at for 10,000 years while failing, which he absolutely cannot accept. And compared to Nagato, his opponent, Naruto, was clearly much more determined. No matter how naive and childish Naruto's ideal is, that family also paid for it. Moreover, you have never wavered in the face of any difficulties, let alone changed. Even if this ideal is wrong, you should not give up. Unfortunately, Tiendeo Pain obviously overestimated his own mind. He thinks power is everything. I want to completely conquer the opponent in front of me. What about you? What is your purpose? My purpose is to defeat you. I will bring peace to this ninja world. Naruto's answer was very firm. Tiendeo Pain heard the words. 113. Cheeky. Really? That's a great thing, that's the real justice, but, make my family, my friends, my village. Konoha shinobi like that, what qualifications do you have to mention peace and justice? Tiendeo Pain returned Naruto's words almost intact. At this moment, he thought he had the absolute upper hand. Whether in strength or morality, he has stood at the commanding heights. The fact is also the same, although Naruto did not deny what he meant, but he already had doubts. What's going on? The Kingdom of Fire. And Konoha Village. It's already too strong. In order to protect the interests of the country, it is necessary to obtain the interests of the country through wars among major powers, otherwise the citizens will suffer from starvation. But it has become a battlefield for great powers. It's our weak countries and villages. Whenever there is war, our country will be trampled and trampled. After the baptism of countless wars, the big country settled down, but it left us small countries with endless pain. You and I have the same goal. It's all about achieving what teacher Jiraiya calls peace. You are just like me. Just acting in their own justice. The justice I do to Konoha is the same as what you want to do to me. When the most important thing is lost, the pain is the same. You and I are the same kind who know the pain. You are for your justice, and I am for mine. We are all for the revenge called justice. Mortals who act. However, if revenge is called justice, that kind of justice only breeds further hatred. A chain of hatred will be born from this. I live in the reality of reality, perceive the past, sense the future, and know that this is history. After all, human beings are creatures that cannot understand each other. I am forced to understand this. Hear the words. Naruto couldn't help thinking of Jiraiya. He remembered that Jiraiya had also discussed this topic with him once, and eventually, Jiraiya let him find the answer by himself. And now, he doesn't yet know what the answer is. If it were you, how would you face this hatred in order to create peace? Tiendeo Pain finished these words. Naruto on the ground has stabilized a lot. But in fact, up to this moment, Tiendeo Pain has indeed gained the absolute upper hand, no matter in terms of strength or spirit. He can be said to have crushed Naruto today. His thinking makes sense. And acted for it. Even, this action is almost completed now. At this point, Tiendeo Pain, or Nagato, has surpassed Naruto today. But the bad is the bad. He was shaken afterwards. X. Demiurge used the powerful hearing provided by his demon transformation to pay attention to the development of the situation in the arena. After listening to Tiandao Payne's speech, he pushed up his glasses. The strong eat the weak and the fittest survive. This has always been the case in this world. Weak countries are beaten, and it has never changed. After Nagato became a strong man, he did not follow the example of the powerful. Instead, he wanted to change the world. It surprised me that he actually has such courage. Hehe, keep reading. Kearns said flatly. Because the memory is too long, Kearns can't remember exactly how Nagato was killed by Naruto, he only remembers that the final result was Nagato's complete defeat. Now Demiurge is still admiring Nagato's courage. I'm afraid I'm going to be surprised later. But let alone Demiurge. Even Kearns himself can't figure it out. Why did Nagato suddenly change his mind? They have planned so much and worked so hard for so long. What should be done, what should not be done, what should be killed, what should not be killed, has been done. Can this be turned back? We've come this far. Even if there is an abyss in front of you, you can only bite the bullet and go down, otherwise it will be a joke. Chapter 171. Kearns couldn't figure it out. He could only continue to observe patiently. And in the field. God Pain is condescending. Let me hear your answer. At this moment, Tiandao Pain's aura has completely overwhelmed Naruto. It seemed that he was only a little short of surpassing Naruto, the son of the world, both mentally and physically. And Naruto lay on the ground. His eyes were closed tightly and he said nothing. There seemed to be some pain in his expression, and he didn't know if he had genuine empathy for what Tiandao Pain said. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. His tone was not as rigid as before. This kind of thing. I don't know. It seemed that he was completely conquered by Heavenly Dao Pain. As long as he said one more word to admit his mistakes, then this time, he would be completely defeated by Nagato. Tiandao Pain saw Naruto like this. The expression on his face softened slightly. He continued. In order to stop this chain of hatred, I created Akatsuki. I can do this. For this, I need the power of 9 tails. I will use the power of all tailed beasts to create a 10-9 tail that can destroy this village. More than double the capacity. That way, I can destroy a country in an instant. Let the world know the real pain. Wars are held back by the fear of those pains. So that the world can move towards stability and peace. After listening to Tiandao Pain's statement, Demiurge and Kearns looked at each other on the rooftop. Demiurge still felt that before. Nagato has boldness. There is also the courage to implement the plan. Also a talent. But now, he suddenly felt that he might have been mistaken. Lofty ideals, tough methods, good power, how did this go with such a rotten plan? Directly destroy a country. Make everyone feel the pain. Then they get scared, there will be no more wars, and the world will be peaceful. What kind of magical brain circuit is this? Human blood. Absolutely can't think of such a plan. Obito and Madara's Infinite Tsukuyomi project, somewhat romanticized, was only exploited by Otsutsuki Kagaya. If you leave this side effect aside, Infinite Tsukuyomi is at least conceptually correct. It is even theoretically possible. It's just a bit too ideal, and there are still many aspects that have not been considered about the changes in human nature. But God knows Pain's plan. The brain circuit is really weird. According to what you said, just wipe out all the human beings in this world, so that there will never be any more wars, and there will be no more pain. The peaceful cannot be peaceful. After all, everyone is dead. If the plan is for revenge, there is nothing wrong with that. The Avenger who lost his hometown has an extreme personality and wants to take revenge on society. Although no one will understand it, at least it is barely within the normal category. Like those great powers in Kearns' previous life. If these countries have encountered a war of extermination, that will absolutely fire every weapon in the inventory. Since our family is going to be gone, then let's go together. But the problem is, Tiandao Pain said it was for peace. This is a bit outrageous. Is this peace? This is nuclear peace. Even if it is to stop war with war, and to stop killing with killing, that is not how it works. Ask for flowers. Those Yuzu who were away from the country hadn't returned home yet, and you wiped out the country for no reason, inexplicably, and the family members said that they were all dead. Don't they just have fear, without anger, and hatred? What a joke. Really have to encounter this situation. There will definitely be a large number of more extreme and dark guys than Nagato. This brain circuit of Nagato. Kearns could only silently give a thumbs up in his heart. Even Demiurge can't bear your divergent thinking. It's like playing a game with both sides. 0. You showed a lot of operations in front of you. Blocking the springs and killing people. The other side is almost numb by you. Ready to vote and surrender. As a result, you turned around and said, in fact, your plan is to remove the spring water, so that the other side can't be resurrected, and you don't have to kill. How can this be evaluated? Is he really a genius? Kearns and Demiurge looked at each other again. Not talking anymore. And in the field. Naruto was obviously also dumbfounded by Tiendao pain. He has grown so big, he has never seen this before. This is really a script-like operation with a stone man's brain. Give hope for a comeback. After pondering for a moment, he began to mobilize his mouth to retort loudly, but this kind of peace is simply a lie. Tiendao pain shook his head. Humans are not such intelligent creatures. If we don't do that, we can't establish peace. The words fell on Kearns' ears. Suddenly, 3 black lines were drawn across the head. He really wants to tell Nagato that you have a very clear understanding of your IQ, but you seem to underestimate other people. It's not that small that the world shares Malphite's brain. Chapter 172. Demiurge watched the development trend in the arena. Finally, he couldn't help but vomit. Oh my god, I don't know what crazy stupid things Nagato would have done if he hadn't met the captain. His strength is half as strong as the captain's. The whole world will be in panic. What Demiurge said was true. If Nagato's strength is a few levels stronger, reaching the entry level of Kearns' level, then people in the entire Hoage world will lose sleep at night. Because of that, Nagato doesn't need to capture the tailed beast. You can have the ability to easily destroy a country 503. Destroy a country at every turn. Make you feel the pain. You say who can stand it? As for Konoha, maybe he will destroy the entire Fire Nation without knowing how Konoha was destroyed. Obviously. Nagato this outrageous plan. Even Demiurge, who likes to open his mind, couldn't understand it. He didn't even know what Nagato was thinking. Fight war with fear. There is no possibility of any actual manipulation just by thinking about it. But Nagato actually wants to make it a reality. This is completely whimsical. Unless his name is not Nagato, but Chuang Shishin, this operation will not be feasible at all. And Tiendao pain in the field. But I don't think it's a problem. Still talking. In the end, those pains can be cured after dozens of years, and the inhibition will weaken accordingly, and then there will be wars between people. This time, they will use the tailed beast weapons by themselves, and experience the real pain again. So, a brief peace will come again. In this never-ending vortex of hate, a momentary peace through pain, that's what I want. After listening to Tiendao Pain's statement, everyone was deeply puzzled. I thought you were out for revenge. In the end you said it was for justice and peace. I thought you had a lofty ideal, but you told everyone that you wanted to gain short-term peace by creating pain. Isn't the price a little too high? Is this necessary? It doesn't matter what everyone thinks, though. What matters is Nagato's own thoughts. Who made these people have no ability to check and balance Nagato? In this world, people with big fists have always said, even if what he says doesn't make sense, you must accept his truth. Because the fist is the hardest truth. Unfortunately, Nagato's ability is limited after all. It is not possible to easily slaughter a country as he said, otherwise more people will listen to his truth. Kearns would love to see it. How did Naruto come back from the Jedi? You say my peace is false, but in this cursed world, expecting a peace where people can understand each other is the most false. Heavenly Deo Pain's words. It is completely contrary to the philosophy of Jiraiya. Naruto also has a different attitude towards this. Pervy Sage believes that the time will come when people can truly understand each other, but you are different. Tiendao Pain scoffed at the idea. A look of disdain appeared on his face. That's just talk. What can you do if you can't even come up with an answer? What you can do is to dedicate the power of 9 tails to me. I said, your death makes peace. Have to say. Heavenly Deo Pain's words. It can be called lore. The subtext of these words is nothing more than that you don't even have the ability to realize the ideas in your heart, you can only talk in rhetoric, which is useless at all. And I am about to succeed now. Even if you say it's wrong. It is finally becoming a reality. This kind of attitude of speaking with facts can slightly make up for the speechlessness brought about by the weird idea in his mouth before. If you continue like this, keep going. Dao Pain really could have succeeded in defeating Naruto physically and mentally that day. But it's a pity. He kind of underestimated Naruto's power. And this time, Konoha's ninjas are not idle either, they have already begun to search for his body. Pain's body is at the highest place near Konoha. Okay, then let's turn all the high places upside down. However, we must at least operate in pairs. Even if we find the enemy's main body, we must not act rashly. Try to intervene in the search team. 0.2 Perceptual Ninja, this will be faster. Understood. Konoha's ninjas have a good attitude. And very cautiously. It can be said that it completely conforms to the policy of bold conjecture and careful verification, which is why Konoha is so powerful. Although the strength of this group of ninjas is not comparable to that of Naruto. But their importance is beyond doubt. In this world, there is not only battle. At this time, Hyuga Hinata, who was standing in the ruined building not far away, opened his eyes and observed everything that happened in the field. Look at Naruto on the ground. She couldn't help thinking of her childhood. Chapter 173. In Hinata's childhood, Naruto left a lot of impressions. Even though Naruto himself didn't realize it. But Hinata became very curious about this unlucky boy. She doesn't understand that there are so many people in the village who hate Naruto, and she doesn't understand why her family doesn't let her get in touch with Naruto, or even get too close. Like that little child. It is like a plague that can spread disaster at any time. This greatly inspired the maternal love in Hinata's heart. Later, Hinata's younger sister Hyuga Hanabi was born. Hinata, who was originally loved by everyone, lost to her younger sister Hanabi in a martial arts duel, and her status has plummeted since then. The elders of the family all believed that Hanabi was born with power over his older sister, it was fate, and they became more and more disappointed with Hinata. And Hinata, too, has been under unknown circumstances. Because of his introverted nature, he was bullied by a little boy. Hinata grew up in this environment. It's just that 19 has developed a somewhat introverted personality. Not blackened by it. This is already a good result. When a girl becomes curious about a boy, coupled with an inexplicable maternal love, she is not far from falling. This is the case with Hinata today. She has actually had a crush on Naruto for a long time. Just because of his shy personality. Never said it. At this time, in the field, Tiendeo Pain was breaking the black rods of the chakra receivers into pieces, and continuously inserting them into Naruto's body. Naruto's shoulders, waist, and legs were all filled with these black sticks. Severe pain came to the forehead. Naruto couldn't help but groaned. But even so, Naruto's mind was still unusually calm. Pen's chakra is coming in, what the hell is he trying to do? I deliberately deviated from the vital point, and the stabbing was not deep, so that you can't rely on your own will to act. Tiendeo Pain was expressionless. Still mentally suppressing Naruto. But at this moment, Immortal Shima, who was wallowing in grief over the loss of his partner, suddenly raised his head and shouted at Naruto, "Cheer up, boy. It doesn't matter what that guy says. You can't even take it seriously. You are the son of prophecy. He is the savior of this world. The kid from Yella and his father both went back to gamble because they believed in you. You must never lose. If you fall down in this kind of place, I will never forgive you." In fact, what Immortal Shima said earlier is the son of prophecy, the savior of the world. Naruto is not cold. He knows how much effort he has put in to get to this point. He was ridiculed, bullied, and disgusted by the people in the village since he was a child. He is only a few years old. I have suffered countless blank stares, and silently endured the heavy pressure that adults cannot bear. Later, because of Nine Tails, Chakra's control was also unstable. It is the object of all people's teasing. Chosen one. Nine Tails Jinchuriki? For him, this kind of starting point is not worth mentioning. What really touched Naruto was the trust between Jiraiya and Fukazaku Senjin behind Shima Senjin. A seemingly incomprehensible master who taught him a lot. An affable, heart-guided lord glared at him. The trust of these two people. How could he live up to it? But now, both of them died in the hands of the heavenly Daopain. How could Naruto bear to be conquered himself? It can be said. These words completely ignited the fire in Naruto's heart. His willpower was at its peak. It is almost impossible for Tien Daopain to win a double victory physically and mentally. After Tien Daopain heard these words, his face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his palm, aimed at Immortal's Haima and launched the Shenluo Tianzheng. What an annoying frog. Immortal Shima has no ability to resist. He was directly sent flying out. Seeing this, Naruto scolded angrily, "UBD." However, before he finished speaking, Tien Daopain turned around and extended his palm to him. "It's almost time to take you away." The voice did not fall. Suddenly, crisp footsteps came from the scene. A 210 figure suddenly appeared. It fell from the sky. This sudden attack immediately made Tien Daopain back again and again. And after seeing the figures of the people in the field clearly, the ninjas of the Hyuga family suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Hinata." No one thought that Hinata, who has always been weak and introverted, would stand up at this time. You must know that the opposite was Pain, who even Hoage couldn't handle. And Hinata at the moment. The feeling of cowardice has long since disappeared. She looked at Naruto on the ground. There was only anger in his eyes. It's too much to use an iron rod to seal Naruto's actions. I won't let you attack Naruto again. Hinata yelled at Tendo Pain. Kearns and Demiurge didn't have much reaction to this scene, but the ninjas in Konoha village who knew Hinata were completely stunned. Facing the mighty Tien Daopain, Hyuga Hinata actually took the initiative? What a joke. What the hell is going on in this world? Chapter 174. And Tsunade was also very surprised by this. Her expression gradually became serious. What's the bet? Facing Kearns, she still asked the bet very cautiously. In case something went against the philosophy of Konoha village, it would be bad. That would be a certainty of victory. She won't agree either. Kearns doesn't think either. Straight to the point. If I win, I want you, and you, don't interfere with this duel between Naruto and Pen. The voice fell. There was no sound at the scene. When hearing the first half of Kearns' words, Tsunade's face flushed immediately, and the ninjas in Konoha village also showed strange expressions. Want them Hoage? God, what does this mean? Fortunately, after the supplement in the second half, the whole sentence seems much more normal. Only Kakashi felt a little downhearted. After hearing Kearns spit out tiger and wolf words, unsightly associations immediately appeared in his mind. Kakashi's emotions were completely mobilized. But to the back. He was immediately discouraged again. What are you doing? It turned out to be just like this. Can you not pant when you speak? I thought there was a shocking one that I could eat. You. A hole. Tsunade knew it too. Kearns, this is on purpose. But there was really nothing wrong with the other party's whole sentence. It made her feel bad too. Tsunade gave Kearns a gouged look, and said viciously, then if you lose, what's the bet? Kearns smiled slightly. Stand up slowly. I won't lose. With your weak little fists, it is impossible to win me. At most, you can only give me a massage. This quote from Kearns. It can be said that Tsunade was instantly annoyed. Kearns, you are too underestimating people. You better be able to take 3 punches from me unscathed as you said, otherwise, I will never treat you BD. If you lose, I will let you. If I lose, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please hurry up, I can't wait for you to give me a massage. UBD. Tsunade was out of breath. At this moment, she is already thinking about what kind of request she will make to embarrass Kearns in her mind. She must teach this man who underestimated her a lesson. And a group of Konoha village ninjas. At this moment, they also gathered their eyes together. Are you ready? Certainly. However, does this still require preparation? Seeing Kearns' lazy look, Tsunade's teeth itch again, she clenched her fists, and blasted out, go to hell, BD. Have to say. The power of Tsunade's fist looked amazing. Like a cannonball. It hit Kearns in the chest with a thud. Everyone heard only a muffled sound. The surrounding air vibrated. Kearns stood still. This. Master Tsunade is really angry? Why did you hit him so hard? Master Kearns won't be beaten to death, will he? Probably not, maybe. Lord Kearns used the body replacement technique. But isn't that a violation of the rules? If you use body replacement technique, what's the point of this bet? Well, I don't know, just keep watching. The ninjas of Konoha village are buzzing, staring intently at Kearns in the field. Tsunade was also a little flustered at this moment. This punch of mine is indeed a bit heavy, won't it kill this Kearns in one shot? She did get a little annoyed at being teased by Kearns though. But not to the extent of beating people to death. Although everyone knows that Kearns is very strong. But this does not mean that the strong are immune to death. No matter how powerful the strong man is. There are also times when the boat capsizes in the gutter. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help feeling a little nervous. However, just when Tsunade was about to go over and check it out, Kearns finally opened his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. Did you finish your first punch? Why don't I feel anything? Your kind of massage. It's really unqualified. Actually, the moment Tsunade threw his fist, Kearns transferred armament haki over the chest. With his current attainment of armament haki, even the slashing blows of those long-established sword masters in the sea can be easily blocked. Okay, let alone Tsunade's fist. Tsunade could really break his defense. It is impossible for Konoha village to have such a crisis. He directly raised a pair of iron fists to fight. Who dares to stop? This chest-pounding challenge, Tsunade was doomed to fail. Of course, this is just running into Kearns. But change someone. It is not so easy to bear this little fist and chest. Maybe he will be sent away with a single punch. The whole village is having a feast. In the arena, Kearns looked at Tsunade with his head tilted, and the smallest smile appeared. I can only give 0 points for your massage service. Master Hoage. Did you not have lunch today? Chapter 175. But Kearns also knows. Women have nothing to say. Kearns, I'm waiting for your answer. Tsunade is like an angry tigress, no one knows what amazing move she will make in the next second. But look at this Hoage at home. The expression of the Konoha village ninjas at the scene was a bit weird. Although there is nothing wrong with Mr. Hoage's lines. But it always feels weird. Why does it look a bit similar to when my wife was showing off her power? Looking at the old woman who was so ashamed and annoyed that she was about to explode, Ines decided not to argue with her. Men, just be generous. Even if you suffer a little. What I can tell you is that Naruto will take care of all of this, you should trust him, don't worry too much, just make a surprise every day. This rhetoric. Tsunade had already heard Kearns say it once. 387. This time, she didn't want to believe it. But now Naruto's actions have been restricted. Little girl Hinata is in danger. Kearns, who knows roughly how the plot will play out, doesn't care. He is lying on the rocking chair. He said lightly. It's okay to be in danger, so what if she dies? Sometimes, a person's potential needs to be baptized by blood to grow, just like the eyes of the Uchiha clan, above the Sharingan, and Mangekyo. Tsunade froze. The ninjas at the scene were also stunned. They seemed to have figured it out. What exactly does Kearns mean? Especially Kakashi, who already owns Mangekyo, knows what price the Uchiha clan needs to pay to open their eyes, and can better understand what Kearns wants to express. You mean? Using Hinata's death to unleash Naruto's potential. Kearns nodded at that. Said casually. That's right, you know, Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and his spiritual power is also extremely powerful. Using the blood of a little girl to activate his potential is a lucrative deal for Konoha village. The next might as well tell people if fully grown up. The strength will be infinitely close to Senju Hashirama. Listen to what Kearns has to say. The ninjas at the scene were startled. Naruto, who has grown up completely, can be infinitely close to first Hoage in strength. Is this true? If so, then Konoha village will be unstoppable. How strong is first Hoage? Certain old ninjas have seen it with their own eyes. Even if you haven't seen it, you have heard it from countless people. That is the god of ninjas who can keep tailed beasts as pets and distribute them to various villages. Just think about how powerful they are. Actually, Kearns' words are somewhat misleading. A fully grown Naruto is comparable to Senju Hashirama. There is nothing wrong with this statement. But this does not mean that as long as Hinata is dead, Naruto can fully grow up. The two are not particularly related. Kearns also wants to see this move. Are these, CCDB, Konoha shinobi people as noble as they shine? Infinitely close to the combat power of Senju Hashirama. This is arguably having a nuclear bomb in a nuclear-free world. Want to rule the world is a matter of one word. How many people can resist this temptation? After a long silence, Tsunade slowly raised her head. She looked at Kearns with a pale face. Hee, you really think highly of Naruto. You actually said that he has the potential to grow up to the level of my grandfather, the god of ninja world. It's amazing. So, do you want to think about it? Kearns glanced at the ninjas on the scene with great interest, and all the ninjas who looked at him lowered their eyes voluntarily. Just sacrifice Hinata to have such a strong man. The hearts of these Konoha shinobi were shaken. This kind of decision is much more difficult than sacrificing oneself in exchange for a powerful combat force. If you sacrifice yourself, many of them will make a choice without hesitation. After all, your life is in your own hands. No one can blame anything. But sacrificing the lives of others is the generosity of others. Although these ninjas are not gentlemen, they are not villains either. This kind of decision, they can't do it. The same is true of Tsunade, but she is much more determined than those ninjas. Our Konoha village will not give up any ninja, let alone sacrifice any ninja for no reason. Naruto has his own way to go. But Hinata is not an item. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. We understand that you don't want to take action, but please don't prevent us from rescuing Hinata. Tsunade stared into Kearns' eyes. The attitude is extremely firm. Kearns suddenly smiled. The result of the test is like this, which is not only unexpected, but also a minister of reason. Sometimes, Kearns felt like a monster. Because human nature never stands the test. He could even imagine how much Tsunade struggled when he made this decision. The opponent can be a pure ninja, but Hoage's identity will not change. There are many things for the leader to consider. Obviously, she is not a qualified leader, but a qualified elder. Chapter 176. We at Konoha village will never give up on anyone. No way. You'd better not interfere. Otherwise, I'll beat you. Tsunade looked at Kearns resolutely, and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a section of white lotus arms, and in the eyes of others rather terrifying fists. Hear this from Tsunade. Demiurge's face suddenly turned cold. If Kearns hadn't given him a look, he would definitely give this ignorant old woman a little bit of color. Look. The captain is too magnanimous. He didn't take action to punish such a rude woman. No, this rude woman is not our crew member. Why would the captain give her such tolerance? I see. Although this woman's temper is a bit stinky, her healing ability is really good. We still need a doctor on board. Yes, that's it. I understand the captain's intention. Sure enough, I, Demiurge, am the captain's most caring subordinate. However, what method should I use to recruit this woman? People in this world seem to have a problem with their brains. It's hard. However, for the great ideal of Lord Captain, I will not give up easily. The corners of Demiurge's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Rocking chair. Kearns gave Demiurge a suspicious look. He knew that the other party had such an expression. Mostly it was a strange brain supplement. But now he has no time to worry about these. Kearns turned his head to look at Tsunade, pointed to Tsunade's fist. You want to hit me with your weak little fists. Little fist. A tic-tac-toe was screwed out of Tsunade's forehead. She has since been a jonin. No one dared to underestimate their fists. No matter how powerful it is, a punch from him would definitely be unbearable, but now, this hateful man in front of him actually said that his fist is a weak little fist, which is simply insulting. Why, are you sure you want to try? Don't underestimate people. Kearns. Tsunade put on a hard face. Such a gesture. Enough to scare any Konoha shinobi lovers. They have seen this expression many times, but if their own Hoage shows such an appearance, someone will definitely suffer, especially after she loses money. But it all fell into Kearns' eyes. Not only is there no deterrent effect. Instead, he found it a little cute. So cute. If Tsunade really has the ability to hurt himself, the little Tiendeo Pain and Nagato can be easily captured. Sometimes, power can break all laws. A fist that could hurt Kearns today absolutely has the ability to forcibly break through the spells of Shenluo Tianzhang and Universal Pull. Kearns looked at Tsunade. He said lightly. You seem to have blind confidence in your own strength. If that's the case, let's make a bet. How about? In Kearns' words. There is an unusually sensitive word. Konoha's ninjas tensed up immediately after hearing this word. Their Hoage has a very fatal flaw. That is gamble like life. This can be said to be well known. So, when Kearns said it, they expected it, and no matter what, Tsunade would say yes. Asking for flowers. Although, she loses every bet. Sure enough, Tsunade heard Kearns' words. The whole person immediately felt as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. She licked her lips. You want to bet with me? Come on, what's the bet? Tsunade made such a response, and the Konoha village ninjas were not surprised. They only hoped that Kearns would be merciful, at least the stakes would not be too high. As for the fact that their own Hoage can win, they never thought about it. If only Tsunade could win the bet. Is her name still Tsunade? Kearns is also well aware of Tsunade's temperament, so he proposed to bet against her. He pointed to his chest. Aren't you very confident in your fist? I'm just sitting here. As long as you can hurt me, even if it's just a small injury like scratching the skin, you still win. How about it? What? As soon as Kearns said this, there was an uproar at the scene. Not only Tsunade, but even the ninjas at the scene were stunned. They never dreamed that Kearns would propose such an outrageous bet. Indeed, they concede that Kearns is strong. If it is a serious battle, then Tsunade might not survive even one round. The problem is, now he's standing there for Tsunade to hit, and 3 times in a row. How heavy is the fist of my own Hoage? These ninjas are very clear. If you really want to be serious, one punch can kill half of a person. If you are serious, it is very normal to be killed on the spot. 3 punches? If it hurts, you win if you break the skin. These Konoha shinobi believers suddenly felt it is possible for Hoage to break the spell and win the bet with Shan. Chapter 177. And Tsunade was also very surprised by this. Her expression gradually became serious. What's the bet? Facing Kearns, she still asked the bet very cautiously. In case something went against the philosophy of Konoha village, it would be bad. That would be a certainty of victory. She won't agree either. Kearns doesn't think either. Straight to the point. If I win, I want you, and you, don't interfere with this duel between Naruto and Pen. The voice fell. There was no sound at the scene. When hearing the first half of Kearns' words, Tsunade's face flushed immediately, and the ninjas in Konoha village also showed strange expressions. Want them Hoage? God, what does this mean? Fortunately, after the supplement in the second half, the whole sentence seems much more normal. Only Kakashi felt a little downhearted. After hearing Kearns spit out tiger and wolf words, unsightly associations immediately appeared in his mind. Kakashi's emotions were completely mobilized. But to the back. He was immediately discouraged again. What are you doing? It turned out to be just like this. Can you not pant when you speak? I thought there was a shocking one that I could eat. You. A hole. Tsunade knew it too. Kearns, this is on purpose. But there was really nothing wrong with the other party's whole sentence. It made her feel bad too. Tsunade gave Kearns a gouged look, and said viciously, then if you lose, what's the bet? Kearns smiled slightly. Stand up slowly. I won't lose. With your weak little fists, it is impossible to win me. At most, you can only give me a massage. This quote from Kearns. It can be said that Tsunade was instantly annoyed. Kearns, you look down on people too much. You better be able to receive 3 punches from me unscathed as you said, otherwise, I will never treat you BD. If you lose, I will let you. If I lose, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please hurry up, I can't wait for you to give me a massage. You BD. Tsunade was out of breath. At this moment, she is already thinking about what kind of request she will make to embarrass Kearns in her mind. She must teach this man who underestimated her a lesson. And a group of Konoha village ninjas. At this moment, they also gathered their eyes together. Are you ready? Certainly. However, does this still require preparation? Seeing Kearns' lazy look, Tsunade's teeth itch again, she clenched her fists, and blasted out, go to hell, BD. Have to say. The power of Tsunade's fist looked amazing. Like a cannonball. It hit Kearns in the chest with a thud. Everyone heard only a muffled sound. The surrounding air vibrated. Kearns stood still. This. Master Tsunade is really angry? Why did you hit him so hard? Master Kearns won't be beaten to death, will he? Probably not, maybe, Lord Kearns used the body replacement technique. But isn't that a violation of the rules? If you use body replacement technique, what's the point of this bet? Well, I don't know, just keep watching. The ninjas of Konoha village are buzzing, staring intently at Kearns in the field. Tsunade was also a little flustered at this moment. This punch of mine is indeed a bit heavy, won't it kill this Kearns in one shot? She did get a little annoyed at being teased by Kearns though. But not to the extent of beating people to death. Although everyone knows that Kearns is very strong. But this does not mean that the strong are immune to death. No matter how powerful the strong man is. There are also times when the boat capsizes in the gutter. Thinking of this, I can't help feeling a little nervous. However, just when Tsunade was about to go over and check it out, Kearns finally opened his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. Have you finished your first punch? Why don't I feel anything? Your kind of massage? It's really unqualified. Actually, the moment Tsunade threw his fist, Kearns transferred armament haki over the chest. With his current attainment of armament haki, even the slashing blows of those long-established sword masters in the sea can be easily blocked. Let alone Tsunade's fist. Tsunade could really break his defense. It is impossible for Konoha village to have such a crisis in 5.2. He directly raised a pair of iron fists to fight. Who dares to stop? This chest-pounding challenge, Tsunade was doomed to fail. Of course, that's just what happened to Kearns. But change someone. It is not so easy to bear this little fist and chest. Maybe he will be sent away with a single punch. The whole village is having a feast. In the arena, Kearns looked at Tsunade with his head tilted, and the smallest smile appeared. I can only give 0 points for your massage service. Master Hoage. Did you not have lunch today? Chapter 178. This quote from Kearns. It's like pressing the Shizun button directly on the scene. Everyone froze in place. No feeling? This is too insulting. The little bit of worry and tension that just rose in Tsunade's heart disappeared completely under the stabbing of Kearns' words. She clenched her fists. Flushed. UBD, I'm going to beat you up. As he spoke, Tsunade directly raised his fist and smashed it towards Kearns' chest, looking really angry. But this is also normal. Kearns' earlier quip. Although Tsunade was also a little angry, but it was still within the controllable range, and Tsunade who threw the first punch was still a little hesitant. The strength is almost 70% to 80%. That force, she felt, was enough to teach Kearns a lesson. But this second punch. Tsunade really couldn't help it. She punched subconsciously, almost using 10% of her strength. It's fine if you don't perform exceptionally well. Boom. There was another tooth-piercing muffled sound. The surrounding air seemed to be squeezed and deformed in this collision. Ninjas on the roof of the Hoage building. He could feel a faint breeze blowing on his face. You know, this is a pure body-to-body collision, without using any ninjutsu, and they don't even dare to imagine what will happen to them if they receive such a punch. Maybe it was smashed into meatloaf on the spot. Such a terrifying force. Even a ninja who specializes in taijutsu can't handle it. The human body is very fragile. Of course, this is only the superficial cognition of the ninjas in the Hoage world. They don't know that there are people in this world who can temper their bodies harder than steel. They are even more incomprehensible. There is also something called haki in the world. It can make people's bodies' defense and attack power get an extremely powerful increase. Of course, the world of Hoage actually has ninjutsu similar to this. It's just that the effect is not that exaggerated. Seeing my own Hoage throw such a heavy punch. These Konoha village ninjas are not even daring to look at Kearns anymore. Afraid of seeing any bloody pictures. However, Kearns' figure was still in place, and he didn't look much different from when he faced the first punch. Well, this is still a little bit of strength. However, it's not enough. Why don't you use chakra, use your strange power? Is it because you are afraid of hurting me? Don't worry, your little fist can't hurt me. There's only one punch left. If you don't use all your strength, your bet is about to be lost. Kearns continued to stimulate Tsunade's nerves with words. There was a playful smile on his face. This can be regarded as a rare flavoring agent during his trip to the Hoage world. It only takes a few days to come here, so he must have some fun for himself. And this time, Tsunade wasn't provoked either. She knew that if she only used her physical strength, it might not be enough to shake the man in front of her, and this bet has a lot to do with it. It's not a good thing to say. She bet on Hineda's life. If you win, of course everyone is happy. She will ask Kearns to take action in person, save Hineda and Naruto, and at the same time eliminate Pain, the intruder. Everything can be resolved satisfactorily. But if you lose, Tsunade doesn't even know how to face Hineda. How to face the Hyuga family in the village. See the look on Tsunade's face. Several ninjas of the Hyuga family also almost understood what he was thinking. Immediately, an old ninja from Hyuga's family came out and said solemnly, "Master Tsunade, we believe in your ability and strength. You will definitely win this bet. Please do it." At this time, the Hyuga family didn't put any pressure on Tsunade. But actually, they also know that it is useless to say anything now. The betting has come to an end. It is impossible to think about cancelling. Even if he wanted to play tricks, but in front of such a powerful man in front of him, he would not be able to succeed. Maybe 893 would bring himself into trouble. So, besides praying that their Hoage will play better, what else can they do? And Tsunade is also a little regretful at this time. Why did I have to be so impulsive at that time? Take this bet. It has now reached a situation where riding a tiger is difficult. In fact, it cannot be said that Tsunade was impulsive. When Kearns mentioned such a bet, the ninjas in Konoha were not completely unmoved. Even the people of the Hyuga family are the same. They all feel that Kearns is too big. Tsunade has a very good chance of winning the bet. And the bonus after winning the bet actually determines that all ninjas in Konoha cannot refuse. Kearns can be made to do anything. This condition can at least guarantee Konoha village to solve this crisis. Therefore, everyone subconsciously agreed to the bet at that time. Now let Tsunade alone bear the so-called consequences. Obviously not suitable. Chapter 179. And take a step back. Even if they go down to rescue Hineda, it may not be successful either. Therefore, agreeing to this bet is actually a very cost-effective move. It's just that none of them thought of it. The situation will become what it is now. Hurt each other, or scratch a little skin. It sounds like an easy thing to do, and it's even a bit like Kearns trying to find a reason to help them Konoha. So these Konoha village ninjas. At that time, it was all viewed as fun. Failure was not considered at all. But they never expected that the most famous power of their own Lord Hoage would not be able to get the slightest advantage from this man in front of them. It can even be said to be. Can't shake it. This is really unbelievable. Tsunade looked at Kearns with a relaxed expression in front of him, and his expression was very solemn. This time, I will use my strange power, and I won't hold back any more. You better take it seriously. Otherwise, you may die. Strange power is a means she uses with chakra. It cannot be regarded as pure physical strength. With this move, she can easily smash through a stone wall, and her explosive power is very exaggerated. But Kearns is well aware of that, too. He waved his hand casually. You don't have to worry about my safety. I still say the same thing. Your little fist can only give me a massage, it can't hurt my. I have to say. You look cute when you're angry. UBD. Tsunade was ashamed, annoyed, and a little anxious being teased by Kearns. I said, I won't keep my hand. It's for Hineda. And for the whole village. Tsunade exploded completely this time. The chakra in his body condensed on his fist almost instantly, and the scattered leaves on the ground were blown away by the rising momentum. She hasn't made a move yet. The atmosphere at the scene has changed. The next second, Tsunade let out a coquettish cry, and with chakra wrapped in his fist, he slammed down towards Kearns' chest. All the ninjas on the scene held their breath. Eyes fixed on Tsunade's punch. Kakashi even lifted the blindfold. Just to see it more clearly. After all, this punch can almost determine the direction of their village's crisis. If this punch successfully injures Kearns, even if it only breaks the opponent's skin a little, then everything will be solved easily. A louder muffled sound sounded. The air wave burst out under the rapid impact. Kicks the rocking chairs behind Kearns out of the way. The roof of the entire Hoage building seemed to vibrate violently together, and the air was disturbed by the overflowing chakra. After a while, tranquility returned to the scene. Tsunade gasped heavily. Her slender hands that exploded with terrifying power still rested on Kearns' chest. Kearns is still in rock-solid shape. There was still a faint smile on his face. However, the eyes of all the ninjas showed no signs of shifting. They stared at Kearns' chest, watching Tsunade slowly raise his fist little by little. They had given up hope of hurting Kearns. I just hope that this punch can have some effect. Even if it's just a little scratch. However, when Tsunade completely withdrew his fist, all the ninjas on the scene widened their eyes, and then involuntarily let out an exclamation. Intact. How can this be? This is Master Tsunade's strange power. It is impossible for a ninja to block it unscathed. There must be a limit to joking. This is a monster. The cognition of Konoha village ninjas. Completely overturned. In their simple three views, it is impossible to exist in this world. A person with such a strong body is harder than steel. But actually, it's not Kearns' physical intensity, either. This is his physical strength after empowering armament haki. Defense is naturally amazing. It can almost be said that in the current Hoage world, no one person or any kind of technique can break through this defense. Even Might Guy lays down his life to open 8 gate. At most, it can barely break the defense. Kearns won't even get hurt. After Tsunade withdrew her fist, she froze in place. She really, are you alright, didn't expect that she couldn't hurt the man in front of her even with all her strange strength. Not even a broken skin can do it. Kearns watched Tsunade with interest. There is a little playfulness in the voice. I said your little fists are only suitable for massage, but you still don't believe me. This time, you lost the bet again. Tsunade heard the words. He silently lowered his head. Yes, I lost the bet again. This time, what he lost was Hineda's last hope of survival. Think here. Mist rose in Tsunade's eyes. Kearns saw Tsunade looking like she was about to cry, and his brain felt a little ache. He seemed to have played too much this time. Why is this woman still crying? Chapter 180. Actually, Kearns wasn't trying to get serious with Tsunade. He just wanted to have some fun on this trip to the world of Hoage. Now Tsunade is about to cry. Kearns is also a little bit awkward. However, he has been idle for too long, and has been in a high position for too long, and his temper is still a bit smelly. It can be said that he has never comforted anyone. He pondered for a moment. He spoke. Isn't it just a lost bet? There's no need for that at all. It's not like you lost the game once or twice, just get used to it, don't worry too much about it. Kearns isn't very good at comforting people. Or, he doesn't comfort people at all. Obviously, his words didn't sound like consolation at all, but a bit like ridicule and ridicule. This made Tsunade even more uncomfortable. Tears that were already spinning. It just flowed out. UBD, I fight with you. As he spoke, Tsunade rushed forward with all his teeth and claws. That appearance, just like a rural shrew. 380. Where is the slightest look of Hoage? It's not Tsunade's fault, though. Kearns' previous operations were full of fun, but Tsunade was directly defeated. Originally she succeeded Hoage. The pressure is very high. Pain organized such an invasion again, which plunged the entire Konoha village into an unprecedented crisis, and as Hoage, she had no way to restrain pain, so she felt very aggrieved. Finally Kearns made the move. Pushed that pen back. But who knows that pain will not change his mind and make a comeback. Even Naruto, who has returned from practicing, has fallen into a complete disadvantage, and is about to die under his hands. She puts her face down and comes over to beg Kearns for a hand. Was ridiculed by the other party again. The most important thing is that I lost such an important bet, and I can only watch Hinata go to face pain. This heavy pressure, CFDB, added to the body. Kearns' reassurance was too much of a joke. Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing the broken Tsunade in front of him, Kearns was also a little dazed. He didn't expect that he just casually made a bet with Tsunade to find some fun for his trip to the Hoage world, and Tsunade broke his defense. Although Tsunade can't hurt him now. But the battle was still pretty scary. The key is, Kearns wasn't ready to fight back. If he really made a move, it would be easy to hit Tsunade badly if he was not careful, which would defeat his original intention of having fun. Although Kearns was decisive in killing. But it's not enough to kill a woman for such a thing. What's more, he was the first to provoke this matter. No way. Kearns can only stand still. Let Tsunade vent. But for a moment, Tsunade, who did not cause any damage to Kearns, stopped on her own initiative, and she leaned weakly on Kearns' body. Tears could not stop streaming down. UBD. You know how to bully me. As he said that, Tsunade punched Kearns twice in the chest as if venting his anger, although it didn't have any effect. The scene in front of me. Seeing that Kearns felt a little nervous. He really wanted to remind this woman in a friendly way, "Don't do this, what's wrong with me, what's wrong with you, others will misunderstand when they see it." No matter how strong a woman is, there will also be a soft side. Tsunade felt extremely wronged at this moment. Strictly speaking, her grievances were not aimed at Kearns, but that there were too many things that had been accumulated in her heart for many years, but it just broke out completely at this moment. Konoha village today. It can be described as internal and external troubles. As Hoage, she not only has to face powerful enemies outside, but also has to fight with some people in the village, and her power cannot be concentrated. For this village. For the expectation and trust of countless people. She was a person who was used to idle clouds and wild cranes. Forced to come back and take over the mess. This kind of pressure, let alone a woman, even a man with a strong mind, may not be able to resist it. Actually, in Tsunade's heart. I really hope that a man can help me. Kearns, who had previously forced Tiendao pain back. In Tsunade's eyes, there is actually a halo. But now, this man with a halo always teases himself when he wants to do business. Tsunade really can't help it. And Kearns himself was aggrieved. I just made a little joke. He didn't say anything that violated their principles, and he didn't attack anyone. I, the person who saved Konoha and avoided the destruction of the village, can't even make a joke? Of course. The ninja from Konoha village didn't say anything either. It's just that the woman Tsunade exploded. Kearns knew it too. As a woman, you can't expect her to be sane. He can understand this. Looking at the crying woman in front of him, Kearns lightly poked her on the shoulder. However, this poke seemed to press a certain switch. Tsunade jerked his head up. His face was full of tears. What are you doing, UBD? Chapter 181. In this regard, Kearns is also a little helpless. I, the person who was previously honored as adult and sir, instantly become in a hole now. Well, it is true that a woman can turn her face faster than a book. He has a deep understanding. Tsunade's current posture looks like those girlfriends in his previous life who couldn't play games, but there is no way, the final interpretation rests with the other party. I said, "Can you please stop crying? You are Hoage from Konoha village. You look like this, it's very difficult for others to see me, they think I've done something to you." A hole. Tsunade cursed again under his breath. But this sentence obviously has nothing momentum. She pushed Kearns away. There was also a blush on his face. Do you know how important this gamble is to me? It determines Hinata's life and death, and even my Konoha's fate. I can't lose. It's the only bet I can't lose. Tsunade was talking. Tears flowed down again without disappointment. When Kearns saw this, he also heaved a long sigh in his heart. It had just happened for a while, why did it come again? He was the one who annoyed women crying the most. He shook his head, his words were full of helplessness. I knew it was like this. I'll lose to you. What Confucius said is absolutely true, but women and villains are difficult to raise. Women are really troublesome creatures. Do you think I can't afford to lose? Tsunade raised his head and became arrogant all of a sudden. Although she didn't know who the old Confucius Kearns was talking about, and she didn't know what it meant to be a woman and a villain, but she could still understand Kearns' other words. As a woman who likes to gamble like her life. Although Tsunade lost 9 out of 10 times. But there is nothing wrong with her gambling products. Otherwise, with her strength, she wants to cheat. Those who won really didn't dare to ask for a bill. It's not enough to end up with the nickname of a big fat sheep. This time, I lost a gamble that I couldn't afford to lose, and when this incident is over, I will give everyone an explanation. Tsunade revealed a determined look. Her now. It looks a bit like Hoage. With a simple move by Kearns, the rocking chair that had been thrown away flew back again. He adjusted his posture and lay down comfortably. I said, it's just that I lost a small bet. Do you need to be so serious? You're not ashamed to lose to me. Kearns was right. With his current combat strength, no one in the current Hoage world is his opponent. It is normal for Tsunade to lose to him, and there is absolutely no shame in it. She and Kearns hand to hand this feat. It can even be a bonus item for evaluating her strength. After all, not every ninja has the chance to fight Kearns and survive. But Tsunade obviously didn't care about such things. She pursed her lips tightly. Look serious. It doesn't matter if you lose to you, and it doesn't matter whether you lose face or not, but if we can't rescue Hinata, she has almost no chance of surviving in Pain's hands. That's the most important thing. She's going to die. Kearns shrugged when he heard this. If that's the case, let her die, what's the big deal? He still has some impression of the plot of the original book. After Hinata died. Ask for flowers. It was resurrected by Nagato with the revolving heaven technique. So it seems to him. It's really no big deal. You can even experience the taste of death without any side effects, which is a rare experience. But his words fell into Tsunade's ears. But it seemed a little harsh. UBD, what are you talking about? This is a matter of life and death. How can you say it so lightly? Have you never lost a family member or friend, and you don't know what pain is? Painful? Huh. Zero. Kearns just smiled. Did not speak. His pain lasted for decades, and it was not completely resolved until some time ago. His willpower had already been hardened by the pain. Hinata will die. Naruto doesn't look like he has the ability to defeat Tendao Pain. It's all heading for the worst. I'm so incompetent as a Hoage. Tsunade bit his lower lip, tears began to roll in his eyes again, and he looked very remorseful. The Konoha village ninjas saw this. Immediately stepped forward to comfort him. They also know that all of this has nothing to do with Tsunade. Originally, Tsunade became the Hoage, which is considered to be a duck on the shelves. This is the case now. Even if the third Hoage is still there, it is useless. Unless the first generation and second Hoage are revived. Otherwise, it doesn't make much difference who will be the Hoage. Kearns looked at Tsunade, who shrugged and wept. Another long sigh. I said, can you not be so pessimistic all the time? I said, Naruto can handle all this, why don't you trust him? Chapter 182. Why not trust Naruto? Strictly speaking. This is a somewhat poignant statement. Tsunade, including the Konoha village ninjas present, couldn't answer. Don't believe in Naruto? For the sake of the village and everyone, he fought bloody battles with the mighty Pain below, and tried his best. What qualifications do he have to say such things? Believe in Naruto, but the fact is that he has already been nailed to the ground by Pain. If Hinata hadn't given up his life, he might have been killed directly now. How can people believe it? It's all my Hokage's fault. It was my incompetence that led to this result. I'll take responsibility for it on 983. No way, the sheep can only take all the responsibilities on themselves. All the bad situations are caused by the lack of ability of the parties involved. This is just a correct nonsense. There are so many unlucky things in this world. A capable person can certainly deal with various risks calmly. But in this world, how many people can become the real strong? Kearns reassured, you don't have to take everything on yourself, you've done everything you can. Kearns is not good at comforting people. But this sentence is still barely audible. Tsunade is not so excited anymore, but still a little sad. What is Hinata? Shall we just watch her die? You can close your eyes and not see. It does not matter. Tsunade is not good at once. The ninjas in Konoha village were also a little speechless. My lord Kearns, is this the time to make such jokes? That young girl is about to perish at your hands, in the hands of God Pain. Kearns looked at them this way. No interest in having fun anymore. Aren't you worried about the safety of that Hinata and Naruto? Let me tell you, they will be fine. But the Konoha shinobi players at the scene looked at each other in blank dismay. It's not that they don't want to trust Kearns' judgment. The main reason is that the current situation in the arena is really a bit not optimistic. They give full play to their brain power. Some people can't figure out where Naruto's turnaround point is. As for Hinata's power to repel pain, that's not within the scope of their thinking at all. This is purely living in a dream. Hinata will die. Naruto will not lose. Kearns dismisses the conclusion lightly. When Tsunade and others heard this, their hearts sank again. Didn't they go back to the original topic selection, sacrificing one Hinata and gaining a lot of money? Only this time. Kearns had made the choice for them. Hinata. Tsunade clenched his fists, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Kearns glanced at her and said with a smile, what do you do with such an expression? It doesn't matter even if Hinata dies, She will be resurrected when the time comes, and all the personnel who died in this war will be resurrected. The situation is slightly disadvantaged. These Konoha shinobi people are messing around here. Kearns can only give them a little spoiler shock first, otherwise the excitement during the trip will not be interesting to watch. What? Will be resurrected? What's the meaning? After hearing Kearns' words, all the Konoha shinobi participants, including Tsunade and Kakashi, were stunned. No matter how brilliant the medical skills are, they can all understand. After all, their Hoage is a pretty good medical ninja. But resurrection from the dead. No one can keep calm. In this world, life and death are the only important things for people. If the dead can be resurrected, then what kind of suffering is there in this world? As a perennial fighting ninja, who has not experienced the painful experience of the death of a loved one or a partner? If the dead can be resurrected, what else can't be done that day? At this moment, even the ninja who trusted Kearns again had a big doubt in his heart. After all, this was too unbelievable. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to think of something. She looked at Kearns gravely. The voice is low. Kearns, don't you mean that technique? The technique that Orochimaru once made a big fuss about at the Chunin conference. What Tsunade said? The art that Orochimaru made a big fuss about at the Chunin conference. Kearns is naturally well aware. Dirty 2.4 Soil Reincarnation. Speaking of it, this is indeed a very powerful technique, and it also shined brilliantly in the later ninja world wars, allowing future generations of ninjas to feel the power of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. However, the technique of impure world reincarnation has many restrictions. And it's not really a resurrection either. The Konoha shinobi followers heard Tsunade's inquiry. My heart also sank slightly. If it's impure world reincarnation, then it doesn't make any sense at all. The resurrection of people who are still in the state of the corpse is not a resurrection. I'm not talking about impure world reincarnation. The resurrection I'm talking about is the real resurrection. Chapter 183. A true resurrection? Hear this from Kearns. Everyone at the scene couldn't help being shocked. If there is such a technique in this world, then they will be able to perfectly understand the regrets and embarrassments in their hearts. Resurrection? Is there really such a technique in this world? Even if there is, there will be many restrictions, and the price that the caster will have to pay will be very high, right? Kakashi has the clearest mind. The crux of the problem was quickly revealed. The Konoha shinobi practitioners at the scene heard the words, and they all agreed deeply. If there were no restrictions on such techniques, then there would be no such thing as death in this world. Kearns glanced at Kakashi. He said lightly. Of course, if you want to perform such a spell, you need to have Rinnegan first. Hear this sentence. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect that the 29th condition would be so harsh. They have already experienced the power of Rinnegan. How many people in the world can have this kind of pupil technique? As far as they know, it's just Pain and this Kearns in the field. And these two people are extremely powerful existences. Needless to say, heavenly Pain. The entire Konoha shinobi village is directly pressing them to fight. As for the Kearns in front of him, he can easily repel the mighty Pain, and his strength is unfathomable. Secondly, to perform this technique, the caster needs to pay the price of life. The longer the resurrected person, the greater the price. Hear this second condition from Kearns. The light in Tsunade's and Kakashi's eyes went out instantly. They also have their own regrets and difficulties in their hearts. Tsunade's younger brother Nawake, Kakashi's Rin, would pay any price, even their lives, if they could bring these two back to life. But they died too long ago. Resurrection alone requires the caster to pay the price of life. The longer the time, the greater the cost. Want to revive Nawake and Rin? Just thinking about it feels a little unrealistic. But soon, both Tsunade and Kakashi reacted, and they thought of the crux of the problem. Mr. Kearns. The owners of Rinnegan as we know them so far. It seems to be just you and Pen. Then this technique. The prerequisite for performing this resurrection technique is to have Rinnegan, and there are only two Rinnegan owners, one is Pain, and the other is Kearns in front of you. The other party said that Hinata is dead, and will be resurrected with those who died in this war. So, who will perform this technique? Pen in the field? Or the Kearns in front of me? That Pain wants to destroy Konoha village and plunder Naruto's 9 tails, those people were all killed by him, and he will use his own life to activate this technique to save people? It's ridiculous to think about it. So, the caster can only be this man in front of you, Kearns. He's going to give his life to resurrect everyone. Why did he do this? Is this what Jiraiya gave him? Tsunade and other Konoha village ninjas were nervous. They seemed to think that they had already guessed the truth of the matter. They looked at Kearns with admiration, shock, shame, and so on. Sacrifice your own life to resurrect others. What a noble spirit this is. And he is such a powerful man. At this moment, the respect level of Konoha village ninjas for Kearns has been raised countless levels directly, and it is almost on par with previous generations of Hoage. If anyone dares to disrespect Kearns, without waiting for Demiurge to make a move, they'd beat that guy up. Master Kearns, Tao unexpectedly. I really can't express how I feel right now. There is such a great man as Lord Kearns in this world. It's really great, woohoo. Konoha village ninjas are filled with emotion. Emotions are completely broken. Kearns looked at these people in front of him, his brows almost twisted into a word of Sichuan. No, why are all these people looking at him like this? Are you crazy? You don't 967 think I can perform this technique, do you? You must be thinking too well. But Kearns had a second thought. I don't think there is much problem with the ideas of these ninjas. After all, no matter how wide-eyed these Konoha shinobi practitioners are now, it is impossible to imagine that the one who sacrificed his own life to cast the Rin Tensei technique would be Nagato, who is determined to destroy Konoha and make the world feel pain. For this misunderstanding, Kearns didn't bother to explain. And he felt that even if he explained it, the situation would only get darker and darker. Now that Pain, Nagato, will finally resurrect the sacrificed people in their Konoha village, it will only make people feel that you are suffering from a disease. In the extremely complicated eyes of the Konoha shinobi followers, Kearns has leisurely started to continue to look lively. In the field, the situation is already very pessimistic. Naruto is still not out of trouble. Tiendao Pain did not cause any damage because of Hinata's sneak attack. Now, the two are going to confront each other head-on. Chapter 184. Although judging from the strength on the panel, there is hardly any comparison between Hyuga Hinata and Tendo Pain. Whether it's ninjutsu, body art, pupil art, combat IQ, overall strength. In every aspect, Hinata is far inferior to Tiendao Pain. If there is a hexagram at this time, that Deidao Pain's 6 sides will completely cover Hinata's 6 sides. Even the kind that covers a large area. The strength gap between the two is really too big. Naruto looked at the thin girl standing in front of him, and shouted loudly, Hinata, don't come here, it's too dangerous, you hurry up. You are no match for this pen. Naruto was absolutely right. Tiendao Pain's combat power is infinitely close to the top. The ability brought by Rinnegan alone is enough to deal with most of the ninjas. If confronted head-on, although there are people in their entire Konoha village, they are very limited. At least Hinata isn't among them. Although Hinata's strength on the field is a bit weak. But at this moment, she is determined to protect Naruto. Her thin figure. At this time, it actually seemed a bit majestic. This is my own idea. What are you talking about? How could you come to such a dangerous place? Naruto was very puzzled by Hinata's behavior. However, Hinata has always been introverted and gentle. This moment seemed extremely firm. In Hinata's mind at this moment, all the intersections between Naruto and her from childhood to adulthood, every encounter, and every conversation, she remembers clearly. Especially that contagious smile. That put a smile on Hinata's face too. It is my will that drives me to stand here. This time, I will help you Naruto. I used to only know how to cry, and I wanted to give up from the very beginning. I almost went astray many times. It was you Naruto steered me in the right direction. I'm always chasing Naruto, I want to catch up with Naruto, I always want to walk side by side with Naruto, I always want to be by Naruto's side. It was Naruto who changed me. It was Naruto's smile that saved me. So, as long as it is to protect Naruto, even if I die here, I will not hesitate. Because I like Naruto the most. This is not the first time Hinata has expressed affection for Naruto. But this is the first time she has spoken so clearly. If this is placed on the introverted Hinata in the past. Almost impossible. And Naruto, who was marked, was also greatly shocked at this moment. He never thought that he would be an important person in the hearts of others, and he never thought that this soft and weak woman in front of her would blatantly say that she likes herself. However, the situation in the arena is already too much for him to think about. After Hinata expressed her feelings, his expression became more and more determined. He directly posed a fighting posture towards Tiandao Pain. This time, she didn't give up, nor did she joke. She wanted to fight against the hopelessly powerful Heavenly Dao Pain, just to protect her sweetheart. Even if you die here, she spares no expense. After rolling his eyes, Hinata put on the Hyuga family's iconic gentle fist gesture, ready to fight. And the opposite Tiandao Pain. Hinata was never taken seriously at all. Even Naruto, who was a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and learned Sage Mode, didn't take it seriously. Jiraiya, one of the dignified Sunin, also died in his own hands. Now the person standing opposite is just a little girl. He is willing to personally. It's all about looking up to the opponent when you make a move. Tiandao Pain's arm dropped. The black stick responsible for receiving chakra falls into the hand. He looked at the girl opposite him expressionlessly. It's like looking at a dead person. Although Hinata is ready to fight with Tiandao Pain, she is not a fool. If she chooses to fight head-on, she will simply die and will not be able to help Naruto. She waved her palm. It was Naruto who turned his head. A black stick inserted into Naruto's back broke instantly under the bombardment of her palm. See this scene. Tsunade and others on the rooftop were also slightly excited. Yes, Hinata, that's it. First liberate Naruto, then it is possible to defeat that pain. This idea is very good. Miss Hinata, come on. Come on, you can do it. Due to Kearns' previous bet, Zhao Hao, they, Konoha's ninjas, were unable to intervene in the field. At the moment, they can only cheer for Hinata. Hinata has no frontal attack. Instead, choose to liberate Naruto. This decision seemed to them to be quite clever. After all, even if 10 Hinata are tied together, the combat power is far different from that of Naruto. However, just when Hinata wanted to continue to expand the victory and destroy all the black sticks on Naruto's body, Tiandao Pain's eyes not far away froze slightly. Instantly, an irresistible huge repulsive force came. In an instant, Hinata's thin body was blown away. Tiandao Pain once again launched the Shenluo Tianzheng. Chapter 185. The strength of Shenluo Tianzhen's power. It's all in the hands of Tiandao Pain. The stronger the power of the technique activated, the longer the interval between his releases. To deal with a small character like Hinata, Tiandao Pain will naturally not use his full strength. Otherwise, this is the divine Luo Tianzheng. Hinata would probably lose all fighting power. Hinata, who managed to stabilize his figure, overflowed with bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Tiandao Pain with shock in his eyes. What? Although she knew that Tiandao Pain possessed such a powerful technique. But it is the first time to experience this technique in person. This power is too strong. But even so, Hinata has no intention of retreating either. She took a deep breath, regained her confidence, adjusted her fighting stance, and rushed towards Naruto on the ground. Hinata didn't have the unrealistic idea of defeating Tendo Pain. Her thinking is simple. That is to desperately solve 550 to release Naruto. This is the only thing she can do for Naruto. However, before Hinata had time to rush to Naruto's side, Tiandao Pain stretched out his hand and launched Shenluo Tianzheng again. The technique to launch this power. He needs very short intervals. It doesn't take 5 seconds at all. Hinata's figure was thrown out again, rolling on the ground several times before slowly stopping. Seeing this scene, Naruto was furious and shouted, "Hinata, are you okay?" Even though he was beaten to death by Shenluo Tianzheng. But Hinata still didn't give up. At this moment, she has completely bid farewell to her introverted and cowardly self in the past, and she will never give up on anything easily. Even if the opponent is Tiandao Pain. No way. Tiandao Pain stood beside Naruto, looking coldly at the girl not far away. His eyes seemed to be looking at a mayfly trying to shake the tree, which made him feel ridiculous. Hinata stood up slowly. Thoughts turned 1,000 times. In this case, I can't get close to Naruto at all. If I don't do something, the situation will only get worse. And everyone on the Hoage rooftop clenched their fists. I can't wait to go up and block these attacks instead of Hinata. This moment. Kearns also nodded slightly. He approved of Hinata's behavior. Although the other party is weak, the spiritual energy bursting out at this moment is very weak. The size of ability varies from person to person, and the size of strength is also different between men and women, but the size of courage does not distinguish between gender and race. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains. Off to Tiger Mountain. Knowing that you can't do it. No matter how small a person is, no matter how weak his strength is, when he has the courage to challenge a powerful existence, then anyone should sing a hymn for him. Because courage is the Kemp song of mankind. The world at certain moments. Do not judge heroes by success or failure. Hinata on the field endured the pain, clenched his silver teeth, and began to condense his few but not powerful chakra on his hands. Two ferocious lion heads transformed by chakra loomed large. Absolutely, CJFG, can't end like this. Even if there is only a small possibility. Soft step double lion fist. After the words fell, Hinata rushed towards Tiandao Pain. This move is a secret high-level physical skill that only the head of the Hyaga family can teach. With the help of Bai Yan, a large amount of gentle fist chakra is gathered in both hands, and then the shape is changed to form two fierce lion heads. Attack. This trick will greatly increase the user's attack power and strike range. It can be said that this is the only trick Hinata can take at present. God Pain didn't care. Let Hinata attack him wildly. Under his flexible figure, Hinata swung a dozen or so punches, and Kakuzu didn't even touch his clothes. The gap between the two, whether it's taijutsu or ninjutsu, is really too far. However, the battle lasted only 10 seconds. Tiandao Pain's figure suddenly paused. The whole person froze in place suddenly. Bang! Hinata's fist covered with chakra's lion head hit Tiandao Pain's cheek, knocking him back directly. See this scene. Everyone watching the battle was stunned. Tiandao Pain was repelled by Hinata? What a joke. Could it be that their eyes are dazzled? Kakashi on the rooftop narrowed his eyes slightly. He observed carefully and keenly noticed the sudden frustration of Tiandao Pain's figure. This was very fatal in the battle, and it was also the fundamental reason why Hinata was able to repel Tiandao Pain. Could it be that something went wrong with the man behind Pain? Hai and the others found the person behind it? Kakashi was a little cheered up. In fact, there was not much problem with his guess. Nagato's body was already a little bit overwhelmed by manipulating Pen to fight for a long time, and also being impacted by the previous Kearns Shenluo Tianzheng. Tiandao Pain's figure suddenly felt frustrated. It was because Nagato spat out a mouthful of gore. It can be said that Nagato's only weakness is his unhealthy body. In the field, Hinata, who repelled Tiandao Pain, did not choose to continue chasing. She knew her own ability well, and that punch was nothing to Tiandao Pain. Chapter 186. Hinata knew that even if he caught up and took the opportunity to beat Tiandao Pain hard, the effect would not be much better. Although at this moment she still has some doubts, why did Tiandao Pain make such a fatal mistake? But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. Hinata didn't hesitate. Holding the soft step lion fist, he rushed to Naruto. Another black stick stuck in Naruto's body was smashed, which made Hinata's heart excited. That's it, another one. Muttering like this, she punches again. However, Nagato, who was hiding somewhere, had already regained his strength. He controlled Tiandao Pain to raise his arm, and launched the Shenluo Tianzhang again. A powerful repulsion burst out. Hinata's figure was directly blasted into the air more than 10 meters high. Then fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Naruto's eyes widened and he yelled hysterically, Hinata! Naruto at this moment. It can be said that the brain is blank. Endless anger began to burn in his chest. Certain memories also came to mind at this moment. Although he was ridiculed by the villagers when he was a child, he never gave in, let alone admit defeat. There is no such word in his dictionary. So, when I saw Hinata being bullied by those little kids. Even if your situation is very ordinary. Back then, little Naruto still chose to stand up without hesitation, even though he knew that he would be ridiculed, bullied, and beaten to death. It is also the behavior of little Naruto. A deep seed was planted in the heart of little Hinata back then. This is why Hinata likes Naruto. And now, the roles were reversed. Hinata stood up to protect Naruto. Hinata! Hinata! Damn it! Naruto roared hysterically, his whole body seemed to be insane. Hinata, who fell to the ground, opened her eyes feebly. She faintly heard Naruto's cry, and also felt Naruto's emotion. Blood dripped down her forehead. A red mark was drawn on her fair face. Although the whole body was already in unbearable pain, Hinata still supported her body. She didn't give up and stood up. Even if the figure is already staggering. It looked like it might fall at any moment. But Hinata still took a difficult step, towards the direction of Naruto, step by step, like an old man, walked over with difficulty. This scene completely shocked Naruto. It also shocked everyone on the Hoage rooftop. Hinata. Miss. Konoha's ninjas clenched their fists, their bodies trembling unceasingly, and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Even Demi-Urge pushed his glasses. Made a gentleman's salute. This is a true warrior. Although she is weak, she has the heart of a strong man. It's really rare. Demi-Urge was right. No matter how weak a warrior is, he is still a warrior. Although Hinata was already faltering and seemed to fall to the ground with every step, she was extremely determined and kept walking in the direction of Naruto. Finally, it was only 10 meters away from Naruto. Hinata couldn't take it anymore. Her calf went limp. Fell to the ground. Just when everyone thought that all this had come to an end, Hinata climbed up from the ground again without stopping at all. 0. Even though her legs were trembling badly. But still stood up. She gritted her teeth and took another firm step. Naruto on the ground had red eyes and trembling voice. Stop, Hinata, don't come over, don't come over. He turned his head away. Can't bear to see all this. As determined as he is, he dare not face this matter now. At this moment, Hinata is already like a walking dead. In her mind, she keeps recalling the memories of Naruto and Naruto when she was a child, and Naruto's firm encouragement time and time again. These motivations support her to move forward. When it was only a few meters away from Naruto, she fell to the ground again. This time, she seemed unable to stand up. But she still propped herself up on her hands. Continue to climb towards Naruto. Tiendao Pain looked at all this coldly, and his voice was not the slightest bit warm. It is really incomprehensible. With your strength, why do you still want to hit a stone with an egg? Why do you have to fight? You know very well that this is just sending you to death. Having said that. But in fact Nagato was also touched by Hinata. A powerful person dominates the world, looking down on all living beings, talking and laughing while the mast and skull fly to ashes, even if this is lofty, awe-inspiring and yearning. But the weak challenge the strong. After falling down, but still stand up again and again, continue to move forward with unyielding will, without fear of life and death, but it is even more moving. This kind of person can be eliminated. But can't be defeated. Hinata didn't care about Tendo Pain's words at all. She stretched out her weak hands and held the black stick stuck in Naruto's hands. Although she is at the moment. It has reached the point of exhaustion. But she is still carrying out her insistence. Chapter 187. As long as there is breath left. She won't give up. This and the former her can be said to be two extremes. Naruto lowered his head. Appeared extremely helpless. He hated himself for not being able to do anything for Hinata. And at this moment, Hinata's figure seemed to overlap with the figure of that foolish Konoha boy. Go forward bravely, keep what you say, this is my way of ninja. Hinata raised her head. Naruto also raised his head. The four eyes met, and Naruto's eyes were full of shock. This sentence is his former motto, which has been carried out throughout his growth history. He once shouted amidst the laughter of countless people. But this time, these words came out of Hinata's mouth. Although the sound is very faint, but deafening. It's a pity that this sentence has consumed all of Hinata's strength, and she can no longer pull out the black stick, because Naruto has nothing to do. Tiendao Pain didn't hold back either. Under his control, Hinata with a weak body flew into the sky, and as his arm fell, Hinata's body also crashed down, hitting the ground heavily. Smoke and dust instantly rose up. Tiendao Pain holds a black stick. He stabbed hard towards Hinata in the center of the smoke. Naruto stared at all this with wide-eyed eyes, his expression completely frozen. Him at this moment. My mind went blank. I remember like this, my parents were killed in front of my eyes by Konoha shinobi like this, and it is precisely because of love that sacrifice is born, and hatred is born, and pain is known. Tiendao Pain said to himself. And Naruto couldn't hear it at all. He looked at the corpse of Hinata beside him, his frozen expression remained unchanged, Only the visible blood streaked continuously in his widened eyes. Tendo Pain felt the drastic change in Naruto's mood. His expression was still icy cold. That's it. Understand the pain. Naruto didn't speak, but endless anger had risen in his heart, and the scarlet blood had completely engulfed his eyes. After a while, the crimson energy envelopes Naruto. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. The shockwave generated by the energy spill alone has destroyed all the surrounding houses, and many Konoha ninjas were directly thrown out. Bloody tornado column. Straight into the sky. On the Hoage rooftop, Tsunade turned around sharply and looked at Kearns. I see, this is the result you want. This is what you said, to unleash Naruto's potential, right? So, this is Jiraiya's dying order. You came to Konoha to do this. I can tell you clearly that Jiraiya will not want to see Naruto like this, and Naruto himself is not willing to be powerful in this way. Kearns. You're dead wrong. Obviously, Hinata's behavior deeply shocked everyone, and Hinata's death completely broke the defenses of these people. They forgot what Kearns said earlier. Tsunade will also deepen the misunderstanding. See, Kearns did not speak out to explain the meaning. Tsunade spoke again. Kearns, do you think you are treating Naruto well? You. Without waiting for Tsunade to finish speaking, Kearns interrupted directly. Whether it's good or bad, this is something he has to go through. He is too naive now, and the power he possesses is also vain. He is like a blank sheet of paper. All his experiences will add ink to him. It is the price of becoming stronger. What about you? You must have paid a lot for being so powerful. Tsunade asked back. The things I have experienced are beyond what you can imagine. The fighting in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the betrayal of my companions, and the pain of decades. These experiences have given me an indomitable heart. Kearns' voice was low. In this world, death is not the most painful thing. Betrayal stings more than salt in a wound. Without these experiences, even if the system gave him great power, he would not be able to control it. It is with these. Only then did the current Pale Emperor be achieved. Tsunade and the others were completely shocked by Kearns' words and aura. They didn't know what the man in front of them had experienced. But that temperament. Absolutely appalling. If it is said that they only felt the strength of Kearns before, what Kearns now shows is all-round strength. They do not know. There is something that can beat the 1.6 men in front of you. Let's read on. Just trust Naruto. Kearns is not a person who likes to indulge in the past, and now he has already developed the ability to be like Shisui. He has no pursuit, and everything can be done as he pleases. Tendo Pain quietly looked at Naruto in front of him. Continue to stimulate each other with words. I killed your love. Don't you hate me? Just this one sentence completely made Naruto lose his mind. The eyes of the Nine Tails overlapped with Naruto's eyes at this moment. Scarlet Chakra. Overflowing around Naruto. Chapter 188. Is this the Nine Tails Chakra? Looks like Nine Tails will respond to Naruto with anger. Tendo Pain made his own judgment. But at this time, surging and majestic energy spewed out from Naruto's body, and his whole body was wrapped in scarlet, beyond recognition. The helplessness and anger that Hinata died in front of her eyes. Let Naruto explode completely. 4 red tails rose up behind him, and a beast-like roar came from his mouth. As Naruto Nine Tails' body twisted continuously, the rocks on the ground were also shaken up, and flew towards the Heavenly Deo Pain. Such an attack is naturally against Heavenly Deo Pain. With a low growl, he smashed the stone to pieces with his fists and feet. Until this moment, the expression on his face has changed. 29 Naruto transformed into Nine Tails. This is his real opponent, and this is also the real purpose of his coming to Konoha this time. Just as Tendo Pain was thinking about countermeasures, Nine Tails transformed into Naruto and flew through the air. The huge shot wrapped in scarlet chakra was as fast as lightning, and it hit Tendo Pain's face in an instant, deforming his face. The whole person also flew out directly. Tendo Pain rolled and adjusted his figure continuously, and jumped onto the high stone platform. Before he could stand still, the big hand transformed by the scarlet chakra directly crushed the stone platform to pieces. Tendo Pain only needs to land again. And at this moment, the huge stone pillar broke through the air and struck. It hit him directly on the head. The stone pillar was bombarded one after another, like a nail, nailing Tendo Pain into the soil, leaving only one head outside. But Rao is so Tiandao Pain didn't seem to suffer too much damage. He exerted a little force. The whole person rushed out of the soil. After standing still, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you hate me? In this case, can you still say that people can truly understand each other? Naruto didn't respond. Lightning flashed across the sky. Immediately afterwards, scarlet energy descended from the sky, and white bones extended from Naruto's nine tails-like body, and the fox-like skull covered Naruto's head. Unknowingly, Naruto's tail has broken through 6. All these changes convey an emotion. That is, I will kill you. On the roof of Hoage, Konoha's ninjas were all dumbfounded, with the fear in their bones pouring out of their bodies. This chakra. The power of 9 tails. The potential and growth that Kearns-sama is talking about, are you referring to this? However, such a Naruto may really be able to defeat pain, it's amazing. This sudden outburst. Let these Konoha shinobi believers regain confidence in Naruto. After all, this is the power of 9 tails. Which of these Konoha village ninjas has not seen the power of 9 tails? 9 tails and pain are far stronger than their existence. It's just that they still can't judge it. Which is stronger, 9 tails or pain? Are you already angry to this extent because of pain and hatred? That's not bad. Tiandao Pain looked coldly at Naruto, who had lost his mind, and suddenly growled, it's just that pain is over you. As he spoke, he hit the ground with a punch. This punch directly smashed the groundwater out. I don't know if water style is used. In an instant, a flood of water rushed towards Naruto, and Naruto was surrounded by fiery red chakra, and the battlefield instantly became filled with water. Tiandao Pain saw this. Walk in the mist. He rushed over directly. However, at this time, Naruto is no longer what it used to be, and his combat power has soared several times, and there is no restriction of chakra. 9 tails red chakra conjures 2 huge claws. Facing Tiandao Pain is a burst of scratching. See this situation. Tiandao Pain can only choose to dodge. His figure is as flexible as a swallow in the forest, constantly shuttling on and under the water, but he still cannot escape chakra's pursuit. Suddenly, Tiandao Pain was tripped. 297. He quickly took advantage of the situation and lay down on a rock. And made a gesture to release Shenluo Tianzheng. Immediately afterwards, countless red chakra turned into missiles and bombarded towards the foothold of Tiandao Pain. The power was comparable to the hot weapon war in Kearns' previous life. See this scene. The Konoha shinobi players on the Hoage rooftop were all shocked. Naruto's sudden outburst was really too violent. A battle of this intensity could be described as strong enough to be seen by the naked eye. Tsunade looked at Kearns with a complicated expression. I saw that the latter's face was still as calm as water. It seems to be commonplace for this kind of thing. She opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she still didn't speak. Kearns watched the fight on the field with interest. At the beginning of this war, he saw it on the screen. No matter how exciting it is, it still lacks a little flavor after all. But now it's a lot better to watch the match at the scene. Chapter 189. Actually, from Kearns came the Hoage world. Go to 6 Paths Pain to invade Konoha village. There are only a few days in between. It took less than half a day for Kearns to watch the excitement, but the battle was so exciting and impressive. Moreover, Kearns doesn't know how to count this system task. If you beat back Nagato yourself. Nagato later went back and destroyed Konoha village. Is that a success or a failure? But if Kearns shot directly and beheaded the current Nagato on the spot, would the Nagato on his ship also disappear? To this, Ines didn't know the answer. However, the battle between Tiandao Pain and Naruto is simply one day. Just protect Konoha village directly. Just wait until the battle is over. Think of it as watching the excitement while traveling. This is also the reason why Kearns has never interfered with the progress of various events in the Hoage world. With his current strength, the Hoage world has no opponents at all. He wants to do something. No one can stop it. On the field, Naruto's chakra missiles are still firing non-stop, as if they don't need money. The Konoha shinobi fans were almost dumbfounded. This kind of intensity is too outrageous. Then Pain should be dead. Terrible. Kearns couldn't help but smile when he heard these thoughts. I have to say that the current Konoha shinobi fans are really naive, they haven't seen what is really scary. Moreover, it is too underestimating the strength of Tiandao Pain, or Nagato. After Naruto stopped shooting, Tiandao Pain is still unscathed. There was a sneer of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Humph, is it to this extent? It seems that your pain is not very good. But he doesn't know. The fastest action in this world is to slap your face. Before he could finish speaking, several chakra split bombs struck again, directly blowing him out. Although it did not cause any substantial damage. But the face still hurts. See, Naruto stopped moving. Tiandao Pain also adjusted his figure. The Shenluo Tianzhang was launched again. Afterwards, the big rock above Naruto's head was knocked down directly, and the boulder collapsed, burying Naruto underground. But the big rock can't stop Naruto at all. It takes a few breaths. Naruto punched a hole in the stone, and the ridge came out of it. Tiandao Pain flicked his wrist, and the black stick slipped down his arm and fell into his hand. He raised his hand like throwing a javelin, and threw it directly towards Naruto. The black stick brushed Naruto's shoulder. No substantial harm was done. But this move completely angered Naruto. The raging anger was released along the fiery red chakra, directly shattering all the roots and stones around him. Hatred and anger have completely consumed Naruto. He wants to explode. He wants more power. But at this moment, the necklace that Tsunade had given to Naruto suddenly flickered brightly, and then several green energy belts appeared to wrap him around. This necklace. Still first Hoage Senju Hashirama remains. It is an artifact that can restrain the tailed beast from running wild. But at this moment, Naruto didn't care too much. He crushed the necklace directly in a frenzy, and the seal of the green energy belt dissipated like this. Tsunade on the Hoage rooftop looks sad. She no longer knew what to do. She didn't even know whether it was right or wrong for Naruto to become what he is now. Kearns seemed to see what Tsunade was thinking, and said lightly, "No matter how strong the power is, it will always be just a dead thing. It is just matter, and there is no right or wrong. It mainly depends on the person who controls it." Kearns' words woke up Tsunade. Also wakes up all Konoha shinobi. Are Nine Tails really evil? That depends on how its power is used. Things that can be manipulated are never good or evil, it all depends on the person who manipulates it. Just like the power Kearns possesses today, the destructive power is much stronger than Nine Tails, and he wants to destroy Konoha much easier than Nine Tails. But are his powers evil? Obviously not. After a while, Tsunade and the others slowly raised their heads, with determination in their eyes. "I believe in Naruto, he will never lose his mind in hatred and anger. I believe he will eventually defeat Pain and himself." "That's right, I believe in Naruto too. Shanos, this is our best ninja in Konoha village." It can be said that this battle directly brought Naruto's reputation to the top. If it weren't for his current qualifications. There are still people like Tsunade and Kakashi in the village. Otherwise, Naruto is definitely the best candidate for the next Hoage. In the field at this moment, Naruto has slowly landed on the water surface. After a short charge, he dashed out like a cannonball, and headed towards Tiandao Pain. The huge recoil set off a huge wave. Completely concealed Naruto's figure. Tiandao Pain looked left and right. It seems to want to find out the trace of Naruto. Suddenly, countless sharp claws protruded from the water, overwhelming the sky. Chapter 190. Facing this menacing attack, Tiandao Pain can only retreat again and again. Now Naruto, who is highly Nine Tails, doesn't know how to do it, so it's obviously not a wise move to confront him head-on. Tiandao Pain did not hesitate. The Shenluo Tianzhang was launched again. However, this time, Naruto was not thrown away. Although Shenluo Tianzhen's power is great, it is not a causal spell. If the resistance is too strong, its effect will be limited. Immediately afterwards, a red arm suddenly stretched out from the water wall. Grabbed Tiandao Pain's head directly. Afterwards, Naruto's several tails went straight into the ground, and just like that, he took down Shenluo Tianzhang very violently. This number of ways can be called overbearing. And this is so positive. It also meant that Naruto was furious to the extreme. His mind was full of fighting and hatred now. Due to the backlash from Shenluo Tianzhang, Tiandao Pain himself rebelled against 070 and was thrown out. His figure crossed the water, rolled on the ground for dozens of weeks, smashed countless stones and obstacles, and slammed into a stone wall, and the falling stones completely engulfed him. And at this time, Naruto also emerged from the water. He opened his mouth wide and began to charge Tailed Beast Bomb. He wants to complete his work and completely destroy the heavenly Deo Pain here. Sudden. A pair of hands stretched out from the mound. Deo Pain rushed out directly. Obviously, CAI's attack caused him very limited damage, at least not to the extent that it would affect the battle. Deo Pain roared, "Universal pull!" As soon as the words fell, a huge boulder on the nearby dirt hill was sucked up. The volume of this boulder was much larger than ordinary houses. The boulder fell on top of Naruto's head. Water splashed all over immediately. Jeg. Naruto's unchanged arg-tailed beast bomb exploded instantly after being impacted, and the entire Konoha village trembled under the impact of the explosion. Tsunade and others on the Hoage rooftop saw this. They all secretly yelled that it was not good. If this kind of powerful explosion spreads, the village that has been saved with great difficulty will suffer great damage again. At this time, Kearns raised his arms slowly in the rocking chair. An invisible wall of air rises around the center of the explosion, compressing the range of the explosion to a controllable range. Although there are still many houses collapsed. But luckily no more damage was done. Konoha Shinobi fans turned their heads. Cast a grateful glance at Kearns. Kearns didn't care much about this. He didn't make the shot this time for Konoha, he just didn't want Naruto on the field to be distracted by some off-field factors and affect his experience of watching the movie on the spot. Moreover, the system tasks have been carried out to the present. He also didn't want to fail in a daze. However, his casual behavior also deepened the respect of Konoha village ninjas for him. Today's Kearns is sitting in a rocking chair, can give these Konoha shinobi people enough sense of security, as if they are regarded as the ultimate patron saint by these people. However, Harano Sakura, who was standing next to Kakashi, looked at the situation on the field with a frown. After Kakashi found out, he couldn't help asking, "Little Sakura, what's wrong with you?" After pondering for a moment, little Sakura turned her head to look at Tsunade, and said, "Teacher, should I use Katsuyu to tell everyone to go further away?" 6 tails have emerged from Naruto's back, and he can no longer distinguish between the enemy and us when he is running wild. Tsunade heard the words. He glanced back at Kearns. Immediately waved his hand. "It's okay. Although Naruto's destructive power is large, it is still within the controllable range. We just need to be careful." If Kearns wasn't here, Tsunade would never dare to say such a thing. The destructive power of the runaway Naruto is terrifying. Even if they can guarantee their own safety, they cannot protect others. But it's different now. The villagers and other ninjas in the village have all been transferred. And the remaining mid to high-end combat power. All concentrated on the Hoage rooftop. By Kearns' side. Tsunade believes that even if Naruto completely loses control, he will have to lie down obediently when he gets to Kearns. The strength gap between the two is too great. And in the field, Deo Pain sprang out from the soil again. His clothes were torn off. Half of his body was exposed in front of everyone, and the black sticks stuck on his body and arms were extremely eye-catching. Not far away, Naruto, who was crushed by the boulder, stood up. The boulder instantly shattered. 6 tails and a large number of red chakra are flying in the air, showing off to the extreme. Deo Pain turned around and ran, extremely fast. But how could Naruto let him go? Surrounded by monstrous waves, he frantically chased Pain, the Deo of Heaven, in the ravines. He vowed to completely wipe out the person in front of him. The two chased and fled. However, within a dozen breaths, he arrived outside the village. This place has been razed to the ground under Kearns' previous Shenluo Tianzheng. There is no green in the site, and it is full of loess. Deo Pain relied on the shelter of the rugged boulders. Naruto is thrown off for a while. Immediately, he formed a mudra with his hands, and a small black ball appeared in his fingers. Chapter 191. See the appearance of Deo Pain. Konan, guarding Nagato's body, frowned. It doesn't need to be done to this extent, does it? Your body has. Be quiet, Konan. I have to concentrate. Immediately afterwards, the black ball rose into the sky. Deo Pain clasped his hands together and roared, "Planetary devastation!" The small black ball in the sky seemed to take the place of the sun, and it radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the earth like the sun. Deo Pain opened his hands. The dirt and gravel on the ground also rose slowly. At this time, Naruto, transformed into 9 tails, has already rushed towards the direction of Deo Pain, looking full of hostility. Tiandao Pain is no longer polite. Showed his fangs. Before that, he actually had many ways to kill Naruto directly, but in the end he still let Naruto make a choice after feeling the pain. Now it seems Naruto is exactly the same as himself. When those things happen to him, pain, hatred, anger, nothing will be less, and the only thing in his mind is to kill the enemy. The so-called mutual understanding. It simply doesn't exist. Tendo Pain held out his hand towards Naruto. The gravel and clods on the ground kept flying towards Naruto as if they were sucked by a certain force. But blink of an eye. The Naruto of 9 tails was formed into a soil ball. Burst of red chakra rays. God Pain retaliated. But Naruto, who turned into a beast with a tail, got out of trouble and jumped onto a big rock. How could Tiandao Pain be willing to let it go? The boulder under Naruto instantly floated up into the sky due to the suction force of the black ball in the sky. However, performing such a technique also had a great impact on Nagato's body. Tiandao Pain roared again. The ground and mounds continued to sink. Countless stones and clods flew towards the sky one after another. The 9 tails transformed Naruto didn't just sit still, he kept spewing out red chakra rays from his mouth, which devastated the surrounding area. The battle between the two has gone far from Konoha village. The Konoha village ninjas also let out a long sigh of relief. According to the fighting intensity and destructive power of these two people, if you continue to fight, sooner or later the village will be destroyed. Unless Kearns is willing to intervene in the fray, which is clearly unlikely. But it's fine now. The two had moved the battlefield outside the village. They have no more worries. Anyway, Konoha village at this moment is already 1,000 miles away, not to mention people, there is not even a tree left, so they can let them play. And Tsunade took advantage of the two leaving. A decision was made immediately. She stormed into the field and Vice Admiral Hinata hugged him. Seeing that Hinata was still alive, Tsunade did not hesitate and performed healing ninjutsu on him. When you see the black ball outside the village lift into the air. When a huge soil ball was condensed. These Konoha shinobi practitioners were shocked once again. That kind of powerful ability has far exceeded their cognition, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a fight between gods and gods. They also finally understood why Kearns asked them to stay out of it. That's all they can do. If you really want to push any one of the two people in the field, you will be able to direct yourself to the sky in minutes. Tiandao Pain erected a wall of earth. Block Naruto's chakra breath. But at this moment in the sky, the size of the soil ball is already a bit scary. It is not an exaggeration to say that it can cover the clouds and cover the sun. It looks like a planet that has shrunk countless times. Ask for flowers. Moreover, there are countless clods of earth and stones on the ground that are being lifted into the air. 9 tails of Naruto was carried into the sky by clods of dirt. But of course he won't let it go. The skull fox head condensed on the head is constantly condensing chakra, and the stripped version of the tailed beast bomb is constantly spewing out, bombarding the earth ball in the sky like it doesn't cost money. Under the destruction that Naruto spared no effort. The soil ball was also riddled with holes. The size has shrunk a bit. Things have come to this point, it is impossible for Nagato to give up, he is holding on to his thin and withered body, and continues to exert strength. The blood flows from the nostrils to the mouth and does not know it. The boulder is constantly being broken down. All turned into clods. Naruto, who had no foothold, was immediately captured by the strong suction of the soil ball, and his whole body stuck to the surface of the soil ball. Immediately afterwards, countless clods of soil poured down on the soil ball like it was raining backwards. It stretches endlessly, and smoke and dust are everywhere. And Naruto's body was completely submerged in the soil ball. After doing all this, Nagato's body was sweating profusely, panting heavily, and seemed a little exhausted. This moment, the earth ball in the sky has broken through the clouds. The ground is shrouded in the shadow of the earth ball. If you look at this earth ball as a normal planet, this size is enough for hundreds of thousands of people to survive on it. If it hits the ground, enough to flood the entire Konoha village. What the hell is this? Why is it so big? Is this technique really something humans can do? Has Naruto been sucked in? The ninjas watching the battle were shocked again. Chapter 192. Have to say. Today's battle between Tendo Pain and Naruto. It is completely beyond the awareness of these Konoha shinobi. All kinds of powerful techniques emerge in endlessly. The intensity of the fight was quite astonishing. If they were in a battlefield, let alone contending with two people, just being hit by the aftermath would be uncomfortable. If they were hit head-on, their skin would be peeled off even if they didn't die. Naruto, is he okay? I hope Mr. Kearns can take action by then. The situation is really bad. The confidence of the Konoha shinobi players was once again set back. People familiar with the matter, including Tsunade and Kakashi, are also worried. But what they were worried about was not the safety of 057 Naruto, but the 9 tails in Naruto's body. If the current situation continues, Naruto will probably get carried away with anger and be used by 9 tails. If 9 tails escapes from trouble, not only will Naruto die, but the impact will be huge. I just don't know if the man in front of me will help when the time comes. With his ability, it shouldn't be too difficult to control 9 tails, right? Tsunade gave Kearns a deep look. Look complicated. And at the same time, Konan, who was guarding Nagato's body, looked at the earth balls gathered in the sky due to planetary devastation, and his heart trembled slightly. In any case, there is no need to do it on such a large scale. It would be a bit too exaggerated, and the burden on your body would be too great. Our opponent is 9 tails, we must not be careless. Nagato, who was so thin that he was just skin and bones, struggled to speak. Panting heavily. It seemed as if just speaking took a lot of effort from him. Besides, mine is nothing compared to the moon created by the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Speaking of Sage of Six Paths, Nagato automatically thought of Kearns. The form shown by the opponent's previous use of Shinra Tenzan is actually somewhat similar to the legendary Sage of Six Paths. That kind of energy is simply impossible to resist. And Nagato didn't understand either. Why does that man also have Rinnegan? The ability shown by Kearns shook Nagato's heart. He didn't know whether the plan could go smoothly after he captured 9 tails and completed the preparations thoroughly. Can this ability compete with that man? Nagato doesn't know. But he also knows. Now is not the time to think about these things. In short, with this, the capture of 9 tails is completed, and our preparations are ready and waiting to be implemented. And at this moment, Naruto's consciousness sank into his body. Why did it become like this? Naruto, in pain, remembered what Tendo Pain had said before. If it were you, how would you face this hatred in order to establish peace? Naruto knew that the other party had not taken action before, just giving him a choice and waiting for him to give the answer. It was a mental blow. But he seemed unable to resist. Who can say this kind of thing? It hurts so much, I don't want it. Naruto was lying on the ground, his eyes dull. He was always full of passion and blood, but after experiencing this series of events, he actually became a little depressed. He couldn't accept this reality. For the first time, he wanted to escape from something. At this moment, Naruto was like a walking zombie with his bones removed, tossing and turning, unable to muster any passion or strength. I don't understand, what should I do? My mind is already a mess. Who will save me? Tell me the answer. It has to be said that Nagato's mental attack is very effective. When the tragedy happens in front of you, and the pain and hatred flood your heart, who can give your own answer? No matter how determined a person is, this kind of thing will happen to him. Emotions will break down. There is definitely no perfect answer to this kind of thing. At this time, a majestic voice came, in this case, then destroy everything, erase the painful things together, and give me your whole new life. In that case, I will be able to you are freed from pain. This is the sound of 9 tails. I have to say, this is very tempting. When people suffer a major blow, they will subconsciously want to escape reality, and it is normal for them to have extreme thoughts. Destroy everything, kill the enemy, and seal your heart. Use extreme behaviors and thoughts to mask pain. This is an idea that many people who cannot accept reality have. 9 tails now. It is to induce Naruto 0.7 to go in this direction. Because only in this way can it be free. Then, the seal on Naruto's stomach began to gradually dissipate, and black liquid slowly flowed out, gradually infiltrating his spiritual world. This meant that extreme emotions began to spread in Naruto's heart. A smile appeared on 9 tails' face. That's right, it's Ming Cheng. At this moment, Yamato, who was in charge of the matter outside, was shocked because the number on his hand had turned into. Yamato suddenly became anxious. Once this number becomes 9, then everything is over. Chapter 193. Tiendeo Pain stood on the ground. His eyes were fixed on the stone ball in the sky. He could feel that there was still excitement inside planetary devastation. He did not expect that Nine Tails could still fight back despite the situation being like this. Suddenly, a sharp claw broke out of the stone ball. Then 8 more red tails stretched out. Then, a bare fleshy head stretched out from it, with a blazing fire protruding from its mouth, burning the falling stones red. It looked like shooting stars streaking across the sky. The scene is beautiful. But such a beautiful flower scroll-like scene carries ultimate destructive power. In the spiritual world, Naruto's eyes were already red, and his whole person seemed to have turned black. He lowered his head and kept moving forward. Nine Tails is also constantly bewitching at this time. There was a strong allure in the voice. Come to my side and tear off 30 seals for me. As long as the sealing talisman on the door is pulled off, Nine Tails can be completely out of trouble. Damn it, it's already too late. How could it be? How could it be like this? At this time, the number 8 on Yamato's hand has begun to evolve, gradually starting to turn into the word 9. However, just when Naruto was about to tear off the last sealing talisman, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure extended a hand. Push him directly to the ground. This figure is none other than Konoha Village's 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Then, Minato reached out again and pulled Naruto up. After temporarily regaining his consciousness, Naruto raised his head to see who the person in front of him was, and what came into view were the 5 characters' 4th Hokage. Are you, the 4th Hokage? Naruto murmured. It seemed like he couldn't believe it. Nine Tails in the cage recognized the 4th Hokage, bared his teeth and glared angrily. Namikaze Minato explained, Naruto, when the 8th tail is released from the seal, I will appear in your consciousness. This is the mechanism I set in the sealing style, but I don't want this to happen. Thing. Saying this, Namikaze Minato turned his head. Looking at Nine Tails coldly. I don't want to see you again, Nine Tails. When Nine Tails heard this, he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Namikaze Minato didn't care about Nine Tails' reaction. Instead, he turned to look at Naruto. Show kindness. However, I am somewhat looking forward to seeing my grown-up son here. It's considered even. Listen, is this human talk? You sealed me here by yourself. These things were also left behind by you. But now you say that you don't want to see me, and it's only fair if you see your son. What do you mean? Could it be that I want to see you? If you don't show up now. Naruto has already helped me break the seal. 4th Hokage, come here. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The first time Nine Tails came into contact with Konoha Village was probably at the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. However, if it was Senju Hashirama standing here, then Nine Tails would really not dare to say such a thing. In front of Senju Hashirama, Nine Tails can't make any waves at all. Namikaze Minato didn't bother to pay attention to Nine Tails, and mocked, it said it wanted to tear me apart, but it couldn't get close. That's right, Naruto. Naruto. This is my name. Why does the 4th Hokage know my name? Naruto was confused at the moment. Namikaze Minato smiled upon hearing this. Because I gave you your name. You are my good boy. Child. What's the meaning? Didn't I just say it? You are my son. Namikaze Minato directly told the truth. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this. His body began to tremble. He was shocked by this fact. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Namikaze Minato disliked Nine Tails for being too noisy, so he snapped his fingers, and the scene around the 2 people changed instantly. Only his father and son were left in this space. Namikaze Minato saw Naruto like this. His expression gradually became serious. It seems that the 3rd generation didn't tell you anything. They probably planned to hide the Nine Tails related information as much as possible. If anyone knew that you were my son, you would be in a lot of danger. That's what it says. But Namikaze Minato is probably still a little unhappy inside. Of course, if he knew the treatment Naruto suffered in the village when he was a child, he would probably be even more upset. The dignified 4th Hokage, the son of Konoha's hero, was treated as a monster. Even if the villagers don't know, it's really too much. Dad. Naruto murmured. Then he suddenly punched. The wave hit Minato directly in the abdomen. Why do you want to seal 9 tails on my son? For this reason, I suffered a lot. Adults looked at me coldly, and I never made friends. That's why, in order to gain everyone's recognition, I worked hard to strengthen myself through rigorous training. Later, I worked with Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei to make me strong, which made me very happy, but because of this I was watched by Akatsuki. On. Chapter 194. Naruto said a lot. He spoke out all the grievances he had suffered over the years. I have lived alone in the world for 16 years. Naruto has always greeted everything with an optimistic attitude. All negativity. All were silently suppressed in his heart. Until this moment, it broke out completely. Naruto cried, he cried a lot, he had too many burdens, he was too tired, and he was too confused. I know it's not easy for you. Namikaze Minato is full of guilt. But he has no regrets. I'm sorry, Naruto, I let you, as a son, experience painful memories. Even if you apologize now as a father, I'm afraid it's not qualified. Forget it, who made me the 4th Hokage's son, I will endure. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. The emotions in my heart gradually returned to normal. He is not a person who likes to blame others, nor is he a person who likes to indulge in the past. His heart is very strong, which is also the biggest advantage of Naruto. Namikaze Minato saw this. There was also a gratified smile on his face. I will seal half of 9 tails chakra in your body because I believe you can control this power, because you are my son. Naruto's eyes widened. He has received too little recognition over the years. It has only gotten better in recent years. He didn't expect that his father valued it so much. There is also a reason why I did this specially. 16 years ago, when 9 tails attacked the village, I discovered something. What's up? At that time, there was a man behind the scenes manipulating 9 tails to attack the village, and he was a very powerful ninja. If he didn't have special power, he couldn't compete with him. I'm afraid that guy would attack the village here. However, the village was almost destroyed. If it weren't for Senior Kearns, the time of trapped leaf would no longer exist. I know, I have seen everything in you, including the death of Jiraiya teacher. Then Dad, do you know the deeds of Senior Kearns? Why is he so powerful? Naruto couldn't bear it after all. The question was asked. Namikaze Minato frowned upon hearing that. Immediately shook his head. I don't know, he claims to be Jiraiya's teacher's friend, but I have never met him, but he seems to know us Konoha people, especially you, very well, and Jiraiya teacher even told him those things. It shows that his relationship with Mr. Jiraiya is really unusual. As for why he is so strong, I have some ideas, but it's not the time to tell you, but this Senior Kearns is indeed a very powerful ninja. Very strong. Are you stronger than your father? Naruto asked. Not only is he stronger than me, he is the most powerful ninja I have ever seen, perhaps, only Mr. First Hokage of Konoha can compare with him. Namikaze Minato made his own judgment. When Naruto heard it, he was taken aback. In his opinion, Tail is already very powerful. But the 4th Hokage, who can seal the 9 tails and left behind countless rumors, is even stronger. But now, his father, that is, the legendary 4th Hokage, even said that Kearns is the strongest ninja he has ever seen. How strong is that? The current Naruto is unimaginable. Naruto, you don't need to worry about that senior. Since he is willing to save Konoha, it means that he is not an enemy. His level is too high for you to contact. Namikaze Minato advised. In fact, when he observed through Naruto before, he was also shocked by the strength of Kearns. Is it really as the ninjas in those villages said? Is he Pen's father? Is it the surviving master of the first generation of ninja world? Hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Naruto didn't bother with the topic. He asked, then, the one who used 9 tails to attack the village before was Pain. No, not this guy. Who the hell is that? That person is also a member of the Akatsuki organization, a man wearing a mask. At that time, that guy completely saw through my intentions, and he was by no means an idle person. I'm afraid Pain was just used by him. To Zhao Hao, no, Pain hates Konoha quite a lot. He said that his village was destroyed in this way before. Naruto retorted. Because of this, it will be used. He was being used. Will such a strong guy be used? Also, why does that mysterious guy with a mask cling to Konoha? Naruto couldn't understand. There are so many powerful ninjas in the Akatsuki organization, how will Konoha deal with it? Is it possible to ask Senior Kearns to help? It's useless, that Kearns, a person as powerful as him, will not be driven by Konoha, and that's why Pain dared to return again. Namikaze Minato Factory pointed to the essence of the problem. Chapter 195. Namikaze Minato didn't wrestle with Naruto for too long on this issue. He is very clear. The current Naruto is still unable to fully understand these dusty past events. Even let Naruto know. Can't do anything either. He just reasoned with Naruto quietly, comforting Naruto's heart not planted by pain. After Naruto listened to his father's sustenance. Look serious. Even so, I still can't forgive Pain. He has done so many things that hurt Konoha, I can't forgive him. Fourth generation, tell me. What the hell should I do? Their eyes met, and the two were silent for a long time. In the end, Namikaze Minato also did not give an answer. House. You need to find the answer yourself, because even I don't know the answer. Hear this reply from Namikaze Minato. Naruto immediately became anxious. How can I figure out something that even Pervy Sage and the fourth Hokage don't have an answer for? You are all too willful. I don't have a bright mind, and I'm not a powerful ninja, and I. 280. Without waiting for Naruto to finish speaking, Namikaze Minato directly pressed his head. If it is you, you will definitely find the answer, I believe in you. So many years. What Naruto lacks most is recognition. This bowl of chicken soup from Namikaze Minato was poured directly on Naruto's heart. Okay, I should go too. The chakra is running out. This sudden farewell caught Naruto off guard. He seemed to want to say something else, so Namikaze Minato continued, I restored the seal, but this is the last time. Saying that, he put his hand on the seal on Naruto's stomach to fix it. And his body gradually became transparent. If you really can't find the answer, you might as well ask more and listen to other people's opinions, like that powerful Senior Kearns. Maybe he will have different opinions. In fact, Namikaze Minato also wanted to hear Kearns' opinion on this matter for himself. It's just that he can't do it yet. I leave everything to you, Naruto. As Namikaze Minato said, his figure disappeared into the sky and the earth. Thank you, Dad. Naruto raised his head, his eyes became firm again. And the outside world at this moment. Heavenly Deo Pain on the ground looked dignified. It can break free from the planetary devastation, what a powerful force. In this way, we can only use a bigger. However, he didn't finish his sentence. The 8 tails that rushed out suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke. 9 tails disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he saw Naruto, who was already standing outside the planetary devastation. He is no longer confused. What the hell is going on here? Has he controlled 9 tails already? At this moment, Nagato's main body continuously heard weak coughing sounds, and the long-term battle has exceeded the load on Nagato's body. He couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the huge stone ball standing in the air began to disintegrate. The ground was smashed with smoke and dust. Naruto fell quickly along these chaotic stones. Due to the transformation of 9 tails, the chakra is completely disordered, and the Dafj shadow clone that condenses the magic chakra has also disappeared. The only magic chakra I can use is what remains in my body. Naruto quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. He knows, without Sage Mode, he will never be the opponent of Tien Deo Pain. No matter how much Heavenly Deo Pain consumes. As for Konoha, Tsunade, and the others breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Naruto get out of trouble and remove 9 tails. If it goes on, even if Naruto beat Pain, then the situation will not get better, even worse. Because, at that time, Naruto was no longer Naruto, but the serious 9 tails. And with 9 tails hatred for Konoha, you don't have to think about what it will do, but in Konoha village today, there is no ninja who can compete with 9 tails. Unless, Kearns in the rocking chair is willing to make a move. Otherwise, the entire Konoha village will face the fate of being destroyed by 9 tails. But they can't pin all their hopes on others, besides, how can they owe so much for such favors? Now Naruto has withdrawn from 9 tails. Also escaped from that planetary devastation. This is undoubtedly the best result for them Konoha. However, it is hard to say whether Naruto, who has withdrawn from 9 tails, will be the opponent of Tien Deo Pain. After the stone ball of planetary devastation falls in the sky. On the barren plain, a rolling hill was piled up. In the smoke and dust everywhere, Naruto's figure confronts Tiendao Pain. Have you entered Sage mode? He is such a tenacious guy. Tiendao Pain looked solemn, no longer as high-spirited as when he first arrived at Konoha village. I wanted to confirm how strong Nine Tails' power is, but I didn't expect that even planetary devastation has been. Naruto looked at the thick smoke rising from the village. His expression suddenly tightened. Is that caused by the Nine Tails transformed me? The people in the village, as well as Hinata and the others, shouldn't it be? Little Katsuya crawled out of his clothes. Naruto, don't worry, the scene is under the control of Master Kearns. Chapter 196. I heard little Katsuya say that. Naruto then breathed a sigh of relief. If after transforming into Nine Tails, he kills all his companions and destroys the village that he managed to save, then he doesn't have to be instigated by Pain, the god of heaven, and his whole person will collapse directly. But Naruto was still a little worried. Feel it carefully. After a moment, he clenched his fists. Sure enough, I can still feel the incense carrot of Hinata. It's really worrying. The energy generated by the battle between Naruto and Tendo Pain after Nine Tails was really too destructive. Fortunately, Mr. Kearns took action to control the range, otherwise the village would have been destroyed. Katsuyu is still frightened. Naruto was also extremely excited. My mood improved a lot. That's it, that's great, that's great. But at the same time, his strong impression of Kearns has only deepened. Originally, Naruto didn't quite believe the judgment made by his father, Namikaze Minato. After all, the legendary first Hoage was known as the god of ninja. But now, Naruto felt that Kearns was stronger. He had never seen the first Hoage. But Kearns actually appeared in front of him. Naruto had seen the destructive power of Tendo Pain, and he was also very aware of the destructive power of his own tailed beast. If we talk about simply defeating ourselves, or defeating Tiendao Pain, Naruto believed Kearns could do it easily. After all, the opponent had already defeated Pain before. There's a difference between being beatable and controlling the aftermath of combat. Naruto can now easily defeat most ninjas, but can he control the fight without causing damage to the surroundings? Can he control the opponent's attacks without causing damage to the surroundings? This simply cannot be done. But he transforms into a tailed beast and fights Tiendao Pain. The aftermath of such a huge battle. That Kearns was sitting in the rocking chair, taking control as he said, which can be said to be relaxed and freehand. This feeling is as if the other party has used a glass cover to cover two fighting crickets to prevent them from running away. It's completely a dimensionality reduction attack. And the actual situation. In fact, it was pretty much what Naruto thought. In Kearns' eyes, his fight with Tiendao Pain was just like ordinary people watching a cricket fight, just for fun. Of course, maybe the description of fighting crickets may be a bit too much. But cockfighting is pretty much it. Enclose the field with cages. Watch two fighting cocks fight. This is where Kearns is today. As long as he wanted, he could end this battle at any time. In the field at this moment, Naruto and Tendo Pain were standing opposite each other, as if they were back to the way they were when they first met. However, both of them now have many scars on their bodies. They all looked a little embarrassed. At this stage of the battle, the intensity has completely dropped, and both of them can be said to be at the end of their tether. Tendo Pain, who was half naked, looked at Naruto and said coldly, "It's time to end it. I wonder, do you have some understanding of what pain is? If you don't understand the same pain, you can't really understand other people. Even if we can understand each other, we may not be able to forgive each other. This is the most basic truth. Just like your pursuit of Sasuke is in vain. In fact, this has become Nagato's obsession. He couldn't stand the ninjas of Konoha and the ideas Naruto and the others spoke of. He felt that no one could understand his pain. That's why he stimulated Naruto again and again. 0 for flowers. Otherwise, Tendo Pain could easily kill Naruto as early as the first fight. At that time, Naruto had completely lost his mobility. If not for Hinata and if not Nagato wanted to give Naruto a mental blow, the fight was over long ago. However, after getting out of trouble this time, Naruto didn't pay attention to Tiendao Pain's words, but said extremely seriously, "Take me to your body, I want to talk to him directly." Naruto said, and repeated it emphatically. Kearns on the rooftop of the Hoage watched with great interest. It was obvious that Naruto was about to try to activate the mouth release. If we just talk about strength. Even if Naruto were to fight now, he would not be his opponent, and he might not even be the enemy of Ichigo. But if you talk about it. Kearns surrendered. This thing, Naruto said that he is the second, in the whole world, in all the worlds, no one dares to be the first. Kearns thinks he can't learn. Tiendeo Pain looked slightly surprised, raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Have you noticed the existence of my true body? Teacher Jiraiya, you guys, why are people in Konoha so capable? But I'm with you. There is nothing to talk about. Nothing you say will change anything now." Tiendeo Pain rejected Naruto's invitation to escape. Kearns nodded silently. If Nagato continues to persist, it is still unclear who will win. However, Naruto did not give up. "Anyway, please let me talk to him." Tiendeo Pain didn't bother to pay attention at all. Just skipped this topic. Then, he walked towards Naruto step by step 9. Chapter 197. Tendo Pain looked at Naruto expressionlessly and said, "Sage mode, that tricky chakra shuriken. It seems that you can only fire it twice at most, and after exhausting the senjutsu chakra, you will still let sage mode lifted. These are the only methods you have. If those 2 shuriken shots miss, you will lose. I won't give you another chance to breathe. If you miss, I'll beat you half to death and take you away." Tiendeo Pain felt that he had already said what he should say and what he should not say, and he didn't want to delay any longer. He walked faster and faster. "I don't want to keep procrastinating." Before the May 97th, his own misjudgment had already made the situation a little confusing, and he couldn't give it another chance. And Naruto, after his attempt to activate mouth release, failed. His expression became much more serious. "Sure enough, can we only fight each other? Then we have no choice but to find the main body by ourselves. But how do you find it?" Little Katsuya was a little puzzled. "I have my own way." At this moment, Naruto couldn't bear to think too much, and Tiendeo Pain directly killed him with a black stick in his hand. Naruto has quick eyes and quick hands. He reached out and grasped the black stick. Afterwards, he raised his fist and hit Tiendeo Pain on the chest, directly blasting Tiendeo Pain into the air. Tiendeo Pain's body hit the boulder. He let out a muffled groan. Today, he is no longer as brave as he was at the beginning. Naruto in Sage Mode has much better reflexes, speed, and strength than he does now. Before Tiendeo Pain could get up from the ground, Naruto directly stuck the broken black rod on his shoulder. In an instant, chakra surged. Naruto followed the chakra transmitted from Nagato's body, and searched for the location of Nagato's body in reverse. At this time, Nagato's body also felt this detection, and his eyes suddenly widened. This guy actually used Sage Mode to conduct reverse detection. What a keen combat IQ. Naruto on the field also opened his eyes at this moment. "We found him." Tiendeo Pain quickly climbed up from the ground. His face could no longer remain calm. A whole shadow clone technique. Naruto summoned 2 shadow clone without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he clasped his right hand falsely, and with the help of shadow clone, the Zyanja Wind-style spiral shuriken took shape instantly. Later, in order to cover the eyes and ears of Tiendeo Pain, the shadow clone threw out a smoke bomb. This makes Tiendeo Pain unable to easily dodge his attack. Soon, the spiral shuriken flew out of the smoke. With the occlusion of smoke, there was much less time left for Tiendeo Pain to react. However, at this moment, Tiendeo Pain is always in a tense state. The moment the spiral shuriken flew, he directly launched the Shenluo Tianzheng. The first spiral shuriken was directly shattered by Shenluo Tianzheng. However, the next second, Tiendeo Pain's expression suddenly changed. "What? The second method is actually a shadow shuriken." In the thick smoke, Naruto narrowed his eyes. The interval between Shinra Tenzen's activations is 5 seconds, so it works. Immediately afterwards, 2 of Naruto's shadow clone appeared next to Tendo Pain. These 2 shadow clone want to hug Tiendeo Pain's thigh directly so that the second hidden spiral can be destroyed. At this time, Tiendeo Pain was still unable to launch the Shinra Heavenly Conquest. Fortunately, he had quick eyesight and quick hands. He held a black stick in his left and right hands and stabbed 2 shadow clone, 0. As Tendo Pain flew into the sky, He thought silently in his mind, there are still 4 seconds until the next activation of the technique. There are still 3 seconds. But, his 2 spiral shurikens didn't hit me, and the battle is over. At this time, Naruto, who had used up 2 Raisin Shuriken rounds, had already exited Sage mode. Tiendeo Pain just landed. The stones around him all turned into Naruto's shadow clone at this moment. Countless Narutos immediately surrounded him. What? Tiendeo Pain obviously didn't expect that Naruto would actually build a plank road to infiltrate Shenking secretly. It will take 2 seconds to activate that technique. Go. All the Narutos rushed towards Pain. Tendo Pain was also shocked by Naruto's move. The expression on his face became extremely solemn in a rare way, and cold sweat fell from his forehead. He felt dejected. The situation is not good. To turn so many shadow clones into rubble, the spell will take another second. Tiendeo Pain's breathing became a little rapid. 2.0 He stretches out his arm. He made ready gestures for the Shinra Tensei. Even though the shadow clone was already killing him, he remained indifferent. Tiendeo Pain knows very well that in his current state, it is impossible to deal with so many shadow clones with physical skills alone. He could only gamble on the distance between Shenluo Tianzheng. Fortunately, this time he won the bet. Countless shadow clone had surrounded him and were about to launch an attack. Tiendeo Pain yelled, 0. The voice fell. Shenluo Tianzheng launched. All the shadow clone were ejected by the huge repulsion at this moment. Chapter 198. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clone turned into white mist one by one, and even Naruto's body was pushed back continuously by the repulsive force. At this time, the shadow clones with stones on the ground appeared one after another and came to the back of Naruto's main body, reducing the distance for the main body to retreat. Have to say, the technique of Shenluo Tianzheng is indeed overbearing. This caused great distress to the Konoha shinobi followers and to Naruto today. On the rooftop of Hoage, Hara no Sakura twitched. What? This technique called Shenluo Tianzheng is too sloppy. I managed to find a flaw, and it was bounced away. Kakashi was also a little helpless when he heard the words. As a ninja who has confronted Tiendeo Pain head-on, he knows how powerful and disgusting this technique is. If it weren't for this technique, he wouldn't have been beaten like that by Tiendeo Pain, and he could only choose to ask Kearns for help in the end. Today's Tiendeo Pain launched this Shenluo Tianzheng. The power is much smaller, but still difficult. Thinking of this 30, Kakashi couldn't help but look at Kearns. Just the Shenluo Tianzheng of Tiendeo Pain is already so pervert. The man in front of me has the same eyes and the same technique. And the power is far stronger than that released by Tiendeo Pain. If you encounter such an opponent, what a sight that must be. If Kearns knew what Kakashi was thinking right now, he would probably laugh. To deal with you little ninjas, I still need to activate the 6 paths Sage mode and use the 6 paths level Shenluo Tianzheng. I can slaughter you to death with just fists and kicks. Even if Might Guy opens 8 gate directly. Physique is no match for Kearns, either. Moreover, Tiendeo Pain used the technique of Shenluo Tianzheng, which seemed very stupid in the eyes of Kakashi and the others, but Kearns felt that it was a bit tasteless. First of all, what kind of rule-like spell is the spell of Shenluo Tianzheng? All attacks and enemies cannot be bounced unconditionally. Encountered a strong obstacle, Shenluo Tianzheng will not only be unable to bounce off the enemy, but the caster will suffer a certain degree of backlash. Just like Naruto with 9 tails before. He didn't get hit. Secondly, there is still a 5-second interval between the release of Tiendeo Pain's Shenluo Tianzheng. This interval seems very short in the eyes of Kakashi and others, but it is very long in the eyes of Kearns. 5 seconds is enough time for Kearns to destroy Tiendeo Pain countless times. He can even destroy Heaven Deo Pain, let Hell Deo Pain repair it, then destroy it, repair it, destroy it again, repair it again, and so on. At present, the ninjas in the Hoage world are slow to shoot, which is a terrible shortcoming. That's why Tiendeo Pain looks so powerful. In the arena, Tiendeo Pain raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Naruto's operation. He actually used this method to fight against Shenluo Tianzheng. It was too late to make a contribution. Tiendeo Pain also felt a little impatient. If you can't get the answer, why bother struggling, just give up. Tiendeo Pain roared, but saw that Naruto had spent a lot of shadow clone, and abruptly blocked the Shenluo Tianzheng. It turned out that, really bear it. This kid. At this moment, Tiandeo Pain is a little exhausted. The long-term high-intensity battle has made Nagato's body almost overdrawn to the limit. And at this moment, Naruto rubbed Raiznan in his hands. Tiandeo Pain saw this. Feel at ease. That technique can't be thrown, such a long distance, 5 seconds is enough. As long as 5 seconds, he can launch the Shenluo Tianzhang again, and it will be useless for Naruto to release any spells. The battle is at this stage. The competition is no longer hard power. Their peak strength is not much left now, and whoever has the stronger willpower and who can stand even one more round is likely to win the final victory. At this moment, Naruto remembered the words of elders like Jiraiya in his mind. Jiraiya, 4th Hokage, Kakashi, these people are elders who trust him very much. He cannot live up to the trust of these people, and he must not stop here. Want me to give up? It's impossible. Naruto roared, and the shadow clone standing beside him clenched his arm, and with a swing of his arm, he was thrown into the sky. The speed is too slow, find an opportunity in the interval. Naruto thought of this tricky way. At this moment, a simple Raiznan, which is no longer considered a powerful weapon in Naruto's arsenal, displayed an aura that was not there after 9 tails. Raiznan. Accompanied by Naruto's roar. The palm holding Raiznan slammed into Tiandeo Pain's abdomen. 2 roars resounded in the arena. The figure of Tiandeo Pain was blasted away heavily. It fell like a cannonball into the pile of rocks. Smoke and dust instantly rose up. And Naruto's physical strength was basically exhausted, and he fell from the sky. He could only barely adjust his posture in the air to prevent himself from falling straight. Nagato trembled violently. Panting heavily. Chapter 199. Konan saw this. Hastily rushed over. Nagato, what's the matter? Nagato gasped for a long time before recovering, and said, the last pain was knocked down. Konan looked at Nagato in front of him. I don't speak for a long time. In the battlefield, Naruto walked up to Tiandeo Pain who fell to the ground. He leaned down and pulled out the 10 black rod-shaped chakra receivers that Tiandeo wore on his chest. Pain relies on this to receive chakra and act. If you unplug all of them, you shouldn't be able to move. As he spoke, he pulled out all the black rods of the chakra receiver on Tiandeo Pain. After pulling out the last black rod of the chakra receiver, Naruto couldn't help recalling the words that Tiandeo Pain had said to himself before. He inserted the black rod hard into his palm. All previous images flashed by like a slideshow. After a while, Naruto pulled out the black stick from his palm and stood up slowly. Little Katsuya saw what Naruto was thinking and asked, do you want to go? Naruto nodded. Little Katsuya said, for this operation, we can find reinforcements, and there are many powerful ninjas in the village. Naruto shook his head when he heard the words, no, this time I have to go alone. Meanwhile, on the other side. Under Tsunade's personal treatment. Hinata woke up quickly. The Konoha shinobi followers of her generation all surrounded her. Miss Hinata. It's okay, Hinata. Great, Hinata, you finally woke up, everyone is caring about you. Hinata sat up with everyone's support, and forced a smile on her face. Thank you for your concern, and thank you Master Tsunade for treating me. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Then he touched Hinata's face. Oh, you girl is really messing around, you must not be so impulsive next time. Although the result of this matter is good. But Hinata's behavior was still too impulsive. If anything goes wrong in the meantime, the direction of things will be completely different. Maybe Hinata herself will die, and Naruto will be trapped in hatred and unable to extricate himself. He will be bewitched by 9 tails and be completely ruined, destroying everything. Although this is really going to happen. They thought Kearns, who was watching from the rocking chair, would make the shot. But who can say for sure about this kind of thing? It is the most unreliable behavior to pin everything on the mood of others. Just then, little Katsuyu climbed up from the railing. Synchronize the information received by other little Katsuyu. Everyone, Naruto has already knocked down the 6th pain. Kearns, who was lying on the rocking chair, glanced at little Katsuyu, and a look of speechlessness flashed across his face. Every move on the battlefield. His observation haki is clearly perceived. At least 5 minutes have passed since Naruto defeated Tendo Pain, but little Katsuya who was on the battlefield has only now passed on the information. This efficiency is too slow. It is also a special creature. The phone bugs in One Piece are much more efficient. What's more interesting is that the phone bug can also imitate the speaker's expression and demeanor, which can be 100% infallible. In this regard, the special creatures in the Hoage world are far behind. At least in terms of fun. However, these Konoha shinobi practitioners on the scene did not have the foresight ability of Kearns. After hearing the news from little Katsuyu, morale was immediately shaken. Really? This is great. As expected of Naruto. Mr. Kearns is right. Naruto has great potential. He can really be a great ninja. All the ninjas at the scene were excited. 6 paths after Pain's invasion. There was a shadow cast over my heart. There was despair in the middle. Now, this shadow is finally torn, let them see the dawn. Everyone was excited about what Naruto had achieved, but little Sakura asked, how is Naruto doing? Is he in possession? Have to say. The relationship between the 3 people in Class 7 is still very good. At least in friendship. I heard little Sakura ask. The Konoha shinobi participants at the scene also put away their excitement. Their eyes were all focused on little Katsuyu, and they were a little nervous, fearing that after hearing good news, bad news would follow. Fortunately, little Katsuyu responded immediately, Naruto is quite tired, well, but it doesn't matter, he was not seriously injured. Hear the news. Hinata's eyes welled up with tears. That's great, Naruto, that's great. Then where is Naruto now? Might Guy asked, who had already rushed back to the village. He found the hiding place of Pain's body through Chakra's reverse reconnaissance, and is now on his way there alone. Little Katsuyu did not hide anything. Why are you so reckless? Hyaganiji sighed and turned to look at Might Guy. Teacher Guy, let's go over and provide support. Okay. Might Guy agreed immediately. But, Naruto doesn't want reinforcements. Little Katsuyu said with some embarrassment. Chapter 200. The ninjas of Konoha heard this. They all frowned. What? No need for reinforcements. No. He's overdoing it alone. Naruto is already quite weak. Please take us to Naruto's place. The battle between Tendo Pain and Naruto. They really can't get involved. But now, everyone is trying to do their part, and no one is willing to let Naruto fight alone. This is not Konoha's style. At this time, Kearns, lying in the rocking chair, spoke. Trust Naruto, he can do it. Now, everyone turned to look at Kearns. Tsunade asked with a strange expression, Kearns, aren't you worried? Naruto has gone to find Pain's true form, and, why do you believe in Naruto so much? Everyone who sees Konoha shinobi has almost the same expression as Tsunade. Kearns's face suddenly darkened. Worried? What am I really worried about? Nagato is not my son at all, okay. What do I have to worry about? Kearns glanced around the scene and said coldly, I see great potential in Naruto, so I believe in him. Tsunade lost his thoughts on 8 trigrams and said seriously, but, after experiencing such a battle, even Naruto will be very tired, right? If there are other people from the Akatsuki organization next to Nagato's body, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kearns silently gave Tsunade a thumbs up. Her guess was absolutely correct. There is also a Konan next to Nagato's body. If Naruto's mouth dodge was not so terrifying, he would probably have to explain where he was, even if Konoha's ninjas came to support him. Kearns pondered for a moment. Finally he spoke slowly. You don't need to worry about this. I'll go over there. After the words fell, before everyone in Konoha could react, Kearns' figure disappeared in an instant. The Konoha shinobi on the Hoage rooftop looked at each other. The eyes seemed to convey the 8 trigrams message. Sure enough, Mr. Kearns is a man with a cold face and a warm heart. He is obviously worried, but he still pretends not to care. Is this what a man is? I feel a little cute inexplicably. However, Pain's body belongs to Lord Kearns. If Naruto and Pain's body fight, will Kearns? Damn, what are you talking about? Are you questioning Lord Kearns' character? He will never be that kind of ninja. That's right, if Lord Kearns were that kind of person, he wouldn't have helped us in Konoha repel Tendo Pain at all. But this is also a difficult multiple choice question for people. It would be too cruel for him to watch this happen with his own eyes. Maybe Lord Kearns is here to maintain the situation. He doesn't want either Naruto or Pain to die. Konoha shinobi fans are talking a lot. The fire of 8 trigrams burns like crazy. In their outrageous imagination, the image of Kearns was once again fleshed out, which also provided important material for the future biography of Kearns, god of the ninja world. Fortunately, at this time, Demiurge had followed Kearns and left the rooftop of the Hoage building. Otherwise, if he eats this shocking melon, I really don't know how things will be imagined. With Demiurge's brainstorming ability, it is possible to write a novel directly through this, or even divide it into 3 parts. If it really turns out to be like this, Kearns couldn't even imagine what he would do. But what is certain is that he will never allow his reputation to be ruined here. In fact, Kearns suddenly made such a decision, and it was not the intention of these Konoha shinobi to help either Naruto or Nagato. It's not about not wanting to see death. To maintain the situation. The reason why Kearns ran over is simple: the current rooftop of the Hoage building is no longer suitable for him to eat and watch movies. Although you can see here, such as the reaction of the Konoha shinobi fans and the melon-eating crowd, this kind of scene cannot be seen in the original plot. But Kearns still wanted to see it. How exactly is Naruto going to activate mouth release? Looking at all the worlds, this ability can be said to be extremely outrageous. Although Kearns can also use observation haki to perceive, the rooftop of the Hoage building is really a bit far away from the scene, so it will be very tiring to perceive, which violates Kearns' original intention of watching movies comfortably. And most importantly, the skill of mouth escape is more interesting to hear with your own ears. And at this moment, Hiki and Shikaku also discovered Naruto. Afterwards, Hai made his own judgment in a very orderly manner. Naruto, the fact that you appear here means that you have defeated the 6th pain. Naruto frowned upon hearing this. Then he half closed his eyes. Both his expression and his voice seemed a little disappointed. When things have reached this point, winning or losing is no longer important. Chapter 201. Shikaku obviously sensed something was wrong. Shen Shang asked Naruto, what happened? In fact, with his wisdom, he had already guessed some things. Naruto's voice was very low. I don't know what to say about this matter. Don't know what to say. What's the meaning? In short, I am going to see Pain's true form now. Please don't follow me. I want to go alone. Naruto's expression was very solemn. Naruto, do you already know the location of Pain's true form? Hai and the others looked a little surprised. Naruto explained, well, I found it using Sage mode. The black rod I took out of Pain felt the chakra of that guy. Dash. I see. But why do you love someone so much? What happened? I want to find out one thing. I want to talk to Pain's true form. Naruto said seriously. What nonsense are you talking about? We are very grateful to you for defeating Pain, but the matter has reached this point and can no longer be solved by negotiation. Heishi does not agree with Naruto's point of view. So what? Can destroying Pain's true body, subordinates, and hostile villages all solve all problems smoothly? Naruto became excited. This kind of thing involves a battle of ideas. There was no way he would give in. This was the request of the late Jiraiya, and also the request of his father, the 4th Hokage. No matter what, Naruto wanted to go and must find this answer. All hope. It's all been pinned on him. What's the point of talking? He is an enemy who invaded Konoha and killed many ninjas in our village. How can we let him go? Hai's mood also became a little excited. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the tree nearby. Naruto, Hiki, and the others were all surprised with their eyebrows twitching. They didn't even realize that this figure had just arrived at the scene or had already arrived in the tree. This figure is none other than someone else. It was Kearns. He looked condescendingly at the people in front of him and said calmly, there is no point in arguing here. Whether it can be resolved is Naruto's own business. You just go back. It has nothing to do with you here. Kearns' voice was soft. There are no unnecessary mood swings. However, the experience of being in a high position for a long time made his words full of an unquestionable sense of command, making people dare not and cannot refuse. Lord Kearns. Kearns senpai. Hai and others looked at each other with complicated expressions. If it was Naruto, then they can still have some fun with the theory. But the man in front of them, both in terms of identity and strength, was something they couldn't compete with. In terms of identity, they saved Konoha village, and they, the Konoha shinobi, must admit it. Not to mention the strength. The entire Konoha village ninjas were tied together. Maybe he couldn't withstand the technique the man in front of him had unleashed before. With just one move, they can instantly wipe out their Konoha village, or even the entire Fire Nation. Faced with such an existence, Hai and the others were silent. Kearns senpai, do you think the same as Pervy Sage? Naruto's eyes lit up. Previously, he faced Tiendeo Pain's questioning. He was indeed confused. He tried hard to know the answer, hoping that someone could explain it to him. Zero, ask for flowers. But even his father, the fourth Hoage, said he had not found the answer, and Naruto almost despaired at that time. But now, Kearns, recognized by everyone as a strong man, is speaking for himself. This is not meant. Is the current path the right one? This gave Naruto a huge boost. At this time, Naruto thought of what his father, the fourth Hoage, said, saying that he could ask Kearns' opinion if necessary, and he might be able to find the answer. Kearns senpai, you are the most powerful ninja I have ever seen. Can you tell me the answer to that question? Naruto looked at Kearns hopefully. He believed that the other party must know what he was talking about. Kearns was silent for a long time, and finally said calmly, so what if I tell you the answer? It doesn't make sense. It's up to you to find the final answer yourself. Don't you already have a direction? He did not want to interfere with the course of the world. I don't even want to affect Naruto's life trajectory. Naruto listened. There was silence for a long time. Well, I understand. I'm going to talk to Pain himself now. As he said that, Naruto seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Kearns with a confused look on his face. Senior Kearns, you really don't want to say anything more, do you really don't want to get involved in this matter? Pain himself is you. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. Kearns' face suddenly turned cold. What kind of plane are you doing? Why are you involved in this matter again? It's not over yet. Naruto would be mistaken. He took a deep breath. Okay, I went to Chi. Chapter 202. Not long after. Naruto kept probing. We have arrived outside where Nagato's body is located. He put his hands on the hole covered with paper, looking serious. Through Sage mode, he has realized that Pain's body is inside. As long as he tears off this disguise and walks in, this matter will usher in the final chapter. Naruto glanced at Kearns beside him. The voice is deep. Senior Kearns, I want to handle this matter alone, is that okay? Of course, I won't interfere. Kearns made his stance clear. If he wanted to take action, 823, Pain appeared in Konoha village before, and he would probably be destroyed before he could do anything. As for the hiding place of Nagato's body, there is no hiding from his observation Haki's perception. Not to mention that Nagato's current condition is not good. Even if he risked his life, he would probably be tough enough to deal with even Demiurge. Kearns if he wants to kill him. The process will never take more than 3 seconds. If that were the case, then everything would have been over long ago. Why would we have waited until now? Kearns is not here for work. He came to watch the movie up close. The mouth release skill has been used by many children of the world or important characters in the world, but in Kearns' knowledge, only Naruto's is the most outrageous. The other mouth escapes are all characters whose IQs don't look very high. And most of the time, it's all just talking to the other party to admit their mistakes, and at most it's repentance. Only Naruto's mouth escaped. He actually took a character who had great strength and power, had a strict plan to achieve his goal, and had even succeeded in most of it, and succeeded in admitting his mistakes and repenting, and even sacrificing his own life to resurrect Konoha. This kind of mouth evasion skill is simply appalling. Many brainwashing teams take turns. I'm afraid it won't have such a good effect. If the process of escaping the mouth is discarded, some people would believe that Nagato was lowered by Naruto. This behavior is too outrageous. Even if Naruto doesn't say it, Kearns won't interfere either. He didn't want to ruin the plot. Naruto believed Kearns very much. He raised his head, reached out and tore off the camouflage paper, and walked in. He just showed up. Konan rushed over directly, standing in front of Naruto. The current state of Naruto is actually not good. If it is against Konan, it is difficult to tell who will win and who will lose. But Konan saw Kearns following behind Naruto. His eyes suddenly condensed. It's that man, he's here too. At this moment, Konan's heart was trembling and despairing. She had witnessed Kearns using the same technique to counter Tiendeo Pain on the Hoage rooftop, and she had personally experienced the power of Kearns. She had agreed with Nagato to continue with the project. The bet is that Kearns won't take action. Both Konan and Nagato knew very well that if Kearns made a move, there would be no chance for their side, not even the slightest. But now, that man appears. Does this mean that the road between myself and Nagato has come to an end? Konan, stand down. Nagato. This time, there was no rebuttal to the consolidation. She knew that even if she didn't get out of the way, it would be of no avail. It was impossible for her to block the two men in front of her, especially the mysterious Kearns behind her. Even if I use my trump card. Detonate all 600 billion detonating symbols. I'm afraid it will be difficult to effectively kill that mysterious man. This is a woman's intuition. Nagato looked at Naruto, and then at Kearns behind Naruto, with a calm expression. You really think highly of me, you are here. But I really don't understand, if you are willing to take action, what will happen? It should have been over long ago, why delay it until now? Or, do you want me to play all my cards and experience what despair is? Kearns took out the rocking chair and placed it on the floor. Lying down comfortably. No, I'm just a spectator. You resolve this matter yourselves. I won't interfere. It seems that my judgment is not wrong. Nagato suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and felt relieved a lot. He returned to Konoha again. I just don't think Kearns will take action. If it is said that this judgment is wrong, it means that their plan this time has no possibility of success from the very beginning. 1.6. All the efforts made by myself and Konan were in vain. Even just a joke. Because the ending of the story was doomed from the beginning. Even if he managed to capture Nine Tails himself. This man in front of him also has the ability to turn everything upside down. But now, the man in front of him has given an answer, which shows that his judgment is correct. Even if he fails, it can only be said that it is his destiny, and he will not become a clown who makes people laugh. Naruto looked at Nagato quietly with a serious expression. Are you Pain's true form? The man in front of him was so thin that he was just skin and bones, with countless black sticks stuck in his back. Chapter 203. Now Nagato's appearance is really worrying, whether he will die in the next second, and there is no need for others to take action at all. Naruto is really hard to imagine. Such a haggard man. It brought so much trouble to Konoha and himself. Even, if it weren't for Kearns' actions, the entire Konoha village would be destroyed, and his elders would have to sacrifice a lot. If the situation of the man in front of him is not so bad. What will Konoha look like today? Naruto was right. Nagato in his peak state is much stronger than he is now, and Konoha and him today can't handle it at all. But there is one exception. As long as Kearns is willing to complete the system task. Keep Konoha village. Even if Nagato was fully healthy and at his peak, there's no way he'd be able to do anything under Kearns' nose. The gap between the two is too great. He looked at 03 Nagato in front of him. Naruto couldn't help thinking of Jiraiya who died, the civilians and ninjas who died in the village, and Hinata who was almost killed. Nagato seems to have sensed Naruto's emotional change. He said coldly, "Do you hate me? In front of the enemy, do you really want to take revenge? If we say, Naruto has no hatred in his heart. That's pure self-deception. Someone killed the elder who cared about you the most, ruined your hometown, killed many fellow villagers, and almost killed the woman who liked you. That's it. Even if you cut the other side alive. Others will not say anything. At most, it was just a few words of emotion in my heart, and I felt that the method was a bit cruel, but at least it was reasonable. Say no hate? Isn't that a joke? If this is the case, then Naruto should not be called Naruto, but should be called a saint, or the kind of saint who has no moral flaws and no longer belongs to the category of human beings. Speak the truth. Naruto wants to kill Nagato now. In other words, he wanted to kill all the members of the Akatsuki organization. If it weren't for such a group of careerists. How could the partners and elders around him suffer so many casualties? Justice? There is no real justice in this world. As the saying goes, my hero is my enemy. Those who fight to protect their own village will inevitably kill some people in the hostile village. Those who are hostile to the village will naturally regard these so-called guardians as enemies, and then come back with revenge. This is exactly what Pain said about the chain of hatred. Most people cannot escape this vicious circle. Naruto also thought of what Tiendao Pain said before. The heart is extremely tangled. Ask him to let go of his hatred for Pen. This is obviously impossible. But if he really does this, even if he succeeds in killing Nagato here, it means that the answer he has been looking for is wrong, and the world Jiraiya said that people and people will eventually understand each other is also wrong. Admit conceptual errors. This is undoubtedly a difficult thing. Many people are able to go on with firm will because of the support of ideas. If your own ideas are rejected, that will be destroyed. They can no longer do the kind of heaven-defying that others can't understand. At this time, Konan also spoke at the right time. Even if you kill Nagato now and complete your revenge, the world will not change in any way. The chain of hatred will still continue, and the pain will still spread. It's just your self-satisfaction. Konan's words. This is where Naruto struggles. If it was just fighting, Naruto would not frown no matter how hard and tiring he was. He was a guy with a lot of nerves but a strong willpower. But this kind of thing involves a battle of ideas. But it cannot be solved by blindly fighting. Naruto frowned. I recalled what my father, the fourth Hokage, said in my mind, as long as there is a ninja system, the monster of hatred will continue to breed and breed new pain, and the ninja will fight against this hatred. 760 But this is a battle. But it is much more difficult than a normal battle. Fourth generation and Jiraiya entrusted this concept to Naruto, not to say that it is difficult for others, but at least it is considered an overly heavy task. At least until now. Naruto still didn't have the slightest idea. The skinny Nagato looked at Naruto and snapped, "What can you do if you can't even find the answer? Your mission is to sacrifice for the peace I will create, and that's right." Naruto wants to use his mouth to strengthen his ideas, and even wipe out Nagato completely. Why doesn't Nagato want to use his mouth to completely destroy Naruto? This is not a battle between two people. It is a battle between two ideas. Whoever can win in this battle will gain unimaginable benefits, not only defeating a powerful enemy, but also strengthening his will and heart. After winning, they will find their purpose in life. In this world, few people can find the real purpose of life. Chapter 204. The voice fell. Nagato's face turned cold. From the steel container under him, a thick black pillar flew out, piercing towards Naruto's body. Black pillars pierced the sky. With a bang, it pierced into Naruto's body. Naruto didn't choose to dodge. He stood still and took the blow silently. The blood dripped onto the ground along his chest, scattered like plum blossoms. After all this was done, Nagato and Konan involuntarily looked at Kearns on the rocking chair at the entrance. Although Kearns has made it clear before that he will not intervene. But this time bomb, oh no, it is a time bomb sitting here. Nagato and Konan are still playing a small drum in their hearts, which is not very sound. However, after seeing Kearns did not mean to intervene. Even the expression on his face didn't change much. Nagato and Konan breathed a sigh of relief again. Facing the hunched Naruto, Nagato said in a cold voice, "At such a close distance, my chakra can manipulate you at will. Don't worry, I avoided the vital points. After all, you are a very important Jinchuriki." Just when Nagato thought, Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki had been completely captured. Naruto jerked his head up. At this time Nine-Tails was also angry. It also burst out a huge amount of chakra in an instant, which perfectly merged with Naruto's fairy chakra for a while, which made Naruto unconsciously start the fairy fox mode. His pupils also turned into scarlet crosses. The mighty chakra rushed towards Nagato. The violent impact made Nagato's body tremble crazily. It took a long time for the whole person to recover in the wheelchair. Only then did he understand. Naruto didn't dodge on purpose just now. Naruto lowered his head, and his voice was very low. "I came here to talk to you, otherwise, the outside would have been surrounded by our Konoha ninjas. Besides, there is one more thing I want to figure out." "Is there something you want to figure out?" Nagato fixed his eyes on Naruto, who was bleeding profusely. There was some doubt in his expression. Naruto straightened up slowly, and said, "I want to know my heart. What would I do if I were facing an enemy? I don't even know about this matter." "Hear this." Nagato's eyes trembled uncontrollably. They had a heartstring that was touched. But soon, Nagato regained his composure. "So, what's your answer?" Naruto tightly held the black stick on his chest with both hands, gritted his teeth, and growled, "I still can't forgive you. I can't restrain the urge to kill you. In fact, it is only natural for Naruto to have such a mood. Few people can keep calm in front of the enemy. It's the same no matter how determined your heart is. As he spoke, Naruto endured the severe pain. With all his strength, he pulled out the black pillar protruding from his chest. Seeing this, Konan couldn't help being a little surprised. How could he be able to resist Nagato's chakra at such a close distance? At this time, Naruto also directly threw the black pillar aside, and rushed towards Nagato. Nagato's eyes widened too. He obviously didn't expect that Naruto had such ability. Konan naturally wouldn't let Naruto attack Nagato's body so easily. She rushed towards Naruto who was punching. During the process, the words Jiraiya once said to him appeared in Naruto's mind again, and he remembered the bits and pieces of the time we had been together. Finally, Naruto stopped in front of Konan. Pervy Sage once said that he believes that the time will come when people can understand each other. When I heard him say that, I didn't think about it. When he said that he would entrust me with the task of finding the answer, I just thought it was a recognition of my apprentice. Naruto said. His clenched fists were shaking. After a while, he weakly lowered his fist, as if his strength had been drained. He looked a little downcast. I feel happy because I got the recognition. But until now, I finally understand the meaning of Pervy Sage's words. This matter is not that simple. At this moment, Naruto's heart is tangled, struggling, and painful. Obviously, this matter cannot be resolved by fighting. Nagato looked at Naruto, and said lightly, even so, well done, you still can't forgive me. If you can let go easily, then it's not a human feeling. Nagato was right. Naruto didn't deny that either. Indeed, you are quite right. What Mr. Jiraiya said is nothing but idealism behind the times, which is far from reality. Nagato said calmly, didn't you say you want to defeat me and restore peace to the ninja world? But you and I both know that it's just your excuse. In the final analysis, it's just for revenge. Of course, you can also say it is your justice. After all, you are not a god. After you have witnessed such a reality with your own eyes, do you still believe in the jokes that teacher Jiraiya said? Chapter 205. Naruto at the moment. The yellowish color between the eyebrows has faded. The pupils also returned to normal. He has exited the fairy fox mode that he entered inadvertently, which means that at this moment his heart is approaching calm. After Kearns saw this scene, there is already some expectation in my heart. Obviously, the final battle between Naruto and Nagato is about to begin. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, the previous fierce confrontation between Naruto and Tiendao Pain is the most exciting part of this story. Both sides show their cards. All kinds of magical means emerge endlessly. Moreover, both of them brought their combat IQ to the ultimate level. Their unconstrained ideas, meticulous tactics, and amazing destructive power all brought the tension of the battle to the ultimate level. Available in Kearns' eyes. It's no different than two little kids boxing in a field. Maybe both are young talents at the local gym. This punch is really wonderful. The mud was beaten wildly, and it looked very organized. But children fighting are children fighting after all. If you meet an adult like him, no matter how beautiful your moves and punches are, it may not be worth a punch. Strength, speed, reflexes. It's too far behind in every way. In the tough battles that Kearns fought at sea before, the disputes in any corner were more beautiful than this one. It was a serious life and death fight, punching to the flesh, and the fight was about who was more capable and who was more resistant to beating. Today's Naruto and Tiendao Pain. The level is still a little bit worse. But for the upcoming war of words, this is a very powerful method. It is very difficult to use one's own ideas to convince others of their ideas. After all, in real life, it's not easy to get someone to admit they're wrong. Some people, even if you beat them to death, and burn them to ashes in the furnace of the crematorium, their mouths are still stiff, and they are still yelling that I am right. Naruto can train this ability to this extent. Even Kearns is ashamed of himself. He has adjusted his posture and is ready to appreciate the ultimate move that the son of the world of the Hoage world is about to release, which is something to watch in his eyes. Naruto stood up straight. His expression gradually became serious. When I learned that you were Pervy Sage's apprentice, there was something I wanted to ask anyway. What's the matter? Nagato said indifferently. That's why you, the apprentices of Pervy Sage, became like this. Naruto's words were already agitated. I think you should be different from those of the Akatsuki organization. People who kill for pleasure, but I don't know you at all. So let me hear your stories. Then give me my answer. If you want to defeat the opponent with your mouth and use your own ideas to defeat the opponent's ideas, you must at least know what the other party has experienced and why they have such ideas. If you don't even understand these things, you will naturally be unable to find out the loopholes in the opponent's concept, let alone knock down the opponent. Naruto is smart. What he said was normal. There are plenty of reasons to look for it. This made it hard for Nagato and Konan to say no, because, 80, everyone wants to be a talker, so few people can say no to a listener. At this time, the conversation between the two was also seen by the great Toad Sage far away on Mount Miyaboku. The two sons of prophecy have finally met, so what will happen? As a Toad Sage who lived for an unknown number of years, it has long been able to look at all this with a calm mood. It wasn't until Kearns on the rocking chair appeared in its field of vision that its expression fluctuated a little, and a look of shock appeared on its face. This man he had never seen before. But the strange aura on the opponent's body made it tremble. At this moment, Kearns on the rocking chair suddenly showed a strange smile, and he pointed upwards, as if he had already noticed the spying of the great Toad Sage. This move immediately scared Toad Sage enough. Almost fell to the ground. But Kearns is too lazy to bother with this big toad. If you want to watch a play, you can watch it together. He is not such a stingy person. If this interrupts the process, that's not beautiful. Nagato glanced at Naruto coldly, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "All right, let me let you understand our pain." After Konan heard this, he frowned involuntarily. "Nagato, don't waste time, give this guy to." "Wait, Konan." Konan didn't even finish his sentence. Just interrupted by Nagato. "I want to hear this guy's answer. Besides, he was able to defeat 6 pain, and he came here alone. There is nothing wrong with Nagato's thinking. He also wants to defeat Naruto's ideas with his own ideas. This kind of victory is the most hearty and effective, and the process is much easier than a fierce battle with Naruto today. My biggest pains are 2. One of them is the death of the parents." Chapter 206. As Nagato told, there seemed to be a picture in the minds of everyone. In a dilapidated house affected by war, young Nagato is huddled with his parents, each with a look of fatigue and worry on their faces. Just as the family of 3 was trying to find a trace of peace in the raging flames of war, there was suddenly the sound of heavy footsteps and the noise of steel clashing outside. Nagato's father stood up quickly, went to the window and took a careful look. "Quick, hide." His face changed, and he ordered immediately. Before she had time to think about it, Nagato's mother immediately grabbed Nagato and hid it in the secret compartment under the bed. Bang bang bang, several heavy knocks on the door was kicked open and several Konoha shinobi Japanese broke in. "Is there no one? It looks like someone lives here," one of the ninjas said doubtfully. Nagato's father stepped out, raising his hands. "Please, we are civilians, don't hurt us." "Civilians? These days, who can guarantee that you are not the enemy's spies?" Another ninja said with a sneer, and then suddenly his expression changed, and he drew out his dagger. Hearing a chi, Nagato's father fell to the ground, and Nagato's mother screamed and rushed out, but also suffered the same misfortune. The room was filled with bloody smell, and Nagato hid in the dark cell, his body trembling involuntarily. He watched his parents being killed by the so-called righteous ninjas in front of him, and he felt at a loss and despair. "Let's go, there's nothing to see here," one of the ninjas muttered, and they turned and left the house. After confirming that they were far away, Nagato came out trembling, knelt beside the dead body of his parents, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Just then, a voice broke the dead silence. "Are you okay?" It was Yahiko and Konan, who hurried in with panic on their faces. Nagato wordlessly pointed to the dead bodies of his parents. Both Yahiko and Konan felt heartache when they saw this scene. "Sorry if we came earlier." Yahiko bit her lip. "No, it's not your fault. It's the world, too cruel." Nagato's voice was low, full of pain and disappointment. Konan walked over, gently took out a piece of cloth, and covered Nagato's parents. "We can't let them be exposed like this." Yahiko held Nagato's hand tightly. "From now on, we are a family, and we want to live, for them, and to change the world." Nagato looked at Yahiko and Konan, then nodded slowly. From that moment on, the 3 of them became a real family. In that troubled world, they depended on each other and lived together with a common goal, to change this world full of pain and despair. Nagato came back to his senses, and his eyes relocked on Naruto. You know now, one of my greatest pains is losing my parents like this. Konoha Shinobi brought me more than just physical pain, there are also emotional wounds that cannot heal. Naruto was silent for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth. Nagato, I can't experience your pain, but I understand how pain can make people. The problem is, do you think revenge on the world with more pain and death will make you did it get better? Wide. Chapter 207. Nagato stared at Naruto, as if searching for the sincerity in his words. He pondered for a while, then what can you do to change this world full of pain? Naruto took a deep breath, and said firmly, I don't know, but I will keep searching until I find a way without pain and hatred. Nagato smiled slightly, as if mocking Naruto's innocence. At this moment, Kearns, 790, raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this battle has finally become interesting. Nagato's face had always maintained that unfathomable indifference, but as he continued his memory, that expression seemed to soften a little. Back then, the three of us, me, Yahiko and Konan, were growing and thriving under the care of Jiraiya. He was our master and taught us a lot about ninja skills, but more importantly, best of all, he taught us the importance of dreams. As he spoke, Nagato couldn't help recalling the scene at that time. One early summer afternoon, 3 children and an adult ninja stood on a training field. The sunlight shines on the ground through the green leaves, forming Madara's mottled light and shadow. Jiraiya watched with satisfaction at his 3 students, who were concentrating on various ninjutsu exercises. Yahiko, do you think we can really achieve peace? Nagato asked. Yahiko stopped and looked up at the sky. I don't know, Nagato. But we must try. Jiraiya came over. Young people should have dreams, even if this dream seems impossible to realize. The important thing is what you are willing to pay for it. We're willing to give anything for it, Konan said firmly. Recovering, Nagato continued. With such determination and belief, we established an organization centered on Yahiko, with the goal of solving problems through peaceful means and avoiding unnecessary wars and killings. That sounds like a lofty goal, Naruto said. Yes, we feel the same way. But we ignore the fact that, in this world, there will always be someone who sees your dreams as a threat. Nagato fell into memory again. In a dark room, Hanzo sat on an ornate chair with several maps and documents in front of him. These children are really troublesome. He sneered and said to his subordinates standing beside him, Are you ready? Yes, everything is ready. The men responded. We didn't notice Hanzo's movements at first until it happened. Nagato's tone became heavy. Lost again. Then, in the dead of night, in a remote cabin, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan are discussing their next steps. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, followed by a series of explosions and screams. Yahiko hurried to the window to have a look, and saw several people in rain shinobi uniforms massacring villagers. What does that mean? Yahiko said angrily. This is the answer Hanzo gave us. 0.2 Nagato said painfully. Since that moment, I have understood a truth. In this cursed world, there is no real peace. Even if you are not willing to use force and violence, someone will use these to destroy you, concluded Nagato. Naruto was silent for a while, and finally said, Even so, I will not give up looking for the road without pain and hatred. Chapter 208. Naruto's eyes were full of determination, and his voice was firm. Nagato, I know that I cannot experience the pain you have experienced, and I will not judge everything you have done. But pain will only bring more pain and death will only bring more death. If this cycle continues, we will eventually lose everything. Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to deny it, but before the words came out, a conversation from the past suddenly appeared in his mind. Master 03, do you really think there will be peace in this world? Asked young Nagato. Jiraiya smiled and put down his pipe. Peace is a lofty ideal. It requires time, effort, and belief. Faith. Nagato frowned. Yes, if everyone gives up their belief, then peace will really be impossible. Jiraiya's voice sounded extremely heavy. After coming back to his senses, Nagato looked at Naruto again, suddenly feeling that the twinkling light in this young man's eyes didn't seem so innocent. There is a firmness there. Do you really think you can change the world? Nagato finally spoke. Naruto didn't hesitate. I will, not only for myself, but also for everyone who has had painful experiences like me and you. Nagato took a deep breath, and he felt that a knot in his heart seemed to be gently stirred. Very well, Naruto, if your belief is so strong, I'm willing to give you a chance. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, but he did not express his excitement too much. Thank you, Nagato. But this opportunity is not only for me, but also for yourself and the world. Nagato nodded. Maybe you are right, we all need such an opportunity to prove our beliefs. Kearns stood aside and smiled slightly, his eyebrows still slightly raised. It seems that this battle is indeed becoming more and more interesting. Nagato turned his head and smiled slightly. Yes, it is indeed interesting. Naruto watched the two exchange this smile, and suddenly felt that perhaps in this world full of pain and war, faith and hope are the ultimate salvation. At this moment, he strengthened his belief. He would find the path without pain and hatred, not only for himself, but also for people like Nagato who had lost hope. Because, as Jiraiya said, what matters is what you are willing to give for your dreams. Nagato looked at Naruto again, as if he saw his young self, and also saw the shadow of his master Jiraiya. At that moment, he realized that even in this troubled world, there might still be real peace and hope. He finally understood that to achieve true peace, what is needed is not only strength, but also firm belief and endless hope. Okay, let me do something big today. Nagato took a deep breath and gathered all his energy and strength. Heteropathic reincarnation technique. His hands were crossed, and the mantras changed intensively. This is his last resort, and at the same time, the peak of all the energy of his life. A strong energy was released from Nagato's body, illuminating the entire battlefield. The numerous souls began to gather, and they fluttered like butterflies disappearing in the flesh hairs of each shield. Chapter 209. However, Nagato soon felt extremely weak. His strength is not enough to fully complete this technique. Just when he was about to accept defeat, an unknown force suddenly injected into his body. Let me help you, Kearns said, his voice calm but firm. Kearns waved his hand, and a halo surrounded Nagato. With the support of this new power, Nagato felt as if he had been reborn. Why are you helping me? Nagato asked tiredly but gratefully. I never help people, I just think this fight will be more interesting if it ends this way. Kearns said with a smile. With the two of them joining forces, the reincarnation technique was finally completed. On the battlefield, countless fallen ninjas slowly stood up. They looked confused, but they soon understood what happened. Naruto looked at all this with tears in his eyes. You did it, Nagato. No, we did it. Nagato said with a smile, although his face became extremely pale due to the consumption of the technique. Then, Nagato slowly collapsed, his life force exhausted. Naruto and Kearns ran over at the same time and supported him. You paid a big price. Naruto said with emotion. This is the price I am willing to pay for what I believe in. Nagato responded weakly. Your life is also a price. Naruto said urgently. Life will eventually end, but faith will always be passed on. Now, it's your turn, Naruto. Nagato's voice trailed off. I will, Nagato. I will keep your faith alive. Naruto said firmly. Nagato smiled, and then quietly closed his eyes. There was no regret or pain on his face, just a deep sense of peace and contentment. Kearns looked at all this and smiled slightly. What an interesting knot. No, this is not the end. Naruto said, this is just a new beginning. After Nagato's departure, Naruto felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility. He knew that he had to move on and continue to find the path without pain and hatred. Not only for myself, but also for everyone like Nagato who has lost hope. Kearns turned around. It seems you've found your path. I've been searching, and now, I have more reasons. Naruto said. Naruto sat on a huge stone and stared at Nagato who had fallen. Nagato is gone, but he brought us a second life, and this time we cannot miss the chance of peace. Naruto swore inwardly. He turned around and looked at Kearns standing aside. Would you like to return to Konoha with me? Kearns looked at Naruto carefully and then said, why do you think I would want to go with you? Wang Nyohao, because I see that you, like Nagato, are also a person who longs to find true meaning. Moreover, you supported him and peace at the most critical time. Konoha may be a place where you can find the answer. Naruto responded seriously. Kearns showed a thoughtful expression. Okay, I will return to Konoha with you, but I hope to see more than just empty peace slogans deleted. Of course. Naruto smiled. Chapter 210. A week later, Naruto and Kearns finally stepped through the door of Konoha village. Even after a difficult battle, Konoha is still a place full of vitality and hope. So, this is the place you've been trying to protect? Kearns asked, slightly confused. Not just this village, but everyone here, Naruto said as he led Kearns through the busy markets and streets. Soon after, they arrived at the Hoage office. Here, Naruto officially reports the results of the war and Kearns' departure to Kakashi. Iruka walked into the ruins of the ninja school, surrounded by ruins, with only the broken walls still silently telling the glory of the past. He stood there and took a deep breath. Then began to sort out the dilapidated classrooms and books. Teacher Iruka, do you need help? A young ninja came over. Thank you, but here are some things I feel I should do myself. Iruka responded. The young ninja nodded and retreated. While Iruka was cleaning, he couldn't help but recall some things from many years ago. I know you don't want to, but I still hope you can be Naruto's class tutor. Third Hokage said. Iruka was silent for a moment. You know how my parents died, J. Kakashi. I'm afraid I can't do that kid justice. The third Hokage smiled. I know, but because of this, you should get to know him better. Your inner worries may be resolved. B. Naruto is a lonely child, just like you back then. The third Hokage interrupted. Iruka took a deep breath. Okay, I'll give it a try. Iruka shook his head and focused his attention again. He picked up a worn seating chart with Naruto's immature handwriting on it. Look what you've become now, Naruto. He said with a smile. Just then, there were footsteps at the door. Iruka looked up and saw Naruto and an unfamiliar face. Mr. Iruka, this is Kearns. Naruto introduced. Hello, Mr. Kearns, I am Iruka, a ninja from Konoha and a teacher at the ninja school here. Iruka extended his hand in a friendly manner. Kearns hesitated, then held his hand. Hello, Mr. Iruka. Mr. Iruka, we finally reached peace, and Nagato paid the price with his life. There was a hint of sadness in Naruto's eyes. Iruka smiled. This is a new beginning, Naruto. Yes, I think so too. Naruto responded. Will you join us and rebuild Konoha? Iruka turned to Kearns. Kearns looked at Naruto, and then replied, if this is really a place worth exploring as you said, then I mean it. Iruka smiled and nodded, then looked at Naruto. I'm glad you found your path, Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Iruka. But actually, I feel that my path also includes you and everyone here. Then, Iruka picked up a broken textbook and lightly dusted it. Naruto and Kearns left. Iruka looked at their backs and felt that his emotions were very complicated. On the one hand, he was proud and happy for Naruto. On the other hand, he also realized that he had never gotten over the trauma he suffered 16 years ago, especially his attitude towards Naruto. Chapter 211. Thinking in his heart, Iruka walked to the door of Hokage's office, but did not knock on the door for a long time. He thought of himself as Naruto's class teacher, how incompetent he was when Naruto continued to be the laughing stock of the class, pursuing Sasuke but never being able to catch up. I should ask Lord 6th Generation to relieve me of my position as class teacher. Iruka thought silently. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the guard ninja came over. Mr. Iruka, Master Kakashi is very busy right now and said that he can't see anyone for the time being. Iruka was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Okay, thank you for telling me. Leaving Hokage's office disappointed, Iruka was even more conflicted. He understands that Kakashi may be avoiding this topic on purpose. After all, such a question is an unspeakable pain for a ninja who has already achieved considerable achievements. A few days later, Naruto became the laughing stock of the class again because of his contest with Sasuke. In class, Iruka feels very embarrassed. He knew that Naruto was a child with potential and determination, but he couldn't give Naruto the support and guidance he deserved. At this time, Naruto came over. His eyes revealed a kind of firmness. Teacher Iruka, I know that my current strength is still far behind, but I will definitely work hard. Iruka looked into Naruto's eyes, and suddenly understood why 3rd Generation insisted on letting him be Naruto's class teacher. Naruto, I believe in you. You're a ninja with potential, and I'll do my best to help you. Iruka finally said the words. Naruto showed a bright smile. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Watching Naruto's leaving back, Iruka suddenly felt a kind of relief. Perhaps, it is not only him who really needs to get out of the past, but also the new generation in front of him. Iruka re-entered the classroom, looked at those young faces, and suddenly felt that the future was full of infinite possibilities. Alright guys, the next thing we're going to learn is... Naruto and Kearns walked into a modest but cozy cabin. Although the furnishings in the house are simple, everything reveals an atmosphere of being loved and cared for. Please take a seat, Mr. Kearns. I'm going to get something to eat. Naruto said with a smile, and walked towards the kitchen. 0, ask for flowers. Kearns looked around the house and saw pictures hanging on the wall, showing Naruto, and Iruka-sensei and some other ninjas. He thought to himself, this young ninja seems to be ignorant, but has a warm power zone. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Kearns went to open the door, and there was a white-haired young man standing outside the door. It was Kakashi. Well, you are Mr. Kearns and I am Kakashi. I heard that you might join our Konoha, so I came here to take a look. Kearns smiled, come in, come in. Naruto is busy cooking. Kakashi came in and nodded slightly when he saw Naruto busy in the kitchen. Mr. Kearns, I have a request. Kakashi said seriously. Please say. I want you to be a teacher to Naruto, a kid with great potential but also a lot to improve and learn from. Kearns looked in the direction of the kitchen, was silent for a moment, and then replied, this sounds interesting, so I agreed. Chapter 212. Very well, and I am sure you will be able to have a lot of beneficial influence on him. At this time, Naruto came out with several bowls. Wow, Kakashi, you are here. This is the ramen I made, I hope you like it. The three sat around the dining table and began to enjoy the ramen made by Naruto. Kakashi and Kearns exchanged glances, both internally happy for this new generation of ninjas full of energy and hope. After eating, 283, Kakashi stood up, well, I still have something to deal with, so I left first. Mr. Kearns, let's talk more about this when we have the opportunity. Of course, Kakashi. After Kakashi left, Naruto looked at Kearns, Mr. Kearns, would you teach me? Kearns smiled and nodded, starting tomorrow, are you ready? Naruto patted his chest excitedly, of course, I can't wait. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Kearns was already standing outside Naruto's house waiting. Naruto opened the door excitedly and saw Kearns smiling until his eyes narrowed. Good morning, Mr. Kearns. Morning, are you ready? Of course, I can't wait. The two walked out of the small yard of Naruto's house and headed towards the mountain behind Konoha. Walking on the forest path, the sun Madara shone on the ground and the two of them. Naruto looked at Kearns curiously. Mr. Kearns, what are we going to practice today? You'll see, first we need to find a suitable place. After walking for nearly an hour, the two finally came to an open area on the mountainside. Here is green grass, surrounded by several big trees, like a piece of undisturbed pure land. Okay, this is pretty good. Kearns glanced around, then collected himself, and said, next, I want to look at your basic abilities. Start with a set of basic physical exercises, such as push UPS and push UPS. Naruto enthusiastically agreed, and immediately began to do it. However, as he focused on his workout, Kearns' face suddenly hardened. His senses were very keen, and he had already noticed several hostile auras approaching quietly. But he didn't tell Naruto that he wants to see if the young man can deal with the coming threat. As Kearns expected, after a while, three figures quietly appeared in the woods. They were wearing dark clothes, and covered their faces with cloth, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. Hey, why are there people here? One of them whispered. The other person frowned, no matter what, the task takes priority. Naruto was completely unaware of all this, and was concentrating on completing push UPS. Suddenly, a ninjutsu dart flew out of the bushes and came straight towards him. At this moment, Naruto seemed to feel something and instinctively rolled over, successfully avoiding the attack. What's going on? Naruto looked at Kearns 4.7 in surprise. Great, your intuition is good. But then, you need more judgment and response. Kearns said calmly. Humph, it seems that I have been discovered. One of the figures came out of the woods. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Naruto asked nervously. It's not important. What's important is that you have hindered our mission. Another figure also appeared. Chapter 213. If you want, show me your strength now, Naruto. Kearns smiled slightly. Naruto took a deep breath, and quickly sealed, Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, several clones of Naruto appeared on the field and started a fierce battle with the three of them. After several rounds, Naruto finally found the enemy's weakness and successfully tied them up with a rope enchantment. Kearns came over and nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, your performance exceeded my expectations." Naruto laughed, "Of course, I am the future Hoage." Kearns smiled and glanced at Naruto, and then at 03 at the tied men. "It seems that today's training is over. Next, we need to take them back and investigate." The two packed up their things and returned to Konoha village with the few tied people. Kearns knew in his heart that this young man really had inestimable potential and courage, and he was very much looking forward to completing more missions and adventures with Naruto in the future. And Naruto also strengthened his belief. He knew that with an excellent teacher like Kearns, he was one step closer to realizing his dream. At the same time, on the other side, various important figures gathered in the Prince's Hall of the Fire Kingdom. This is a majestic building, decorated with red and gold to show the prosperity and dignity of the Fire Nation. In the center of the hall is a huge oak round table, on which various maps and documents are placed. The solemn atmosphere in the Palace of Princes is like an invisible and tense sword hanging in the air. Kakashi is sitting in the chairman's seat, his face is particularly serious. Surrounding him are senior cadres from various departments, the former Hoage, and several noble representatives. "Everyone, thank you for coming in such a short time. Our topic today is the specific plan for the reconstruction of Konoha village." Kakashi broke the silence. "Mr. Hoage, the most urgent thing for Konoha village is manpower and supplies. Especially manpower. The number of ninjas we have is not enough to deal with external threats and internal reconstruction at the same time." A ninja spoke, his eyes sharp as a knife. "I agree with your point of view. I suggest immediately contacting the friendly ninja villages around to see if they can mobilize some forces to support us." A ninja added. A ninja frowned, "What about supplies? We need a lot of building materials and food. Moreover, we have to take into account the homeless villagers. Regarding this point, I have already obtained preliminary cooperation intentions with Land of Earth and Tsunagakur, and they are willing to provide some material support." Kakashi responded. A representative of the noble 300 family stood up, "Lord Hoage, it is true that reconstruction is important, but we cannot ignore the safety issue. Especially those who are unidentified in our territory, such as the outsider named Kearns. Regarding Kearns, I have put Naruto in touch with him for more information. I believe that he will not pose a threat to Konoha." Kakashi thought for a moment, then said. A ninja raised his eyebrows, "Are you sure? Naruto was always too naive with people." Kakashi smiled, "And this is also his strength, he can always see things that people are unwilling or afraid to see." Chapter 214. The meeting continued, all parties put forward their own views and suggestions, and heated discussions and sparks continued. After several hours of intense meetings, a comprehensive and detailed reconstruction plan was finally finalized. Finally, I would like to say that Konoha village has experienced many difficulties and challenges, but as long as we are united, nothing is insurmountable. The rebuilding work will start today. I hope that everyone will go all out for the future of Konoha effort." Kakashi stood up and said. When Naruto and Kearns returned to Konoha village with several bound people, they immediately felt the tension. The ninjas at the gate looked grim, obviously Konoha village was facing a series of problems. The two quickly handed over the bound person to the guards, and then hurried to the medical department. Naruto pushed open the door of the medical department and hurriedly found Tsunade's ward. He saw that Tsunade was still in a coma, her face was pale, very different from the usual energetic Tsunade. "Miss Tsunade." Naruto stood by the bed and held Tsunade's hand. "Naruto, it's useless to worry like that. We need to find a solution." Kearns stood aside, looking calm. "Mr. Kearns, do you have any suggestions?" Naruto turned his head, eyes full of anticipation. "I'm not a medical expert, but this condition may require special medical jutsu or some kind of rare herb." Kearns mused. "I heard that there is a rare herb called Flower of Life, which is said to cure various diseases and restore consciousness. But that place is quite dangerous, called Shinigami Forest." Naruto suddenly remembered some legends. "So what are you going to do?" Kearns smiled slightly. Of course it is to fetch the flower back and wake up Sister Tsunade. Naruto said with determination. A few days later, Naruto and Kearns stand at the entrance of the Shinigami forest. The forest is full of heavy shadows and a creepy atmosphere. Are you ready, Naruto? Kearns asked. Be ready, Mr. Kearns. Naruto not seal, shadow clone technique. Several clones of Naruto appeared beside him, and everyone entered the forest with concerted efforts. The forest is full of unknown dangers, but Naruto and Kearns finally found the legendary Flower of Life after several fierce battles. Finally found you. Naruto was ecstatic. At this moment, a huge beast jumped out of the bushes and rushed towards them. Kearns frowned, quickly drew his sword, and fought alongside Naruto. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the beast. Finally, I can go back with this flower. Naruto held the Flower of Life with tears in his eyes. The two returned to Konoha village and immediately went to the medical department. After a series of complicated ninjutsu and herbal medicine, Tsunade, Chiendezeo, finally opened his eyes slowly. You're awake. Miss Tsunade. Naruto exclaimed happily. It's all thanks to you, Naruto. Tsunade said with a smile. Kearns stood aside with a satisfied smile. Naruto, you did a great job. Naruto couldn't be happier and relieved, knowing that with a teacher like Kearns and a friend like Tsunade, he's one step closer to realizing his dream of becoming a Hoage. Chapter 215. After a series of tense and dangerous events, Naruto and Kearns finally have a little breathing time. The two were about to go back to Naruto's house to relax when there was a knock on the door. Naruto opened the door and found small Sakura and Hinata standing at the door with some food and drinks in their hands. Hi Naruto, we heard you're back, so we brought a few things with you. Little Sakura said with a smile. Oh, thank you. Come in, come in. Naruto greeted them happily. His eyes rested on Hinata for a while, his face flushed slightly. Hinata was also a little shy, and lowered her head slightly, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Kearns stood aside, looked at the three young men with a smile on his face, but said nothing. The four entered the house, and little Sakura began to arrange the food and drinks brought. What are these? It looks delicious. Naruto asked excitedly. Here are Hinata's and nigiri and my sandwich. Little Sakura replied. Ah, really? Then I must try it. Naruto stared at the food intently. In this small gathering, Kearns kept his smile and seemed to enjoy the warmth and freedom. Little Sakura noticed the delicate atmosphere between Naruto and Hinata, and asked curiously, Naruto, is there something going on between you and Hinata? Naruto felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and he smiled awkwardly. How can there be? How can there be? We are just friends. Is it just a friend? Little Sakura continued to ask, with a look of reluctance. Watching this scene, Kearns couldn't help but smile slightly. He felt that this simple and pure human relationship was something he hadn't felt for many years. In the end, little Sakura didn't get any substantive answers, but she felt that maybe some things were self-evident. The food and drinks were quickly eaten up and the atmosphere became more relaxed. It's delicious, Hinata, you are such a good cook. Naruto chewed, his face full of satisfaction. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata said shyly, but the blush on her face was stronger than before. Kearns finally stood up and stretched. Well, everyone seems to be having a good time. I still have things to attend to, you guys go ahead and enjoy the good time. Oh, Mr. Kearns, where are you going? Naruto asked curiously. There are a few things I need to sort out, but don't worry, I'll be back soon. Kearns smiled, and left the room. Little Sakura looked at Kearns leaving back and couldn't help being curious, but she decided to focus on the present moment. So, what are we going to do next? Little Sakura turned and asked. Well, we can watch a movie or go for a walk and enjoy the night. Naruto proposed. I think it's a good idea to go out for a walk, the night view of Konoha village is always beautiful. Hinata said softly, still blushing. So, the three decided to go out of the house and immerse themselves in the quiet night of Konoha village. As they entered the central square of the village, Naruto stopped suddenly. Look over there, isn't it beautiful? He pointed to the mountain peak in the distance, and the moonlight shone on it, as if covered with a layer of silver veil. It's really beautiful. Hinata gazed at the beautiful scene with tenderness in her eyes. Little Sakura noticed this, smiled and stepped aside, giving them more personal space. Taking this opportunity, Naruto gently took Hinata's hand. The eyes of the two met together, as if they have found the answer deep in each other's hearts. Hinata, Naruto struggled to find the right words. Needless to say, Naruto. I understand. Hinata interrupted him lightly, with tears in his eyes. Chapter 216. The next day, sunlight poured into Naruto's house through the window. After last night's little get-together with Hinata and little Sakura, Naruto feels extra good. Good morning, Naruto. Ready to get to work today? Kearns walks in and asks with a smile. Of course, Mr. Kearns. Naruto jumped up excitedly. At this moment, little Sakura also came in. 10 faces look forward to. Are you ready? I heard that some special people will come to help us rebuild Konoha Shinobi today. Oh, really? That's great. Naruto said excitedly. The three quickly ate breakfast, walked out of the room, and walked towards the reconstruction site of Konoha village. Many ninjas and workers have gathered at the reconstructed site. Just when the three stood still, a car drove in, and 2 figures got out of the car. Isn't that Dasna and Inari? Naruto's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had contact with this pair of grandparents during the mission of the Kingdom of Waves. Hello, Naruto, little Sakura, and this is, Wozner walked over with a smile. I'm Kearns, nice to meet you. Kearns responded kindly. We were commissioned by the Nanami Daimyo to help with the rebuilding of Konoha Shinobi village. Inari explained. Great, your help will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Little Sakura said happily. After confirming their respective tasks, everyone started to get busy. Dasna and Inari are very professional, and their woodworking skills have been highly praised by everyone. Mr. Dasner, do you think such a design is feasible? Naruto asked while holding a drawing. Well, it's a good design, but it might be more stable if the structure is strengthened here. After carefully reviewing the drawings, Dasner made a suggestion. Kearns watched from the sidelines and said with a smile, you guys are the perfect partners. Mr. Kearns, why are you still here? Didn't you say you have something to deal with? Naruto asked curiously. That matter has been resolved, now I want to focus on here. Kearns replied. In the afternoon, when everyone was tired and ready to call it a day, Inari took out some small wood carvings made by himself. This is what I put together to thank you all for your hard work. Inari handed one each to Naruto and Sakura Jr. 0. Ask for flowers. Wow, so delicate. Thank you, Inari. Little Sakura said happily. You're welcome, this is what I should do, Yi Youngli responded with a smile. Kearns came over, picked up a wood carving to observe carefully, and then said with a smile, your craftsmanship is really amazing, Inari. Thank you, Mr. Kearns, Yi Youngli is very flattered. As the sky darkened, everyone began to pack their tools and prepare to go home. There is more work waiting for us tomorrow, everyone has worked hard today. Dasner said with emotion. It's okay, Mr. Dasna, we will be more motivated with you all. Naruto responded enthusiastically. We are also happy to help the Konoha Shinobi village. Inari added. Mr. Dasna, Inari, do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to my house for dinner as a thank you for your help today. That's great, Naruto, we're more than happy to accept your invitation. Insner said with a smile. Chapter 217. That night, Naruto's home was decorated very warmly, full of the feeling of home. He prepared a big dinner, including ramen noodles, grilled fish, and various vegetables. Please sit down, please sit down. Naruto warmly welcomes the two guests. Naruto, did you make all these yourself? Inari asked. Mostly, but little Sakura helped a lot too. Naruto said with a smile. Then we're welcome. Dasner smiled and said, September 27th, and began to enjoy dinner. Halfway through the meal, the little Sakura suddenly said, Naruto, do you still remember that we completed the super task of arresting the ostrich 3 years ago? That. Of course I remember. How could I forget, that was a very interesting task. Naruto said with a smile. Yes, but what I remember most is not the ostrich, but the scene I encountered while passing through a small town. You mean Tsukaku? 3 years ago, a small town. The 7th team has just completed the D-level mission and is on the way back to the village of Konoha Shinobi. They passed a small town, and suddenly saw an excited crowd, with a wolf-looking man standing in the middle. Jinjiao. Jinjiao shouted loudly, "I have waited for so many years, and finally found you." Standing opposite was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a calm expression and said, "I don't know what you're talking about, I've never seen you. Stop pretending. 3 years ago, you ruined my home and took everything from me." Naruto looked at little Sakura, and the two met eyes, knowing that they couldn't just walk away. "We have to stop them," Naruto whispered. The 7th team quickly intervened, and Naruto said loudly, "Wait a minute, this is not the way you solve the problem." Tsukaka glared at Naruto, "This is none of your business. If someone gets hurt, it's none of our business," little Sakura said firmly. After some negotiation and investigation, it was finally confirmed that Jianjiao had misunderstood the man. The real criminal of the year has been apprehended. That experience made me realize that sometimes misunderstanding and hatred can lead people down the wrong path, little Sakura said. "Indeed, that incident also taught me a lot," Naruto added. Dasna and Inari listened carefully, and Dasna said, "Sometimes, knowing the truth of things is more important than just looking at the surface." "I totally agree," Inari nodded. Everyone was lost in thought, and then Naruto broke the silence. "Okay, let's eat and eat, don't let the food get cold." Everyone laughed and continued to enjoy this wonderful dinner. After dinner, Insna and Inari felt very satisfied and happy. "Thank you for your hospitality, it was a great dinner," Dartner said. "You are welcome, we should be grateful for your help," Naruto responded. "So, see you tomorrow." Inari bids farewell to everyone. "See you tomorrow." Naruto, Sakura Jr., and Kearns respond together. Then, everyone returned to their homes, ready for the next day's work. 0.3 However, that dinner and the memories of 3 years ago have become an unforgettable good time in their hearts. Naruto stood at the door of the room, watching the backs of Dasna and Inari gradually disappear into the night. He turned and went into the house, closing the door. The atmosphere inside the house is still full of warm family atmosphere, and the candlelight leaves soft shadows on the wooden furniture and fabric tapestries. Chapter 218. "Mr. Kearns, I want to talk to you about something," Naruto said hesitantly. Kearns was already sitting on a chair, holding a book in his hand, but his eyes showed alertness and concentration. He put down the book and looked at Naruto. "Of course, sit down, what do you want?" Kearns smiled and motioned Naruto to sit on the chair opposite. Naruto pulled up his chair and sat down, looking a little nervous. "Teacher, you have always been by our side and have made a lot of contributions to Konoha village, but I have never understood you very well." Kearns' smile became a little complicated. "Well, maybe it's because I prefer working behind the scenes. But what do you want to know?" 05. Actually, Naruto held the wooden carving in his hand tightly, which was a gift made by Inari for them. "I have been thinking, why did you choose to come here? Where were you before? Is there any special reason?" Kearns was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. "Naruto, you are a very observant and compassionate young man. Maybe, it's time to share some of my stories with you. Help people, not be in the spotlight." Naruto looked at Kearns, and then said, "Yes, but I always feel like you have something you want to tell us, but you haven't said it yet." Kearns was silent for a while, and finally said, "Naruto, you are right. I've always had something I wanted to share with you and little Sakura, but was always looking for the right time." "The right time?" Naruto was confused. "Yes, this involves my past and some unresolved matters. I originally wanted to wait until the reconstruction of Konoha village is completed, but it seems that now is a good time." Naruto listened carefully and felt that the matter seemed more serious than he thought. Kearns took a deep breath and continued, "Many years ago, I used to be a ninja and belonged to a very secret organization. Our mission is to maintain peace, but often in ways that are not accepted by the public. For some reasons, I left there and chose a different lifestyle." "So, you mean?" Naruto nervously waited for his next words. "I mean, even though my life is very different now, things from the past always come back to me. I have reason to believe that there may be some complex and dangerous situations next." Naruto reacted immediately. "Are you trying to say that your past might bring trouble to Konoha village?" Kearns nodded, "Yes, but please believe me, I have absolutely no ill intentions. I will do everything I can to prevent any ill effects." "Teacher, I believe you. But 967, you should also know that no matter what happens, we will be on your side. Naruto said firmly. Kearns felt a little moved. Thank you, Naruto. I'm glad to have friends and students like you. The two looked at each other with smiles, as if in this brief moment, all doubts and worries were swept away. Okay, it's already very late, and there's still a lot of work waiting for us tomorrow. Kearns stood up and prepared to leave. Yes, teacher, good night. Naruto also stood up and sent Kearns out. After Kearns left, Naruto returned to the room and sat down to think. Chapter 219. He felt that while the conversation with Kearns revealed some unknowns, it also made him more determined. No matter what I face in the future, I can't back down, Naruto said to himself. He stood up, turned off the light in the room, and lay down to rest. At the same time, the atmosphere in the council hall of Sand Shinobi Village was oppressive. Kankuro and Temari sat at a long wooden table covered with maps and reports. The night came in through the window, only the flickering of a candle. It can't go on like this, the damage to Konoha is too serious. Recovery will be very difficult if assistance is not received soon. Kankuro frowned. Temari had his hands folded on the table, and I was also worried, especially Naruto and little Sakura. The two of them have always been our good friends. At this moment, the door opened slowly, and Gaara walked in, wearing the attire that a leader of Sand Shinobi Village should have, with a calm smile on his face. Kankuro, Temari, are you worried about Konoha? Of course, Master Gaara, the situation is not optimistic. Kankuro immediately stood up. Gaara walked to the seat and sat down. I understand your concerns, but I think you may have underestimated Konoha's ability to recover, especially with Naruto and his friends there. Temari gave Gaara a surprised look. You mean? Yes. Gaara nodded. I have been in touch with Konoha, they are stepping up to rebuild and have made some positive progress. Naruto and his team played a key role. Kankuro took a deep breath. So, what should we do? Gaara leans back in the chair. We will fully support them, not only in supplies, but also in intelligence and manpower. Konoha and Sand Shinobi have always been allies, and this time is no exception. Temari smiled. Hearing you say that makes me feel more at ease. Kankuro also nodded. That's fine, just what? Gaara asked. It's just that I worry about whether Naruto and the others can cope with the more complicated and dangerous situations that may arise next. Kankuro frowned slightly. Gaara took a look at him. Please trust Naruto and his friends, they can always find a solution to the problem. Kankuro and Temari smiled at each other, as if they had found a sympathy. Well, Lord Gaara, we will act on your suggestion. Kankuro said. That's it. Gaara stood up, and tomorrow morning, we will start preparing to support Konoha. Gaara watched Kankuro and Temari leave the chamber, and closed the door softly. There was only one candle in the room flickering, projecting on his face, making his expression even deeper. He walked slowly to the window and gazed at the sand dunes of Sand Shinobi Village in the night. A series of Zhao Wanghao memories flooded his mind. The most memorable one is the Japanese character reform with Konoha's 7th team, Naruto, small Sakura, and Kakashi, to carry out the mission together. A few years ago, they joined hands because of a secret weapon called the Eye of the Red Lotus. This weapon is extremely destructive and has the potential to fall into enemy hands. Therefore, Konoha and Sand Shinobi Village jointly decided that the 7th team will carry out this task together with Gaara. Chapter 220. They agreed to meet on a mountain called Silent Mountain. Gaara remembers the moment when he saw Kakashi, Naruto, and little Sakura. He felt an inexplicable sense of peace in his heart. Ha, Gaara, you are finally here. We've been waiting for you for so long. Naruto ran over to Gaara as soon as he saw him, and patted Gaara on the shoulder with a smile. Naruto, we're here on a mission, you're being rude. Little Sakura said reproachfully. Haha, little Sakura, don't be so serious, I just feel that I haven't seen Gaara for a long time, and I feel relieved to see him. Gaara smiled. Now that everyone is here, let's go. They need to travel through a place called the Darkwood. It is said that ninjas are often missing here, because there is a special plant in the forest that can release a fascinating fragrance. 550. Ping Doctor to understand. Be careful, everyone, the environment here is very complicated. Kakashi reminded. Just as they were walking through the forest vigilantly, a strange aroma came. Naruto stopped suddenly. What kind of smell is this, so strange? Little Sakura noticed Naruto's movement and immediately shouted, "Don't smell it. It's the scent of the dark forest." Gaara immediately used sand to create a shield for everyone to isolate the smell from the outside world. Kakashi quickly pulled out a fan to disperse the surrounding smell. It was too dangerous, but fortunately we responded in time. Little Sakura sighed. Gaara smiled slightly, thanks to everyone's cooperation. Eventually, they managed to find the Eye of the Red Lotus and prevent a possible disaster. Back to reality, Gaara took a deep breath and walked out of the memory. He knows that these memories are not only chapters of his past, but also a testimony of the deep friendship between him and Konoha. No matter how many difficulties and dangers lie ahead, I trust Naruto and his friends just as I trust my sand shinobi warriors. Gaara said to herself. He sat back in his seat, lit a new candle, and began to prepare for tomorrow's support plan. Early the next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Naruto jumped out of bed. He yawned big, and walked briskly to the kitchen. "Hey, I must make a special breakfast for Kearns today." Naruto muttered to himself and started rummaging through the kitchen for ingredients. He found fresh vegetables, pork, fish, and some spices, and then took out a cutting board and a kitchen knife. It starts with stir-fried vegetables. Naruto quickly chops carrots, green peppers and onions, then tosses them in a pan of hot oil. Gudong gudong, the sound of the pot and the flying wooden shovel in Naruto's hand formed a beautiful melody. Next came pork and fish. As Naruto said, he put the cut pork and fish into another pot. He added some soy sauce and cooking wine, and began to stir-fry in earnest. Just then, Kearns walked in slowly, attracted by the aroma from the kitchen. "Naruto, what are you doing? This is great," Kearns said in surprise. "Haha, I'm making you a special breakfast. Go wash up, it will be fine in a while," Naruto said with a smile. Kearns nodded and walked out of the kitchen in a good mood. After a while, Naruto has finished preparing breakfast. He took out 2 large plates and put the fried vegetables, pork, and fish on them. Kearns washed up and sat down at the dining table. "Wow, this looks really delicious," excited Kearns. "Then try it," Naruto responded with a smile. Chapter 221. While Kearns and Naruto were enjoying their delicious breakfast, the doorbell rang. "Huh? So early, who could it be?" Naruto put down his chopsticks, walked to the door and saw that it was Little Sakura. "Little Sakura, why are you here so early?" Naruto asked curiously. "I have something to discuss with you, sorry to disturb you so early," Little Sakura said slightly uneasy. Naruto warmly invites her in. "It's alright, it happens that there is too much breakfast, you can have it together." 05. Little Sakura walked into the restaurant and saw the breakfast on the table. After she sat down, she suddenly noticed that there was no trace of fatigue in Naruto's expression. It has obviously gone through hundreds of battles. It reminded her of a commotion in the village 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Little Sakura collapsed due to a sudden high fever. At that time, the whole village was nervously discussing that this might be an outbreak of chakra virus, because Little Sakura's symptoms were very similar to the virus. "How are you, Little Sakura?" Naruto looked worriedly at Little Sakura lying on the bed. "I'm fine, but I feel weak all over my body and have a bad fever," Little Sakura responded weakly. "Medical teams are conducting tests, but they have not yet determined whether it is chakra virus," Kakashi said worriedly. If it is really the chakra virus, then Naruto, who had close contact with Little Sakura, may also be the carrier of the virus. Gaara added grimly. "I think I'm fine and have no symptoms," Naruto said anxiously. "That is not necessarily the case, some carriers themselves will not have symptoms," Gaara continued. After careful inspection and isolation, it was finally determined that Little Sakura was just an ordinary high fever, not chakra virus. And Naruto was thus proved not to be the carrier. Back to reality, Little Sakura looked at Naruto, feeling a sudden surge of emotion in her heart. "Do you remember the chakra virus commotion 3 years ago?" Little Sakura asked out of the blue. "Of course I remember, it really freaked everyone out," Naruto responded. "Yes, but you have not changed at all, you are still so full of vitality, as if nothing can defeat you," Zylo said with emotion. "Haha, because I have one goal, and that is to become the strongest Hoage. For this goal, no matter how difficult it is, I will grit my teeth and move on." Naruto said with confidence. You are an amazing person, Naruto. Little Sakura said with a smile. Hey, thank you. Speaking of which, did you come this morning for something? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, right. I'm here to discuss some details about tomorrow's mission. Little Sakura came back to her senses and began to discuss the task with Naruto. Well, I understand the task tomorrow, and I will be ready. Naruto said 370 seriously. That's great, and I'm sure we'll be successful. Little Sakura responded with confidence. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha village, Tien and Niji are preparing to go to a special research institute. This institute is run by the most outstanding ninja researcher in the village, Li Huang, and his assistant, Nit Peter. Tien, are you sure you can find the ninja tools we need this time when you go to the research institute? Niji asked, frowning slightly. I have a hunch that Lord Sulphur will be able to help us. Respond with a smile every day. When the two walked into the institute, a strong chemical smell came over them. Chapter 222. Surrounded by all kinds of strange instruments and ninja tools, it is full of a mysterious and exciting atmosphere. Oh, it's Tien and Niji. Welcome. Sulphur comes out, followed by his assistant, Niter. There was an almost crazy gleam in his eyes. Lord Brimstone, we're here to gather some special ninja gear for the rebuilding of Konoha village. Say it politely every day. Haha, you have come to the right place. Sulphur said with a smile. Suddenly, Tien remembered the situation when he first came here a few years ago. At that time, because Xiaoli was injured, Naruto replaced him and formed a 3-person team with Tien and Niji. It's so weird here. Naruto said nervously at the time. Take it easy, we're here to get things done. Comfort him every day. Tien, Naruto, Niji, welcome. Sulphur was as enthusiastic then as it is now. Mr. Sulphur, we need a ninja tool that can generate a lot of smoke in an instant, and Niji put forward the request at that time. Oh, that's how it is. Actually, I have a new work that is very suitable for your needs. Sulphur led the 3 of them to a big iron box. However, this ninja tool is still in the experimental stage, and there are certain risks. Sulphur said mysteriously. Risk? Naruto asked curiously. Suddenly, the iron box was opened, and a huge cloud of smoke quickly filled the entire institute. Wow! What's going on? Naruto yelled. This is the risk. Sulphur smiled. Eventually, after some hard work, the 3 managed to control the situation and take the ninja tools they needed. Get out of memory. Do you remember that incident? Tien asked Sulphur with a smile. Of course, it was an interesting experience. Sulphur responded. We can successfully complete the task this time, it must be thanks to you, Lanshan people. Niji said heartily. That's of course, I'm always trying to contribute to Konoha village. Sulphur said proudly. Are the ninja tools we want ready? Ask every day. Of course, everything is ready. Sulphur turned around and took out an exquisite small box. This is my latest multifunctional ninja tool, very suitable for reconstruction work. Sulphur opened the box, and inside were several small but very high-end ninja tools. Awesome, these will definitely come in handy. Excited about it every day. I believe so too. Niji added with a smile. So be it. I wish you success in your mission. Brimstone and Saltpeter send them out. Thank you, Lord Brimstone. Tien bowed with Niji and left the lab. The 2 embarked on the road back to Konoha village, full of anticipation and hope in their hearts. I think this reconstruction mission will be successful. Said with a smile every day. With these ninja gear, I feel the same way. Niji responded. In this way, the 2 walked towards the village they loved with expectations for the future. Zhao. Everything will be fine when we go back, right? Tien said softly. Well, everything will be fine. Niji held Tianation's hand tightly and walked forward together. Pregnant. After all the hectic intense preparations in Konoha village, Kearns decided to head into the nearby forest to find some peace. As soon as he entered the forest, he felt a sense of peace isolated from the world. Chapter 223. The tall trees filter the sunlight into a gentle green halo, and the air is filled with the fragrance of trees and flowers. However, when he walked deeper, he suddenly heard a shock wave and vibration of airflow, accompanied by a shout not far away, "Raise non!" Kearns smiled, realizing the voice was coming from Naruto. He followed the sound to an open area and saw Naruto standing there with his hands in seals and a look of concentration on his face. "Keep up the hard work, Naruto," Kearns thought to himself, and was about to leave, letting Naruto concentrate on training. At this time, Kearns' eyes fell on an ostrich not far away. The ostrich stared at Ming 320, its expression seemed to be full of curiosity and vigilance. "Huh? What's going on?" Kearns felt curious and quietly walked up to the ostrich. As he approached, the ostrich suddenly turned its head and looked around, as if it was startled. "Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you," Kearns said softly, trying to make the ostrich relax. Ostrich watched Kearns carefully for a few seconds and seemed to relax a little. "Are you observing Naruto? He is a very special ninja with extraordinary perseverance." Kearns began to communicate with the ostrich, although he was not sure whether the ostrich could understand him. At this moment, Naruto suddenly turned his head. "Kearns, you are here. Oh, you caught me?" Kearns smiled and walked over to Naruto. "Of course, I always felt something was wrong, like someone was watching me." Naruto frowned. "Maybe it's because you're too focused on practice. By the way, what do you think of this ostrich?" Kearns pointed to the ostrich. "Ostrich? Here." Naruto walked up to the ostrich curiously. It didn't seem to be afraid of Naruto, but more curious. "I find it interesting, like it's watching you," Kearns explains. "Observe me? Haha, does it also want to become a ninja?" Naruto laughed. "Maybe, it might just be attracted by your resolutely, a fad, dot." Kearns smiled. "Haha, if that's the case, it would be even more interesting. I have always felt that not only humans but also animals may have unspeakable dreams and desires." Naruto's face showed a childish but intelligent smile. Kearns looked at Naruto, once again moved by his simplicity and depth. "Naruto, you are such an amazing ninja, you can give so much warmth and hope to people and animals." "Hey, I'm just trying to be the person I want to be," Naruto said. "Then keep working hard. Both you and this ostrich have their own future and dreams," Kearns said with emotion. "Thank you, Kearns. I'll continue practicing first." Naruto changed the subject. Kearns heard Naruto's response and smiled and nodded. Naruto walked deeper into the forest and disappeared among the thick shadows of the trees. Just when Kearns was about to turn around and leave, the ostrich suddenly said, "Wait, Kearns." Kearns was startled and gaped at the ostrich. "Can you talk?" "My name is Vulture," Ostrich said shyly. "I was captured by the 7th team to which Naruto belonged." Kearns sat down in amazement and stared at the unusual ostrich. Chapter 224. What's going on? Why can you speak human language? The vulture lowered its head and seemed to be thinking about it. "I have gone through repeated escapes and training. At first, I was just an ordinary ostrich, captured by the 7th team for a certain task. But I escaped. During my several-year travel, I met a mysterious ninja. He taught me how to speak human language and told me many things about the ninja world." Kearns listened, eyes full of curiosity and admiration. "So, do you have any special relationship with Naruto?" The vulture sighed. "I used to think he was my enemy because he caught me. But then, I saw how he treated his friends, his enemies, and even animals like me. I started to see him differently." "So you don't hate him anymore?" Kearns asked. "Hate is a very strong word. I don't know if I can say that I hate him. I am more curious about him and have an indescribable respect for him," Vulture replied. Kearns smiled. "You know, you and Naruto have a lot in common. You are both lives that are constantly pursuing growth and working hard." The vulture raised his head, his eyes flashing. "Do you really think so?" "Of course." Kearns stood up. "You and Naruto are both using your own way to realize your dreams and desires. Maybe your starting points are different, but your goals are to become better versions of yourself." The vulture looked at Kearns, as if looking at him seriously for the first time. "Thank you, Kearns. I feel now that even if I were an ostrich I could be a ninja. Of course, the spirit of the ninja is regardless of race or form," Kearns responded. The vulture showed a unique bird smile, if it can be described as such. "Well, farewell, Kearns. I have more worlds to explore and more things to learn." Kearns smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, vulture. Be the ninja you want to be and realize your dreams." The vulture spread its wings and flew high, disappearing among the blue sky and white clouds. Kearns stood there, watching it leave, then turned and walked back to Konoha village. He knows that this world is full of countless possibilities, and every life, whether human or animal, adds a unique color to this world in their own way. This world is really a beautiful and complicated place, he whispered to himself. At the same time, at the other end of Konoha village, Xiaoli and Gite were sitting in a tea house, chatting face to face. 0. Master, it's so lively. Are they all preparing for the upcoming war? Xiaoli looked at the busy ninjas and villagers outside the window. Yes, the crisis is right in front of us, but life has to go on. Gite said with a wry smile. Speaking of which, do you still remember the time when I was injured during the Chunin exam and was hospitalized? Xiaoli said suddenly. Of course, remember, your injury is very serious and it will take a long time to recover. Gite's expression became serious. To be honest, the youth drink you prepared played a big role in my recovery, but... Xiaoli smiled. It's just that Naruto drank it all? Ha 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 ha. Gite also laughed. Chapter 225. Haha, that's right, that kid doesn't know how to control himself at all. Xiaoli shook his head. Then, Naruto felt very guilty after learning that he accidentally drank the youth drink that Xiaoli desperately needed. He came to Gaiet's drugstore. Guy, can you make another youth drink for Xiaoli? Naruto asked awkwardly. I can, but the most important ingredient Sufuhua is no longer in stock. Guy looked at his medicine cabinet. Sufuhua. Naruto frowned. Yes, it is a very precious herb, and growing in the Snake Valley is a very dangerous place. A guide explained. It doesn't matter, I'm willing to get it for Xiaoli. Naruto said without hesitation. Naruto took the equipment and set off for the Snake Valley. After trekking for a day and a night, he finally arrived at this notorious valley infested with mountain snakes. The atmosphere here is so depressing. Naruto felt a chill. But he did not back down and continued deep into the valley. Behind a huge stone, Naruto finally found a sufu flower. I found you. Just as Naruto was about to pick it, a huge mountain snake suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It seems that it is not easy to get Sufuhua. Naruto thought to himself. He quickly took out his shuriken and started a fierce battle with the mountain snake. Finally, with the help of Rasengan's power, Naruto successfully defeated the mountain snake and obtained Sufuhua. Back at Konoha village, Naruto handed Sufuhua to Gaet. I didn't expect you to actually go get it, thank you, Naruto. Guy said happily. Don't mention it, I should do it. Naruto touched his head. Soon after, Guy reconstituted the youth drink with Sufuhua and personally delivered it to Xiaoli's home. Get out of memories. This is how Naruto went to get the Sufuhua himself. Guy relayed the entire process. Oh? Really? Thank you so much, Xiaoli smiled. But it is precisely because of his simplicity that so many people are willing to follow him. Guy said. Yes, because of this, we should live well. Xiaoli said with deep feeling. Walking back to Konoha village, Kearns couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation and apprehension. He knew that Naruto had potential and unique charm, but in order to truly tap this potential, more efforts were needed. Kearns arrived at the training ground, which was exactly where he and Naruto had agreed. His eyes swept across the training ground, and finally found Naruto in a corner who was practicing Rasengan alone. Naruto, why are you still practicing? Kearns walked over with a smile. Teacher Kearns. I know I still have many shortcomings, so I want to practice more. Naruto responded excitedly, as if he could feel himself one step closer to his goal. Kearns nodded, good, I see your determination. But 2.2 now, I want to introduce you to a new technology. New technology? Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes, it's called the Super Shadow Clone Technique. This technology allows you to exist in multiple locations and perform multiple tasks at the same time. But be careful, because each clone is yourself and consumes your chakra. Kearns' fingers moved through the air in a series of complex gestures while he muttered words. Chapter 226. Then, he patted the ground lightly, and a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared. But Naruto discovered that even Kearns' clone, the chakra on his body was not weakened at all. Wow! That's awesome! I want to learn it too. Naruto almost jumped. Kearns smiled and then explained how the shadow clone technique works. He particularly emphasized the importance of chakra control, telling Naruto that it was not a simple matter. 0. Naruto listened carefully, his eyes steady. 08 He stood up and began to imitate Kearns' gestures and formulas. The first attempt failed. It failed the second time. The third time, Naruto felt that he was close to mastering it, but in the end he failed because of unstable control of chakra. Don't be discouraged, it takes time and practice. Kearns encouraged him. I won't give up. Naruto looked determined. Finally, after the 7th try, Naruto succeeded in creating a shadow clone. I did it. Mr. Kearns, I did it. Naruto shouted excitedly. Very good, Naruto. But this is just the beginning, you still have a long way to go. Kearns said seriously. Naruto nodded, I understand, in order to become a powerful ninja, I will continue to work hard. Kearns looked at Naruto and couldn't help but feel emotional. He knew that this young man had the potential to change the world, as long as he was given time and opportunity. The two continued to practice on the training ground until it got dark. On this day, Naruto not only successfully mastered the shadow clone technique, but also made significant progress in the use of resolutely. Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Naruto tried using shadow clone one last time and bowed to Kearns. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Kearns returned the favor, and the two left the training ground together. As night falls, Konoha village becomes especially quiet. But beneath this calm surface, everyone is preparing for the coming war, whether they are humans or animals. Kearns stood in front of his room window, looking at the stars. He knew that the world was about to undergo a great change, and Naruto would be the key to it all. Go ahead, Naruto, become the ninja you want to be and realize your dreams. Kearns thought silently. At this moment, he knew that every life, whether human or animal, added a unique color to the world in their own way. And Naruto will undoubtedly be the brightest star among them. It's getting late, but the busyness of Konoha village doesn't seem to stop. The stalls in the night market are still open, and people are walking in the streets and alleys, as if 937 has never left during the day. However, Naruto and Kearns were obviously not interested in this prosperity. They both knew in their hearts that the coming war cast a big shadow on this peaceful night. Kearns took a tired Naruto back to his home. As soon as Naruto stepped into the door, he slumped down on the doormat. Wow, I'm really exhausted today. Naruto gasped. Kearns glanced at him with a smile, then walked into the kitchen. Don't just sit there and gasp, at least come in and wash your hands first. Kearns ordered with a smile. Naruto got up painfully, walked slowly into the kitchen, washed his hands, and sat at the dining table. Chapter 227. The lovely aroma emanated from the kitchen, and Naruto immediately realized that he was starving and needed to eat. I know you're hungry, sit down, you'll be ready soon. Kearns was busy preparing various ingredients. After a while, Kearns started stir-frying. The firelight in the wok danced, and the ingredients danced in it, making a clicking sound. Naruto felt like his mouth was watering. Finally, Kearns came over with a plate of freshly made fried rice and placed it in front of Naruto. Try it. Naruto couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and ate it in one bite. Wow, this is simply delicious. Naruto almost shouted this. Kearns smiled, I'm happy if you like it. After finishing the meal, Naruto put the bowl down and said, I swear, this is the best fried rice I have ever eaten. Mr. Kearns, your cooking skills are also very good, right? Kearns smiled, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for the two of them. Cooking, like ninjutsu, requires concentration and enthusiasm. Moreover, cooking a meal for students is also what a master should do. Naruto nodded excitedly, took a sip of tea, and then looked at Kearns seriously. Mr. Kearns, thank you. Not only did you teach me new ninjutsu, but you also cooked such a delicious meal for me. I will work harder. After finishing his meal, Naruto put down his chopsticks and took a deep breath, looking a little melancholy. Mr. Kearns, actually before I met you, there was a time when Mr. Jiraiya and I went to a special village for training. Naruto began to tell. Kearns put down his teacup and listened carefully. That village is surrounded by a huge sea of trees. The magnetic field generated by the sea of trees can make people fall into hallucinations, which is very suitable for illusion practice. Naruto's eyes seemed to have traveled through time and space and returned to that place. Jiraiya and Naruto stood at the edge of the sea of trees, facing a natural barrier formed by tall trees. Remember, the magnetic field here is very strong, you must stay alert at all times. Jiraiya reminded seriously. Understood, sensei. Naruto nodded. As soon as the two of them walked into the sea of trees, a boy suddenly jumped down from the tree and blocked their way. I am a resident here, named Tianluo. You are outsiders, why do you want to enter our territory? The young man's eyes were sharp. Jiraiya smiled and said, we are here to practice and have no other intentions. Snail looked at Jiraiya and Naruto with distrust. Practice? This is not a good place, especially for outsiders. We are prepared. Jiraiya replied calmly. Oh. Tianluo was obviously curious, then let me test you. As soon as he finished speaking, the snail made a handprint, and the surrounding trees suddenly began to twist, and a strong magnetic field filled the air. Naruto felt dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and concentrated on resisting. Jiraiya waved his hand, and a barrier that broke the illusion immediately appeared, repelling the magnetic field. The snail's eyes lit up. Yes, it seems you are indeed quite capable. Then we stayed there for almost a month and I learned a lot. Naruto looked at Kearns. Kearns smiled, feeling even more convinced that Naruto was definitely a young man with great potential. Chapter 228. What happened to the snail? Kearns asked. He became our friend and helped us many times. Although he didn't trust us at first, he later understood our original intention. It sounds like you have another friend. Yes, teacher. Friends are the most precious wealth in life. But we also encountered a very bad situation at that time. What is it? Kearns asked. The situation was very bad at the time. Naruto recalled, his face slightly solemn. The man named Snake controlled the entire village and used women and children as hostages. Teacher Jiraiya and I tried to rescue them, but our strategy failed. Kearns looked at Naruto and could feel how important this experience was to him. Tell me, what happened? Kearns asked softly. Jiraiya and Naruto secretly approached the village meeting place, which was shrouded in a thick layer of black mist. Snake Spider stood on a high platform, a ferocious mask covering his face. This is the last warning, Snail. Either hand over your mysterious power, or these people will become my sacrifices. Snake Spider said coldly. Tianluo stood in the crowd with a firm expression, you can't succeed. Jiraiya and Naruto nodded to each other, getting ready for action. But at this moment, Snake Spider suddenly showed off his special ability. He summoned the Conch King, a huge humanoid creature that can absorb and amplify any form of attack. Jiraiya tried to use lightning style to break the Conch King's defense, but it only made it stronger. As a result, the hostages in the village were used as sacrifices, and Jiraiya and Naruto were trapped in a force field. I can't stand around anymore. Snail shouted. No, Snail, it's too dangerous. Naruto shouted, but it was too late. The snail quickly made handprints and used his own special skill, magnetic field manipulation. He tried to use a magnetic field to interfere with the energy flow of King Conch, but the power gap was too great, and the snail almost used up all the chakra. If this continues, he will die. Jiraiya said nervously. Naruto suddenly thought of an idea. Wait a minute, Snail, use your magnetic field to guide my chakra to the Conch King. Tianluo smiled bitterly, are you sure this will work? Got to try it. Naruto responded. The two teamed up, with Snail using his remaining chakra to manipulate the magnetic field, and Naruto using the raison to focus all his power. In the end, this energy successfully broke through King Conch's defenses and liberated the village. Snake Spider was defeated, but disappeared at the last moment, leaving no clues. 957. From that time on, snails became our true friends. Naruto returned to reality, looked at Kearns and said, he even helped us many times, although he didn't trust us at first. So what did you learn? Kearns asked. Naruto took a deep breath. I learned that sometimes strength is not just for fighting, but more for protecting those we want to protect. Kearns smiled and nodded. You are right, Naruto boy, a truly powerful ninja, is the kind of person who is willing to fight for others. The two sat in silence, enjoying this short period of peace. Chapter 229. But they all understand that this time will not last long, because as ninjas, their journey will always be full of challenges. But at least at this moment, they knew why they were fighting. Naruto and Kearns looked at each other, as if two warriors were silently confirming each other's determination. "Thank you, Mr. Kearns," Naruto said, "listening to what you said, I think I understand more." "You're welcome, Naruto, you've been an excellent student and I'm glad to see you continue to grow," Kearns responded. The two picked up their teacups again and toasted each other. "Cheers to the challenges ahead," Naruto said with a smile. "Cheers," Kearns responded. Naruto and Kearns smiled and finished serving tea. "Go get some rest, Naruto, tomorrow is going to be another busy day," Kearns said softly. "Yes, Mr. Kearns. Good night," Naruto responded emotionally and walked out of the room. Kearns picked up the teacup and gently put it back on the coffee table, then walked to the window and stared at Konoha village in the distance. He felt that some things had not yet been resolved and some knots in his heart had not yet been opened. Taking a deep breath, he decided it was time to deal with them. He walked out of the house, walked through the quiet Konoha village, and finally came to a hilltop. This is his favorite place because it has the most perfect view. The entire village is spread out under his feet, like a warrior who never gives up. When he reached the top of the mountain, Kearns saw a familiar figure, Kakashi, who was quietly looking at the moon. "Good evening, Kakashi." Kearns broke the silence softly. Kakashi turned slowly, glanced at Kearns through his mask and hair, and responded, "Good evening, Kearns." The two came together and sat down to face this seemingly eternal night. "You seem to have something on your mind," Kakashi said bluntly. Kearns smiled, "Old friends do know old friends." "Yes, I'm a little worried about Naruto." Kakashi raised his eyebrows. "Oh. He has a lot of potential and a lot of people to protect. I'm worried that he will be too burdened with too many responsibilities," Kearns said seriously. Kakashi nodded, "I understand what you mean. But you have to remember that Naruto never fights alone. He has his friends, his mentor, and the entire Konoha village." "You are right," Kearns responded with a smile. The two fell into a brief silence again, but this time, they both felt more comfortable. "So, what are you going to do?" Kakashi asked suddenly. "I will continue to coach him until I think he is ready for a bigger challenge," Kearns said seriously. Kakashi smiled, "Sounds like a good plan." "I hope so," Kearns said calmly, his eyes full of determination and expectation. The two stood up and looked towards Konoha village in the distance. "Okay, I should go back," Kearns finally said. "We'll see you again," Kakashi promised. "Definitely," Kearns said firmly. The next morning, Naruto put on his signature orange ninja costume, ate his ramen in a hurry, and rushed to the gate of Konoha village. Chapter 230. There, he will join a team led by Jonin Hayama, responsible for patrolling the border. Hayama is a tall, middle-aged man with a beard, wearing Konoha's standard ninja uniform, looking majestic and silent. "You're finally here, boy Naruto." Hayama looked at Naruto with a hint of unnoticeable approval in his tone. "Sorry, Lord Hayama, I will try my best to keep up with everyone," Naruto responded with a smile. Among the team, there is also an old man named Iwamoto, whose alias is 10,000 Years Genin. He was wearing an old ninja uniform, holding a list and some supplies in his hand and looked like 543 hard-working housekeepers. "Humph, young people are always so careless. Fortunately, I prepared some extra dry food and water, otherwise it will be up to you to eat nothing," Iwamoto muttered. In the void, Kearns followed them silently. His eyes are sharp and everything is under his observation. Soon after, the team arrived at the border. Forests, creeks, and cliffs form a natural barrier, but they are also places where enemies may be lurking. "We should split up. Naruto and I go to the left, Iwamoto, you go to the right." Hayama gave the order. Iwamoto nodded and took out a small bottle of ink and a map. "I'll mark our path here, just in case." At this moment, Kearns felt a strong chakra fluctuation in the void. He watched nervously. Suddenly, a large number of enemy troops swarmed out of the woods, and their target was clear, the Konoha village team. "This is bad," Naruto said nervously. Hayama raised the short sword in his hand to prepare for war. The enemy rushed over, ninjutsu and weapons intertwined in the air. Hayama accurately repelled several enemies, but the numerical disadvantage made him feel difficult. Iwamoto was also in trouble on the other side. He took out some hidden weapons and tried his best to resist. At this moment, Naruto had an idea. Hayama-sama, 8J, let me try raise non. Now is the time when you need to show your strength, go ahead. Yashan shouted. Naruto gathered all his chakra, formed a giant raise non, and threw it violently. A huge energy whirlwind swept through an area, knocking out enemies. One knockback. At this critical moment, Kearns in the void also took action. He quickly descended and used his special skill time freezing. In this short period of time, he filled several shifts. The enemy is starting to retreat. Naruto said happily. Hayama glanced at Naruto, good job, but we can't take it lightly. They might come back. I understand, Hayama-sama. Naruto said seriously. Iwamoto came over, it seems that we all survived and successfully repelled the enemy. Kearns smiled back into the void and continued to observe. In this operation, we not only successfully stopped the enemy, but also proved Konoha's strength and unity. Hayama concluded. Naruto smiled, I think I understand better now that as ninjas, our mission is not only to fight, but also to protect. Kearns smiled in the void, knowing that Naruto was growing into a truly powerful ninja, one who was willing to fight for others. And this is exactly what he expected. Chapter 231. On the way back to the village, Team 7 accidentally encountered the Umbu ninja of Konoha village. They were busy escorting a female ninja, whose face was pale and her eyes were full of fear. What's going on? Yashan frowned. Although his voice was calm, it revealed a hint of seriousness. Umbu's captain explained briefly, this ninja tried to sneak into the village to collect intelligence, and we just caught her. It seems that the security situation is getting more and more complicated. Yashan thought for a moment. Naruto noticed the rope tied to the female ninja, she seems to be scared. Iwamoto coughed lightly, if she is really an enemy, then she should know what will happen. In the void, Kearns observed all this carefully. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared into the void. The intelligence team began to conduct brain exploration, and a wave of chakra filled the air. Unexpectedly, what they saw was the young Kakashi. This is Kakashi? Naruto asked in surprise. Yashan suddenly became nervous, stop, don't continue. This may be a trap. At this moment, Kearns suddenly appeared, his face still calm, what did you just see? Hayama reported the situation to Kearns, which may mean that the female ninja has some connection with Kakashi. Kearns took a serious look at the female ninja and said, she may be being used to distract us. You take her back to the village first and I will investigate further. Iwamoto took out a piece of paper and a pencil, I will make detailed records for later reference. Kearns smiled and said, okay, then I'm relieved. Yashan nodded, we will take action immediately. Kearns disappeared into the void again. His heart was full of doubts and worries, but he knew that the most important thing now was to find out the truth. The 7th team took action according to the plan and brought the female ninja back to Konoha village. Kearns, on the other hand, was observing quietly, and there seemed to be countless secrets hidden in his eyes. At the same time, in the square in the center of Konoha village, the final round of the Chunin exam is taking place. In the auditorium, the audience's emotions were high, and various cheers were heard from time to time. At this moment, the sky suddenly became dark, and a rapid siren echoed throughout the village. Then, several ninjas wearing dark costumes appeared in various corners of the village. What's going on? Yashan instantly realized the seriousness of the situation, his eyes tightened, and he immediately turned around and ran towards the center of the village. 000. Naruto and Iwamoto didn't have any extra words to say, and followed closely behind. The three of them moved quickly to avoid the enemies who had begun to attack the villagers. Kearns immediately noticed something unusual in the void, and his expression changed slightly. He saw what was about to happen, but he also understood that this time he had to take action. Hayama and the others quickly arrived at an open area and saw an enemy dealing with several Konoha village ninjas. Without thinking, Hayama immediately released a ninjutsu, trapping the enemy in an energy circle. Quick, protect the villagers. Yashan shouted. Iwamoto took out some seal scrolls and began to set up barriers. Naruto quickly performed Shadow Clone and moved the villagers to a safe place one by one. Chapter 232. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Kearns appeared on the scene, waved his palm lightly, and a time-frozen wave spread out, temporarily freezing all enemies in place. He glanced around with an almost cold gaze, and then turned to Yashan, the enemy this time is unusual. We must quickly find out their purpose. Hayama instantly understood what Kearns meant and nodded. I will go to the intelligence department immediately. Kearns disappeared back into the void, continuing to observe. He knows that this incident may mean that 777 Konoha village will face a greater crisis, and they must take all precautions. Soon after, the intelligence agency's results came out. The enemy's purpose is to sabotage Konoha's Chunin exam and further weaken Konoha's power. That's it. Hayama glanced at the report, then turned to Naruto and Iwamoto. Get ready to fight. The enemy this time probably won't let us go so easily. The two nodded nervously, and each prepared their own equipment. At this moment, Kearns appeared again. I will shoot at the critical moment, but most of it depends on you. Niji and Tian hurried to the auditorium, but were suddenly stopped by a staff member of the Ninja Intelligence Department on the way. Niji, Tian, emergency. Hinata was kidnapped by two Cloud Shinobi. This is an A-level mission, are you ready? Niji frowned, and his white eyes moved slightly, as if trying to see through the fog of the future. Tian clenched her fists, and after a short silence she said, we are ready. Very good. You will form a team with Kiba and Akamaru. You have to move fast, time is very tight. After the staff of the Ministry of Intelligence finished their explanation, they immediately turned and left. Niji frowned, and he took the note from Tian, which succinctly described how Hinata was taken away. He clenched his fists tightly, and a firm light flashed in his eyes. Every day, we must act quickly. This is an A-level mission and is very dangerous. Niji said. Tian nodded and clasped her hands in front of her body. I know, but we can't let Hinata face danger alone. Fang stood next to them, showing a serious expression. I will throw it too. Akamaru, the little dog, patted the ground with its little paw, as if expressing its determination. At this moment, Kearns in the void felt a strong chakra fluctuation, and he quietly appeared behind the four of them. I will assist you in this task. The four of them were taken aback, but they quickly accepted the situation, because they knew that the addition of Shen Ensi meant that the possibility of success was greatly increased. The team quickly passed through the forest and canyon, gradually approaching the hiding place of the two Cloud Shinobi. The white eyes in Niji's eyes have shown its powerful detection ability, and he began to observe the surroundings intensively. Two targets, about 500 meters away from us. They confined Hinata in a sealed space. Niji reports. We need a plan. Propose every day. Kearns said slowly, I can use my time freezing skill, but it won't last long, so we need to act fast. Clear. Ya pulled out his long sword, ready to attack at any time. Akamaru started sniffing around on the ground as the team provided more useful information. Finally, the time for action has arrived. Kearns took a deep breath, and then quietly activated his time freezing skill. The world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Niji and Tian rushed out almost at the same time, one responsible for rescuing Hinata, and the other responsible for restraining the enemy. Kiba and Akamaru chose a more circuitous route, preparing to attack from the side. After only a few seconds, the time freezing effect disappeared, but these few seconds were enough to give the team the advantage they needed. 5.8. The two Cloud Shinobi were completely restrained, and Hinata was successfully rescued. Mission accomplished, let's go. Kearns said calmly, then disappeared into the void. Niji glanced at Hinata, who had been rescued, and showed a rare smile. Thank you all. Tian put away her flute, Yat also put away his sword, and jumped on Ya's shoulder. We succeeded in this mission, but the road ahead is still difficult. Chapter 233. Kearns appeared from the void, and his footsteps landed almost silently in a remote corner of Konoha village. After scanning around, his eyes settled on a training ground in front of him, where Naruto was trying to enter Sage mode again and again. This guy is really a hard-working fool. Kearns raised his lips slightly and walked over. Naruto noticed his arrival and immediately stopped what he was doing. Oh, it's Mr. Kearns. What are you doing here? Kearns didn't answer directly, but looked around to make sure there was no one else. I heard you're doing Sage mode training and maybe I can help. Really? That's great. Naruto immediately jumped up with excitement. Kearns twirled his staff and then placed it on the ground. First, you need to learn how to balance the chakra and natural energy in your body. Naruto nodded seriously, his eyes full of desire and anxiety. Try closing your eyes, feeling the natural energy around you, and slowly guiding it into your body. Kearns instructed calmly. Naruto sat down as instructed and closed his eyes. After a while, his body began to tremble slightly, but he worked hard to maintain his balance. Kearns stared at Naruto closely, his staff vibrating slightly in his hand, as if sensing the changes in Naruto's body. After a few minutes, Naruto finally stabilized and he slowly opened his eyes. I feel that balance. Kearns smiled, which was fine, but that was just the first step. The next step is to learn how to use it in practice. He picked up the staff from the ground and walked to a more open place. Now, try to attack me and stay in Sage mode during the attack. Naruto took a deep breath and quickly prepared a shadow clone technique. The two Narutos rushed over at the same time, holding the summoning beast flute and the wind dagger in their hands. Kearns waved his staff gently, and a void shield immediately appeared in front of him. Naruto's attack was easily blocked, but he didn't give up. Not bad, but you need more practical experience. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice, Kearns said. Naruto gritted his teeth nervously before re-entering Sage mode. This time, his movements were smoother and his attacks more accurate. Kearns' expression finally changed slightly, and his staff vibrated slightly in his hand, successfully breaking Naruto's attack. You are making rapid progress, keep up the good work. Definitely. Naruto had a determined expression on his face. Kearns put away his staff and prepared to leave. Remember, Sage mode is just a tool, the real power is you. Then, he disappeared into the void again, leaving Naruto alone to continue his training. But this time, there was a hint of firmness and confidence in his eyes. After a while, Naruto waved the cloth bag in his hand, which was filled with wooden shurikens and darts used for training. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Although the day's practice was tiring, it also brought about considerable progress. However, while walking through a dark alley, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a strange charm. This talisman is affixed to a wooden door that seems to have been abandoned for a long time, with some complicated totems and words painted on it. Chapter 234. What is this? Naruto walked over curiously, and without thinking much, he tore off the charm. It shouldn't be a big deal, he thought to himself, then casually stuffed the charm into his pocket. When he got home, Naruto threw the cloth bag and the charms in his pocket on the floor, and then got busy preparing dinner. After dinner, he fell on the bed, tired but satisfied. However, just as the clock struck midnight, Naruto felt a gust of cold wind sweep across the room. He sat up suddenly, his eyes gradually adjusting to the darkness. Then, he saw that person, a transparent male ghost, standing next to his pillow. You, what are you? And the other side? In a serious and solemn meeting room in the Konoha Shinobi village, the village's top ninjas sat around an oval wooden table. There were some maps and reports on the table, and what came into view were several serious and worried faces. This new security network must be implemented as soon as possible. Considering the recent security situation, we cannot make any negligence. The 6th Hoage size were sharp and determined. But this will consume a lot of manpower and resources, Hoage-sama. The person in charge of the intelligence department quoted the data, and also needed to use advanced ninjutsu to support it. Is it because of taking risks? It's better to take risks than encounter greater threats. A middle-aged ninja wearing a green vest and a Konoha gauntlet on his arm, who was Aoyama, said decisively. Just as their argument became more and more intense, a tiny crack suddenly appeared in a corner of the conference room, as if the space was distorted. Kearns stands on the other side of that rift, in an unknown void. His face was stern, his hands were crossed on his chest, and his eyes were watching everything in the conference room through the crack. These ants dare to talk about safety. The corners of Kearns' mouth curled up slightly, but his voice did not reach the void. His eyes briefly stayed on the 6th Hoage, then turned to the maps and documents on the table, and finally glanced at the other senior ninjas. If they knew what the real threat was, they would be so scared that they couldn't even put on their pants. He laughed secretly in his heart. Kearns slowly turned around and disappeared into the depths of the void, leaving the ninjas in the conference room to continue their heated discussions, unaware that an outsider had been spying on their every move. No matter what they do, the end result is the same. Kearns' words echoed in the void, and no one heard them. In the void, Kearns stood on a platform made of bright stars. His eyes passed through the complex space cracks and saw the actions of the 7th team. He was wearing a dark black robe, with a stern face and his hands crossed on his chest, seeming to be full of contempt for what was about to happen. Wangs, these kids are always able to find some interesting trouble. Kearns smiled softly, but his voice did not penetrate the void. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly when he saw Kakashi slowly walking out of the forest, and then noticed the tense atmosphere between Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Maybe I should give them a little hint to make this scene more exciting. He whispered, then slowly raised his hand, and a small ball of light like a miniature sun appeared in the void. Chapter 235. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi are packing up in the forest to report back to the village. Suddenly, Sasuke's pupils suddenly rotated faster, as if sensing some unusual energy. "Do you feel it?" "Something is wrong," Sasuke said with a frown. Naruto was slightly taken aback, and then glanced at the surrounding forest. "Indeed, there is an energy approaching us." At this moment, a small ball of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of them. The ball of light gradually disappeared, revealing a small parchment roll. Sasuke carefully picked up the scroll, unrolled it, and read the text. "The golden statue is just the beginning, the real threat is yet to come." He glanced at Naruto and the others. "What does this mean?" Naruto looked a little confused. "Is someone teasing us?" Sakura also seemed a little nervous. "This information looks suspicious. We need to tell Mr. Hoage." Kearns appeared on his void platform again, looked at their confused expressions, and smiled slightly. "They are too young to see where the real danger lies. However, this is good, at least they will be more alert," he said to himself. Then, he turned around and stepped into a deeper void, leaving only his stern face and the deep crack. Under the dense shade of the forest, the three members of the 7th team, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, were all wearing black combat uniforms and hiding in the jungle with sharp eyes. Everyone held their weapons tightly, waiting for the thieves to appear. Finally, with a crash, the bushes in the jungle were opened, and three masked thieves came out. They had expressionless faces, holding short swords in their hands, and glanced around. "Now!" Sasuke gave Naruto and little Sakura a signal with his eyes. The three people jumped out almost at the same time and started a fierce battle with the thieves. Naruto used Shadow Clone, while Sasuke waved the kunao in her hand and used ninjutsu to strengthen her fists. However, the thieves are unexpectedly powerful. One of the thieves opened his mouth and blew, and a burst of poisonous gas was sprayed towards the three of them. At this critical moment, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Kearns stepped out of the crack, raised his hand, and a wind blade blew away the poisonous gas. He glanced coldly at the people present, then waved his hand to release a seal, instantly freezing the thief's movements. Naruto and Sasuke took the opportunity to take action, knocking the thieves to the ground with one kick each, and then quickly took the golden statue back from their hands. "I didn't expect you would encounter such trouble," Kearns said quietly, looked at them, and then turned back to his empty world. Chapter 236. In the void, Kearns stood on a platform made of bright stars. His eyes passed through the complex space cracks and saw the actions of the 7th team. He was wearing a dark black robe, with a stern face and his hands crossed on his chest, seeming to be full of contempt for what was about to happen. "These kids are always looking for some interesting trouble." Kearns smiled softly, but his voice did not penetrate the void. The atmosphere in the 757 forest was obviously tense. Naruto and Sasuke were bound hand in hand because of a strange ninjutsu of the enemy, and they looked very unhappy. "What kind of ninjutsu is this? How come we are tied together?" Naruto said angrily, giving Sasuke a dissatisfied look. Sasuke responded coldly, "Don't take it out on me, it's not what I want." "Do you have any solution to this?" Sakura looked at the two of them awkwardly, wanting to say something but hesitated. Just when the three of them were at a loss, Kearns' figure suddenly appeared in front of them, and a crack opened in the air, and he walked out. "Looks like you've run into a little trouble." There was a hint of amusement in Kearns' eyes. As soon as Naruto saw Kearns, he immediately said anxiously, "Teacher, can you help us solve this?" Kearns walked up to the two of them, looked at their hands carefully, then smiled softly and made a hand print. A light smoke drifted past, and their hands finally separated. Sasuke glanced at Kearns and said, "Thank you." Kearns shook his head, "It's nothing. The mission you just completed was quite successful, but you ignored many details. This time can be regarded as a lesson." Sakura took out the recaptured golden statue and handed it to Kearns. This is the goal of the mission. Can I give it to you now? Kearns took the golden statue, inspected it carefully, and nodded. No problem, you can go back, and remember to report the completion of the mission to Lord Hoage. Then, he suddenly stopped and turned his gaze to the depths of the forest in the distance, as if he felt something. What's wrong, sensei? Naruto asked curiously. Kearns pondered for a moment. It's nothing, I just feel that there is something wrong with the atmosphere here, as if someone is secretly observing. The three people's hearts tightened and they immediately became alert. Don't be too nervous, I'll stay and check. You go back first. Kearns whispered, then slowly disappeared into the crack. This person is always so mysterious. Naruto couldn't help but mutter. Sasuke withdrew his gaze and said calmly, anyway, the mission is completed, let's go back. Sakura nodded, took out a smoke bomb, and after hitting it, the three of them disappeared into the Forest King. Team 7 and Team 10 appeared together on the edge of the village that had been looted by the band of thieves. The spring breeze blew through the withered grass, and a strange tense atmosphere surrounded it. Kearns appeared with the team, his face still stern, but his eyes revealed more concentration. His fingers gently touched a space crack in 3.9, as if communicating with some distant existence. Shikamaru pulled Ino and Koji to the side of Naruto and Sasuke and whispered, according to intelligence, the last time this village was looted was 3 days ago. Sasuke adjusted the scabbard on the arm guard and said slightly impatiently, then what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. Chapter 237. Don't worry, Sasuke. Kearns came over and interjected, before attacking, it is best to understand the enemy's distribution and strength. Koji clenched his fists excitedly, then let's go find out. Kearns' eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned to a jungle in the northeast with a solemn look, go ahead, but be careful. I felt there was a powerful aura there, unlike ordinary thieves. Sakura took out a map and showed it to everyone. We can be divided into 2 groups, one group is responsible for reconnaissance, and the other group is ready to support at any time. Naruto scratched his head and showed a smile, then Sasuke and I are the best team, we are the best at sneaking and reconnaissance. Kearns looked at Naruto and Sasuke, then turned to Shikamaru and Koji, you and Haruno Sakura are in a group, and be ready for support at any time. The 2 groups quickly divided their work, Naruto and Sasuke plunged into the jungle, while Kearns disappeared into a space crack. Sakura looked at the direction they were leaving, then turned to Shikamaru and Koji, be prepared, once they encounter trouble, we have to arrive as soon as possible. The 2 nodded, their bodies tense, ready to attack at any time. In the void, Kearns once again stood on the platform made of stars. His eyes penetrated time and space, paying close attention to everything happening below. Shikamaru, Koji, and Haruno Sakura are waiting in an abandoned wooden house. There was an old wooden table, a few dilapidated chairs, and some messy items placed in the room. Shikamaru's fingers moved lightly on the map, planning his next move. Sakura noticed Shikamaru's brows wrinkled slightly and asked, Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru coughed lightly and said, according to the information sent back by Naruto and Sasuke, Denkichi, the leader of the thieves here, is a difficult opponent to deal with. He is good at layout and psychological warfare. Suddenly, a parabolic shadow flew in from the window and landed on the wooden table. It's a small dart with a note tied to it. Koji immediately jumped up and looked around alertly. Sakura carefully opened the note, which read, want to talk to me, at 10 o'clock in the evening, in the abandoned warehouse on the east side of the village. Budge. Shikamaru looked at the note, took a deep breath, and said, it seems that he also wants to solve this problem, but it will definitely be a psychological war. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the light in the abandoned warehouse was dim, with only a shaky chandelier emitting a faint light. Shikamaru entered alone and found Buggy already waiting for him inside. Buggy was sitting on a shabby sofa, looking relaxed and comfortable, holding a pipe in his hand, emitting bursts of smoke. He smiled and said, welcome, Mr. Shikamaru. Let's talk about it. Shikamaru sat down, looked at Buggy intently, and said, if you want to negotiate, then just say it. Buggy chuckled, put down his pipe, and said, I heard that you are very good at formulating tactics, but you have to know that I am not easy to deal with. Shikamaru responded calmly, then why did you invite me? Buggy leisurely said, maybe, I want to see who is smarter. The confrontation between the two is like a silent psychological game, with both sides trying to find the other's weaknesses. Shikamaru stood up suddenly and started walking around the warehouse, then stopped by a shelf, picked up a small bottle, observed it carefully, and said, "There are many interesting things in your warehouse, some of which are even illegal." Buggy's eyes changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Oh? So what?" Shikamaru smiled, put down the small bottle, returned to his seat, and said, "I just want to say, I know your trump card. You have two choices, either surrender or face more serious consequences." Buggy was silent for a while, then showed a smile and said, "Well, it seems that I failed this time. But don't be too happy too early, things here are far more complicated than you think." Chapter 238. Suddenly, the door of the warehouse was kicked open, and Koji and Sakura rushed in, holding several tied-up thieves in their hands. Sakura looked at Shikamaru and Buggy and said, "Mission accomplished, we can go." Buggy smiled and raised his hands, as if everything was as expected. But Shikamaru knew that although this psychological war was short-lived, it was full of tension and excitement. He also realized that both battlefield and psychological warfare require precise calculations and decision-making. He followed the team out of the warehouse, secretly glad that although the mission was dangerous, it was successfully completed in the end. Tsunade sat on a chair in the office, with a detailed map and various intelligence documents placed in front of him. She looked at Naruto and Sasuke in front of her and said, "Because the relationship between the two of you is getting more and more tense, I decided to separate you for the mission." Naruto glared at Sasuke in confusion and frowned slightly, while Sasuke remained indifferent as ever. Tsunade continued, "Naruto, you and little Sakura will go to protect the relatives of the feudal lords of the Land of Fire. This is a very important task. Sasuke, you and Kakashi went to investigate the unknown ninja who had recently sneaked into the Land of Fire." The two took the mission documents, Naruto showed a nervous smile, and Sasuke just nodded slightly. At the same time, in the void, Kearns quietly observed everything. "Well, the decision to perform tasks separately is very interesting. Both will face their own challenges and trials. I'd love to see where they end up," Kearns thought to himself. Naruto and little Sakura came to the prince's mansion. The environment was luxurious but tense. Little Sakura approached a middle-aged woman with a smile. This was the master they wanted to protect. "Hello, my name is Haruno Sakura, and this is my companion Uzumaki Naruto. We will take care of your safety." The woman responded with a smile, but her smile was a little forced, and she clearly felt the tense atmosphere. Naruto looked around and noticed several unidentified people whispering in the mansion. On the other hand, Sasuke and Kakashi came to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain quietly. Kakashi used binoculars to carefully observe the other party's activities. Sasuke said, "It seems that these unidentified ninjas are probably from the Land of Rain." Kakashi responded softly, "Yes, their actions are very suspicious. We need more information to determine their purpose." Sasuke instantly appeared behind an enemy ninja, killed him with one move, and quickly retrieved the enemy's intelligence. In the void, Kearns' eyes became more focused. Very well, Naruto and Sakura seem to have mastered the key points of protecting the target, while Sasuke and Kakashi also successfully obtained important intelligence layers. And at the same time, Sasuke and Kakashi were in a hidden corner on the border of the Land of Rain, carefully reviewing the intelligence obtained from the enemy. Kakashi took out a seemingly ordinary map, Li Qian's, but when he looked carefully, he found that there were some marks and symbols. "Look here," Kakashi points to a mark on the map, a location that is strategic to the Fire Nation but has no obvious military installations. "Why do they mark this?" Sasuke flipped through other documents, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he found it. This document mentioned the Dark Moon Project, which seemed to involve not only the Fire Nation, but also several other ninja villages. Chapter 239. Kakashi took it over and looked at it. His face became serious. "This plan may very well mean a large-scale conflict, or worse. We must act immediately and inform Lord Tsunade." Sasuke had already taken out his communicator and quickly entered a string of codes to send to the Konoha Shinobi village. Then he took a deep breath and prepared for various situations that might arise next. In Tsunade's office, the communicator suddenly rang. She opened it to read, and her face immediately became serious. "It seems the problem is much more serious than I thought." Tsunade put down the communicator and immediately called an emergency meeting. Meanwhile, in the void, Kearns stared at the unfolding picture, quietly rubbing his chin. Dark Moon Project, well, this is getting interesting. While driving, Sasuke and Kakashi encountered the mystery of a giant 757. He paused, but I was more curious about how they solved it all. A sharp light flashed in Kearns' eyes. And the other side. At the gate of Konoha Shinobi Village, a team wearing Cloud Shinobi uniforms slowly walked into the village. The captain's name is Lan, and he holds a sealed envelope with the film's personal seal inlaid on it. We must deliver this letter to Lord Hoage as soon as possible, Lan said seriously to his team members, his eyes scanning everyone's face to make sure they all understand the importance of the mission. On the other side, Naruto and Sakura were talking to Kiba. Ya frowned slightly, didn't you know? Lord Danzo has succeeded Hoage and gave us permission to hunt down Sasuke. Naruto stood up immediately, his face instantly became nervous and anxious. What? This is impossible. We have to go to Lord Danzo and ask him to withdraw the order. Little Sakura also showed a worried expression. Naruto, let's go, we must act as soon as possible. Arashi and his team stopped in front of the door of Konoha's council chamber. He glanced at the Konoha shinobi guarding the door, and then handed over a certificate. The Cloud Shinobi team delivers the Kage-sama's personal letter. The gatekeeper, Konoha Shinobi, nodded immediately and led them into the meeting hall. As soon as he entered, Arashi saw Danzo, the new Hoage, sitting on the big chair in the Hoage office. Lord Hoage, this is a letter written by Lord Hoage himself. Lan bowed and handed out the envelope. Duanzang opened the envelope, browsed it quickly a few times, then raised his head, understood, and told your Lord Hoage that I will seriously consider his suggestion. At the same time, Naruto and little Sakura hurried into the chamber, and pushed open the door regardless of etiquette. Danzo-sama, you can't do this. You can't hunt down Sasuke. Naruto almost shouted this sentence. Danzo's eyebrows raised. He put down the documents in his hands and looked at Naruto and little Sakura. This is an internal matter of Konoha. I must make a decision for the safety of the village. But Sasuke. Little Sakura's mouth trembled slightly, trying to find the right words. Duanzang interrupted her. This decision has been issued, unless there is a good reason, otherwise it will not change. Naruto and little Sakura looked at each other, knowing that the road ahead would be extremely difficult, but neither of them had the intention of backing down. Kearns watched all of this from the void, his face almost impassive, but his eyes sparkled with imperceptible curiosity. Chapter 240. Interesting, Kearns said softly to himself. Danzo is the new Hoage, and the movie has begun to actively intervene in Konoha's affairs. He gently touched a ball of light in the void, as if adjusting a complicated chess piece, and then disappeared into the darkness, leaving only a slight light, like a meteor, that flashed and then disappeared. And a few days later, outside Konoha village. At this moment, Naruto is confronting Light and Heavy. There was a hint of impatience on the faces of Ching and Joan. Ching said, Naruto, you'd better cooperate. Tell us Sasuke's whereabouts, or you'll be in a lot of pain. Naruto bit his lip tightly, his eyes were firm. I will not betray my friends, I will not say a word about the information you want. He frowned heavily. If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, a hole suddenly opened in the sky, an array of light shot out, reaching the scene instantly. The light dissipated, and a middle-aged man appeared. He was Kearns. Kearns' face was calm, but there was an unfathomable light in his eyes. He glanced at Naruto, then turned to Light and Heavy. Are you looking for Sasuke? Ching and Joan were stunned. They didn't expect a third party to appear, let alone that this person would ask their purpose so directly. Who are you? Asked lightly. I'm Naruto's teacher, Kearns. He replied calmly. The heavy look in his eyes became complicated. Since you are his teacher, you should know that Sasuke is a traitor and he is the person we are looking for. Kearns shook his head slightly. I have my own opinion on Sasuke's matter. But now, I can't let you hurt my students. Light and Heavy looked at each other, and then said, since you are not willing to cooperate, then don't blame us for taking action. Kearns smiled slightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Go ahead, I want to see how capable you are. Light and Heavy chanted the spell at the same time, preparing to attack. But at this moment, Kearns waved his hand lightly, and a burst of power completely neutralized their attacks. Is this your strength? There was a hint of disappointment in Kearns' tone. The expressions of light and heavy changed, and they knew they had met a powerful opponent. But they had no intention of backing down and were ready to attack again. Kearns looked at them, then turned to Naruto and said, "Let's go, Naruto, there is nothing else you need to do here." Naruto nodded, knowing Kearns was capable of solving this problem. The two of them left quickly, leaving Ching and Zhong looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Kearns returned to the void again, his eyes were still calm, but there was some fluctuation in his heart. 0. And at the same time, on the other side. In the Hoage office in Konoha Shinobi Village, Danzo was sitting on a big chair with a detailed document spread out in front of him. His eyes were serious, and his fingers tapped the table gently, as if he was weighing something. The topic of the Five Shadows talks this time involves the Dark Moon Project, so there cannot be any mistakes. Duanzang whispered to himself, and then pressed a button on the desktop. The door opened slowly, and a ninja from the root department came in. He was wearing a dark uniform, and his mask covered most of his face, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. "Sir, what do you want from me?" Ninja asked respectfully. "I need you to find a few elites in the root to serve as my escorts in the upcoming Five Shadows meeting." Danzo said it bluntly. Chapter 241. The ninja nodded. "Do you have any special requirements?" "They must be loyal, reliable, outstanding in strength, and able to cope with various emergencies." Danzo listed his demands in detail. The ninja nodded again. "I understand, and will complete the task as soon as possible." Duanzang glanced at him and said, "Go ahead, time is running out." The ninja saluted and quickly left the office 803. Duanzang looked down at the information on the desktop again, then took a deep breath and began to continue the next work. At the same time, at the training ground of the root department, several ninjas wearing dark uniforms were undergoing rigorous training. Their movements were sharp and their eyes were cold, as if they were carefully selected elites. At this moment, the ninja who had just talked to Duanzang walked in, and his arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Attention, Lord Hoage needs several escorts for the upcoming 5 Cage conference, and a few of you will be selected. Get ready to be tested." Upon hearing the news, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and their expressions became serious. They know that this is a major task and a good opportunity to show their strength. The ninja began to arrange the content of the test. Each link was carefully designed to test their comprehensive ability. After a fierce competition, only 3 ninjas successfully passed the test. "Congratulations, you will participate in the 5 Cage conference as Lord Hoage's bodyguard," Ninja said to them. The 3 ninjas didn't show much expression, but the twinkle in their eyes showed how excited and proud they were. "Are you ready?" Ninja asked. "Be ready and obey Master Hoage's instructions at any time." The 3 responded in unison. The ninja nodded, then led them out of the training ground and headed to the Hoage office. They know that from now on, they will face more challenges and responsibilities, but this is what they long for. Duanzang was sitting in the office and heard the footsteps coming from outside. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, Konoha Shinobi Village must not lose in this 5 Cage talks. At the same time, in the void. When Kearns saw Duanzang's series of actions in the Hoage office and the selection process of the root department ninja, his eyes moved slightly. "Duanzang, you really did not disappoint me," Kearns said softly. His voice did not waver, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. At this moment, Kearns' fingers gently touched the ball of light emerging from the void, as if he could feel the breath of Danzo and the ninjas in it. He knew very well that this 5 Shadows talk was not only related to Konoha, but also related to the future of the entire ninja world. The selected guards are of good strength. Kearns continued to observe, and he noticed that the 3 selected ninjas each had outstanding strength and firm will. Then his eyes turned to Naruto and Team 7, as well as other people related to him. He knows that all this is a huge network in which everyone plays an important role. The 5 Shadows Conference, the Dark Moon Project, and my students. Kearns gently rubbed his chin. Everything is heading in an unknown direction, but this is exactly what I want to observe. Chapter 242. A few days later, a large number of villagers and ninjas gathered in front of the gate of Konoha Shinobi Village. Their eyes were all focused on the figures who were about to set off. Duanzang stood at the front. Behind him were 3 ninja guards from the root department that he carefully selected. Each of them had an expressionless face but firm eyes. Danzo was wearing a formal Hoage robe and a hat representing Hoage status. He glanced at the guards behind him, then turned his head and glanced at the villagers and ninjas gathered here. I will go to attend the 5 cage talks. This issue is of vital importance to us in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Danzo's voice was steady but authoritative. I hope everyone can maintain normal order in the village. During my absence, Master Tsunade will be responsible for all affairs in Konoha. Tsunade stood in the 08 crowd, and she nodded, expressing understanding and acceptance. Duanzang scanned the crowd again, then slowly turned around and walked towards the door. His guards followed closely behind him, walking in unison without any confusion. At this moment, a ninja quickly ran over and handed Duanzang a small communicator. This is the latest developed emergency communicator. If there is any situation, you can contact Ye immediately. The ninja whispered. Duanzang took the communicator and nodded, "Thank you, I will remember it." Then, he and his guards walked out of the gate and disappeared on the road in the distance. The villagers and ninjas looked at their retreating figures, feeling a little uneasy in their hearts, but more importantly, they were filled with trust and expectation. At the same time, in the void, Kearns looked at all this, his eyes were still so deep, as if he could see through everything. The 5 shadow talks finally started. He said softly, and then slowly closed his eyes, as if feeling the coming changes. He knew that this meeting would be a turning point, and no matter what the outcome was, it would profoundly affect the future of Konoha and even the entire ninja world. At another assembly point in Konoha Shinobi Village, Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato are making final preparations. Naruto was wearing his signature orange clothes, with nervousness and determination written all over his face. Kakashi is wearing his mask and forehead protector as always, while Yamato looks calm and serious. Remember, our mission is to find the movie and then, if possible, convince him to cancel the fatwa against Sasuke. Kakashi explained in detail the content and scope of the task. I understand, Mr. Kakashi. Naruto clenched his fist. I will make Raikage-sama forgive Sasuke. Yamato looked at Naruto, and said, this mission is very dangerous, and Raikage is not easy to convince. We must be fully prepared. No problem, I'm ready, Naruto said firmly. The 3 of 907 nodded, then quickly left the assembly point and walked towards the place where Raikage might appear. After several hours of trekking, they finally found the trail of Han and his party. Han is a close friend of Raikage, and they speculate that Raikage is probably nearby. Looks like we've found our target. Kakashi whispered, his eyes peering ahead through the forehead protector. So what should we do now? Yamato asked. Observe first, find the right time and then act. Kakashi decided. The 3 of them hid in the nearby woods, covering themselves with leaves and branches to avoid being discovered by Han and his party. Chapter 243. In the void, Kearns' eyes were fixed on the location where Team 7 and Raikage were about to meet. His eyes seemed to penetrate everything, not even the slightest sound of wind or the trajectory of fallen leaves could escape his observation. Even in this remote corner, he could still accurately feel the emotions and tension of everyone present. It's almost time. Kearns whispered to himself, clasping his hands together as if making some kind of decision. At the same time, the sound of footsteps and muffled conversations suddenly came from the hidden position of the 3 members of the 7th team. They were almost certain that Jin and his cronies were not far away. Are you ready? Kakashi asked quietly, one of his eyes staring straight ahead. Of course, Mr. Kakashi. Naruto bit his lower lip and clenched his hands, full of determination. Yamato didn't speak, but nodded, with an extremely serious expression on his face. After a while, Han and several ninjas came over, their steps seemed steady and powerful. Immediately afterwards, a salesman's figure quietly appeared behind them. That's exactly what Raikage is. Now! Kakashi shouted softly. The 3 of them jumped out of the woods in an instant, with Naruto and Yamato outflanking them from the left and right sides respectively, while Kakashi appeared directly in front of the movie. Sir Raikage, we have something to discuss with you. Kakashi said politely but firmly. Raikage glanced at them, looking extremely impatient. What do you mean? I implore you not to start a chain of revenge for killing Sasuke. Naruto almost used all his strength to say this. Raikage sneered, do you think I will change my decision just because of your few words? But if this revenge continues, more innocent people will be implicated. Yamato tries to convince Reikage from another angle. Reikage shook his head, showing no intention of being convinced. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Kearns frowned, seeing that the communication between Team 7 and Reikage had obviously reached a deadlock. He clasped his hands together, and the air around him seemed to condense, and the empty scene in front of him instantly became clearer. He could see the emotions on everyone's faces and the changes in their expressions every moment. It seems that it is time to take action. He decides. At the same time, in front of Reikage, Kakashi, Naruto, and Yamato all looked slightly nervous, knowing that this exchange was almost on the verge of breakdown. Suddenly, a figure seemed to fall from the sky, but without any movement, it landed gently in a corner of the field. That man is Kearns. Reikage glanced at the newcomer, obviously not paying attention to it. Who is it? Do you think that more people can overwhelm me? Kearns smiled, but without any arrogance. Lord Reikage, I am not here to be your enemy. Oh? Then who are you? Reikage asked curiously. I am one of Naruto's mentors. Kearns chose the relatively neutral word guy. Naruto instantly understood Kearns' intentions. He felt a sense of relief and at the same time strengthened his belief. So, you are also here to persuade me to give up revenge? There is a hint of disdain in the tone of the movie. Kearns nodded. I hope you can consider that revenge will only bring more pain and hatred. The movie sneers, I have made a decision and no outsiders need to interfere. Kearns took a deep breath, and suddenly his face became extremely serious. Then, Mr. Reikage, I can only say that you may regret it. Chapter 244. At the same time, 5 shadows arrived one after another in a conference hall in the Iron Country and sat down in their respective seats. There was an eerie tension in the air. The 5 shadow talks are about to kick off, and everyone knows that this time the talks are not destined to be peaceful. Kearns closed his eyes gently, feeling every ripple in the void again. He knows that his choice will trigger a series of reactions, and all of this may just be the prologue of fate. But no matter what, he is ready. At this moment, the 5 shadows are sitting in their respective positions, and the distance between them makes the tension in the air more obvious. Mifune, Mizukage, was the first to break the silence. Everyone, the threat of Akatsuki Organization 513 is getting bigger and bigger, and we can no longer sit idly by and ignore it. I suggest that we form a combined ninja army and fight against Akatsuki. The expression on Tsuchikage's stone face remained unchanged, but his eyes showed a hint of vigilance. Mifune, who do you think will command this joint army? Mifune smiled slightly. I think Hoage is the most suitable for this responsibility. Kazekage Gaara frowned. The Hoage was indeed capable, but it was too cheap for Konoha. Reikage shook his head directly. I disagreed. The Hoage isn't the only one who can take command. Betty, Duanzang, Hoage, smiled slightly. Everyone, I understand your concerns. But the most important thing now is to fight Akatsuki, not to argue about who will take command. At the same time, in the void, Kearns' gaze was like a sharp blade, and he instantly captured the imperceptible smile on Duanzang's face. He thought, was this all Duanzang's plan? Kearns clasped his hands together, and the picture in the void became clearer. He saw Mifune's determination, saw Gaara's doubts, saw Tsuchikage's alertness, and also saw Danzo's subtle expression. If so, what happens next? Kearns thought to himself. Returning to the conference hall, Duanzang continued, if everyone does not object, I am willing to serve as the commander of the combined army. Mifune nodded, in that case, I have no objection. Tsuchikage and Kazekage exchanged a look, and finally nodded. Reikage is still dissatisfied, and let me be clear, that doesn't mean I trust Hoage completely. Duanzang responded with a smile, I understand, Lord Reikage. Meanwhile, on the other side. In a secluded corner of Konoha village, Mia quietly found little Sakura. His eyes were full of worry and a trace of indescribable mixed emotions. Sakura, can we talk? Matsuri tried to sound as peaceful as possible. Little Sakura was a little surprised at first, but quickly put away her expression. Of course, what's the matter? Matsuri took a deep breath. I heard that Naruto did a lot for Sasuke, can you tell me what it is? Little Sakura's face suddenly became serious, she bit her lower lip. Naruto did not know how much she had paid to bring Sasuke back. He was even willing to negotiate with Reikage, risking his life. Matsuri's eyes get more complicated, what about you? What sacrifices are you willing to make for Sasuke? Little Sakura's eyes flashed with pain. She lowered her head. I don't know. But I know that I can no longer let Naruto bear everything alone. Looking at the little Sakura, Miyagi couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. So, what are your plans? Chapter 245. Little Sakura took a deep breath, obviously trying to gather her courage, and I decided to go find Sasuke, even if it meant I might lose everything. Matsuri's eyes suddenly became sharp. Are you sure? This is a very important decision. Little Sakura nodded. I know, but if I don't do anything, I will regret it even more. Matsuri was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Well, good luck to you, little Sakura. Little Sakura smiled, even though the smile was full of bitterness. Thank you, Matsuri. In a dark forest, Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato were closely discussing the next plan of action. Suddenly, the pressure in the air suddenly became extremely heavy, and the three of them felt a powerful chakra almost at the same time. This is... Yamato looked around nervously, with Wood Styles' handprints ready. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. That person is none other than Uchiha Madara. Long time no see, Naruto. Madara's voice was calm and deep. Naruto's eyes widened. You are... Madara. Why are you here? Madara smiled slightly, but this smile was not warm, but made people feel chilly. I am here to tell you something, about Itachi. Kakashi immediately became alert. You mean Itachi? What on earth do you want to say? Madara turned her head, looked at Kakashi and Yamato, and finally set her sights on Naruto. Madara walked a few steps slowly and came to Naruto. Itachi killed our Uchiha clan, but he did all this to protect Konohagakure and his brother Sasuke. He is worried that a civil war is about to break out in Konohagakure, which may even trigger a larger scale war. Naruto's eyes instantly became moist, and his palms began to sweat. Are you saying that Itachi is actually a good person? Madara nodded slightly, depending on how you define good guy. But he did make sacrifices for the greater good. Kakashi and Yamato exchanged quick glances, both feeling uneasy. Kakashi finally spoke. Then what is the purpose of telling us this? Madara turned around and looked into the distance. I wanted Naruto to understand better why Sasuke hated Konohagakure so much, and why he chose to embark on a path that was opposite to Konohagakure. At the same time, in the void, Kearns' eyes were fixed on this scene. Zero, please give me flowers. His eyes became extremely sharp, as if he wanted to see through everything. Has Madara finally started to take action? Why is he doing this? Kearns' fingers gently touched the picture emerging in the void, as if trying to feel every detail contained in it. Back in the forest, Naruto clenched his fists. If all this is true, then I should find Sasuke and let him know the truth. Madara smiled slightly. This time there was a trace of sincerity in his smile. Then, I hope you can do it. After saying that, Madara's body gradually disappeared into the darkness, as if it had never appeared before. Kearns took a deep breath in the void. No matter what Madara's purpose was, the entanglement between Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be getting more and more complicated. I need to keep an eye on all this. His palms slowly closed, and the scene in the void disappeared. And the other side. In an abandoned mine in the Land of Iron, the figures of Hoage and Sasuke were like two lightning bolts, constantly intersecting and colliding in the air. Hoage's lightning-style chakra and Sasuke's inferno-style skills formed bright light trails in the air, as if they were going to cut the entire sky into pieces. Chapter 246. Do you think you can kill me? Hoage sneered, quickly formed seals with his hands, and a pillar of lightning struck Sasuke instantly. Sasuke looked at me coldly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Don't underestimate me. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his pupils rotated and instantly released a fire-style great fireball. Two powerful chakras collided in the air, creating a deafening sound. The smoke dispersed, but the figures of the 163 people appeared again, getting closer. At this moment, a wall of sand suddenly appeared between them, separating the two. Enough, this fight is pointless. Wind Shadow Gaara's voice sounded, and he stood on the side of the sand wall with a serious face. Hoage frowned. Gaara, why did you interfere? Gaara looked at Sasuke, then turned to Hoage, because this fight would do no one any good and would only make things worse. Sasuke's eyes became colder. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, I have my own purpose. Gaara took a deep breath. Sasuke, Do you really think that killing Danzo will solve the problem? Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. I had to do this. Gaara shook his head. If you do this, it will only make more people suffer. The Mangekyo Sharingan rotated faster in Sasuke's pupils, and he took a deep breath. Susanoo. A battle armor formed by a huge black flame covered his body, and a huge black sword also appeared in his hand. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro and Lazy launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Gaara's Sand Waterfall Funeral, Temari's Paper Plane, Kankuro's Stone Blade and Lazy Water Dragon Bomb, 4 powerful attacks hit Sasuke almost at the same time. But under Susanoo's protection, these attacks were resisted one by one. The huge impact left the scene in a mess, with earth and rocks flying and trees uprooted. When Duanzang saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. Let's go. He quickly led a group of people out of the venue and took advantage of the chaos to escape. Sasuke noticed Danzo's movements and immediately wanted to pursue him, but at this moment, a water column suddenly rose, blocking his way. You can't go any further, Sasuke. Mizuki's voice sounded, and he stood on one side of the water column with an expressionless face. 0. Sasuke holds the sword tightly in his hand. You want to stop me too? Mizukage took a few steps slowly. Not just me. With that said, Tsuchikage also walked out from the side with a serious expression on his face. Sasuke felt a burst of pressure, but he did not flinch. In this case, let me see your strength. Mizukage and Tsuchikage launched attacks almost at the same time. Mizukage's water-style Water Dragon Bomb and Tsuchikage's earth-style Earth Wall attacked Sasuke almost at the same time. Sasuke waved the sword in his hand, and a black flame cut the two attacks apart, but he also took a few steps back. Do you think this can stop me? Sasuke sneered. Mizukage and Tsuchikage exchanged a look, both knowing that the next battle would be even more intense. We have no choice but to stop you. Tsuchikage finally spoke, his voice full of determination. Sasuke's eyes became even colder. Don't blame me for being rude. The figures of the three people were intertwined together again, erupting with more intense light and energy. Chapter 247. The Other Side. In the conference hall of the Iron Country, the leaders of each ninja village gathered together and sat facing each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as if the air had frozen. Just as everyone was preparing to discuss the upcoming threat, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the room. That person is none other than Uchiha Madara. Everyone, I think you have all heard of the Moon Eye Project, Madara began, his voice calm but full of confidence. Earth Ten Shadow frowned. Are you saying that you plan to resurrect Ten Tails and use its power to control the world? Madara smiled slightly. Yes, I plan to resurrect the source of Ten Tails and make myself its sacrificial power. In this way, I can use illusion to control the whole world and let everyone live in a happy dream. Mizukage sneered. Do you think we will accept this proposal? Kazekage Gaara also stood up. Using illusions to control people is not true peace, Madara. Madara's eyes became sharper. So, how are you going to stop me? Hoage stood up silently. If you insist on going this way, then we can only use war to stop you. Madara slowly walked to the corner of the room and turned around. In this case, I am here to officially announce that the Fourth Ninja War is about to begin. After speaking, his body gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the leaders of each ninja village looking at each other, their hearts filled with uneasiness and tension. After hearing Madara's declaration of war, the faces of the five shadows became extremely serious. Hoage stood up and broke the silence. We need a unified leader to direct this war. Any suggestions? Tsuchikage saw the movie and I proposed that Raikage play the role. He has extensive experience in both tactics and strategy. Mizukage nodded. I agree, the movie is capable of filling this role. Kazekage Gaara also stood up, and I also support Raikage. Hoage looked at Raikage. Then, are you willing to accept this task? Raikage stood up, his eyes firm. If everyone thinks I am competent, then I will try my best to direct this war. The five shadows nodded one after another because of Cheng Yi's decision. So next, we need to report this situation to the major princes immediately, Tsuchikage said, his voice full of urgency. Hoage took out a map and spread it on the table. This is the position of the major princes. We need to send someone to inform them as soon as possible to prepare for the upcoming war. Mizukage looked at the map. I will send my most trusted men to inform the eastern princes. Kazekage Gara pointed to a point on the map. I will be responsible for the south. Tsuchikage nodded, then I will be in charge of the west. Hoage, can you be in charge of the north? Hoage nodded, no problem, I'll fix the bandits immediately. Reikage stood aside, then, I will be responsible for the central area and start organizing the ninja coalition. The five shadows nodded again, confirming their respective missions. This war may be the most difficult in our lives, Reikage said, his voice full of dignity, but no matter what, we cannot let Madara succeed. The leaders stood up one after another and nodded towards Reikage. Chapter 248. At the same time that the five cages made their decision, in front of an inconspicuous hotel in the Iron Country, the members of the 10th team, Narashikamaru, Akimichi Koji, and Yamanaka Inoichi, met with the 7th small Kenhara no Sakura. You guys came just in time to have something important to tell Naruto and Sasuke. Little Sakura has an unusually serious expression, in stark contrast to the usual smiling girl. Shikamaru raised his eyebrows, so serious, what happened? I'll explain it all when Naruto and the others come out. Little Sakura replied, keeping her eyes on the door of the hotel. After a while, Naruto and Sasuke came out, and Kakashi followed behind them. Naruto immediately smiled when he saw little Sakura and the 10th team. Hey, you are here. What's the matter? Naruto asked. Little Sakura took a deep breath. Naruto, Sasuke, I just received information that Madara has declared the 4th Ninja World War. For a while, the atmosphere in front of the hotel became depressing. Sasuke's expression changed slightly, while Naruto's expression was unbelievable. What did you say? The 4th Ninja War? Naruto almost shouted this. Kakashi's eyes became sharper. Is this true, little Sakura? Yes, Master Hoage has already started preparations. Little Sakura replied. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in their sight. That person was Kearns. He usually observes all this in the void, but now he obviously feels the need to take action. The timing seems fortuitous to me. Kearns's voice was calm, but it made people feel indescribably reassuring. Mr. Kearns, why are you here? Naruto asked in surprise. I've been watching, and it seems like now is the time for me to step in. Kearns looked at little Sakura and the others. Madara's plan cannot be underestimated, and we need to be prepared to deal with all possibilities. Ino looked at Kearns, then turned to little Sakura. What should we do now? Kearns said slowly, first, we need to return to Konoha village, where Master Hoage and other ninjas will meet. The next action will be decided by them. Sasuke nodded, let's go, time is running out. Kearns smiled slightly and then disappeared into thin air, as if he had never appeared. But the words he left behind made everyone feel a heavy responsibility. The members of the 7th group and the 10th group nodded one after another. They knew that what they would face next might be the biggest challenge in their lives. But no matter what, they can't let Madara succeed. At the same time, in a deserted valley not far from the Kingdom of Iron, the battle between Killer Bee and Kisame has entered a fierce stage. The figures of the two intertwined in the air, and the fluctuation of chakra made the surrounding air tense. Killer Bee waved his 7 swords, each one carrying strong chakra, but Kisame's same hado was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring his chakra. Hee, your chakra is so delicious, Killer Bee. Kisame grinned, and his blade gradually became bigger, already as tall as a person. Killer Bee frowned. He felt that chakra was rapidly decreasing, which affected his movements. But he did not give up, but accelerated the rhythm of the attack. Chapter 249. Do you think you can defeat me by swallowing my chakra? Don't underestimate people. Killer Bee shouted. His 7 swords seemed to turn into 7 rays of light, instantly cutting through the air and slashing towards Kisame. Ghost Shark sneered, and waved his giant shark muscles to meet him. The two broke apart, and Same Hada's blade devoured part of chakra again, but the attack of the Killer Bee also forced Kisame to take a few steps back. It seems you still have some strength. Kisame commented, a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The Killer Bee gritted his teeth. He knew that there was no chance of winning if he continued like this. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to chant under his breath. Oh, a sound wave came out of his mouth, combined with his remaining chakra, forming a huge sonic attack. Ghost Shark's expression changed. He knew that this blow was no small matter. He hastily waved his shark muscle, trying to use it to swallow the first wave. but the speed of the sound wave was so fast that it arrived in front of him almost instantly. Kisame could only face it bravely. Boom! With a loud noise, the sound wave and Same Hada collided together, producing a strong explosion. The dust is flying and the vision is blurry. At the same time, the other side. Ching has been following Duanzhang's trail, passing through several mountains and forests, and finally came to a seemingly ordinary valley. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything, but at this moment, he felt a strong chakra wave. This is... Ching frowned, his intuition told him that this was definitely not an ordinary trap. Duanzhang stood at the other end of the valley, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a smug smile. He slowly raised his hand and began to form seals. Wind-style 1,000 wind blades. Duanzhang shouted, and instantly, the entire valley was filled with rotating wind blades. Ching's face instantly became serious, and he knew that he had fallen into a trap. He quickly formed seals, preparing to use his chakra to resist this powerful attack. Water-style water dragon bomb. Ching shouted, "Bick," shooting a water dragon from his palm, trying to resist the wind blade. But the power of the wind blade was far beyond his imagination. The water dragon was cut into countless small pieces almost instantly by the wind blade. It seems that this is the only way. Ching gritted his teeth, and his body began to emit a cold chakra. Ice release icicle rain. Ching used up all his chakra, and countless sharp ice cones suddenly appeared in the sky, and they flew towards the wind blade at an alarming speed. Duanzhang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Ching to have such a trump card. The wind blade and the ice cone collided in the air, causing a series of explosions, and the atmosphere in the valley became even more tense. In the end, the ice cone and the wind blade disappeared at the same time, and both of them looked a little tired. "I didn't expect you to have such a skill. It seems I underestimated you," Danzo said, a hint of appreciation in his voice. Ching wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Likewise, your wind style also opened my eyes." Duanzhang nodded, then turned and left. "You win this time, but it may not be the next time." Ching watched Duanzhang's back getting further and further away, feeling secretly alert in his heart. He knew that although he had a lucky escape this time, he might not be so lucky the next time he meets Duanzhang. The other side. A desolate land, the sky is covered with dark clouds. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino are all present. Matsuri's clone stood in front of Naruto and said with heavy eyes, "Sakura, there are some things that she can't tell herself, but you need to know." Chapter 250. Naruto's expression changed, and he felt uneasy, but he couldn't express it. Kearns silently observed all this in the void, his eyes complex. He knew that little Sakura's decision was a heavy blow to Naruto, but it was also her own choice. At this time, Gaara, Sand Shinobi, and Konoha Shinobi came over. Gaara said, "Something happened during the Five Shadows meeting that you need to know." Kakashi's eyes became sharp. "What happened?" Gaara continued, "Umbu's movements are becoming more and more frequent, and they seem to be looking for some kind of power." When Kearns heard this, his heart moved. He knew this power might be connected to the larger picture he was observing. Sasuke gave little Sakura a cold look, then turned to Gaara, "What does this have to do with me?" Little Sakura's heart tightened, she looked at Naruto, and then lowered her head. Shikamaru looked at Koji and Ino quietly, and their expressions became serious. Kearns finally decided to take action, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Kearns said, "I've been watching all this and now it seems like I need to tell you something." Kakashi looked at him doubtfully, "Who are you?" Kearns smiled, "I am Naruto's teacher, Kearns." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "Teacher Kearns, you finally showed up." Kearns looked at little Sakura and Sasuke, and then said, "There are some things that not even the teacher can make decisions for you. But I can tell you that the current situation is much more complicated than you think." Gaara nodded, "We need to join forces, otherwise it will be more dangerous next time." Kearns looked at Naruto and little Sakura, "Your decision will affect many people, including yourself." Little Sakura clenched her fists tightly, knowing that she needed to make a choice. Kearns disappeared into the void, and he knew that they needed to face the next thing by themselves. At this moment, the sky began to clear up, but the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Kakashi stood in front of a map, pointed at a certain mark and said, According to the information from the Kaze cage, Umbu's range of activities is here. We need to act quickly. Shikamaru and Koji exchanged a look, and Ino clenched her fists. Sasuke looked on coldly, his eyes falling on little Sakura from time to time, but he said nothing. Kearns observed in the void, his brows frowning slightly. He felt an unknown aura, but could not determine its source. Suddenly, Naruto's face turned pale and he covered his chest, gasping for air. Please give me flowers. Naruto! Little Sakura exclaimed, quickly running to his side. Kearns felt nervous when he saw this scene. He knew Naruto was at his physical and mental limits. Naruto finally collapsed from hyperventilating and passed out. Kakashi hurried over and put his palm on Naruto's forehead. He needs to rest, he can't go on like this. Gaara looked at Kearns and said, we need to rethink our plan of action. 0. Kearns' figure suddenly appeared in the camp. I agree with Feng Ying. Naruto's current situation is not optimistic, we need to be prepared. Kakashi glanced at Kearns, do you have any suggestions? Kearns pondered for a moment, I suggest moving in 2 groups. One group was responsible for reconnaissance, and the other group was responsible for protecting Naruto. Sasuke finally spoke, I am willing to be responsible for the investigation. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke, and then at the unconscious Naruto. Her heart was full of contradictions. Kearns looked at little Sakura, your decision is very important, little Sakura. Little Sakura took a deep breath, I will stay and take care of Naruto. Kearns nodded and disappeared into the void. He knows that everyone is making what they think is the right choice, but what will happen next is unpredictable.